Hey, Converted 1.0, welcome to the server, man. What brings you by? No? Okay.
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
I think Jen left. Electric.
Who? Who left? Yo, what's good? My bad. I had to mute up.
There's probably nobody else in here except for a few guys who are just lurking.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I really be fucking frying myself out.
Yep. But this server is open 24/7, man. Awaiting people to bring the curvature of the earth to us.
I would never try to argue that anymore. Like, I literally cannot find it in me to even like play devil's advocate.
Well, they keep trying. No, they don't know. They keep trying.
Oh, you know what I find to be really compelling evidence that we don't live on a globe? How radio frequency technology works. Like, if they wanted to use a radar to detect an object that was maybe 500 miles away, these radios don't, their technology is not taking into account any curvature. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
last night. Yep, that's one of our arguments actually.
Yeah,
That's
so basically, if you just explain like radio technology, it's basically just like a sound beam just bouncing off an object, and they're detecting if the frequency is different on the way back. And using the amount of changes to the frequency, they can determine the size of an object or how far it is, et cetera, et cetera. The technology is great, I bet. But that beam that they're sending, it shoots perfectly straight. It's a perfectly straight 200-mile long radio frequency that shoots forward and shoots back, doesn't care that the globe is rotating, doesn't care about no trajectory through a solar system. It just doesn't. And it works perfectly fine. Radios are awesome. Everybody listens to the radio. How do people conceive that they're listening to music coming from somewhere else? Oh, like that's far away. How do they conceive this? That it's like wrapping around a curve and it's like it's just sonically just curving through the air like a fucking actual musical like cartoon. Like people are fucking weird.
I'm telling you, the types of people that come in here and advocate for the globe, you'd hear the stories of your life that it would even get you to scratch your head and be like, damn, I didn't know people could actually think of such things. Like, it's almost like you got to be here to believe it, that they hear what we hear and how they try to make excuses for it. That's interesting. Just listening to the psychology of how somebody tries to reason with themselves how this could be possible. I remember this one guy came in here and told us how light works off the face of the earth. Like laser beam, like if doing a laser test over the surface of the earth. Because I think at the time they were talking about the FE core laser test, and that was from the point of origin to the target, a laser test over 25 miles, and the reasoning behind what he was proposing, because he was a heliocentric, the Earth is a globe and all that. So he's basically saying that the light's traveling over the curvature of the Earth via the light bouncing off the water and coming back up, bouncing back down off the water, coming back up, and it was doing this all the way across the curve until it hit its point and until it hits the target.
That was his argument, that the water was causing the reflection of the light to travel that far.
Yeah, it was bending over the curve. So
point a fucking laser at a cup of water and see what happens. It's not going to get through the cup. What the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah, but this guy wasn't. He was average, just guy who just believes the Earth is a globe. This guy was, if I'm not mistaken, he was a PhD, I think, even. So now this guy, because he had a lot to say about like the cosmos and the sun and whatnot, right? But not speaking of that, just speaking based on what he was saying, how the measurement was not able to be done because it would still turn out that doing a laser test would still provide evidence that the Earth is curved because it's a globe, and the laser is actually bouncing off the reflection of like water was just like he said basically it's like skipping a stone across the surface of the water. That's exactly what he said, and we were all struck by it. Like it was
anyone that believes that a charged beam of photons acts like a fucking sediment rock is a sediment rock.
Yeah, that's what he said, and everybody was just like, I don't know, man. Like we didn't even know how to, like, everybody was just like, after it took a moment, but then when everybody burst out laughing, it was like, no freaking way! Like we couldn't believe it. Somebody and of his particular stature would be saying something like that. Like, and you teach you're actually a teacher like this. We started questioning. Maybe you're not who you say you are because. Why would you say something like that?
Yeah, that's interesting to talk about because I mean, gonna sound off subject for a second. My ex's sister, she has two sisters. One just got diagnosed with fucking cancer, and the other one has been in cancer research. She's got student loans out the ass. She basically studied cancer research. And my ex is telling me she's like furious because she's kind of like how I am, where I look at everything very skeptically. And she's like, how are you going to study cancer research for 6 years and not be able to tell my sister how to prevent getting cancer? Like, you're her sister. You're literally the closest person to translate information to her. And you couldn't translate how to avoid or prevent cancer while full-blown invested in studying cancer. And I just thought that, like, when you're in school, like, learning something like that, it literally is like flying spaghetti monster, in my opinion. Like, you're just learning how to regurgitate somebody's, like, fairy tale,
Well, it's just funny that he took that approach to it. His way of speaking in layman's terms was showing us that it was skipping across the water like a stone would. And wow, right? Because okay, I mean, he just said that. So,
That's absurd. Yeah.
yeah, but you're dealing with. We've gotten so far into the conversation with him, like we had a conversation about the sun and how do we know the distance of that, and it was just we were talking about different things, and then we got to the laser test, right? Because that was important. But once we got there, it just everything fell apart. Like he said that, and it was like one of those things that it's for the books, one for the books. Like we're just like, okay, we're keep remembering this moment because I don't think anybody of their stature would ever claim that, but he did. So okay, I mean,
Yeah.
at that point.
Wow. Man, I wish I could have been there for that. I would love to hear how he does mental gymnastics explaining whatever he was explaining.
Yeah, there's much of that in the way of like, well, the new guys that come in here, they're not so much sophists as the ones who are anti, critical thinking. Those anti-critical thinkers that won't even allow another. They won't even ponder another thought in their head. They're outright hand wave dismiss. Nope, 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 nope. But the thing is,
Yeah. I know
even
those kinds.
even if you
Yeah.
even you're just like, okay, let me just hear what you got to say, and at least that way you know where they're coming from. But some of the arguments that we know that have already been said, they've been played out to death. Like I can tell you that most of the arguments that people have for us, they're pretty much robotic responses to everything that we say. So they're not anymore something new that we're going to hear that somebody's going to come in here and say, "Hey, check this out." We're going to be like, "Wow, never heard that before." They're usually just the same old recycled. How do you know the Earth has curvature? Eratosthenes, and it's the same cycle. It doesn't break away from that. So we can just kind of try to hurry them along to kind of get to the end and like, okay, so let's get to the finish of this because we already know what you're thinking. So yeah, it's rare, I should say, that we get somebody that's like thinking for themselves and then they try to apply. I don't know.
Wow, that's a fucking problem.
Well, yeah, which is what we're talking about before. Either they come in here attempting to, or the other way, which is they don't care. They're just like, I just want to see what you guys think. I'm in here to study. I'm in here to study why somebody would think the Earth is not a globe, and it's like,
Damn, that's a very insecure way to look at things.
Yeah, it is, dude. Let me tell you what I think, and then maybe you can think like me, maybe not, but perhaps the people that gave you that thought in your head and told you how to think, are not your new masters, and we will be. Like that's stupid. Aren't you?
I'm gonna make a point I made before, but these people got dopamine, and whatever is like transmitting to them whenever they get like confirmed that they did a good job. Like they just love that feeling. They just love feeling like they're being rewarded for trying hard in a field that is just it's basically just like an obstacle course. Doesn't mean the obstacle course is going to make your. I don't even. You know what I'm trying to say?
Well,
people are just fucking delusional at the end of the day.
That's the conditioning. Once you're fully conditioned and you feel like you can look at your wall and it's got all the trophies and ribbons and accomplishments, and you just stand in that and be like, hey, I know a lot of stuff. And then when somebody comes thinking outside of what you're claiming, your perception, then you just shoot them down and be like, nope, it's wrong because of X, Y, and Z. I've studied this. And it's like, yeah, but how does that apply to practical reality? Because it doesn't matter what you say. It only matters how it applies. If it's practical and we can use it, then it's for sure. Yeah, it can be done. Methods can be achieved, but if there's no,
wow,
you know what I mean? If you can't relate it, if I'm telling you that it's raining diamonds in Jupiter, do you see where I'm going? Like how does that, and knowing the exact composition of
literally that's what it is, bro. It's like you write down on a piece of paper, Saturn's moons rain diamonds and fireballs, and then you write on another piece of paper, what does it rain on Saturn's moons? And the person writes Diamonds and Fireball. Good job.
Good job.
Whoa.
Yeah, you
I
get an
know
A.
it rains on Saturn's moons. Like, no, you don't, bitch. You just.
That's the thing. That's what, okay. So see, Electric. Now you're getting it. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with
Yeah.
those guys. Those guys are coming in here saying that. No, man, you guys are crazy. And it's like, why? Because we're thinking. I mean, you're the one over here telling us what we already know. We can just. I mean, there's no.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I can go on.
Well, we don't got any. We don't got anybody trying to argue right now.
They're not gonna. They usually lurk when they hear people talking about it in this way. They're like, yeah, I'm not gonna jump in right now. Or some that don't care probably would, but the majority of the time they'll just lurk.
I wonder if anybody that's been listening actually doesn't like anything I've said. Because I've been ADD all over the place, saying all kinds of random shit. And I know somebody must have disagreed with something, right? Because I'm all over the place. I don't know. I'm going to try to finish my laundry really quickly. Get in here and get out of here.
Anyways, interesting conversation, Electric. Maybe you pop in again.
Always.
Just
Yeah.
mind the audience, though. I tell you that much, because you never know the audience that you're speaking to might they might come in with swords, slay you down. They're gonna be like, "Hey, what do you guys think about this?" No, what are you crazy? You're like, oh shit. X name, X name. Anyway, I'm probably gonna.
All right, bro. I'm still there.
Later, dude.
Later, bro. Have a good one, man. Nice talking to you. All right. Have a good one.
Electric, you're making.
Oh, my bad. Am I not muted again? I suck at this. Oh. Yo, Martov. Yo, Martov.
Hello, my flat earth friend. I hope you are having a very great day.
Hey, bro. How's it going today?
Oh, he's back. And
I
he's gone.
already left again too.
Hey, he left?
Yeah, I just popped in to say have a great day. Bye.
Oh, that was nice.
Hello, guys. Is there any flat Earth believer in here, or guys? Yes. The flat Earth. I'm a flat Earth believer, and I'm retarded. Nah, I'm joking. And- Hey yo, it's your boy, flat to the earth, to the earth, to the flat. It's your boy, Flat Earther. I'm a Flat Earth believer, and I'm fucking retarded. Guys, no, I'm joking. I am a flat Earth believer. Actually, I was just joking this whole time. Um, but yeah, guys. Can someone explain why we can't just reach the end of the flat Earth and jump out of it? Or is it physically impossible? If so, why is it physically impossible, guys? The fuck?
Kan vi ta det här seriöst? Kan man resa till man kan resa till Sydpolen alltså privat?
No shit! Bror, alltså det finns folk som bor där, du vet det. Det finns folk som bor på Sydpolen. Ja, det finns alltså folk har åkt dit. Ja, men de här retardsen tror på att det är en konspirationsteori. Om du går in på Indeed, du kan hitta jobb på Sydpolen. Guys, the South Pole is a myth. There's nothing called the South Pole. There is something, but it's government controlled. You can't visit the South Pole. It's impossible. Like I'm literally taking over this channel. Like everyone here is under my control. BJ. Hey, det finns ju en här. Det finns ju en här. Ja. Hello guys. Oh my god. Yeah. Say Q. Can you please join? Tryck. Han är här. Skriv ät då. Ät då. Ja, sen inte. What do you mean, old dude? Be very careful.
Okej, han är busy, men han svarar ändå på Discord. De här människorna alltså. Alltså fucking fitter, de är online alltså. Jag fattar inte. Det är till alla, jag visste inte. Hello?
Hello.
I heard you, P-Mac. P-Mac, why you unmute then mute, bro? Are you shy?
No, I'm playing the poker.
Bro, don't be shy, please. P-Mac.
I'm not shy.
Just, P-Mac.
What's up, bro?
Hello?
What's happening?
Yeah, do you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
What's up? How are you doing?
Who was that? Is there two different people on this mic or what?
What? No, it's only me and my brother. He just came home, so
Ah, okay. How you doing?
good. Like if I put on my camera, can you guys see me or?
Don't think so. There's another place. I think 24/7 live at the top. I think you can see cams. I'm not sure, buddy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, we're just having we live in Sweden, so so I guess it's a whole different. So everyone's sleeping in the US right now, I guess. Not you though, PMAC.
No, people in Ireland and the UK are wide awake.
Do you live in Ireland? Nice.
Hmm.
Oh, you from Dublin?
No, not Dublin. Derry.
Oh, he has a very bad accent. No, he's trying to have an Irish accent. But do you believe in the flat Earth, PMAC?
I don't believe, don't believe in the flat Earth. I just,
Do you know that we live in a flat Earth?
well, I don't know a lot, but I know for a few things for reality. Just doesn't make sense. What they're telling us just does not make sense. It's just not scientific at all.
What doesn't make sense? You mean the flat
yeah.
Earth being flat doesn't make sense, right? That's the only like logical thing.
Okay.
No, I'm serious.
bro.
Like,
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So you mean you don't believe in the flat Earth? So you're basically one of the sane people in here, right?
No, bro. Nice twisting there. No, I just I'm too long in the tooth of this shit now. I don't believe what the mainstream are telling us. I think all of it's fucking lies.
But why? Why? What's a lie?
Many reasons that I'm not willing to go over again and again and again.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'm not gonna if you don't want to, of course. I guess it's really fucking, or it gets really repetitive to keep on explaining your own beliefs. I get that, but
Yeah, good man. That's it.
yeah. So something I don't get is, let's say you have your many reasons, which you're tired of explaining. I get that, but what is the reason for the government or other big agencies to lie about, for example, the Earth being flat? Like, what's the hidden agenda they have? If you can just mention like one of the reasons or one of the main reasons you believe.
Yeah, well, that's kind of an easy one. There's a lot more people on here that like to explain the flat Earth to people, and they're very, very good at it. So I tend to not do it. But yeah, well, the reason number one is control. Number one's control. Number two is power. Number three, that's deception. That's control and power.
Okay, but let's say, for example, the reason they lie that the Earth isn't flat is because of control. So when you say control, like, do they want to control us? So we do what exactly?
Yes, we're in a gilded cage. We're in an invisible cage. Just control people. There's just people that take advantage of other people forever since the beginning of time. So
yeah, but don't you think that if you are a flat Earth believer, then you believe that we can't leave Earth? So that means you guys are the people that believe that we are in a cage. But if you believe in a
no, that's not true. No, actually, I believe that there's way more places to explore because we're not on a globe.
I don't know, bro. I don't know the shape, dimensions, what it is. If it's in a snow globe, if it's contained, if it's not, if it's flat, if it's triangular. It's just that things just don't add up.
Yeah, Electric. I thought you said something interesting. What do you mean that I didn't get the?
Well,
what you said. Sorry.
Let me ask you. Make sure I'm just clarifying. You said that people that believe in a flat Earth model perceive themselves in like a prison, right? Like if we were on the model that flat earthers believe, then technically we are encaged. That's what you said, right?
Yeah, that's what I heard before when someone explained that we can't leave the globe. above the flat Earth. Yeah, that's what I got from someone's
Okay,
explanation.
well, I'm not going to try to argue what they said in particular. Like, if that's something somebody said to you, I don't know exactly what they're going to try to say. But my perception,
That's
I don't think we're in a
actually
container.
that's
Yeah,
actually
I don't. Yeah, what?
that is actually what Bill Nye said.
Yeah, so no, I mean, someone said it, but I mean, when I was when I had the conversation with PMAC, what I thought that what I perceived what that he meant is that um, globe Earth believers or the big government or the governments or big agencies wants us to believe in a globe-shaped Earth because they want control. Um, yeah.
So, if you believe in a globe world, yeah,
Yeah.
then they know you have no contact with reality. You don't know where you are, and they claim dominion, ownership over the world, the nature, yeah, the land, the sea, the lakes, the rivers, the rain, everything.
Yeah. Okay.
And
And,
you're gonna pay tax for that.
but can't you still claim that you own everything, even though it's a flat Earth?
Yeah, the illusion of freedom is like pretty much
Yeah.
a very, very. They're like billions of dollars invested into making you think you have freedom, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. But okay. I just don't
So
get the reason. No, I get exactly what you guys are saying. I just
right
want to hear what
now,
you think about the
right
reasons
now,
why.
it's very late to take any kind of such action. You know, to beat the system.
Sorry, what were you saying before, dude? Other dude.
Yendi.
Me
Hey,
or
What's
I said,
the younger guy? Sorry, bro.
go ahead.
who?
So who was just saying that shit about we're in a cage?
No, someone said that we are. We thought me and PMAC had a conversation about what hidden agendas the big government had.
Yeah, why would they lie?
On lying
Oh yeah,
and
why do they want control?
yeah.
Well,
So
rather
why
than
would they
just
want control?
asking why would they, you have to look at the evidence of a 1% and that fact that there is a major part of our society being controlled. Once you can identify why we're under control or how we're under control, then we can move forward and ask who it is. But
Also,
if you're going to deny that it's happening at all, I don't know what to tell you.
also it becomes a religious debate then as well, kind of. Like if you believe in the great deceiver, if you believe in religion and God and the devil and all that there, then it's not possible for man alone to pull off this great deception. This has been going on for centuries. Like it's all kind of part of maybe a bigger plan by the unseen forces.
Cut the shit.
I don't think man is responsible for
You
this.
said flat Earth isn't a belief. What is it though? Is it? Do you mean that it's a fact or?
Flat Earth is knowledge.
Yeah, we don't really. Most people here don't believe that the Earth is flat or anything like that. They know for a fact what science shows them.
I'm starting to realize that yeah, when I use the word belief, especially in this server, it's not going well for me. Like
No, it doesn't do well.
I mean, I don't want to play semantic. I don't want to play these word games with you. I want to actually know the context of what you're trying to tell me.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Gadi, why are you here?
I'm not trying to say anything really. I'm just trying to understand what you guys.
Yeah, you're asking questions. You want to know. Yeah.
Now I can't even use the word belief. But let's say I want to know why you guys know for a fact that the Earth is flat. I'm not trying to.
I mean, I would love to give you an example. What where are you pointing to tell me that the Earth is 93 million miles away from the sun? Because this is a part of your heliocentric model that if you're not subscribed to what you might be learning in here today, then you need to be able to explain the heliocentric model and the concept of the sun being 93 million miles away, but I'm able to see the direction that the light is coming from. If the sun was actually 93 million miles away, I shouldn't be able to see light hitting the earth at different angles. Is that correct? Like, do you understand that?
Sure.
You could expand on it if you understand it, right? You would be able to explain it in your own words.
Do you experiment on it? I mean, did you experiment on it, or what are you trying to say?
I'm looking out my window right now. I see a ray of sun hitting this person's house, and it's coming from an angle. It's not coming straight down, because that's
Yeah.
what would happen if the Earth was 93 million miles away from the light source that we call the sun.
Okay, but one, I remember when I said I see something last time. I said, especially on this Discord server, I said that when I see a rocket ship moving straight up, then I'm the one that I'm seeing wrong. Like that's a big question I have too.
No.
Like when you have a rocket ship,
This should be interesting. Can you show us a rocket shooting straight up?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course I
Yeah,
What
a
is-
man
what is
rocket,
straight up? Determine
not
where you would have
fireworks.
to be on the Earth to go straight up, and then where would the
You
Earth
have
have
a
to
X,
be?
Y, Z coordinate.
We need to
Okay.
slow down, because all these coordinates that you're talking about going straight up off the Earth, yeah, how?
What would it take you guys to believe in a round Earth? Like if I kidnapped you and put you in
I
a
believed
rocket
in the
ship
round
and sent
Earth
you
for
to
the past
moon,
30
like, would you
years,
guys-
man. This is
No,
the
a
result
serious
of
question right
research
now.
and my own
This is-
experiments.
Wait, this is the last question I have, and then I'm gonna listen to everything you have to say. If I would have took you all and then put you on a rocket ship, and then if I flew you to the moon, would you guys believe in the round Earth? Like yes or no?
Yes, I would.
Okay, nice. So you know that in a few years, or if I would take you on a plane and then took you to the South Pole, would you guys believe in the round Earth?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know, guys, that you can buy a ticket
No.
and travel to the South Pole? No, Happy Meal said yeah, or someone said yeah. I think it was Leon or Happy
Okay, so these are all hypotheticals. You are not actually
Yeah.
going to take me anywhere.
Yeah. If
but
you
that's
take
how
me-
science. But that's how science works. You start with the hypothetical and then you try it. But you guys haven't tried anything. Like if you really
No,
You
I'm
haven't
telling
taken
you
me to the
that-
moon.
Testing. Oh, really?
South Pole.
Dude,
I
I'm
tell
still on
you.
Earth.
Come on, guys.
We did quite a lot, actually. We have
You're not
laser
gonna take me
test
to the moon?
experiments over large bodies of water. Yeah. Have you seen the laser tests?
No, which laser
Any of
test
them?
are you talking about? There's a lot of different laser tests.
I mean, if you're
Yeah,
going to talk
any of
about
them.
people not doing
And,
experiments, but you don't even know the laser test, how are you going to propose that people don't do experiments when you don't know the experiments that are being done?
He said laser test. Like if I
No, but you're proposing that experiments are not being done to prove that we live on a stationary flat plane, but there is, and he's telling you about it.
Electric, I had a very simple question, and I said if you just can answer my question, then you can. I'm not gonna talk. I'm not gonna have any more questions. If I would have, if me and you, Electric, if I bought you a ticket to the South Pole, would you believe in the round globe Earth if you actually was in the South Pole, or would you still deny that we live in a globe? If you actually
It
visited-
depends. When you said you're going to take me to the South Pole, that doesn't really. What are you telling me? The
I'm
South
telling
Pole.
you that you guys don't believe that the South Pole exists, and if you
Have you
actually-
tried booking a ticket there, Gary?
No, I haven't, but I
Do you know what
Yeah.
Patagonia? Hold on. Do you know what Patagonia is? Do you know what Patagonia is?
believe me, I can't book a ticket to the South Pole. Like, believe me.
I'm asking you. Do you know what Patagonia is?
See, that's the thing, you guys. I had a simple question, and now you're asking me another complete, like a
Because
complete.
if you know what Patagonia is, then you would know that that's where you go if you want to go to Antarctica.
And what do you?
From
Okay.
Patagonia, you take a boat and then you sail along the coast, and all you're allowed to see is the ice shelf. They don't
Exactly.
take you anywhere else. You're not allowed
Because
to
you're
go
not
towards
allowed
the
to fly to the
pole,
South Pole.
quote unquote, the South Pole. You're not allowed to go towards the center of this supposed landmass that they call Antarctica. You're not. They don't let you. So to act like that, you're just going to take me there one day. You're not telling me what that's going to be like. You're not telling me how you're going to get there. It's all just hypotheticals. That's what you're telling me.
Okay, so you mean the 54K visitors making the journey each year with around like 50 expeditions by boat is complete lies. That's what you mean. You mean the vloggers? You mean
Wait, where are you getting this information if you don't know what Patagonia is?
Mate, you should actually do some research on the travels to Antarctica, because it's a little place beneath South America, pretty much. It's a very limited space people are traveling to, and they are not exploring the South Pole. They're just coming down here. Look at these penguins. This is the South Pole. Now you believe. That's it.
Mhm.
Okay, so what do you guys believe? Like on a map, where are we? If we visit
A little peninsula under the South Americas. That's pretty much where you're located when you're taking these travels to Antarctica. You're not exploring Antarctica. You are traveling to a little peninsula with a coastline where you see some penguins, and that's it.
I'm going to admit that I can't give you every detail about what it takes to explore Antarctica, but I will tell you that you have to go to Patagonia first. If you didn't know that, how are you going to tell me how many people go there and everything else?
Electric.
That's just like, it's like our stances are different.
There is
because
people that can answer
you're on the other
question
just like
with
on the
every
other side.
single
I don't know
like
what's
small detail on how we can visit the South Pole and how the Earth is actually not a flat Earth. So, like you saying that you can't explain that the Earth is flat with every single detail, that just shows that you don't
Do you
actually
know
have
what the
no answer.
conditions to visit Antarctica? Do you know what the conditions are? Do you know what requirements you need to meet?
He left. I'm pretty. I was here earlier also, and I'm pretty sure he did the exact same thing. Came in with a lot of claims, and then he just left. One of the mods, I think, said that they should pin him, so when he came in again, they should hang him up on it. You know
He
what I
tried
mean?
to give me some stats about the amount of people that go there to like research this body of land, but he didn't know what Patagonia is. So I'm just like questioning, like, I don't know.
I mean, this last 15 minutes was a shit show. It was like from he was just jumping around. He was just baiting. He was just baiting a reaction.
One-on-one. I'm not the guy to be doing this. Like, someone needs to step in. Like, don't let me take over.
I guess that was the problem. Like he had too much control of the conversation, pretty much, because he had nothing to bring on the table.
That's kind of obvious. He was twisting words.
He basically said, like, what if we went to the moon? Like, then what would you say? I was, what? How am I even supposed to try to make a decent conversation?
If we actually traveled to the moon and we stood on the moon and we saw that the Earth was as they had said, sure, we would be convinced at that point. But again, would that ever happen? No. So we're just talking shit.
Because this is something I wanted to get off my chest, and I feel like I couldn't. So he said, I'm going to point a rocket straight up, and that's going to take me to the moon. Like, how can I do that if we're on a flat Earth? And I just wanted to explain to him, like, how they explain how we got there is just a matter of, like, trajectory and coordinates that are just battling these supposed astronomical fucking winds and other things like rotation, and it's just none of it actually makes sense. And the amount of math that they try to use to explain it still doesn't make sense. It actually ends up equaling a bunch of fucking satanic numbers, which is weird, but that shit doesn't matter either. Like, I really don't care about that shit.
Also, if you observe these like rocket launches and stuff like that, most of these, if they keep the camera on the rocket, it is making this parabolic maneuver or something like that. Like it's making a large curve. It's never straight up. It's always out over some body of water.
Nothing makes sense anymore. That's our world today.
Yeah, that's true.
Trying to explain what it takes to take a rocket to the moon, it's like, okay, so if you're somewhere on the planet and the planet is rotating and it's also rotating around the solar system, but the moon is stagnant and we're in a vacuum and then we're dealing with gravity and then you have the rocket propelling, it's just like, okay, so there's some scientist or mathematician responsible for determining all this for us to, and like none of these people actually could find this, like the literal math to do this. Like it doesn't exist. It all ends up being jokes. It's just a bunch of nonsense.
I also see this common trait that they have. Like as soon as all the curvature arguments has been brought down and stuff like that, they start to give a vast amount of questions about a lot of things that no one really can give a defined answer on. You know, like how is the sun and the moon actually working? What is the sun and the moon? We don't know. Like, how big is this place? We don't know. Like, why can't we just go back and talk about the curvature? Where is it? Show me something, you know?
As soon as he said he's from Sweden, I knew he was going to be a troll. I don't think maybe there's one on here, I don't know, but like 99% of people from Sweden, they hate, they love Spain.
I will treat anybody arguing this shit very genuinely, and I'll try to be as respectful as possible. Like that's what I want to do.
To do with nationality, it's not about that. It's just about these young kids, the teenagers, are not just comprehending the arguments that well. To be honest, they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know their own model, globe model, sort of thing.
I actually have sorry.
It comes from a place of ignorance, basically. That's basically it. And when I tried to talk with him, he refused to even answer any of my questions. How things get violated by the physical laws? Nada. He claimed to have read physics. Okay, then I went through with him with the Newton's laws. He cared none. He had like zero interest in that. I was like, so what's the point then? The guy clearly just here to.
I mean, the youth today is kind of being conditioned into. I'm calling the term like TikTok brain, like trained like a dog to only remember 6 seconds at a time. If something takes longer than 6 seconds to explain, they lose interest right away.
Yeah.
Literally, all you have to do is look out your window and realize that this shit is not fucking round.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I don't agree with that.
It's okay.
Well, that
was my Sunday.
I'm not even trying to argue what I just said. It's cool you don't agree.
Yeah.
I don't know, I've been thinking about some wild shit lately.
Like
there's more to this shit. There's more to the fact that they're hiding the shape of the earth. Like there's a lot of shit that they're not telling us. This goes way beyond this shit. There's a reason they're hiding the shape. It's because there's other fucking continents. They keep remaking these fucking maps and taking fucking land off of it, changing the size of Africa, changing the size of Greenland, changing the shape of Antarctica, changing the fact that there's land in the Arctic Ocean. Like they're just totally warping what we are perceiving. And I think that there's just tons of land, tons of animals.
That actually leads me to something I wanted to ask. Have you guys gotten through like Wipes of Cosmos's work about the moon map depiction?
I've seen it, yeah.
A new map depiction already?
No, there is this a guy on YouTube, he's a Russian, I think, and he has made like extensive work on that the moon map, you know, the craters and all that stuff on the moon, that if you turn it around and you color it, it is like a screenshot of the Earth, you know, because it's being it's some X-ray from the black sun underneath the Earth, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, made by Sturgis.
There's extensive work on it, and it's very interesting.
Fuck flat earthers, fuck flat earthers, fuck flat earthers.
Fuck you.
I mean, I guess he just gets the ban later on when a mod gets around.
I'm new here, so I might be bringing up old shit for people. I don't know.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept or theory behind that moon map, but it's really hard to prove it.
I mean, we can't give a defined answer. I'm just saying, like, we most of us here, we are aware that we are living in a flat realm, and from there we can only make thought experiments about like what is the outer perimeter or what is the extent of where we are. And this guy comes up with some extensive work about how this could actually make sense, because if you colorize it and you actually look at the land masses that he's portraying, like we have the Norway-Sweden arc over the water with Denmark underneath. I'm from Denmark myself, and Africa kind of looks like it should be, and all the locations like make sense, and then he is starting to add like all the other land masses there is and start to like give them names like Lemuria and Atlantis, for example. And then there is also like all these theories about humanity resets and that there is a bigger clock than the clock we are living in, like because the moon map is like 4 to 6 times bigger than what we know our realm, like the bounds of our clock is. So every like he's saying 25 years, it makes a full rotation. So let's say here in 5,000 years, we can't live where we are because that would be frozen, but would be new habitable land, you know? And in that sense, like humanity kind of resets from time to time where all the peasants just die out.
If you type in New Zealandia, they're changing the size of New Zealand. They're saying that a side of the plate that is New Zealand is rising out of the ocean, and now they're trying to make it like 5 times as big. And they only announced Australia. I think they announced Australia to pretty much on a global scale like 300 years ago. So like that continent, like that entire area of the Earth, they're acting like, oh, we're discovering this. I feel like they erased it off the map and they're redrawing it their way right now.
Yeah.
But it was already fucking there, and they're just changing that shit. And they're taking over this land that is like, Aboriginal people, and they're killing them before we get there. And they're taking over everything before we get there. And that's just what I think is going on at this point.
Yeah, I mean, look in the live stream, voice taker. I'm gonna post a picture if I can. That's pretty much just taken from one of his videos, but then you can see what I tried to explain before.
Hey, this one guy that always left, always comes back or whatever from SAE, he was Swedish, right?
Yeah, Gadi. GH80.
Yeah. And we said Sweden is such a great country, right?
Nah, it's a shithole.
It is.
It really is.
Just posted a video, by the way.
It is now. It used to be one of the safest places to live in Europe, and now it's actually the top of the list for the least safe.
Yeah, I mean, if the police is doing this kind of stuff, then no wonder, man. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry for that country.
I mean, there was this Danish politician who is trying to get into the Swedish parliament, and he is.
Hang on,
he's very like.
Quetzalcoatl lives in Sweden.
He's very provocative. He's going around and making demonstrations where he's burning off the Quran, and the Muslims in the regions had like a 10-day rampage where they were burning off cars and trashing windows and stuff like that. And the police could do nothing about it.
If our police, sorry, ridiculous. If our police is going to do stuff like this one day in Germany, I don't know. I might gonna leave the country.
No, you just can all come to Ireland.
Yeah, I think that's one where I would at least not expect something like this, right?
Just don't go to Canada.
Oh, no.
Getting just as bad.
I don't think there is any place on the earth to hide anymore. Like, they all been infiltrated by WEF and stuff like that.
Yeah, we need to go to the wilderness.
The young political leaders has been in, like Klaus Schwab was out saying that, they have infiltrated all the cabinets.
You will eat insects and be happy.
Yeah. I mean, he's just taking out from some, like what's the evil guy in Spider-Man or whatever he's trying to fight, like from some cartoon. He's like taking out from that one-to-one.
Hey, Flatty. Good day.
Good day to you, P-Mac. How are you, buddy?
I'm
a
very
robot.
well. I'm very well. You're all right, I think. Is it sunny? Is it sunny in England? Is it get sunny here?
It's windy as fuck, man.
Oh, really?
Sunny, but windy as fuck. Yeah.
Oh, you don't mind the wind now. You don't mind the wind. It cools you down a bit, eh?
Yeah.
It's beaming here, man. This is like our one good day. We don't see this too often. Blue sky, sun shining, and I don't know, it's about 17 degrees. Holy fuck.
The one day of the year.
Yeah, the one day. To us, this is brilliant. This is massive. We're sitting in our t-shirts, The people come from South Africa and Spain or whatever. They're like, fuck, it's but chilly.
Yeah, it's a beautiful weather today here. It's nice.
We're sweating buckets. Where are you, Quetzal?
Sweden.
Oh, you're in Sweden too, right?
Yes.
Man, what happened to your country?
Why is everybody Swedish in here?
Seems alright so far. What do you mean?
Swedish convention.
How would they allow police to do such weird stuff?
Probably upside up, I would say. It's provocation.
Spinning water ball with people upside down on it.
I don't think it's done genuinely, like just because someone just had a butthurt feeling about something. These are controlled events.
The world's going to hell in a handbasket very, very quickly.
It's the end of the world.
There's gonna be more communities, no? I remember my parents, my father was telling me some time ago that back in the 70s it was very common for people to make their own communities, and that's what it seems that it's gonna be happening. I assume, no, in the future, people are gonna get together.
Spinning water ball with people upside down on it.
What?
That's what did it.
What do you guys think that happened with the passport issue for traveling? Like,
did they remove it?
Do you
I
guys
haven't heard anything.
what?
Did they remove it yet? Or?
Yeah. Like they did, no? They back. What exactly do you guys think happened? Like they back up, right? Now you don't need it anymore. So
Is it completely
what's the
gone,
deal
like
with that?
in every country, or is some countries still using that?
Dude, I was like,
I haven't
They
paid
wanted
attention
it-
to the mainstream news in a long time, man. I have to ask. That's why.
no, it's weird. It's weird. It's
Listening to
weird.
that crap.
No, so like, all of a sudden they were gonna put it. You weren't gonna be able. I mean, I remember that I wasn't even able to have a coffee.
Well, no, I'm aware of the
without the-
agenda they were pushing. I wasn't aware that they completely what do you call it?
Yeah.
Dropped
No,
the whole thing.
I don't know if they dropped the whole thing yet,
Oh, yeah.
but
But in your country, have they dropped it?
Or
Or
you need if you're coming on a plane, Yeah, you need to meet certain requirements.
Okay.
You don't need a passport though. You don't need a.
Are you a student of?
Yeah, I'm aware.
Are you educated or some or what's your education? Just curious.
What, mine?
No, Quetzalcoatl. That weird name.
Quetzalcoatl.
Why are you back, Gary? If you're just gonna
Quetzalcoatl.
troll and yell at us.
No. I'm not trolling. Like seriously, I ask simple questions and I never get an answer. Like
You
for
just
example,
came in here and saying, "Fuck you, flat earthers."
No. What?
Yeah.
No, I just asked Quetzal.
You had an aha, I got you.
I just asked
How
what
indoctrinated
education
are
he
you?
has.
He had an epiphany moment there.
Welcome back.
So Gadi,
You're back.
Gadi, what have you learned so far about Flat Earth? What have you learned so far? What have you understood what we are claiming?
To be very honest, I've understood the main thing I got from you guys is that you want to get involved in something together. So that's one thing. And the other thing is
you didn't listen one thing. You can't remember one thing someone told you in the past conversations you
I've
had.
learned so much. Like no, I'm not even joking. I've learned so much.
Yeah, then tell me one thing. Tell me one thing.
Believe in.
Tell me one argument we always say.
First thing is I never knew that you guys believed in that we live in a globe and
There
that
is
we
no
can't
globe.
leave
There
Earth.
is no globe.
First of all, someone clarified we do not believe. That's already something you forgot, probably.
Exactly, but I'm saying what you believe because I don't believe in this.
I think.
Listen, you with the globe model, with the heliocentric model, you have a belief.
In the globe model, exactly.
You do not have measurements.
Okay, and do you have measurements of the maps that you have?
Yes, I have.
So can you please tell me from start to end?
No, don't tell him.
That's not how this works.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Elijah. Welcome.
Elijah.
That's what I mean when I say.
Listen to Elijah now. He's going to clarify for you.
When I say I'm not getting any answers,
listen to what I'm saying. I'm going to mute you so you can get the answers you want.
No, I mean my question.
Or you can just mute yourself. I'm definitely going to mute you, bro. I'm 100% going to do that. So you can chill out or get muted. Okay. So the problem is people don't understand that there's a difference between straight and not straight. Now that's not something to be argued about. That's just something you realize on experience. The bottom line is we've measured it to the point where we know that it's not a globe. I don't know what's so hard about that. Because if it's not a globe, then it's just as we all expect it to be. Horizontal is horizontal, regardless of our perception of, or our limited perception of reality. Okay, so we can't see forever. Okay, so we can't see the whole plane. But what we are seeing, the portion of it that we are seeing, is level.
It's flat, yeah.
That's it. So the question was, well, does level mean level around the ball? And the answer to that is no, because it doesn't measure to be a ball, which means then it just is level.
Thank you, Elijah. Yeah, but my question was for Quetzalcoatl, and I asked what education he has.
Yeah, he doesn't really talk often.
But who really? Who really cares? If you were talking to, I mean, there's PhDs here. There's people who finished their masters. So what? Because whenever, because that doesn't really matter. Because the moment they say, yeah, I have this and this and this and this, what's up? People go, well, I don't know how you got your education then, because you're a flat earther. So
can I talk?
It doesn't even really matter.
Can I talk?
Maybe not. I don't. It depends.
Okay. Because when I had a conversation with I don't remember his name.
Didn't
the guy
Gospel
I
Bear
just
tell
asked,
you?
the
Didn't
guy
Gospel Bear tell
the
you
guy I
that he
asked
had
for.
a lengthy education? Didn't he
No,
tell
the
you?
guy I asked
What?
for it, he told me that I'm lying. I said I'm studying physics, so he asked me what my education is. So I can't even ask the same question. And you just said that people have PhDs in here, okay? Can you refer to anyone that has a PhD in here, please?
Where doesn't Indio have one? Perhaps I don't know people's business personally. I just know they pass through here all the time.
Okay, because I don't believe anyone has a PhD in here. I really
Okay,
don't.
you
You
can
can't have a PhD and
you can
be a flat earther. That's like complete BS.
well didn't I just say that didn't I just say that that's how you feel? All you did is repeat back to me exactly the reasoning I told you, and then I also critiqued the reasoning as broken, and you still said it anyway.
If you're so worried about people having PhDs, why are you in a Discord and not in a college classroom? If you're going to be like gloating about having a PhD.
And second of all, Dr. John D has a PhD. What now?
I just had an exam like 1 hour ago, by the way.
But Dr. John, PhD, is a flat earther, and he's in the server. So you saying no one with a PhD can actually be a flat earther? Look up Dr. John D, PhD, on YouTube. He has a YouTube channel. You can reach out to him. You can talk to him. We can reach out to him and bring him here.
I pity the person that
But
stops
ultimately,
learning.
that's a waste of
what does it matter?
You act like the moment you leave college, you're never going to learn anything ever again. I pity you if that's how you feel.
So at the end of the day, what does it matter? Absolutely nothing.
It doesn't matter if you have a PhD. You could use your own fucking science. If you know how to do an experiment, then do that. Why do you need
science
and pay $100,000 for someone to tell you now you know how to do the experiment? That's stupid.
But we're talking about measurement. None of this has to do with the experiment at all, which is the silly part. Which is like, I mean, it's like so absurd that we talk about science around a subject that only deals with measurement. That's as crazy as it gets. You think you would need a PhD in philosophy to figure out how to use a ruler? Shock horror. I bet you that's exactly what people who've been indoctrinated with
astronomy, like in high school, like I pretty much learned enough about astronomy where it's like, yeah, what's hard to get, bro? Like, what do you think I'm missing? Like, what don't I understand that you came here to enlighten me today about your heliocentric model? Like, for real, you're bringing me some regurgitated nonsense. Let's hear what I learned in high school. Let's go.
Hello guys, how are you? Yeah. I totally respect your opinions, guys. I mean, it's just I don't really agree with it. You get me? And don't get me wrong. Like,
what do you disagree with? I mean, because
the idea that, well, just like Electric said that we can do our own experiments. Like, first of all, where do you start? Like,
so you didn't hear what I just said about measurement? Because the experiment has nothing. So that doesn't matter, right?
Guys, in your own logic, measurements wouldn't even matter at that point.
No, I'm telling you that measurement does matter. You can't be telling me that I'm telling you that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, in your logic,
astrophysics and astronomy and these astronomical sizes to these fucking suns and galaxies that you really don't even have the time to try to get a PhD in. Who has a career making money fucking studying 10 years fucking the size of galaxies and shit? Where are these people? Point to them. Find them, dude, and bring them here.
Bro, like, yeah, I can tell in every single not even universities, in every, do you know the what do you call in Geneva, the particle destroyer, the particle, two particles smash into each other. You're telling me all of these people that work here, engineers, theory physicists, practical physicists, These are all with PhD
Yeah, I
and
hear you.
education.
They
for
just-
10 years more, and you were saying that these guys are wrong, and you're right.
Man, they
That is just some
they're
bold
just gonna-
statements you're making.
they're just
What does it have to do with the shape of the Earth?
They
What you just mentioned.
One
Are you
second.
fucking stupid.
1 second. They just gonna sound exactly like you. That's what it's up with them.
Copyright because
There's people with over 40 fucking years of education. I can
Again,
name,
what does
like,
it have to do with the shape
everyone
of the
knows,
Earth?
Everyone knows legends like Einstein.
We can send you
One at a fucking time.
Well,
Listen, Gali, we can send you a video of a famous astronomical I don't know professor or no it's a
I know what you're gonna say. I know what you're gonna say. He's a famous astronomer who believed the Earth was flat.
No, listen. And she had a conversation.
No emotions.
With a flat earther.
Bro, it's only a
Listen.
discussion.
Man, I can't finish my sentence.
Finish it then.
And she had a conversation with a flat earther without knowing, and at the end, she only stick to her belief and disregarded obvious reality, just like you do. Okay, and that's one of the most renowned person regarding astronomical whatever they profess. You know.
She's a theoretical physicist.
And you can listen to that
She came up. Yeah, this woman, she came up with the constructor theory.
I'm wondering if Galad has addressed the question he was asked about 10 minutes ago. What have you learned about the flat Earth topic?
That's complete bullshit.
Yeah, your friend speaking for you now, boy?
Yeah, that's what Google tells you.
Who you call him boy?
Yeah, young boys.
Like, guys,
So-
does someone here even have...
The problem is
like,
you have opinions. I haven't heard any valid counter argument against anything we have presented here so far.
Quetzal, we asked you a question. What's your education? And you stayed quiet the whole time.
No, you're here to troll,
that's-
so fuck off, okay?
I'm not here to troll.
asking
You
what
represent nothing. You represent nothing.
Dude, asking what
We were
someone's
presenting
education is the
everything.
same
You're
thing as
You're
it's
just
asking.
Okay,
listen,
guys,
Gadi,
listen.
Gadi,
One at a
listen.
time. One at a time. One at a time.
Listen, if you ask someone what education he has, you might as well just ask what is the same repetitive information that someone 20 years before you has already learned the same way. It's called programming. It has nothing to do with learning.
The reason why
You
I'm asking-
will not learn anything when you go into university which will lead you to the things that you learn here, okay? You will not learn it because it's a
Honestly,
programming to make you a good slave.
That you would need to have.
Clay, I want to answer what you just said.
The same
You're
thing they're going
basically
to tell you.
disrespecting people that have put so much time and effort, okay, to make our world so much better.
Holy fuck, I can't wait till I'm gold and I have mod fucking abilities to mute people and fucking kick people into cogdis and everything.
That's why you're not
You
mod.
still
That's why
haven't
you're not
answered the
mod, because you're a
fucking
dictator.
question.
You're a dictator.
What have you fucking learned about the flat earth topic? Nothing.
We said nothing. I said
Flatman, why are you being disrespectful, bro? We're having a discussion.
Yeah.
No,
We're
this isn't a
listening.
discussion. People are talking over each other.
Yeah, I know, and I said one at a time. Like, just chill. I am listening. I am trying to answer the you see, you're talking over me again. Like, there's no point. Okay.
You're not Gaddy. Stop. Mic check. Mic check.
Yeah, we hear you. I think you're cutting out.
Okay,
delay there,
great.
but yeah.
Yeah, Gaddy.
Yes, I'm here.
People's education is nothing to do with the subject, okay?
Yeah, no.
Stop appealing to some kind of authority. No.
Continue.
We're here to talk about flat Earth. Yeah. I'm not letting you gish gallop all over the place, running the show, thinking you're going to fucking ask whatever question you want to ask. Stop. Answer Flatman Can's question. What have you learned about flat Earth since you've been here?
I just told you. But if you would listen, you would know the answer.
You said, you said it's bullshit.
Yes, exactly.
So why don't you just fuck off out of the server? Because you're not here.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. I can't hear. You're breaking up.
Just fucking trolling from now.
You're breaking up. I couldn't hear
So
you.
be respectful, please.
What? Me being respectful? Did you just hear what Flatman said? He was just saying that he wish he had the mod because he would abuse the power. Like, you literally have people on the server.
I said
trying
nothing
to abuse
about
power.
abusing, motherfucker. I said I'd be muting and sending people to COG Disc because everyone's
he's just
talking over
proving
each
my
other.
point.
You're not answering
You are
the
just
fucking
proving
question
my
that was
point.
asked to you.
Like, motherfucker, like that's the lowest point you can get. When you just say stuff like that, that is disrespectful, really.
Scotty,
Like,
the
you're
flat
better
Earth.
than-
Do you have any proof?
Do I have any proof of flat Earth?
Of the globe.
What is this question?
Of the globe that you think you're on.
We had the discussion before, and you
Then
guys.
why are you here?
I'm here because I'd love talking to you people.
I'd love to disprove things in the heliocentric model. Why not? Let's do that.
I enjoy discussing things with you guys because, like,
Let's disprove
you know,
the heliocentric model. That's easy. How about
I'm getting. You're talking over me again. You know what? Just screw this.
what's
You
wrong?
people clearly can't debate. You're just fighting.
You're just talking about people talking. Like, say something. Present an argument.
So the thing is, he has already heard enough, but his cognitive dissonance tries to come out with reasons to why. First of all, it's impossible to have a conversation, even though he had a lot of conversations where he was specifically asked the question, but he himself answered it in the most disrespectful, retarded way that is possible, because he just, in this case, he just, used our time, which was invested in trying to give him just certain arguments to understand what we're claiming, and you just answer bullshit, and then you're like, oh, why are people so mad at me? Huh, why they're so mad? Because there are people who invested time already in you, and you're not capable of answering one simple question by what you have learned so far about flat Earth, and you're just saying, oh, I believe it's bullshit. And then you're like, oh, why is everyone so mad? Why?
Feelings, bro.
No, you are the one who's butthurt, because you know your religion is fragile, it's inconsistent, makes no sense. You probably don't even know if it's a blade, or if it's a ellipsoid, or if it's
talking about religion.
a pear shaped what you're living on. You have no clue, man. You have been mentally abused through your educational system, and that's why you're not capable of learning anything outside of that walls that you have built, because you're so proud of it. So you're so full of pride.
Hold on, can we stop talking about like this person's this wrong? Because talk about like why like this actual model that he's defending.
He can't answer questions. That was a simple question.
No, slow down. Let's just slow down and let him say something.
Yeah, he will never answer a question, unfortunately.
No, just stop saying what he's gonna say and let him say something.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
Like, is he still here even? Like, why are we even talking about him if he's not here anymore?
He's still there. He's just stopped talking.
Well, I wanted to say to bro, like, the one thing, like, I'm gonna tell him right now, like, if y'all gonna let me monologue for like at least like 45 seconds. I was in his same boat, like literally wondering like why people thought they could say they had an opinion on this stuff if they didn't take college courses, because I was full blown. Like, my mom was spending money sending me to science camp because I wanted to know so much about the solar system and planets and everything. I was fully invested in learning all of this astronomy type shit. Like, all the way until like literally my brother in 2016 presented the idea of flat Earth to me, and that's what led me to where I am. This is where the real experiments started. All that astronomy shit is just regurgitation. You literally have to go to someone else's account. You're not able to do these experiments they say they're doing on your own. Like, they say they got more power for telescopes than you. They're able to take better pictures than you. They have higher resolution cameras than you. They could take this rocket farther than you. So no matter what you do, as a fucking PhD in astronomy or whatever the fuck you think your college course is telling you, you are fucking depending on the word of
Yeah,
someone
you might as well stop talking to him
Period.
because he just muted so he can't hear it.
Yeah.
But you made a valuable point, Electric. You made a valuable point. I was listening to what you were saying, and it was well said, because they have you in this beliefs of the heliocentric model. Most people don't even understand the heliocentric model that they think they believe. I was having a conversation with a buddy of mine last night. And he doesn't fully believe in what little he does understand in the heliocentric model, but he will not consider flat Earth. He was like, the Earth's not. I don't believe in flat Earth, but then he agreed to some of the points that I made. Where
you can visit observatories. Like there's like very high elevation areas where they will have a telescope in like random mountains, like Appalachian Mountains, the Colorado Rockies. Like they have observatories, and every observatory will tell you that they can't see shit. That they're looking at flicks of light. It's
right.
what it is.
I had a conversation with another buddy on PlayStation. And he sent me a picture of Mars, and I said, "You've never seen that. You've never looked into the night sky with a telescope or gone to an observatory and seen that." And I said, "I'm going to call you a liar and call you on your cognitive."
The way they determine the size of these planetary bodies that they say they're seeing is that they're saying they're watching light pass behind it, so it becomes a shadow. So they're watching like flicks of light become dark, and however long it's dark and then it reappears, this is how they're able to say how big something is and how far away it is.
Everything you just said about what this science is, none of it can be proven. Therefore, it's based
this
on
is all
faith.
just nonsense. Like this
Right,
is
let me finish because I listened to you talking. I'm sorry, but you keep interrupting me. The point you made was really good about how you said you have to go to these universities and get these degrees, and you have to regurgitate information, disinformation that other people who came before you have presented. You can conduct none of these experiments on your own. You can reproduce none of these theories as fact. So what they believe in is based on faith. Faith, by definition, is belief in something that cannot be proven. And that's why that makes the heliocentric model a religion. Because it literally cannot be proven. Math is an exact science. Okay, there's no room for error in it. And all circles follow the same formula, like no matter how big or how small, to determine the curvature. And so we know the surface of the Earth based on what NASA lies have said is 27,000 miles. So that means you should be able to measure that curvature in the very short distance at 8 inches per mile squared. And that cannot be produced anywhere. You literally could find that on your own, on the ground, yourself with simple experiments. And nobody has ever been able to prove or produce that curvature anywhere in the Earth. And for me, that's all I ever needed. That and the understanding that water contained will only spread and rise to its level. And we know the surface that we live on is 80% carbon and water. If you understand basic geometry and shapes, then you understand that there is no part of a sphere that's level. And 80% of the Earth is level surface water. It's not curved surface water, it's level. You cannot measure that curvature in any body of water anywhere in the world, period. And I make this argument to people who believe blindly in the heliocentric model, and I start with that first because I feel like that's the simplest thing that everybody should be able to relate to, is their understanding of the way water works. And the cognitive dissonance is amazing. And how I came into Flat Earth was when I was in an Xbox party, and a guy came in there and started talking about Flat Earth. First I thought he was joking, didn't realize he was serious. Then I berated him, I cussed him out, I got angry because I thought he was stupid. And I felt threatened because I had never considered the possibility that my whole education structure and all these things was a lie, and what that would mean. It's like somebody pulling the rug out from under you. And so he asked me a question about water. And I'm logical. I'm not stupid, but I've been lied to since I was a child, And when he asked me that question, he had my ass dead to rights, and I had to stop talking. And I said, you know what? I got offline to prove the heliocentric model because that's what he asked me to do. not just regurgitate what I thought I remember from school, but to prove it and to reconcile how the earth is covered in level water. I knew level water was level. I just never gave any thought to how you can't reconcile that with a curved earth. So I had to get offline, and I meant to come back within like an hour. I mean, I went straight to Google, and it opened the door to a rabbit hole. I didn't come back to talk to him for 8 months, because for 8 months I went down a rabbit hole to prove the heliocentric model. And all I achieved in doing that was becoming, for more or less a better word, a flat earther. And the first thing I did was seek him out and apologize to him.
Wow, that's a cool story. I like that story.
Yeah, yeah. But anyway, I'm done. I'm sorry. But go continue. I just wanted to give you, kudos on what you were saying, because this is a religion. It's like believing in Santa Claus. The heliocentric model is literally like believing in Santa Claus.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the globe model as like, okay, so the water is curving as it's being attached to the earth, or we could look at it as every like mountain range and rift and continental plates that are like perpendicular, that's containing water, that we're sitting on like some kind of like wild shaped polyhedron, concave and outer cave. Like, it makes no sense. Like, whatever. Everything about helios, there's always just a weird explanation for something that just contradicts the model. It's always like, because
that gravity shit is what they use
we have
the gravity
black holes. That's why.
Yeah, that gravity shit is the one that is the killer.
Explaining heliocentrism.
Gravity is what it's the straw man that people jump to, and they don't even understand the theory of gravity. And the biggest hypocrisy in gravity is if gravity is applied to all things, and that's what's holding this water down, curved, pressed onto the earth, how can anything else move under the weight of gravity? Our butterflies getting off the ground, and airplanes, helium balloons getting off the ground, that doesn't even make any sense. What makes sense is buoyancy. Things that are heavier than air will fall, and things that are lighter than air will float. Not gravity.
I'd like to tell you something. Like, when I was younger, I had a big obsession with wanting to invent a better form of transportation, because I was like, in my theory, like, cars are just as dangerous as guns. Like, they got us inside of the gun, they got us outside the gun, they got us holding the gun, they got the gun held to us. Like, literally, like, everything is just a weapon. So I was like trying to figure out, like, why are we dependent on something as stupid as like 4 wheels and a clunk of metal? And I would obsess over, like, how is there a way to just defy like all these laws that are binding us to be stagnant? Like, gravity's pulling us down, and then we're rotating around. Like, why can't we take advantage of the rotation of the globe? Why can't we take advantage of the massive winds in the galaxy? Like, why can't we take advantage of the sun? Like, how come we're not harnessing energy from the sun? How come we're not harnessing the energy of the Earth's rotation to propel us? And like, I would literally theorize all these fucking types of weird vehicles and shit that would use gravitational pull, use magnetism, use the mass of the Earth and density, and all these ways to propel and perpetuate motion. And it comes down to it, like, there's literally no reason to try to do that, because there's no fucking giant spinning rock that we're on. It literally makes no sense to try to make something like that. It's better off to just roll on 4 wheels, because the Earth is fucking flat. And it's just as simple as that. I don't know what else to say right
now. It's exhausting and isolating to like realize this, and then just wade amongst a sea of people who are hopelessly programmed, dependent on that program, who will fight to keep the program, who are not interested in making sense of the logic. These are people who just deny their own common sense and sensibilities. Like, it's really amazing to see just how stunted people are. Just thought process wise, they are incapable of independent thought, because they've been programmed so long. And I was talking to a buddy of mine, and he doesn't understand the heliocentric model. He believes it, but he doesn't understand it. Yet then when I started taking on certain points, he agreed with me. I said, well, then you don't believe in the heliocentric model. You obviously don't even understand it. You know what I mean? I mean, the way they've got it you know, I couldn't even keep up with it in school to beyond a certain point because it's like, damn, I need a degree in quantum physics to understand this shit and do the math on it. Like, so I'm just like, hey, I'll just take their word for it. I got the gist of it, you know? And that's
Like the way
the
I
understanding that most people are under who believe in the heliocentric model, to be
the way I
honest.
came to flat Earth and really trying to like break this down for myself is I was trying to break down, okay, we're on a spinning ball. We're spinning around the sun. That's what they tell us. We're moving around a supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy. So we're just like an arm on a spiral. This is me like 5 years ago, by the way. Like, this is just how I used to think. I'm literally going into my memory. Because me trying to break down these models in my head and like, so like we're spinning on a ball, spinning around the sun. Also, we're wobbling. Okay, we're wobbling on an axis, and then we're also we're not rotating around a supermassive black hole, but we're kind of like we're at a sweet spot, like right outside the event horizon, apparently, where we don't move, where we're just kind of drifting like around a supermassive, and that supermassive black hole is in a web of other gigantic supermassive black holes, and those are apparently causing like the vacuum of space, which is causing like expansion and contraction in like all these different pockets of whatever the fuck they explain is like antimatter and matter itself. So with all these concepts, I'm like trying to break down how fast.
Yo, hello guys.
Yo, am I done? What's up?
That's the guy that was on mute. But you know something, Electric? You just said all of that shit. When I was in school and I had to learn, and I was always fascinated with space, couldn't wait to get my earth science books and all that. When our teacher started going over the heliocentric model, I just remember thinking, that shit doesn't make any sense. But I accepted it because it's coming from a teacher. And the way school is structured is you're not supposed to question the teacher. The teacher questions you to make sure you have retained the information that has just been presented. Then they're going to test you on it at some point. When you have too many questions, then you're shushed. You know what I mean? Because I remember having all kind of questions about the heliocentric model explained, because before it was explained to me, I had questions were like, how come the water, how's the water staying on, and then like the people on the sides of the world and the bottom, you know, and then finally it's like, you know what, the teacher just wouldn't take any more questions, you know what I mean? It was like, just retain what I'm telling you because you're going to be tested on it. That's how school works.
Those kinds of questions.
That's why Congress,
you're not doing the work now. Now you're just.
That's why Congress was so upset with the traction we were gaining sharing this information. Google and YouTube is full of retarded ass, useless ass information, full of shit that we know that's not true, that millions of people are in on, like Santa Claus and Christmas. All that shit's a hoax. It's not true. No one's trying to stop that and stop the disinformation of that. You know what I mean? But they actually went to Congress and had bills passed to suppress and censor us sharing this information. Why? Because it challenges the cabal matrix program infrastructure. These children were in schools challenging their teachers with this information, and they could not respond to it because these teachers don't even understand the heliocentric model that they're teaching. All they understand is how to parrot information that has been presented to them that's in these textbooks that they have the teachers' editions to. You know what I mean? Because nobody's in outer space doing this work that NASA's purporting to be doing. We're paying taxes to an infinite black hole budget while they just make movies in Area 51 like Star Trek. And it's disgusting. And it's really just sad how many people believe that we can destroy the one place that is our home that we can't get out of, that we can't live outside of, because they're selling you some pipe dream that in another 50 years we can just set up shop on Mars. That's complete and utter bullshit. And it's crazy to me that people believe in that shit. Like, it's so, the cognitive dissonance is just so staggering that people even think that shit is possible. The disconnect that people have with their own common sense and sensibilities is staggering.
Yeah, you know what's crazy is I feel like this is what they do. Like, I tried to say this earlier. I was talking to somebody about how they get people to believe the lies by sprinkling it with the truth. And I think
Yeah.
they named these planets like they named them after these ancient celestial, like cosmological traditional stories. Like they get these words from like the etymology of like ancient shit. Like the word Jupiter comes from something, the word Saturn comes from something. And they slap these names on the they used to call them the luminaries. These people, like 500 years ago, they believed there was only 7 planets, that Earth was the stationary plane under it, and that there was 2 pillars holding up the sky at both ends of the span, and that we were actually like within a fucking like almost like these people portrayed it as like a bubble, and that we were like on a chessboard in a bubble, and that there was pillars holding up the fucking luminaries. And there's like images of this like all through, like you could literally look this shit up, but they make it hard. This is the kind of stuff that they don't want you to just easily access, because if it was, it would just be in your history book. They would be telling you about it.
Well, you know what's crazy?
Can I just say something about?
Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
Basically, they are telling you something.
Yeah.
Because if you paid attention to your Greek and Roman history, you will find that all the luminaries are named after Greek and Roman gods.
Here we go. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
The Greek and Roman gods ruled over a flat stationary plane.
Sorry, but that's not entirely true. The Greeks and the Romans got that information from African rulers, because before Egypt, hold on, let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. I just took a moment to interject, because all those people studied in Kemet, because Kemet was Kemet before it was Egypt, and the Dogons knew about stars Sirius A and B, and that's documented long before the Romans knew about it. So I'm just saying you're purporting something
I'm adding you
as fact, and you're giving credit to the Romans.
No, what
I'm saying to the Greeks, and I'm just saying
what I am saying,
it's not actual factual.
No, what I am saying is that they gave the names of the deities to the planets. I'm not saying anything about stars or whatever. I'm saying that their religious belief of their polytheistic or their pantheon of gods was based on a flat earth cosmology. And they gave the luminaries the names of their gods.
Well, all cultures have different names for the luminaries and their understanding of the celestial model. I mean, if you look at the Mayans, the Incas, the Egyptians, the Hindus, they all had an understanding of the celestial flat Earth, the flat Earth model, and how it relates to the celestial cosmology. And I actually came in here last night to ask a question about the Sheol and the Inca model. I don't know if somebody has a picture of it. But like, are you familiar with what the Sheol is? Because it's like, and I always wondered what that was. The Sheol. It's
before. I feel
if
like
someone could put a picture of it in the chat, if you know what I'm talking about. The Sheol. If you look at I think it's like in the Inca model. It's a dome model that shows Earth under a dome. The Earth is like on pillars, and it's circular in the reference, like a plate with a dome over it, and the Sheol is like this dark body that's in the center. And I always wonder, like, what is the Sheol supposed to be? Well, I saw this. I put a video on the chat earlier, and it's an 8-hour long video, and I highly recommend it for people who are new to the topic, because it's got 8 hours of a lot of information that one guy just compiled together. If you're like looking for information on a lot of stuff to do with flat Earth and then the cabal programming and all this other stuff. Whereas when I first looked into this like 6 years ago, it took me 8 months to gather and find and collate all that information. He's kind of put it all together because YouTube is suppressing the stuff and taking it down left and right. So I'm trying to find a picture of the Sheol picture that I'm talking about, the Inca flat Earth model. Well, there, if you look in that video at some point, it's called "What Happened Is in the Earth." What in the world happened with the Earth is the name of the video. I'll put the link in the chat again. But if you look at the
I got
pictures,
you right now. I got the picture.
You got it? Can you put it in there?
Yeah, I got it.
In the chat. Well, the Sheol, he shows a video because I love, National Geographics. Well, they were in the ocean out the Gulf of Mexico in like a submarine. And they had discovered something that they had never seen before at the floor of the ocean floor. They found a beach down there, and they found another body of water down there, and they could actually see the waves lapping on the beach the way you would at the surface, right? But the body was way dark. So they were like, "There's a lake in this ocean." So they decided that they would try to descend into it, and they couldn't because they bounced off of it. Because whatever it is, like, okay, see, that's what I'm talking about. That's similar, but that's not the one that they show in the video. Someone posted that picture, but yeah, it's similar. But that one doesn't show the Sheol. I'm trying to find it here. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. I think that they found the Sheol in the flat Earth model. This is what it kind of looks like, and I was just wondering if anybody had any thoughts on that. Like there.
I just put a picture.
Okay,
in that
that's
live
what I
stream
thought
text.
you were talking about.
I wonder, is that what you're talking about? I put a picture.
Yeah, I just posted it. Am I posting in the right chat? Did you see the picture I posted there?
Yes, live stream voice text.
Yeah, it's pretty
Is that
much
the right one?
Oh,
okay.
This one that you posted, conspiracy. That's the Hebrew biblical cosmos.
Yep.
Right. I'm just talking about that dark body that's below the surface and the great deep. I think that's what they found because they couldn't submerge into it and it was darker. And I was just wondering if anybody has any information on what the Sheol is, because obviously there are things underneath the earth and in the ocean surface that are not
I thought it was just our oil.
Okay, oil. Okay, then oil. That makes sense too.
Yeah,
well, in the cosmic paradigm that the Bible teaches,
and things that were alive, it's supposed to be decomposed like plant life. I'm pretty sure.
Well,
she's referring to the underwater clip where they were deep exploring and it became more dense and they couldn't go into this underwater lake.
That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
They were bouncing off of it, dude.
They couldn't submerge in it.
I guess they don't know why, other than more dense. And I think what you may be asking about Sheol itself would refer to the underworld, hell, and or the afterlife where you would go if you haven't walked in the way.
Or just a really dark ooze that's responsible for all life itself.
Well, no.
I'm just referring to like in that image of the Hebrew cosmology and whatnot. That's how they see it, right? Sheol is where you will go if you didn't walk right.
Yes, Sheol in the Bible is known as the abyss. It has multiple senses. It's used in the sense of the grave, where all the dead go. Right? You die, your body goes to the earth. Simple. And the other sense that it is used in is the abyss or the bottomless pit. There's very little information given about this area of the cosmos, but it is beneath the foundations of the earth, so it's inaccessible. And that's where the rebellious spirits, the fallen angels, fallen watchers, were imprisoned for several millennia, several generations. So it's a very, 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 very deep area of the cosmos, very low beneath the foundations of the earth.
This video here, I think this is it reloaded. Like every time I find this video, someone else has to re-upload it because they keep taking it down. But I think this is the one that has a lot of information on flat Earth, debunking heliocentric model, the cabal bullshit programming matrix model. It's like a really condensed like information, a collation of like a bunch of information. But every time I find it, it's like someone else has to re-upload it. I've started saving stuff to my hard drive because the censorship and the suppression on YouTube is just gone crazy. You're just not free to talk about these things anymore.
Are you talking about that second one you posted, the 8-hour one?
Yeah, I posted a different one earlier, but when I went back to the algorithm to search it, I couldn't pull that one up in my algorithm search. This is the one I could pull up, and it's by a different one. Someone else posted this one.
On that later, I'm going to check that out. That's the one you said has a lot about the cabal.
It has that one has a lot of information. I haven't had a chance to watch this one but I just kind of skimmed through and played. It sounded like it's exactly the same one I had earlier because I watched the whole 8-hour thing. Nice. Just to vet it, to make sure before I shared it that it wasn't like clickbait, because what YouTube is doing now is if you're someone new to this topic and you want to go in here search flat earth, the first several pages stuff you get is not going to be about flat earth. It's going to look like it is, but when you click on it, it's just going to be videos making fun of people who believe in flat earth and just like insulting you. You know what I mean? But it's going to be titled like all proof that flat earth exists and stuff like that. So I try to find stuff and just have it ready to easily give to people that I can share it. But it's getting harder and harder to bookmark this stuff online because they keep taking it down and people have to re-upload it from different channels.
I'm definitely going to check that out. And I think back to your other question. So I think the two things between that brine pool and Sheol itself, or Sheol, however you want, I'm not sure if I'm getting that right, would be two different things. One is we're up against it, we're pushing against it, and the other is supernatural and or biblical, right?
Okay. What's amazing to me is like people cannot conceive of the possibility of there being an end to the earth, right? And I liken it to us being like in an aquarium of some sort. It's obviously we're in some intelligently designed enclosed system that we can't get out of, much like fish who are in an aquarium, right? And this is how I kind of explain this to people when other people were having a conversation. Like, do you think fish could ever conceive of being inside an aquarium that's inside a room, that's inside a building, that's on a street, that's in a neighborhood, that's in a city, that's in a state, that's in a country, that's on a continent? Like, do you see how it just keeps getting,
Yeah. Well, they don't have an
fish
intellect.
can't conceive of that, right?
They don't. They don't have an
so you
intellect. So they
can't
don't
conceive of anything outside of this centric model, right? That you can't be in an intelligently designed,
No, we can't conceive of it.
ecosystem that you can't get out of, just like these fish can't get out of this aquarium.
No, we can't
and you know how well, we can, but I'm like people who believe in it, the heliocentric model. I'm just trying to have them trying to open their minds to the possibility of something you can't conceive of, and giving you a comparative example that these fish, they live inside this tank. That's their whole world. They don't think of anything outside of it. They don't think there is anything outside of it.
I love that analogy. The
That's why I
Glober
just try
is
to
the
give that
fish.
analogy.
That's awesome.
Some things are true whether you believe them or not. There's a whole world. And so this tank is up on 4 pillars. It's just an intelligently designed ecosystem for these fish to live in. That they're not supposed to get out of it. That they'll die outside of it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So people, I think, can't conceive of the fact that the earth isn't just this thing that you just go around in circles that has no point, that's made out of something random, and that you're insignificant, that you're the result of nothing blowing up and just the random chaos. There's nothing random about this. The sun and the moon are obviously mechanical. They get up in the sky and do the same shit that they've been doing since the beginning of time. That's mechanical. That's not random. Fragments from an explosion don't dance around in clockwork unison for eternity. You know what I mean?
Well, the thing is that we can conceive of it, and so can the globalists. It's just that it's not that they can't conceive of the information that's being told to them. They can't. It's not like they can't conceive of the truth. They can.
Yeah, a globalist or a heliocentric model defender person would have to argue that like all the stars that are exploding are intelligently like clustering themselves into these like solar system models. That's the argument, which is just
explosions are chaos, and not to mention that zero is absolute. Nothing can't blow up and do shit else. And then when I think of like God, like people who are atheists to me are funny because like I was like, how can you not believe in creation and intelligence? I mean, you're surrounded by it, right? So I always ask people this question.
You are one.
I ask people this question. Do you okay, if however many numbers we're at right now for the human population, 7 billion, whatever it is, mathematically, what's the first number of 7 billion? What's the first number of 7 billion? Can someone answer that for me? 1. Right? 1. So if the first person on Earth, let's get down to 1, because now we have to get down to the first person on Earth. There had to be 1. We couldn't have got to 7 billion without having the first person on Earth. So that means whoever came first, obviously, had to be created. And there's no way you evolve from an amoeba to a human being, because no human being cannot be a baby first. And you cannot be a baby without coming through a woman unless you obviously have been created. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? So that means the
can be an adult without being a baby. That's what the first man and woman were.
Right, by creation. That's where I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
So that means the first person had to either be created and raised up from being a baby, or the first person was created as a fully formed adult. I mean, if I were a god and I was creating the first person, I would have probably done it at a cellular level first and grew it into a baby and then nurtured it until it was sexually mature enough to reproduce. That's my thinking of probably how God did it. Or God, being God, the God that he is, may have created the person as a fully formed adult for the first person. I don't know. But what my point is, the first person wasn't the result of sexual reproduction. It obviously is creation. Obviously, we are surrounded by something that intelligently designed this place and everything in it, and it had to have come from creation. You know what I mean?
But
that's all I'm saying.
How would you get globers to go into that mindset from a globe perspective? So they first have to measure their globe. Once they measured the Earth and found out it was not a globe, then only then can they open up to other questions. Because for all they know and care about, their education is correct.
Right.
So you got to bring them back to simple. Hey, do you see that horizon over there? How far is it? How far would that be on a globe model? And they will look at you strange. And then you say, yeah, Earth is a certain size, right? And only after they get that part, they can open up their minds. Otherwise, they're not open to it, or it becomes a blind faith religion. And you don't want people with blind faith religion, because once that is overtaken, you will end up in the same situation you are in now, with people being educated, blind faith in science.
Well, when you attempt to get the globalists to realize the fact that life, the origin of life, is the creation from a personal supreme being, the creator, the God, the way I do it is, number one, even with their cosmic paradigm, a personal supreme being, whom is the creator, the originator of life, is still necessary for the origin of life, even in their cosmic paradigm. So whether they have a globe or not, such a being is necessary for the origin of life.
They are fully comfortable in believing they come from a rock.
Fully comfortable. And they technically do. They do come from dirt.
They don't care about it because they have no contradiction in it.
Yeah. Well, they believe they have no contradiction. They believe, and they're right to believe that they came from the earth, which we did, but the earth is not the one that created them.
No, but you have to first show them that the earth they believe in is not true for them to be able to question other things.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with that, because I always believed in God and creation. I just didn't, and I initially, before I started school, assumed the earth was not moving and only the sun and the moon were moving. My parents never talked to me about the heliocentric model. You know, I didn't learn that until I reached a certain age in school.
But when you were in, let's say, your Xbox party, you were fully engulfed in it.
Actually, no. You know, I'll tell you something. Who's that talking? Gregory? Am I talking to
That's
Gregory?
Mod Monkey.
Was that who said that?
I'm Gregory. The man who just spoke was Mod Monkey.
You can call me
Oh, okay. Actually, you know what? No, I didn't. Actually, I just got worn down in school because my teachers wouldn't answer my questions. I never understood the heliocentric model. All I did in school was memorize what they told me so I could parrot it back on a test and pass it. It never made sense to me. I just accepted it for the purpose of being able to get a passing grade. I just resolved myself to the fact that I'm not smart enough to understand this, because I'd have to be some like scientist or astronaut, I guess. Because with me, if I have a question and I can't get the answer to it, it's really hard for me to retain that information if I can't understand it. You know what I mean? So I just took notes on what they wanted me to remember. Like, you know, it takes the Earth 365 days to go around the sun and that kind of thing, so I could answer those questions like on a test. And I honestly never thought anything more about it. And as I grew on, every time I watched a movie, here's the globe on Paramount Pictures spinning your face, and then there's the globe in the classroom. You know, you're just beat over the head with the globe, the earth is round. You know, that's always like just there, subliminally, or just like in your face. I honestly never gave it any more thought, you know. And then between that and Star Trek, you know, and the other bullshit that I saw on television, it just all became you know, my cup just ranneth over, and I'm just like, whatever. You know what I mean? And I just had bigger fish to fry. I just never really thought about it. So that day the guy came in the party, I mean, I was just programmed. I had accepted my programming at some point. You know what I mean? And and my mind closed. Like I reached that age from, you know, being a child and full of wonder to having all these questions. And I had to stop questioning things. Because in school, you're not taught to question things. You're taught to be quiet, sit there, retain the information, and answer the questions. And at some point, I just conformed to that. You know what I mean? That's what happened. And so when the guy came in the party and he started questioning me, and he started questioning the heliocentric model, like my programming dictates, I fought with him about it. You know, I ostracized him for it. You know, I ridiculed him. You know what I'm saying? Like, how stupid are you? Like, what kind of education did you have? You know what I mean? And I got angry because I felt threatened, honestly. Like, there's just no other. And I know that's why people react the way they do. That's why Congress reacted the way they did to this information. I felt threatened by it. Like, because if what you're saying is ultimately true, then my whole education has been a fucking lie. You know what I'm saying? And I understand the gravity of such deception. You know what I'm saying? I understand what that really means. I did not want that to be true. You know what I'm saying? I did not want, because that meant that was going to have a domino effect of on so many other things. You know, because once I've been lied to, like by people I thought I could trust for information, like the educational system, our government, and all that changed my life profoundly. You know what I mean? I used to believe in our government. I used to believe in the pseudoscience religion. It was a religious cult that I was in, and I didn't even know it. You know what I'm saying? And I understood that he was pulling a rug out from under me on that without even having fully reconciled at first. That was just my natural response to it, you know. And I got offline to uphold that, so I could go refer, because I'm like, I don't have it all off the top of my head. I remember struggling with this shit in school. Let me Google it, and I'll come back and I'll blow your ass out of the water with the answers to these fucking questions. And all he did was make me come up with more questions. I don't know if it was his plan. You know what I mean? But I couldn't come right back. My plan was come back in like maybe 30 minutes to an hour with these answers. And all I did was have more questions while I was looking for the answers to the questions that he posed. And I was literally gone for 8 months. I like to drove myself crazy. I'd be up days at a time, not doing anything else in my downtime, just researching, fucking researching, you know, finding out that this whole fucking thing is a lie. You know, he sent me on that quest and I didn't even realize that's what he had done. You know what I mean? But I was determined to prove the heliocentric model on my own and understand it.
Yeah, I'm always grateful for the first people that ever presented the idea. Like I'm like, I think about them every day now. Like, yo, thanks. Like, I hope they know that I'm grateful for them, like, planting that idea in my head.
I agree with you 100%. It took me 8 months, and I didn't speak to him again for 8 months. And I did face him after 8 months, and he was still online. He was still my friend, and I invited him to a party after I had to reconcile becoming a flat earther. I invited him to the party, and I apologized to him, and I thanked him for, you know, waking me up. And I told him my intention was to, you know, debunk everything you were saying, but all I did was come full circle, and now I believe the same as you. We had a good laugh. And I don't know what happened to him, because shortly after that, he just somehow dropped off the face of the earth. We're still friends. I messaged him, you know, not too long ago and said, "Are you still alive?" Like, you know, something happened to him because he's going around spreading his truth. You know, I don't know, but I just, you know, I always wonder what happened to him, because I haven't talked to him in a couple of years. Because I went on this quest for knowledge like 5 or 6 years ago. But I am grateful that he woke me up, because now I don't do anything the same. I don't move the same as society. It's really isolating understanding this truth. I feel like I'm just waiting amongst a sea of program zombies. I don't spend money the same. I stopped celebrating holidays. I stopped voting. I'm anti-conformist. I'm anti-government. I won't get these vaccines that they're pushing. Like, it just changed my life profoundly.
Yep, exactly. Now, there's crazy shit that I realized about disease, just dealing with, just like trying to really open this can of worms when it comes to medicine, and seeing like how healthcare is also being like used against people.
Oh my God, the food table.
I'm really sorry that we cannot talk about that one on the live stream.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I already know about World Health Organization. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything about the World Health Organization, but just simple things like...
We could dodge it. We could talk about it and dodge the heavy stuff.
I didn't know you could just eat one grapefruit a day and it will lower your blood pressure by 5 points. And in fact, it's so effective that they will tell you not to eat grapefruit if you're on high blood pressure medication. So ever since I found that out, I eat a grapefruit a day. One grapefruit a day, yeah. It will literally lower your...
Grapefruit is so bitter to me. Like, I feel like my taste buds like literally hate it.
I love it. I love grapefruit. You can get the ruby red kind. That's a little sweeter. But I love grapefruit. I like it cold. I get the big softball size ones. And I just eat one a day just to regulate my blood pressure.
That sounds crazy.
Blood pressure? That's awesome.
One grapefruit a day will lower your blood pressure 5 points. And it's so effective, they tell you not to have it if you're on blood pressure medication, not to eat it.
When you brought up chemicals, I was like, damn, that's some real shit, because real shit, the Roman Catholics did steal a lot of shit from Kemet. All this shit that they claimed that Newton and Galileo discovered, like Kemet was really on it before them. They stole a lot of ideas. And on top of that, they stole a lot of concepts around medicine and surgery and just personal healthcare in general, like cosmetics. And a lot of the stuff that we do right now is just fuck. It's really not good. Like, we're not doing not doing justice to our bodies, like putting all this shit on it.
No, we're not.
Well, I can
People
tell
who
you
are
this.
uncivilized are healthier.
Right?
People
I can
who are
tell you this.
uncivilized are healthier than modern people living in advanced cities. You know, like
They got a better chance of surviving, it looks like.
yeah, people who are uncivilized are healthier than the modern person of the same age equivalent living in modern cities. Like people who are still living in hut villages and shit, they're actually healthier at our age comparatively.
Most people
Because
aren't
everything
necessarily uncivilized.
Well, I'm sorry, quote unquote.
Yo, there's a story of
Let me
an
say quote
Egyptian god
unquote
named.
uncivilized.
Oh,
Thank
what was
you
this
for
dude's
correcting
name?
me.
Bess? The story of the Egyptian god Bess is that he was like poisoning water, like giving people some rotten fish, and he was putting weird creams on people, claiming that this is how you're going to get away from your sicknesses. It was pretty much someone that was just like poisoning crops, poisoning water, poisoning animals, and then giving people the medicine and claiming that it was an act of God and that they need to give their gold. Is the story of the Egyptian god Bess? I could find like some presentations on this character, but it's basically a breakdown of the invention of taxation and the invention of just like deception through disease and making people think that there's like a merciless god. Like
one of the biggest problems that I have with the heliocentric model, the ridiculous.
But this concept of medicine is like where like them playing around with substances, and the real alchemists, they were the original heretics playing around with fucking chemicals, domesticating herbs, domesticating animals, domesticating fruits, domesticating medicine, and just fucking figuring out all these weird substances. These are the original.
Well, honestly, Egyptians had a better understanding.
The original.
Not even Egyptians, but just ancient people. Period, had a better understanding of herbal remedies, celestial, the principles of the solar system and how it relates to the Earth. They had a better understanding of that than modern people do today. You know what I mean? But I want to go back to the heliocentric model for a second there. One of the biggest things that I feel like is like on and I don't know if I'm explaining this right, but I'm fascinated by the sun and the moon every day. Like when I see it, I don't take it for granted. I'm totally fascinated by them. And one thing that I find interesting that makes no sense. So the heliocentric model, like I don't understand why people, now that we have this information ability to talk and ask these questions, why it's not falling apart for more people is fast. But the NASA has told us that the Earth's mass is so much greater than that of our moon that you could totally submerge the moon like a donut. You could dunk it in the Mediterranean Sea and completely submerge it. Okay. So with that understanding, which we can all see the moon, you can clearly see it in Earth's atmosphere. It's not that far away. It's not as far away as they went on record and said it was, and then went back and redacted that. And now they're saying, okay, well, now it's actually in Earth's atmosphere. So technically, we've never been to space. You've never been to the moon.
Should you not be blind?
That's another talk show. But so we know the sun and the moon are the exact same size because when they line up, like they're like dinner plates that are the same size, right on top of each other, like during the lunar eclipse, right?
Yeah.
So my point is, how the fuck is the sun 93 million miles away? Obviously, it's not. It's in low Earth orbit, just like the moon. You can see it, you can feel it. There's no fucking way that the sun is as big as it would have to be, but yet exactly the same size as the moon when you line it up. Like, do you understand how much bigger the sun would have to be to the Earth for you to even fucking see that shit at 93 million miles away? We know it's not, but I'm just saying that's what's so retarded about the heliocentric model. But they're telling you in a straightaway, the sun is 93 fucking million miles straight away. And yet, when you line up with the moon, which is so much smaller than the Earth, you can dunk it in the Mediterranean Sea. But when you line these two fucking things up, they're the exact same size. So that means that's got to tell you right there that locks you in on how big the sun could possibly be. But yet, I can still see this motherfucker from 93 million miles in a straightaway. No, that's just not possible.
Can someone remind me how they supposedly calculated the distance of the sun?
I don't know. I don't even know how. That's another good question.
They calculated the distance by the Venus or Mercury transit observed from different locations on Earth, with the assumption of Earth radius
Mm-hmm. Or a
What
sphere
would the
radius.
formula be? What would the formula be for the math on the distance if you know the diameter? The diameter is the line from one end of a circle to the other, right? The radius is the halfway point. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So what would the mileage be if we know the straightaway to the radius is 93 million miles? What would the mileage distance be for the Earth to go all the way around the sun according to the heliocentric model? Does anybody know what that is? What is that formula? Is it like 93 million miles times pi squared? I mean, like what is the formula and what is the mileage supposed to be?
Area.
What is the distance in miles that's supposed to be that the sun, the moon, I'm sorry, the Earth, quote unquote, travels
orbiting around the sun.
How many miles is that supposed to be? If the radius is 93 million miles, what is the distance of going all the way around it according to the heliocentric model? That is why.
Times pi square, I think.
Okay, you would need a computer to do those numbers. I mean, honestly, you would need that's a computational area. I mean, obviously, the answer to that question is a fucking formula, right? But what's retarded is that people believe the Earth can do that shit in 365 days. But NASA would have you believe it would take light years to get to fucking Mars.
The worst thing is that the Earth orbit around the sun is an elliptical orbit. So it's not even a circle, it's an elliptical shape. So the distance to the sun varies, in which you can...
I'm just asking for a rough number. My point is, they would have you believe that the Earth can go all the way around this fucking sun in 365 days, but yet it's supposed to take light years to travel to Mars. Like, I mean, honestly, that shit just sounds preposterous. There is no fucking way we're moving, period. That's first. But even if we were moving, do you understand how fast we would have to be fucking moving to go around the sun at a distance of 93 million miles, the radial distance of 93 million miles, and only do that shit in 365 days? You know,
Isn't that like
you would
Mach 11, Mach 12?
You'd be traveling at tachyon speeds, which in theory is so fucking fast, appear to be moving backwards through the fucking universe. And I'll tell you another thing. You would feel the inertia if we were spinning at one speed while on an elliptical path at a different speed. You feel inertia if there are two different speeds. And they've already told us the Earth is on a tilt, spinning on its axis at one speed. Wow, that would be like you driving down a highway in a car that's spinning like a top. You would feel that the whole way because you're spinning at a different speed while moving forward at a different speed. So you would feel the inertia of it. You can obviously use your common sense and look up in the night sky and see the only thing moving is the sun.
Well, basically, it's easier to go into the anatomy of a human, or a glass of water, because your senses, your balance organ, is a organ that depends on the motion of a fluid. So if that fluid is not in motion,
we wouldn't be able to survive it. It would be like being a fucking blender at tachyon speeds. Just like when you spin around, you get dizzy. You know what I mean?
you go on a roller coaster,
you got fluid in your ears. You got water on your fucking brain to a certain degree. There's no way you'd fucking survive that shit. It's ridiculous. The whole concept is just
They
absurd.
explain it with a Goldilocks zone where all physics gets defied.
and relativity.
May I chime in a second?
You guys seen that one video, 15 places on the Earth where gravity has no effect or some shit? Like, this things that also defy gravity as they claim the theory is. That was really interesting, where things roll uphill and shit like that. They're just weird pockets in the Earth where, if balls roll uphill, you could lean at a 45-degree angle and not fall over. It's just where rocks balance on a fucking angle that they should fall over and stuff like that. Like, it's really just interesting. The Earth is still a mystery. I want to know what's past the Antarctic Ice Treaty, because there's something out there. I think it's probably the foundations of the firmament, to be honest with you. That's the only thing all the superpowers of the world can agree on, is that you will be shot down if you try to explore past that point. Like, why do they give a fuck if you go out there if it's just a barren desert, frozen wasteland where there's nothing built, where nothing can survive?
Weird theory that might not be the same as everybody else's about what this shit.
What'd you say?
I got my own little weird theory about what the shape of this might really be. It's all compasses point north, but they don't point south. So, like, I could assume that, like, maybe like there is a point of like mass that's happening. Like, maybe we are being vacuumed into something. Like, there's a point of density where everything's being brought, and maybe we're just on the outer edges of something spiraling towards the center. Like, everybody wants to say, "Oh, there's a disc. Oh, there's a bulb. There's a mushroom. There's a tree. I'm envisioning like a drain in like an upside down Christmas tree or something. I don't know.
I would give anything to know what's beyond the Antarctic Ice Treaty. That's the key to really answering one of the most fundamental questions of not going to the moon. It's going out. They always try to focus on going up. You can't get out of this place. But why don't they ever focus on, like, going out is more feasible than going up?
Yeah, so back in
Why
the day,
why don't they focus on going outward?
This is cool.
You could fly over Antarctica.
So check this out. So when they used to make maps, they used to put where they believed to be giant animals. Like, don't go to this part of the ocean, there's a squid there. Don't go to this part of the shoreline, there's a fucking whale there. And I believe that, like, the further out you go, the denser the water gets, the more electromagnetism you're dealing with, and the colder it gets or the hotter it gets. Like, I feel like we're on the inside, and on the outside it just gets bigger and hotter and denser and more magnetic.
I feel like the Earth is way bigger than they told us that it is. That we're just on a part of it. We're just on a part of it that's contained. And I think of it the same way that the fish are in a tank that's in a room that they're completely unaware of. Like, if you put a fish in a fish tank, it's probably up on 4 pillars, the stand that the tank is in, but it's still in a room that's in a building, that's on a street, that's in a neighborhood, that's in a city. Like, there's just no telling what's outside of this closed ecosystem that we're in, because something intelligent created and put us in it, the same way you might put fish in a fish tank and build their whole ecosystem so that they can survive in there and provide them with everything they need to survive and function in this tank. You know what I'm saying? But they can't conceive of the living room that the tank is in, and the house that the tank is in, and the street that it's on. It's like, there's no telling what's outside of this place. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show with fucking
Oh, I love that movie.
What is it, Jim Carrey?
Yeah.
Like some shit like that.
That movie fire, bro.
That movie gave me weird vibes.
That movie cold.
I feel like we're ants in an ant farm. Like, it's so well made. We couldn't get out of it. But, like, what happened if we could get out of it?
You would just be overloaded with more questions.
Would give anything for the answers to these questions. If it was a one-way ticket where, like, I would die if I could get the answer, I would give up my life to have the answer to these questions.
So take your fish out of the fish tank and put it in the garden. What would happen to the fish?
They would die.
So, I'm not saying we die when we cross Antarctica, but
it's very inhabitable. But just to see be able to see what's outside of it, if it was a one-way ticket, I would take it just to have the answer before I die. I'm gonna die anyway. At some point, I'd like to have the answer. I'd like to see what it is. Maybe the only way to see it is in death. I don't know. You know, but I would just. It's killing me not knowing. like Truman when he realized that he was in a contained environment. And when he hit that wall, you know what I mean, at the foundation of the closed environment that he was in, he lost his shit. You know, because then he realized he was like that fish in the aquarium, and then he could think of nothing but getting outside of it and seeing what was on the other side of it. I also think that has a lot to do with why they lied to us about it, because we would be
Can I say
knocking
one
on
thing?
the glass too.
I want to say one thing. I'm basing this off of some weird ass supposed CIA document that I've read called like RP-196 or something like that. Basically detailing somebody being able to project their consciousness wherever the fuck they wanted, and like the person like stopped their heart and then they told them the coordinates to go to, and they were just able to perceive wherever they were whenever they were
Isn't that
using
astral
their fucking brain. And I don't know if that's just real, but I feel like these people don't even feel the need to physically go to these places anymore.
Isn't that just astral projection, though? You like
That's
just
crazy
above
to
your
even
body?
bring up. Sorry.
You know, the way they presented the world to us is like a hamster wheel. And they don't, and it's easier to accept the heliocentric model because then you understand that you're on this hamster wheel. It doesn't really go anywhere. It's in a circle, and it's a pointless thing to even wonder any further about that, because it's just you're random. You're just an evolved amoeba ape, and there's nothing special about you. There's no God. There's no creation. There's no point to you being here, and you're just on a hamster wheel. And all you need to do is just spend your life and your energy just running it in a loop. You know what I mean? And that's but if people understood the flat earth model, they'd be like us. You know, they'd be wanting to knock on the fucking glass. Like, okay, well, you know what I mean? Like, you know, like they'd have more questions. You know what I'm saying? And that would be the problem. You know what I'm saying? Like that would be the problem. Like I would give anything to know what is beyond the Antarctic ice treaty, because it's something out there. Richard Allen
they're
Lombard
defending
went
it.
out there.
Yeah, I think it's more water, more land.
I think it's more land
sky.
out there.
Period.
I think
like
we
they're
are
just
just
protecting
limited.
land masses. In my opinion.
We're just limited to this.
They revealed Australia 300 years ago. They just revealed a part of New Zealand. They're renaming it New Zealandia, and they're making it like bigger. So they have no problem just adjusting the maps to whatever they want us to believe it looks like.
Right. And if ironically enough, the world map is a flat Earth model with prison bars over top of it. It's like a slap in the face to the truth. The wreath. You ever look at the world flat Earth map? It shows all the continents. The wreath is the ice shelf that encompasses the whole thing, but they just try to make it look like a wreath.
Yeah, I feel like
it's the truth of the flat
that's why I
Earth
brought up
model.
that vortex thing before, because that kind of explains the ice ring. If you were to have a center with a lot of density, and then on the outer edges it gets colder and colder. You know what I'm trying to say? So like the center would be the North Pole. That's where all magnetism is coming from. And that's why our compasses point north. So I feel like that's the North Pole. And then the South Pole, you know, is actually, they just lied. Instead of saying that, you know, it just keeps going and going, like, you know, there's a center and then it just spreads out, like the magnetism. What am I fucking saying? Slow down. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. But yeah, basically I'm trying to just give the idea of a vortex.
Yeah, there you go. There, Coach, cut the shit, put it up there. That is the flat Earth model. The wreath, you know, the bars either represent the dome or the fact that this is a closed system that we can't get out of. That's the map there.
It's not completely the map, because the outer ring of, let's say, the crosshair is the 60th south parallel. And we know it goes beyond there because we have Antarctica beyond that line.
But isn't Antarctica really the ice shelf?
No, Antarctica
misrepresented.
Mercator used to make maps with like more land masses outside of that general land masses that we see in this image I just saw posted. If I cut this shit, yeah, there's like supposed to be more shit outside of Antarctica. And so Antarctica is called, they literally call it a shelf. Yeah, because there's just more shit up there. That's why.
Do you think anybody will ever? Because some civilians got together and put a rocket with a GoPro camera, and they launched that fucking thing straight up. It went, I think, 73 miles, and it hit something, and it didn't break. It sounded like it landed in some kind of really dense water because it didn't break the rocket or the camera. It just stopped it. But I wanted to know, do you think, what if somebody like with a bunch of money just launched something that just went out? Like, do you think that there's any way that maybe someone will expose this in another way where they can bring proof of the foundations of the earth? Like the foundations of the firmament, because I believe the firmament has a foundation. I believe that the ancient structures make a lot of sense. And that's why the superpowers of the world have said you will not cross the transatlantic or the transantarctic barrier. They don't give a fuck if you go down the ocean or out in the jungle and have never seen or heard from again, but they give a fuck about you going out there. And that's because something is out there that will set this whole thing free.
Yeah, the Antarctic Treaty was established in 1959, and this was pretty much an agreement that all these countries are going to protect Antarctica.
Right, they can't agree on anything else. All these countries can't agree on anything else, but they can agree on that. What's out there?
Well, they can also agree that North Korea is now presiding over the nuclear weapons group in the UN.
It's just the border. It's just the border. It's a border. It's all it is. They're just blocking us inside. Antarctica is basically just like a wall. It's like, imagine like Donald Trump wanted to build a wall 100% around America. That's what Antarctica. That's what I should shut the fuck.
But until you go there, you just have to rely on whatever they give you. And since we cannot go there, it's really hard to speculate. Because all we know, there are cuddly emperor penguins walking around there, which they put in Disney or whatever movies.
I mean, let me tell you what I've been realizing, bro. Like, all they had to do was say, we're all going to protect this part of the perimeter of Antarctica. But all they're really doing is they're just flip it up, just reverse the concept of Antarctica and just pretend it's the outside rather than it's that simple. That's what they're doing. And then the North Pole is pretty much just like a point of magnetism at the center of this shit. And then there's just more stuff outside of what they're calling Antarctica. Antarctica is just a border line that they're saying You're not allowed to go past here. And they make it look like it's just a little circle, but really it's a giant circle completely encompassing us. You can just pretend it's not, and say that we're on a ball. It's like literally like a weird thing you could do with your phone. It's an illusion. I'm sick. I'm done.
Maybe they keep you in to prevent a war with the people outside. Maybe they keep you in because you cannot live there. Maybe they keep you in because, they want to keep the resources until they really need them and can exploit them easily.
I gotta pull up these pictures of these maps that show all these land masses and shows, like, I really gotta pull this shit up right now and stop just talking about it.
Well, the issue is there's a lot of maybes what's with all that Antarctica stuff. But basically, when you tell a glober about flat Earth perception of Antarctica, they will go in a mind melt and full cock this because they see Antarctica as a little island. And they will only understand it once you explain to them that water is flat and level at rest in large bodies of water. And until they understand that concept, they cannot understand the concept of Antarctica being a ring around us.
I got a lot of energy for this subject today. God damn.
And there is another option. There might be an island shaped, or an island called Antarctica.
This is crazy.
That is in the South Pacific Ocean, which you
all
can
you gotta do is know the names of these maps, bro. Type in RUPES-NIGRA. Rupes Nigra is the name of this mountain in the North Pole, apparently. But that's just pulling. Once you type that in, and you just scroll down Google Images, Google can't help but just show you so much weird shit. It's literally just tons of fucking maps. It's just map after map after map.
And Google is the same guys that try to confuse everyone, not to get any clarity. Those same guys that screw up
This
your
looks like I typed in the right word. Like I'm just pulling up good shit right now. This is interesting. Oh, this even shows how the sun and the moon are luminaries just circling around us. Damn, bro, this is great. Type in RUPES space NIGRA and just scroll through Google Images and look at that shit. It's just every map image that it's showing is just, what the hell?
Have you checked out our map section?
Nah. I should. Let me do that.
I posted it for you in the live stream text.
Alright, I'm looking at this. Oh, what's that? Yeah, this is the shit that bothers me. This is how they got everybody, because they give you a little bit of the truth, and that's how they get you believe in the lie, because they give you a little bit of the truth. Yeah, and you can see every continent from, if you put the North Pole at the center. What a coincidence. What a funny coincidence that is. And Antarctica just becomes a perfect ring.
What did your parents tell you when you were growing up?
Oh, dude. I don't
No, they probably told you something like, "Don't accept candy from strangers."
My father's a con artist and stole my. I don't know shit, bro. Like my father might be the most disgusting person ever. My mom doesn't understand any of this stuff.
No, but you know how parents tell their kids not to accept candy from strangers?
What are you getting at?
Well, basically, going to Google, going to the internet, is trying to get candy from strangers. You're literally begging to be filled with junk.
Right.
I'm not saying there aren't.
Go ahead and just let you. I'm gonna just go ahead and let you have that one, because I'm not 100% sure how to even argue that.
I'm not saying that there is no good information on the internet. I'm just saying.
This is a crazy map right here. I've seen this map before. This is the one that the dude made after pretty much using the moon, all the craters on the moon. I've seen this map. Is that really the shape of Africa right there? Are you kidding me? Oh, that's kind of wild. Damn, that's... Yo, this map is crazy. Wait a second, what? Lemuria? What the fuck is that? Yo.
Jay Dougherty, no one will lie to you. No one. Really.
Bro, is anybody here? Yo.
Yeah, there's about 28 people in here.
I know, but bro, go to the maps. I'm gonna go to the. You know how to go to maps? The Discord section called maps.
Yeah, I just gave you the link.
Oh, you gave me the link. I'm a dumbass motherfucker, right? Okay, so scroll up. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 images. This fucking picture right here. I'm gonna put a flame symbol under it. Look at this map, bro. This is the one that I seen the dude say. This is like him taking the moon's craters and pretty much just trying to stick to continents, their perception of the continents on it. But if you look how big the Sahara Desert really is compared to how big the United States is. How big this person says this shit is.
If the sun, or if the moon is acting like a mirror, shouldn't the face of the sun change? Because it is, not in a perfect circular orbit, but it does a, elliptical orbit or out of sync orbit.
Wait, what happened?
One day you see the sun or the moon low on the horizon, one day you see it high on the horizon. So the moon does kind of like the same trick as the sun. So if it is a mirror, then which point would be the mirror point? Because you see the same face every day.
That you're presenting that it's stagnant, right? The moon is stagnant and the Earth. The moon is the same every day. It's considered an anomaly with astronomers. They always tell you, the moon is just facing us because we don't know. That's what they say. So yeah, if it is a mirror and it's just reflecting, I mean that it's just fucking stationary.
Yeah, but from which position? Because if I stand in front of a mirror, I might be looking at a different side of myself than when I stand on the other side of the mirror. So how is it mirrored?
No, wait. What I just said is wrong, though.
No, it's just that I think it's an extraordinary claim, which might have some validity, but I wouldn't fix myself on it until you done your own research or I done my own research into it, not based on the research of others, but from your own measurements, because relying on, let's say, the speculations of others will only get you in the same shit as the Globers get, because they are relying on the speculation of the people that told them about the globe, and then they were told about the globe, and everyone speculates on speculations.
I don't know if I can 100% subscribe to this thing about the moon being a reflection of our. I'm gonna need more than just this person's drawing. I don't know. This is really interesting, though. I want to look into this.
And you might ask yourself, what timeline of the Earth is represented on the moon, if it is a map. Because, geologically, things do change on the Earth.
Wow. Yeah, true. I gotta look up this information about. Hold on, let me see how big they made New Zealandia, according to Google. God damn, dude. Zealandia is basically like the size of Australia. So there's just another Australia now. The fuck? Wait, where's the old map now? Hold on. Now let's type in New Zealand. This is so ridiculous if you think about it. Just type in the new names and the old names and you'll just see different maps. It's so stupid. Yeah, look, here's a different shape to New Zealand right here. Wow. It's like an empty ocean around it now. That's so stupid.
Let's see if Google Maps is updated. Nope, they still portray New Zealand as this tiny little island. So Google Maps isn't portraying. Let's see if I wanted to take a walk around New Zealandia. Nope. New Zealandia doesn't exist yet, according to Google Maps.
Nah, you can have New Zealandia on a Mercator map.
I mean, I could almost feel like if I was still a heliocentrist while doing this, just wanting to know about this continent that they're telling you is emerging out of the ocean, I would just feel like an idiot trusting these people. Like, why am I even like going back and forth with Google like what the size of this fucking landmass is? Like, why isn't there a straight answer? Look, then now they're saying like, look at all this land under the water that's coming out of the water now. Ooh. Bullshit. Finding new continents. Not finding them, just like now you have to stop lying about it. This is interesting. Look at this picture right here. I can't post pictures in the chat. I'll just send the link. Look how big they're saying this fucking place is. This is ridiculous. Like, anybody in the world right now that knows about this Zealandia shit should feel really, like, offended by just academia in general. Can I post this in Maps? I posted it in live stream voice text.
That would just be, let's say, the continental shelf for New Zealand.
Yeah.
They just, classified New Zealand as a independent continent now.
How many more masses of land are they going to roll out these next 300? Like Australia's New Zealandia. The whole Pacific Ocean is about to become a landmass. And they're just going to keep cluttering that ocean, saying that we're on a globe. It's so stupid. It's like, no, there's just... Here's another landmass we got to squeeze in between Zealandia and Australia now, called Turtleania. It's just stupid.
Oh, well, wait until you find out about Doggerland.
What is it?
That would be the missing land between the UK and mainland Europe.
Missing land between UK and Europe? What's the name of it? Let me type this in. Can you tell me the name of it? Oh, girl.
I posted it in live stream text. And the funny thing is, like the Dutch fishermen and Danish fishermen and English fishermen, they fish up, artifacts from the bottom of the sea, which are, kind of like the same time period as Middle Age tools or, stuff that you would find during the Roman era. But according to the official stories, it's been gone for 10,000s of years. Yet they find whole settlements down there.
How come I've never heard of this fucking place?
Oh, well, you don't need to know. It's not part of your curriculum.
Yep, that's what they say. Because I live in New Jersey, I'm not allowed to know about anything. All I need to know is George Washington and Abraham Lincoln.
Well, it's very important to just have one historic narrative given to you by, the conquerors, the victors. So you believe their story of their victory.
Yeah, I don't believe anything they fucking say anymore. So sick of these people trying to present me information. That's really interesting, this Doggerland place. How long ago was this? 6,000 people? That's not that long ago.
It is very true. It is very true. The people that win these staged and scripted wars get to write our history, and those who own the money and the gold in the world also write our history. So it's very true what you just said.
Yeah, and that way they can obscure whatever they want in history that, might soil their victory.
Or soil their narrative that they want to teach the young people and even older people. There's a lot of truth to the victor writes the history books, or the people that run the world, who own the wealth, own the gold, write the history books. There's a lot of truth to that. Thanks.
Yeah, and there's this quote from Napoleon. History is a lie agreed upon.
Yeah, if it tends to get in the textbooks, if a lie happens to get into textbooks, it tends to become the truth, or the truth accepted by the masses, and that's the dangers of Rockefeller and Carnegie bought education and medicine. They bought out medicine in 1902, and they bought out education in 1920. Rockefeller got a globe put in every classroom, and once a globe got put into every classroom, and every child got to see it 100 times a day when they looked up toward the teacher's desk, it was basically over for the truth, because the globe lie won out right then. So it's not hard to see why people believe we live on a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball when that's all they've been taught. Thanks.
And now it is up to us to tell people that they don't have to rely on others for their information and their truth. They can find out shit for themselves. All you need to do is look at the details and apply the details to your life. Do they fit, yes or no? Do you know the size of the globe? And when you do know, then you can find out the geometric horizon that should be there. Easy as that.
I find it fascinating that everybody who believes they live on a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball or a globe, every single person that believes that, which is, who knows, 80-90% of people, every single person who believes that has never, ever experienced curvature of the earth with their own eyes, ever. Never, ever have they gone anywhere on this good earth and seen curve for themselves. But because they were told and taught that, and continually taught that through education and entertainment, they believe it. So when Walter Langer, who I think worked for Joseph Goebbels, said, people will believe a big lie more than they will believe a little lie. If you tell the big lie often enough, sooner or later people will come to believe it. And the big lie, the globe lie, has been told for generations, and people have come to believe it as fact. Thanks.
And there's one other thing. Like, when you talk to globers and you ask for measurements, they say, oh, we got calculations. But let's go the globe route. Let's imagine that they dig a hole to the core of the Earth and they actually physically measure the hole, the depth of the hole, and thus claim we have measured radius. Then they still fail because all they did was measure the depth of a hole. Because to claim radius of a spherical object, you need multiple holes to be dug. Otherwise, it's still an imaginary radius. Could be a radius of a cylinder, for all I care. Could just be a hole.
And the biggest hole ever dug is 7.6 miles, and it took 20 years to do so. And they said it was hotter at 7.5 miles than they thought previously. So it's pure speculation. It's amazing that, I've said this before, so forgive me for saying it again. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. And that comes from Flatten the Curve, which came out in February of 2022, which you can see on YouTube or BitChute for free. Highly recommend it. But the whole globe thing is a lie. I mean, we've been taught anything of major significance from kindergarten to this day. Anything of major significance is a lie. Now, obviously, when we took driver's ed, and they taught us how to parallel park and back in, backwards, that wasn't a lie. But everything of significance that we think is true is a lie or deception. It's just amazing that, we have to realize, we were all lied to about the globe, about the fake globe, and we've come to realize that we were lied to, and we know we live on a flat and stationary plane. But we have to look at other things that we've been lied to. And just realize that we got to start over. We got to look ourselves in the eye, and we find a mirror and say, "Hey, we've been lied to, and I'm not going to be lied to ever again. And I'm going to seek truth and knowledge, and I'm going to spread truth and knowledge, and we're going to let it go at that. We're going to plant seeds, and we're going to see if they grow. And that's all we can do with our families and our friends and our relatives. All we can do is plant seeds, because believe me, in my conservative, religious, spiritual, evangelical family, they are asleep. And it is really sad to see to see that. And I'm the crazy one. And so it's sad to see that Christians don't believe in their very own Genesis 1. They don't believe it. It's some fairy tale. And it's very sad.
But maybe it's not their time to know. Maybe it's not in their path at this point in time. Like, everyone with basic chemistry in middle school or high school got taught water is flat and level in large surface areas at rest. And no one had the guts to apply it to the world around them. No, they just went with the ball. Why? Because it wasn't your time to figure it out yet. Give people time. Be patient. And take them to places where you can see beyond the globe horizon. Let them experience for themselves, because that's the only way it really hits home.
Yeah, all we can do is plant a seed. And if everybody lived within driving distance of Lake Michigan and Benton Harbor, Michigan, and could look across Lake Michigan at Chicago, either with their eye or with a telescope or with a Nikon P900, everybody, if they were honest with themselves, would become a flat earther. Everybody would. But not everybody does that and knows about that, because actually Lake Michigan is probably the best place in the entire earth that you can actually prove flat earth, and you can do it very quickly.
any body of water which you have a view of, let's say 10, 20 miles across, it's done.
It is done, especially if you're facing west on that body of water, and there's an island out there 10 or 20 miles away, and the sun moves away and actually appears to set on the other side of the island that's 10 or 20 miles away. When we're told it's 6 feet elevation height, that the geometric horizon is 3 feet, and things just start disappearing after 3 feet, but you can see the sun set behind an island 10 or 20 miles away, then right there that debunks the globe.
Yeah, and all you got to do is take people along with you, show it to them, and ask them how they can explain it on the globe. And then their minds will work. And it doesn't have to do with anyone lying to them. It doesn't have to do with any conspiracies. It's just their observation now. Because once you introduce the conspiracies, once you introduce the lies, it becomes a bigger issue, and thus a bigger hurdle to get over. For some it helps, but for most it's a killer, because then they have to face all the other consequences that they can conjure up.
I often think that if you told, especially people in the USA, but if you told people around the world, in Europe and the USA, if you actually announce it on TV, CNN would actually have breaking news and said, "Breaking news, the world is flat and stationary. We've lied to you for your entire life." And they did that for a month. How many people would actually believe what CNN was saying, that the earth was flat and stationary?
They believe exactly what they were told.
Yeah, and that would be great. And then here's my next question: is how many psychiatrists and counselors would get more business if people were suddenly told that they live on a flat and stationary plane instead of a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball? How many psychiatrists and counselors would be getting phone calls, saying, I need help, I can't process this. I just kind of wonder if that would be a big problem for people.
I'll tell you one thing, it will be worse if CNN tells it on the TV, because that means they got a plan and they gonna take flat earth away from truth people. They gonna spin it in a way that you will not like, and they will take away the people's ability to think for themselves, to do their own measurements, to do their own experiments and tests, because now they just gave you the answer for free without you having to think for it, and they can put a narrative to it, whatever comes for them, not for us, not for the people. When they present it because they benefit, not the people.
Yeah, if CNN would ever say that, they'd have to have some epiphany and actually have a change in ownership and all that stuff, because the truth will never be televised on TV. The TV is for deceptions and or lies. So I'm not expecting CNN to ever do that, or anybody to ever do that. It was just an example. Thanks.
If I could cut in, talking about CNN and the media, and they've been trying to leak this UFO ruse for the last probably year and a half. Congressional hearings, it's on mainstream media. They don't know what they are. It's all a ruse to condition us for something, and there's not a lot of people going to the psychiatrist over things like that. I think they want to keep the ruse up that this is a large universe and it's billions of light years wide and that whole thing. So I don't think actually coming out, of course they won't ever do it, coming out and explaining how the world is. And I don't think that would be I don't think it would be a huge shock to most people because they know what they see and they know what they feel. Now, there'll be a few, but I just don't see how that could be a super shock to anyone's system as a nation or a people. Thank you.
It's because the elite are just as ignorant as we are. They have no idea what's going on. That's the truth of it.
I posted something just now at 44 after the hour that it's very short. It's less than 3 minutes. You might enjoy it. I think the thing that I've seen is the movie with Independence Day, and then Independence Day, the sequel, has been shown quite a bit on TV. Aliens with Sigourney Weaver in 1979, and then the second part, which came out in 1986. Old movies have been shown on TV quite a bit recently. Congress just opened up hearings on UFOs, possible UFOs. So, I think we're being prepped for something. That's just my opinion.
I agree. I think it'll be a continual ruse, like they've done for the last 75 years. I'm not a UFO alien believer. Never have. Couldn't justify it, in my head. And what we talk about with the plain Earth is, we have to justify what we see and what we feel. So I'm not a huge UFO guy, but there's so many people that want to believe this. I think they are prepping us for something, but it's not the truth. You can guarantee that.
It's interesting. I don't always believe surveys, and surveys, how they're worded can always be manipulated so they get a positive response or some sort of response that they want. But I think the last survey I saw was the slight majority of people in America think that UFOs exist. So you have 50% of people, 165 million, 170 million people who actually, if you believe the survey, who actually believe that UFOs exist. So all of a sudden, if you introduce it on TV or through what this video, suggests that I posted at 44 after the hour, how many people would come to believe it as truth? Because we've been so prepped over the last 50, 60 years with all these, I'm old enough to remember E.T. and even wrote E.T. down at Universal Studios in Florida. So it's just a very interesting thing that we're being conditioned to possibly accept something as fact that's a total fabrication or lie. Thanks.
Yep.
I want to talk to Jim. Jim, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure can.
I want to say that you present very well and you speak very eloquently on the topic, and I appreciate that. And I want to ask you if you're talking about the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers controlling medicine and controlling education, and I want to know if you think this whole flat Earth deception. I was talking about it last few days with some other people, and we're considering that. Do you think it's not only a physical deception, but is it some kind of black magic spell that has been cast? Meaning, if there's a spiritual element involved, then we have to use spiritual weapons, not just showing people black swans. If there's some kind of black magic going on, there's no amount of black swans is going to get people to see. They don't believe the radius. They don't think it's going to curve because they were told you're not supposed to see the curve. It's spinning, but you can't feel it because that's what the scientists say. And we're showing them science, we're showing them math, and they don't get it.
Well, that's the problem with, I guess, some degree of, I guess you could say, mysticism, because they've been told and decided to believe it that the curvature is there, but you're not going to see it. They would have to start out by saying, you know what, there's curvature here, and I need to see this on some level that is testable and verifiable. Unless they start, by dumping that axiom and picking a better one, they're not even going to be on the road to being able to prove whether the curvature is there or not. They've already accepted axiomatically that the curvature is there. You just can't see it, or I guess test for it or verify it. It's kind of a self-defeating.
Yes. Thank you for the kind words before. I've learned a lot from all you great people on this Discord 24/7. So I thank you all. I think we're in a what I've learned the last 27 months is we're in a total psychological warfare for the mind of every person. And I recognize it the last 27 months, but it's been going on since I was born. And it really started when I entered kindergarten, when I saw the globe for the first time. And I got a telescope when I was 10, which I still have out in the garage. So I was as big a glober as anybody. And so it's total psychological warfare on our mind. So, it's spiritual, it's mental, it's emotional, it's physical, it's everything. And they're throwing everything at us. And some people see through it and they smile. I try to laugh when I can. And you good people on Flat Earth Discord help me to laugh. So I thank you there. And so it's just total, we're being thrown things at us emotionally, and many people just can't handle it. They just fall for it. They go along, they obey, they comply, and that's what they do.
Well, I found it easier to put the power back to myself rather than put the power into the people that organize the education system and shit. Because I was the one who believed all the things I could not verify for myself. In that, I don't give them the power over me or over anyone else, because everyone else makes a choice not to look into things, not to do things. If you can convey people to measure or to at least take a serious look into the matter for themselves, you take away their power over those people, because now you gave someone the opportunity to think for themselves and think freely.
Exactly. And to see that their rulership over you is not necessary. You could govern yourself. That's such an important point.
Well, you can only govern yourself if you have the truth to help make you virtuous, moral, and strong. The lie weakens you and makes you easier to control.
I just posted at 51 after the hour the 90-minute documentary that came out February 22nd of this year. I'm sure many of you have already seen it, but I highly recommend it. It's 90 really good minutes. The first 3 minutes, the lady is just right on target. Unbelievable how on target she is. And the last 5 minutes is the story of Picard that went up in 1931 to explore the heavens. And the song is really great that goes along with it. The credits for the movie are being flashed as well. But the first 3 minutes is great. The last 5 minutes is great, and everything else in between, except when a guy by the name of Davison, who's a pilot, says that the Earth curves at 1 mile at 100 miles. I think he was just rounding to some number that was easy to understand. He says 1 mile at 100 miles. It's actually it's one of those 666 things. It's actually 6,667 feet of curve at 100 miles, and he says it's a mile, which is 5,280. But I think he was just probably rounding down. But that's the only thing I saw in the 90-minute documentary that I just posted that might be interpreted as wrong. But the rest of it was just right on target.
I've watched this documentary like 5 times. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's really, really, really good. You know, the
This
fun
is
thing
one
about,
of the good ones. Yeah.
yeah, the fun thing about a very true documentary, not one that's kind of like 60% true and 40% fabrication or speculation, but one that's actually all true, is first of all, they're very rare. You don't see many of those. And once you do find one, you need to watch it 4 or 5 times, like you suggested, because once you watch it 4 or 5 times, it becomes part of your psyche, part of your memory, part of your vocabulary, and it's a lot easier to talk to other people about it.
Yeah, I'll watch it again. Fuck it. He said something about the last 10 minutes. I'm trying to find
last 5
exactly.
Last 5 minutes.
Last 5 minutes. So you said that this is someone sent a camera up?
Picard in 1931 went up 50,000 feet, and he reported a flat plane with a slight upturn edge at the outsides. And so May of just this of 2022 was the 91st anniversary of him going up into the sky. 1931 Picard, and he went with somebody else, and I can't remember the guy's name. But the last 5 minutes of the documentary have a song to it, which is really nice.
Here we go. I got it now.
Yeah, I love the lady at the first 3 minutes because she says, the eyes are useless when the mind is blind, and that's where I got it from. And then the last 5 minutes is great, and everything in between is really, really good too. There's truth out there. You just got to look for it. I mean, it's just, you're not going to ever find the truth on TV.
Well, you might ask yourself why Star Trek used Captain Picard, who is, according to, from what I remember, family of the Picard you just mentioned, who went into a balloon.
Yeah, I don't know. I was a huge fan of James T. Kirk and Spock. I just dated my age. I just told you how old I am. In 1966 to 69, when they went to the next Star Treks, I didn't follow. So I'm not. I know who the Picard is in the other Star Treks. If I remember right, I might be wrong. Don't hold me to this. I think the Picard in the Star Treks is spelled Picard, and I think the Picard that went up in the balloon in 1931 is Piccard, but I might be wrong. If I am, I'm sorry.
I'm not a really Star Trek buff, but I think it was mentioned, and it was also hinted at because of his French heritage. But then again, I'm just a monkey. I'm doing it out of my memory.
Well, you're a monkey with independent thought. That's the main thing.
They want us to think we're outer space monkeys. That's what they want us to believe.
We don't want you to think that you're, say, image bearers who are in the image of God. Then we can't tyrannize you or lord over you. No. You're a monkey. A monkey with animalistic inborn drives that can't be controlled. You must be herded like an animal and controlled like an animal.
Yeah, like humans being herded into cities, etc. Tax farms.
If I'm a monkey, do I get to one day snap, rip off your hands, and tear your face off like what happened to that one lady?
Good question. Depends on how big the monkey is.
Will you hold me accountable, or will you just say, "Oh, that's a monkey"?
Happens in every creature.
Yeah, you look at the life of like a chicken or like a cow. It's like born in a nasty cage, dies in a nasty cage. Some of them don't even reach slaughter. Like, it's weird. They don't even see anything outside of that.
There's a song that I just posted that somebody posted on Facebook that I borrowed from them there. It's a flat Earth. It's a flat and stationary song. It's got a little bit of spiritual overtones to it. So if Discord wants to take it down, they can. But I just posted it, and it's 9 minutes long. Part of it is a tribute to his new wife. The last 2 minutes, he kind of has pictures of his wedding and his new wife. So I think he really loves his wife a lot, and I think he kind of dedicates the song to his wife. But it's really, really good song, and it's about the spiritual battle that we face, against evil and against the devil and against the people that want to push a globe on us. So it's a catchy tune. It's not for everybody.
All right, I'm gonna listen to it.
Yeah, it's catchy, and the words are kind of easy to remember if you ever want to sing it to yourself. So,
where'd you post it?
At 58 after the hour.
Gotcha.
It may not be for everybody, but it speaks to me, so maybe it'll speak to others.
Happy Saturday, guys.
Happy Flat Earth or Saturday. Happy Flat Earth weekend. Happy Flat Earth.
Flatter Day.
Yeah.
Happy Flatter Saturday.
Yeah. Or happy.
Saturnalian Day.
Yeah.
Mic check. Is my mic okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Nice to see everybody in here. I've taken about a week off or so. It's good to see you all on here.
Sonny's been gone for a while. Haven't seen Sonny's sunny name on here for a while.
Yeah. Sort of took some time off. I don't think it's too good to take too much time off from the 24/7 though. I think I just need to stay around more. But I don't mind. Like short breaks are good for us.
Definitely.
I'd be hard pressed to decide between the beach in San Diego and getting sun and having a few margaritas or iced teas or whatever versus listening to 24/7 Discord. That one might be a hard decision.
Yeah,
but I'm landlocked, so I can't enjoy the beach.
Yeah, but guess what? It's cloudy and gray. June is usually like a gray month for us, which is really strange. We'll have mostly cloudy and gray all day long until like the afternoon. We'll get a couple hours of sunshine in June. So then July gets hot as hell and humid. Enough of the lame weather report from the West Coast from Sunny. Thanks.
Where are you at, Sunny?
Sunny San Diego.
Ah, nice.
Cloudy San Diego, I should say.
I think San Diego, California, and Melbourne, Florida may be the nicest places to to live. That's just me.
I'm a big fan of Orange County.
Yeah, Orange County is pretty nice. Big. It's a big place though. I mean, it's like that's the.
It's huge. Yeah.
Yeah, it used to be more separated, Orange County from Los Angeles. Now they're all connected now, though. You know, like it's
Yeah,
one
huh?
big megalopolis from north of Malibu all the way down to basically San Diego, where I am. There's a small stretches where there's open space. There's the Marine base, Camp Pendleton, and Oceanside. They have a lot of thousands and thousands of acres they use for target practice. Good to know they're blowing up all our ancient past and all the indigenous Indian lives that we could be learning so much from. Too bad they just bombed the shit out of it, huh? But I digress.
I miss California.
Yeah, where are you now?
Spain.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember you, Lionel. Nice.
Yeah. Thank you.
I would love to see Spain sometime. I hear that's a very beautiful place, especially the south part along, right along the southern edge. I heard is really beautiful.
Yeah, you would find it interesting. It's very different. Yes.
Yeah.
The streets are very small. The cars are smaller than in America. You would find it very curious. You know?
I bet I would like it. I would just get me an electric bike and I would be cruising all over.
Yeah. Oof. I'm gonna leave the mic on. If it sounds too noisy, just let me know, okay? And I'll turn it off.
So guys, why do we think the Earth is flat? Because I actually think it's round, and I would like to know all of your opinions. Thanks.
Oh, what a shame on you, man! What a shame.
Wait. What was the question? What was the question? You think it's round because?
Because why would the government want to keep it away? Why would the government want to say it's round?
Why would the government? Hold on. Why would the government lie?
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Hold on. Nobody say anything. Nobody say anything. Nobody say anything.
Yo.
You tell me governments don't lie?
Oh, the government does lie, but why would they lie about shit like that?
Wait. Do they lie? They do? What do they lie about?
Government secrets. Bam. Yeah, but the shape of the Earth, that isn't really a government secret, you know what I'm saying?
Why does anybody lie?
Banter.
Huh?
Don't know.
You don't know why people lie? You don't know why people lie?
But why would they hide the shape
something?
of the Earth?
Why would your mom and dad lie about Santa Claus?
I'm actually Jewish, so...
Okay, well, why would they lie about what they lie in that religion? Because surely they do.
Have you had your bar mitzvah yet?
I don't know what that is. I'm actually Muslim. I lied.
Oh, I was gonna say he was lying about becoming a man. I guess that's not gonna work.
So you just asked why people would lie, and then you proceeded to lie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why do you lie, man?
I was trying to
hold on.
spin that around. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. Here's the problem: is what you're doing is you're appealing to motive. Who cares why they lie? Who cares why somebody lies? If they're doing something wrong,
why
who
you guys
cares?
think the Earth is flat? I'm open to learn.
Measurement.
I'm open to change my
Measurement and nothing else. Measurement.
measurement.
That's it. So Earth
That's it. 100%.
Yeah, Earth measures flat, and so the motive is besides the point. Who cares if we actually have the proof here right on the surface of Earth that Earth is flat, measurably so? That's what we're going on. It measures flat everywhere we look. So if a surface is not curving in any direction suppressed, what is it?
Okay, I'd like to carry on that point. But what if you went outside and you see shit?
Stop. Answer the question, please. If a surface is not curving in any direction, what is it? How would you describe that surface?
That's literally not the case.
Okay, so could you please answer the question for the second time?
The flat.
Yeah, there you go. That's what we're going on. We measure every
that's
direction,
not what the case
and there's
is.
no curvature in any direction. So
You
yeah,
look at a
Earth is
ship
flat.
sailing out to sea, you see it start to curve when it gets far away.
And then you zoom in. So is the zoom camera zoom in over a curved surface? Or once it's obstructed, is it blocked from your vision?
I'll show you a photo. Hold on.
Okay, fuck the photo.
Okay, my bad.
The zoom camera zooming over a curved surface, or once you run into an obstruction, is it blocking your view?
I don't know. I didn't even hear what you
Okay,
said.
if you have a basketball and you're eyeing the surface of the basketball at arm's length, so it goes over a curve, right? And then take your finger and go forward, away from your eye, over the curve. Now, once it drops below the top, can you see your finger anymore?
Yeah.
Oh, so once it's behind the basketball, you can still see your finger?
No. You can see the
arm. So we don't find any obstruction on Earth like we would with a basketball. There needs to be an obstruction. We don't ever see one.
But then I go back to the first point I made. Why the fuck would the government lie about something so substantial like that?
Yeah, who cares? We measure it flat.
Let's be real.
We measure it flat and
Let's be
stationary.
real.
So period. That's
Let's be real. Why would they lie about something like that?
Who fucking cares?
Who cares?
What do you mean, who cares?
Literally, who cares? I don't care why they're lying
If the Earth is flat and if the Earth
I
is round
don't
anyways.
care. I don't care why they're lying. I literally don't.
Oh, my bad.
Why do you care? Hold on. Would there be a sufficient enough reason to lie about something like that for you? That where you would say, okay, I accept that.
No, there wouldn't be a sufficient enough reason to lie about the Earth. Fuck, the shape of the Earth.
So you're saying are you saying there's a reason you should accept one ever?
Accept a reason like that? Yeah.
So you care about why somebody lies, you don't care that you're being lied to.
Honestly, if someone's lying about the shape of the Earth,
Hold on. If somebody's convicted of murder, like 95% of the time, there's no conviction based on motive. You know that, right? There's no why. They don't have a why. They just have evidence.
Say 99%.
I said 95% of murders are convicted on evidence, not motive.
What do you mean motive? Motive goes into evidence. You can't say.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does. No,
Why is he yelling?
I know you sound back in my hand.
Guys, why is he yelling? Why is he yelling? What's he mad about? What's he mad about, guys? What's he mad about? What's he mad about? What's he mad about?
It's evidence.
Somebody mute him. Somebody mute him. Y'all got 3 seconds to mute him or I'm going to ban him. Mute him or I'm going to ban him. Okay. So, when you're in court and they have like DNA evidence, they have video evidence, they don't have to know motive, do they, to convict?
No,
do they?
Here's how it works. Me missing everybody else. Like, murder is a murder. They can look at the degree of that based on a motive, but they don't use motive at all. It's still a murder, period. They have evidence to this fact, just like we have evidence, absolute proofs are irrefutable of Earth's being flat.
Motive comes out after usually motive is revealed after the conviction when they're trying to get a lesser sentence.
Yes.
But it's never the basis. Motive is never the basis on which somebody is convicted. Ever.
Ever.
I mean, like, I think even he would agree that nobody would get convicted with a known motive and zero evidence. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah. Let's ask him that. Somebody unmute him, because I don't know who it was.
Okay, I'm back. What's up, boys?
All right. So can somebody get convicted? Can somebody get convicted without a known motive?
It doesn't work like that.
Yes, it does.
It's evidence. It's evidence. You get convicted on evidence.
No, stop being stupid. Stop being stupid.
Stop being stupid. All right, I'm sorry.
Stop being stupid.
Okay,
Stop being stupid.
Okay.
You know full well you can get convicted without a motive. You know full well.
You have to have a motive. And if you
do not.
It's a different thing.
No.
Like
Listen. All right, I'm gonna get rid of you. How's that sound?
Why? Because you're afraid that my point's winning over yours.
No, it's because you're just trying to like gaslight and shout. You're literally shouting. You're literally shouting because you don't have any control over your emotions. No, you're afraid to answer. You're afraid to answer. You don't know anything about this subject. You don't know anything about this subject.
See, I do
really
know a lot about this subject.
Really, and you think they have to have motive to get a conviction?
So
no. He's gonna answer. No. No, it does not. No, it does not.
Why are you raising your voice? Can we please be subtle?
You think they have to have motive to get a conviction?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is that?
So there's always motive.
Nobody's contesting that there's not a motive, even in murders. The question is, it's usually unknown until sentencing. You do not have to know the motive to convict the person.
But it's still so what I was trying to say while you were muted, it's like, suppose you have an excellent motive for a murder, right? You have a guy that cheated on somebody's wife, who destroyed his business, whatever. But there's no body, there's no DNA evidence, there's no murder weapon, there are no witnesses. Is he going to get convicted because the wife is screaming, "Oh, that's who killed me"? Of course not.
Or there could be somebody there could be somebody who's universally hated by everyone. Everyone would have a motive for killing this person. Do you convict everybody based on motive?
No, but what's that got to do?
No, because motive is not evidence.
Oh, that's a good one too.
Motive is not evidence. How stupid are you?
Fuck yeah, no.
You think motive is evidence?
Oh, you can't have evidence. No, it's
Really, what does DNA evidence have to do with motive? What's it have to do with it?
Motive backs up the evidence.
No, it doesn't.
I mean, it does.
You're never going to know the motive of the person protesting that they're innocent. If you're in a trial, the person says they don't have a motive because they're pleading innocent. So you don't have a motive. The prosecution has to convict based solely on evidence. Because the person is denying the motive. You don't know that. It literally can only be evidence. Have you never watched a single trial?
Oh, I have actually. I've watched quite a few.
No, you haven't. Don't lie. Don't lie.
Yes, I have.
Don't lie.
Yeah, no, I have.
Are you gonna answer that? Innocent person says they're innocent. No motive. They say they have no motive. They're innocent. What do they convict them on? They convict them on DNA evidence, video evidence, phone call records.
Yeah, sorry. Say all of that again. I'll just fucking.
So, yeah, right.
Nice.
What?
You're not winning your argument, so you decide.
No, you've been soundly obliterated.
In it, fam.
I'm just gonna server mute him. What a stupid child.
I never knew you could take courtroom evidence and motive and show it to Flat Earth. So I learned a lot right there. I'm going to use that in the future. So thank you.
Yeah, for real. I'm going to become a prosecutor and just start saying this person had a motive. That's my case.
And the jury goes, okay, gas chamber.
Yeah.
No, I mean the motive is part of the proof. It can be part of the proof.
Never.
No, it can. But not as a first. It doesn't conclude that it's valid.
Okay.
But it is part of the proof.
As a supplement, like you do your closing argument and say, look at all this evidence, and then say and this is a motive that shows that the evidence all fits together. Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, no, you can.
And motive would be but motive is part of argumentation. It's not part of hard evidence because it's literally dealing with the feelings of the individual.
It's not enough to conclude the case, of course.
Right. You couldn't base a case off of motive.
See,
it's not enough. No, it's not enough.
If I have somebody I love a lot and they're cheating on me, and they all of a sudden end up dead after I told them that you're cheating on me and I hate you, but there's no evidence to support that I was involved in their death, you walk. I mean, you don't even get in a courtroom. I have all the motive in the world to maybe want her to be harmed. But if there's no evidence, then I'm sorry. There's nothing you can come after me with.
But they use the term, right? No body, no case.
Right. No gun, no case, right?
Do you guys not think
Dead men don't talk
is important at all? Or no? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, so we could have we could find a motive, no, like for the government to lie in respect with the shape. We could find a motive, we could have it, but we don't seem to have it, right?
It's hard for us when somebody says, "Why would they lie?" First of all, who's they? And second of all, if they're lying like that, they're basically psychopaths and sociopaths, and we don't think like sociopaths and psychopaths because we aren't. So how can we get inside the head of those people and tell somebody why would they lie when we don't think like they do?
But are you saying you have no idea whatsoever?
We have speculation. We can speculate why would they lie, but there's no email that they send, out why they lie. There's no phone call that we can go to. There's no court evidence that we can say, hey, this is why they lie about the shape of the earth. We can speculate, but that's all it is.
Yeah. Perhaps, but it's pretty self-explanatory, I would say, though.
I mean, the point is that they lie. The point is that you can find out that they lied because there is proof that they have. Well, I don't know in regard with the government, but with NASA, there are a number of evidence that they've lied. I don't know why they would lie, but they have lied. Maybe. I mean.
There are court cases where no motive was ever found. None. It didn't even come into the court proceedings at all what the motive was. The only thing was the actual evidence on the ground. So, if that's the case, they try cases all the time. Like Mima said, on the evidence. Who cares what the motive is if you have the evidence? If you were actually open-minded enough and really wanted to learn about what we found out, you would ask us what our evidence is.
See, that's the thing, is the Western court system is evidence-based. And so that should be the standard of what evidence is. And the fact that people get up there, they hire a defense attorney, they're saying they didn't have a motive, and yet the prosecution still has evidence against them that they're going to have to fight. It's literally the opposite. You do not need motive whatsoever. Now, if someone gets convicted, it's a strong conviction. They might confess and say, well, here was my motive, to try and get like leniency or something.
Right, but then that doesn't even prove that that was the actual motive. They could be lying about that.
It doesn't. They could be lying about that too. I mean, there are people who will shoot someone over their shoes to steal their shoes. And when they go to court and they're getting sentenced and they, give their motive, they're going to lie, and you'll never know it.
Yep. You'll never know.
It's like that movie. I don't know if you guys ever seen that movie, but he's sitting on a bench and he hears this random lady in the park, and she says, "Oh yeah, so and so raped me. He was a doctor, blah blah blah, but he'll never go to jail because he's too rich." And then the whole movie's about that guy who overhears this lady. He just randomly kills that guy that she was talking about just because he had no motive to do that, but he still did. It's a good movie. He drugs him. He just puts like some drug in his drink, and he dies, and no one ever finds out that he did it, essentially, until he confesses because he feels guilty. But it's a good movie. I'm pretty sure it's based on a true story too. But that guy had no motive. And that's all I wanted to say.
Well, thousands of crimes are committed every day with no motive. Just look at the road traffic laws. How many people have broken a road traffic law with no motive whatsoever? Surely accidental or not knowing the law. There's no motive.
Say that like there's no motive. I mean, they just don't care about traffic laws, right?
Yeah,
they might not know it, but it's not intentional. Yeah. What I'm saying, there's no motive.
Well, it's intentional for me sometimes. But
on the other hand, I have motive for obeying them because I don't want to go back to court, pay a fine.
What's interesting about the globe versus the flat Earth debate or the flat and stationary debate is that the globe side has no empirical evidence and no observation. They got nothing. And the flat Earth or the flat and stationary side has all empirical evidence and observation. So if you took that to the courtroom, the flat Earth side would win every time. But unfortunately, we don't control education and entertainment. So it's never going to go to a courtroom.
Love how massively mad he got at first.
I think you triggered him, or somebody triggered him big time.
I was really surprised. I was like, wow, that's mad.
It makes me wonder if he was a teenager or just 18.
You've always got to prove motive. Always.
That was pretty weird. He got like disproportionately upset all of a sudden.
I thought so too. No!
Agent Smith appeared, took control.
was a major one, man. It was like Agent Smith was waiting right at the back of the eyes for that one.
Yeah, that really reminded me of someone.
To go off topic, anyone plant a garden this week? They say this is the week to start your garden. Even a little cherry tomato plant outside produce fulfilling.
Yeah, my dad is planting a lot of stuff, but I didn't planted anything. I just had cleaning up some stuff.
I'm making raised beds out of concrete blocks right now.
Dude, you gotta
because there's a ground.
You gotta get out of your under. Bro, no.
Them in, so don't.
I gotta mute you, Mindy. You're
why?
You are roboting real bad.
Not for me.
Yeah, not for me too.
Okay, maybe I'm crazy. I might be. Try again, Vindy Water.
No, my service goes in and out here, so kind of spotty down here. I'm outside.
Okay. Maybe it's Discord because none of the other guys were choppy for me, but they heard you fine, and I heard them fine, but I didn't hear you fine.
Well, I've been hearing everyone talk. Occasionally, I get like a whole 30 seconds of choppiness, so it's probably me.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. No, on the motive, what about crimes of negligence where somebody didn't do anything, where they didn't do something? So how would you convict on motive in a case of negligence? So fucking funny, man. Hilarious.
We got a guy called Gravity Bong in here.
Sounds great. When do we get started?
Got no rules.
I'm ready now. Gravity Bong.
But I think I know what it is.
A brand new account.
I think I know who it is too. Let's find out. Pete Drinker, is that you?
What is Earth, Gravity Bong?
Gravity Bong. Do you use a gravity bong? And if you do, what is your motive for using a gravity bong?
I'm trying to get as high as possible to see if I can find curvature.
Oh boy, I was right.
Oh man, my predictions are good. My predictions are good.
That's pretty good that you know who it is, even though they change the name every time and without even hearing.
It's a new account every time, but I know my predictions are good. Yeah.
Quetzalcoatl, you're hilarious. And you didn't even say who it was, and I guessed it based on you not saying who it was, too.
Well, I did type it as well. Yeah. No, I was guessing it already beforehand when I saw his name. Yeah. Oh. I don't know what time he's going to talk about. Gravity? Where is it going? Gravity bong.
We're going to talk about something that doesn't exist anymore? Okay, that's fine.
Well, when it comes to gravity bong, his parameters do not exist. They're infinite.
I love how they have to protect they have to protect 3 gods, but I'll only mention 2 of them. They have to protect their globe and their gravity god, and the other god needs to be mentioned on a different channel. Anyway.
Someone named Silk here. Should we unmute them? Okay, yes, we shall. Silk, are you there? Yo. I Silk? L Silk? What's that vertical line called in typeset? Is it a small L Silk? No. No, maybe you're using your other sock account. Okay. No worries. Mm-hmm. Gravity Bong couldn't possibly use all the sock puppet accounts he's got at the same time. He would have to skip from one to the other. Why don't these people with Motive start their own Motive server? I mean, they're in the wrong server.
Yeah, 24/7 Motive server.
Motive server. We're only going to talk about Motive. We're never going to talk about evidence, just like the Globers do.
Well, here's a question I just thought of. Them lying to us about the shape of the Earth, have they actually committed a crime? Technically. I mean, I don't know. Have they committed a crime?
If they're causing harm or injury, yes. See, but that's why this is so devious, because they have this get out of
That's what I'm doing, Mom.
Huh? They got
hot
this.
miking.
So, doing a good job, Eddie.
Yeah.
Iron Horse,
So,
are you there?
Mom got there. It was a wreck, wasn't it?
What? You're hot.
Somebody mute him. Somebody mute him. Somebody mute him.
I got it. Oh, there we go.
I mean, what law have we broken?
What? They're taking money from us. What do you mean they're not doing crime, man?
That's
They're
not what I said. I never said they're not doing crime. I said, have they broken a law?
Many times.
Which laws?
I don't know. That's the thing. They make the laws.
Yeah.
They make the laws and they make the money.
Yeah, they make the laws. No, I don't think they've broken the law. And in fact, I think most of it is, it's like, the vampire. They're inviting you to believe something. They invite everyone to believe it. Yep. And they always give you ways out of believing it. They do. So, I mean, ultimately, in the end, it's on us.
Right.
I don't blame them at all.
Here's how they get out of it, because they've actually told us in plain sight that what they're doing. So if people are stupid enough to not see that and connect it, then they probably deserve to be deceived. And plus, there's a lot of people just like to be deceived. They actually enjoy it. They would rather be deceived than to use their own mind.
Damn, that's strong.
Yeah, it's true though.
I mean,
it's scary shit. That's scary stuff, because we live in a world out here where people are actually living like that.
I mean, they tell us gravity is a theory. They don't say it's a fact. They tell us the globe's a model. We just perceive it to be real.
A theory that cannot be proven, but only described. Isn't that what theory is? Basically. We munched it down.
Hi. Hi.
Who?
Me. Austin.
Who's me? I'm you? Who you? I'm me.
True. Yes. Yes.
Who? You? Me. VC verified. Cool. What's your stance on the topic?
I'm not. I don't really. Kind of in the middle. I don't really know yet. So
there's no middle. Come on.
I don't know. I'm still learning. Still learning.
Make sure you get off the fence before you get the hemorrhoids, though. Okay. That's all we ask.
Yes.
Yes. Sonny's right. It can be very painful sitting on a picket fence, with pointers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ouch.
So you don't believe in the globe, you don't believe in anything else?
Yeah, I would. I mean, I'm still just like learning. I don't know. I don't want to like say anything for sure. Yeah.
Well, that's okay. It's okay to be safe for a while. But do you experience any curvature in your life?
No, I know. Yeah, I've seen most of the arguments. Yeah.
Right. And no spinning. And you've never seen gas pressure without a container, right? So on those 3 points, I would say trust your senses. I mean, I know we've all been told, oh, you can't trust your senses. You got to believe the scientists instead of your own senses. Well, we disagree.
Do you? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just going to ask if my mic sounded okay. It's giving me trouble.
Sounds good.
Is it Austin? Is that the new gentleman here?
Yes.
Austin, do you believe outer space travel is possible?
Well, I know most people here say no. So,
what do you believe?
I would say I would. Well, again, I don't know, but probably leaning towards no. I don't know. I just.
I'll give you a quick thing that I've seen that I've learned in the last few months is Newton's third law of motion, which works perfectly well down here on our good Earth, where if you have a car, you have your motion going forward, and you have the tires and then some wind pushing it back. If you jog, you have your legs going forward and you have some wind pushing you back. If you're on a boat, you have the water pushing back, the force going forward. Submarine, you have the water pushing back against it. So Newton's third law of motion basically says for every motion going forward, there must be an opposing motion pushing back or an opposing medium pushing back against it. In outer space, we're told it's a vacuum. So when the rocket goes up into supposed outer space and has the rocket going forward, there is no opposing force pushing it back or no opposing medium pushing it back. Therefore, outer space travel is impossible, and you've been lied to about outer space travel for your whole life.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I thought of one thing the other day to kind of made it make sense. If you could like explain it to me and like if it's not right. So there's also the law that says that something won't be stopped unless a force is like acted upon it to stop it, right? Same thing with going. And do you know what I'm talking about? Like an object at rest will stay at rest, and an object in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon external force. if it's going into space, supposedly there's nothing to stop it from moving, so it would maintain its speed, I think. I don't know.
Okay, and how does it take off then? If it's landing somewhere? Supposedly like the moon. How did it take off, the lunar module?
Well, I guess took off. I don't know.
Somehow managed to get back to Earth in a perfect trajectory, basically.
Yeah, I don't know exactly.
Yeah, well, that's a good question. Yeah.
yeah.
If you think about that as well.
Need to educate.
Yeah, everything works perfectly on our good Earth with Newton's third law of motion. Everything works perfectly. But when you go into outer space, you have a unique thing that we're told, that there is a vacuum and there is no opposing medium pushing against the rocket. So therefore, 10 brain cells between your ears tell you that outer space travel is not possible because you have to have an opposing force or medium against that rocket, which works perfectly on everything on our good Earth. So it cannot work in the vacuum of outer space. Therefore, outer space travel, going to the moon, the International Space Station at 254 miles above us, Hubble at 330 miles above us, is impossible. We have been lied to.
Seems too easy, like that they would be that lazy with telling us stuff and be that easy to debunk. Like, I think they'd be more careful and to let us, to have it that easy.
Humans are easily manipulated. Our behavior, our thinking programs are very easily manipulated. So they do it with education, entertainment. They do it with CGIs, green screens, paintings, and fisheye lenses. We're very visual creatures. Men tend to like beautiful ladies. Ladies tend to like good-looking guys. We're very visual creatures, and we can be lied to and manipulated very easily.
Have you ever listened to Neil deGrasse Tyson talk to people?
A little bit. I haven't watched much. No, I watched some of his thing on Joe Rogan. I watched a few things.
Okay, he has a tendency to speak to everybody like they're children.
Yes, he does. Yeah, listening, kind of. Yeah.
So, I mean, keeping things simple is how you propagandize. Like, just go look at World War II propaganda. Look at Cold War propaganda. Look at any propaganda, and it's super simple. Simple is best. It's easy. It's easy to remember. It's easy to meme. It's easy to pass along.
Is space simple? It seems like they made up like a ton of things. Like, if it's a lie, why did they put so much into the lie?
Well, it's like this. The physics of space is not simple, but ask your average person their understanding of it, and it would be what? It would be simple.
Yeah.
90% of people just have a simple understanding about it. Like, it's black up there. There's no air. That's it. That's all they know.
Yeah.
And maybe they watch Star Trek. I don't know. But then you have people who are like really, really, really into it, and they're fascinated. I put that in quotations about all the contradictions up there and how things work and how things work against it. And they've managed to convince themselves in the face of contradictions. And that's really why they're into it, because to them it's a big puzzle.
Uh-huh.
So
I used to be super interested in it and watch like documentaries and stuff. It's silly if it's all fake.
What documentary have you seen? About what?
It was just something on Netflix. I can't remember.
Come on, that's not a real documentary, man.
I know. I'm just saying.
It's biased. It's not even an objective one, even. Yeah.
I don't think I've seen a real documentary about anything in probably 30 years.
Yeah, I don't think they're.
I was growing up in the 80s, and when we watched nature documentaries, the lion would get the wildebeest and rip out its guts, and you would watch the lions eating this thing's guts while it's still alive. That was a nature documentary when I was growing up. I don't think we've had documentaries for a very long time, and now it's just like they're just narrative with pretty pictures. That's all they are now.
Yeah, and they actually showed, like, in the Disney documentaries, nature, they have like set rooms where when they show bugs and stuff, they have like whole sets laid out where they have the bugs on there with studio lights. It's not real.
Yeah, none of it. Yeah. So, no, I like the old nature documentaries.
Yeah. I don't know if I've seen one like that before.
They were brutal, man. Absolutely brutal. Like
raw and unscripted.
And unscripted, and like you'd see the herd zebra, and a young zebra, the like leopard would like single out the young zebra, tackle it, and then like pin it down, rip it open, and this thing is still struggling.
Oh.
And like start consuming it while it's alive.
Oh my god, yeah. And a lot of the new documentaries, somehow the animal that you always want to win watching does. Like if it's a unequal battle, they're like survived or something. In the Disney ones, at least, they always have a plot twist, like it's a movie. It's like so unrealistic. Still, it's still cool to watch though.
Have you looked into any of the materials in the Discord, like the additional section information there?
Yeah, I've talked. I haven't seen a lot of people here say anything. The voice chat. I guess you're probably sick here most of the time. But yeah, I've had good conversations with a few people. Looked at some of the channels.
Yeah. Have you checked out the materials that's on this Discord as well?
Which?
The bottom, like additional information section, for example.
I looked at the Antarctica one. I've looked at a few that have been referred to me. I haven't really spent much time going through it yet. I should, and I will. There's also referred a website called, remember if I can find it in the chat.
Have you tried
Knoll
talking
School?
Huh? Noah? What?
Knoll School? I don't know. Jimmy the Space Crab.
Oh, yeah.
Referred that to me. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Have you tried talking to anyone else about the topic? Like your friends or anyone else outside this Discord?
No, not yet.
No.
No, if I...
Do you know anyone else outside this Discord that have talked about the topic or maybe built into that as well?
Oh, I don't.
So you're what? You're a lone wolfer? A lone wolfer?
Pretty much.
All right. That's cool. That's cool.
I joined this server with unserious intentions, just to screw around at first, and then I came back. I was kind of actually interested, and then and I like a lot of the people.
Yeah, you'll be surprised how much you'll find out deceptions and misinformations and such once you start doing your own digging of information, researching basically. Tons and tons and yeah.
Even before this, I mean, I've never Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Like
I was just saying
delays.
there's other topics as well. Sorry.
Yeah. I know there's obviously space not being filled. There's, that some people think the moon is flat because of the shadow set onto it not being distorted like it would be on a globe.
Yeah, all we can say, it looks like a circle. It doesn't appear to have a spherical shape. No one has seen the backs of it. Yeah, it only rotates around like a disc.
Nukes, a common thing is that nukes are fake. I'm pretty sure.
You know what's fascinating about the moon is in May of 1969, Apollo 10, before Apollo 11 went supposedly to the moon, encircled it 31 times. That's 31 times they would have seen the dark side of the moon without any sun's reflection, any sun's hindrance. And not one picture of the stars was ever taken from the dark side of the moon, when that would have been the most perfect time in human history to take pictures of the stars. When you were on the dark side of the moon and the sun what was not being a problem whatsoever. No pictures were taken. None.
They forgot. They completely forgot.
Yeah, they forgot. And then what was funny in August, it wasn't funny, it's actually sad. In August 12th of 1969, when Aldrin and Armstrong and Collins had their first press conference, they asked a reporter or somebody in the audience asked Armstrong, "Did you see any stars?" And Armstrong said, "No, I didn't." And then Collins leaned into Armstrong and said, "I didn't see any stars either." Now, he would have been the one circling the moon when Armstrong and Aldrin were on the moon, but he said he saw no stars. But he wrote a book later on in life that said he saw stars.
Wow.
So
really,
it's really interesting.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Crazy. How many times did they circle the moon again?
In Apollo 10, if you Google, I believe it says 31 times.
31 times. Crazy number, no? 31.
Well, when you fake stuff, you can put any number you want to with it.
Sounds like a lot, anyways. 31 times. It's like they didn't get bored. Like it was just like let's go for another one.
Who knows? Maybe it was scheduled for 29, and they decided to go. Well, we're faking it, so let's do it a couple more times.
Yeah, but now, for example, I was watching some videos the other day, and now they are assuming that they didn't go to the moon because, well, now they they contradict themselves. Like when they say, like it's like they leave that episode like as something that didn't happen. Like something, like the fact that we've been to the moon. It's like something like they don't even take notice of it when they are talking. Like they talk about going to like reaching certain distances. Like it's like they forget that they've been to the moon.
We haven't been back to it, right? Supposedly, officially, they haven't said we've been back to it since Apollo 11, which is kind of weird.
Well, actually, Apollo 17, I think it was.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah.
They skipped 13 because in Apollo 12, people were getting all tired and they didn't watch the moon landing on Apollo 12. And they were, watching regular TV, so they had to make something up on Apollo 13 to regain the public's interest. So they staged a little accident in space.
Uh-huh.
Or like, what was the accident offer? I just forget.
You know, my parents got me a telescope when I was 10, which would have been December. I mean, for Christmas when I was 10, which would have been December 1968. So now everybody knows how old I am. And then the first thing I did was I went in my backyard when I assembled it and looked at the moon. And then obviously, what was it? 8 months later, they supposedly landed on it. So I was all over that as well. And so it was like, I was so convinced, and I was so proud to be an American. I mean, I could have done Lee Greenwood back then before Lee Greenwood did his song, because I was so proud to be an American, because at least I know I'm free. You know, so wow. PSYOP.
Yeah, it's
No,
disappointing.
but you should still be proud. You should still be proud because America it's an amazing country. I'm not from America, but I've lived there, and it really it's an amazing country, man. Like it's amazing. Yeah.
We can discuss America sometime on a different channel, like on the biblical or health or nutrition. We can definitely discuss America anytime you want to.
Sure.
Where are you from now?
I am Spanish. I live in Spain. I am both Argentinian and Spanish.
Oh.
I live in Spain.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Do you have a lot of thirst in Spain?
My ex-girlfriend, you know.
She was one?
Yeah, she became interested. She was very open-minded, you know, but that's all, you know.
Generally, are the Spanish people open-minded, or?
Are you kidding? No, just like not really. No, they do follow authority like a lot, big time.
Okay. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it's very apparent. Yeah, it's very apparent.
Has Spain given up their autonomy as a country and basically followed along with the European Union?
We have. What was that? One more time.
Has Spain given up its sovereignty as a nation and followed the EU into their
yeah.
multinational?
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. We are having like it's surprising like how often, you know, they're changing the laws here. They're doing a lot of reformation with the laws.
And you never get to vote for the EU Parliament, do you?
I don't know. I mean, me as a citizen.
Yeah, I don't think the 27 countries or whatever there are in the EU actually get a vote for who is in the European Union Parliament, do they?
Yes, that's a good. I'm not aware of that. Actually, I don't know.
We are not getting asked in EU.
Yeah.
What's that?
It kind of appears the EU, the 27 countries or so, are kind of like governed without nobody getting a chance to ask why or what to do, or say it's like it's one big dictatorship run out of Brussels, Belgium. It just seems to be that way.
Yeah, I can confirm that. I'm from Denmark, and no one in EU is getting asked who is governing the EU Union. They are unelected. They are elected within their group, you know, the group. But it's not an election at all or anything like that. At least not a people's election.
So it appears the EU Parliament was a practice session for world government. Sure looks that way.
Yeah, you could say it like that. I mean, I think it's more like a project. Can we do this without getting revolutions in the EU countries, and they could like they have done it now for like 20, 30 years, pretty much. Like
yeah. Yeah. The French are very open to protest. For example, we have seen also the English in England. It seems.
I mean that for France, it's particular. It lays in the history that they are they're willing to go the extra mile to get their will.
Yeah.
I mean, there have been these demonstrations here and there in different scales, of course. It's just the mainstream media is not covering any of it at all, sadly.
Good point.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, the two COVID years, because we want to talk about that, but that was like worldwide protests. Like there was like every single weekend in Denmark, we were in the capital protesting, marching, and all that kind of stuff. And I know that if it's only in I know it was also in Germany, France, like pretty much worldwide.
Yeah, and none of the mainstream media covered. The only maybe one time they showed something. Oh, they're whatever.
Oh, they did. They actually did cover it. Here in Denmark, you were maybe like 10 to 30,000 in our capital protesting and marching and stuff like that. They reported it like 200 to 400. COVID angry people, but in reality, if you look at live streams and stuff like that, it was just like miles on miles of people with torches and stuff like that.
Wow.
Oh, maybe I'm over exaggerating a bit, but 10 to 30,000 people. Imagine that when they're walking down the streets,
Did you say torches?
Yeah, I mean, they were doing it at nighttime. Torches was just like,
crazy.
It was not to burn down the buildings or anything like that, It was more like, here we are coming, look at us, And the funny part is, like, when you look at the video material from it, people were cheering from their windows in their apartments and stuff like that. So it was not only let's just say 20,000 walking people. It was also like, they were being cheered from the sideline. Good job, guys. Show them that we don't want this.
It's really, I find it really interesting, kind of weird, why the regulations kind of backed up a little. Because I don't know in your location, in any of you guys. If your location, but here, for example, you couldn't have a coffee in anywhere without presenting. Was it like that in America also? And because here you no longer need the green passport. I don't know.
I mean, it pretty much went away when the Ukraine-Russia war started. Then everyone forgot about it, and the spring was coming and the regulations was slowly pulled off. But for example, here in Denmark, they have started to report on it again. So I think they are slowly starting to talk about it again. Then the fall comes and they will go full retard on it again.
You think they're gonna bring it up again?
Oh, 100%. They're already slowly starting to bring it up in the media again, at least in Denmark.
Just waiting for the what's it called? The seasonal flu.
Yeah. People getting a runny nose.
Yeah, to match up with the story. Basically.
It's really amazing how like a lot of people were getting together, no? I mean, you can really make it nasty, no? I mean, if you insist in it, no? People seem to get together, demonstrate. I didn't participate in any demonstrations. It's a shame, actually.
It's also like equally scary because these small liberty groups or whatever you can call them, they can be infiltrated really fast by people who just want money, we have seen it here in Denmark, one of the most prominent groups or something like that, and they had like troubles with their account books and so money under the table, and suddenly there was this billionaire guy who was in the board, like so it's just as easy to be controlled opposition, I hope you got my point, but yeah.
In hiring fake people for fake demonstrators.
I mean, just like let's say a flat earth shill. He is saying some of the truth, but he will never give you the real red pill subjects. He will just do it so he can get monetary gains.
Like
control the opposition. Like we know that there is an opposition, and so we put someone in charge to control what the consensus in that group is, so they will never go beyond that.
Sure.
So, like a lot of these freedom movements, they are filled with people who have like left one religion, the government one, and they have found a new religion with new leaders, basically, and still not thinking for themselves, but they think they're enlightened, So people are still dumb. That's my point.
Well, I mean, if they do it, they have a purpose, such as defending, for example, certain rights.
Oh, my point is, like, instead of doing their own work, like reading law proposals and stuff like that, they hear someone talk about it, and that's now the new truth for them, like a new religion. There is a lot of these people. They claim they are woke, but they are still sheeple-minded.
Okay.
Hey, suppress this back.
Yeah. You didn't present any globe proof, though, sadly.
Free suppress.
I'm searching.
Oh. I see how it is.
So, is this being live streamed right now?
Yeah, on YouTube.
Yeah, right. Okay. Cool.
So,
hello,
YouTube. I don't know why my mic picks up me clicking on my mouse. Annoying.
It's your mic picking it up. I guess that's.
Yeah, see.
It doesn't suppress the background noise, I guess.
Right. Yeah, it's weird. I thought it would with the setting or something, but I guess not.
What kind of mic do you have? Is it standalone or?
Apple earbuds.
Earbuds?
You're rich, man.
You can try the noise suppression in the Discord, the one next to the disconnect button. This one. If you're using the if you see it. Yeah.
Not using the app though, because for some reason my microphone just won't work at all if I'm using the app. So I have to use the browser version.
Okay. Yeah, browser doesn't have the noise suppression. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you though.
Yeah, that's one
to work. Yeah.
All right. Thanks for stopping by.
just use my mouse pad in the meantime. It's not a big deal. It's just
you can just mute yourself whenever you don't speak, and then when you control it that way, I guess. So you don't have the clicks. It's up to you.
Okay, I think I'm going to make a confession.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't have any proof for the flat Earth, but I believe. I guess I am a believer of the. I believe the Earth is that we live on a territory, but it's a belief because I understand, for example, I don't really understand I don't really believe that the census are telling me the census are valid, but I cannot really. I don't find any proof beyond my senses. Do you know what I mean?
It's not really just about census, I don't think, though, because they measure the where there's supposed to be radius and curvature, there isn't, so it's more like measurements too than just census. Supposedly, I haven't done any tests, but that's what I've been told. The
All you
pictures
need
suggest.
all you need to do is a line of sight test, and in 5 miles there should be nearly 17 feet of drop. This is easily detectable. You could find this. You could do this on a zoom camera or binoculars, anything like that over water. So once you do that, do it over and over again. It's repeatable.
Over water, right?
Yeah. All you got to do is
science.
Go to a bay. If you go to a bay somewhere, you can let's just say on the south side of the bay, looking north at a point sticking out on the other side of the bay across the water there. There should be that much drop in that distance. Just find the known distance. You know your height above the water level. Very easily done.
And measure it. What could I measure it with? Against measure it with like a distance, like another coast, for example, right? I could measure a coast.
Right. Just find. You could either do this, like I can do here. You just go to a place where you have at least about 5 miles.
I know.
You can You could zoom into the opposite shoreline, right at the water's edge, and watch waves breaking. Now, in a bay, like in a harbor, like I am, those waves are no more than 1 foot, maybe 2 at the most, but really about 6 inches to 1 foot. Now, if you can see a 6-inch wave 5 miles away, it's supposed to be 16 feet of drop.
What would it be like for? What would be the distance where I wouldn't be able to see the shore? Like how many? What would be the distance? In any idea? Where I wouldn't be able to see the small waves, like breaking in the shore, for example. Any idea on that?
It depends on how powerful of a zoom you have and what the weather conditions above the water are. That's going to change on the daily, if not hourly. Yeah.
Resolution and atmospheric conditions, if you want to use that word, atmosphere, but never Earth curve. That's not a factor.
Yep, that's true. Thanks.
Okay. But if I have, like, for example, perfect weather, if I keep on trying it, like on different days, like, and I get a perfect day and I have like a really good zoom.
Yeah.
Any like I could do that experiment actually.
There's going to be too many variables. So yeah.
Yeah.
So you can just
go something bigger.
No. I think 5 to 10 miles is probably sufficient.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, listen, if you were to go do this somewhere in Spain, you could do it repeatedly. So you could have a whole program. So let's say go there for, let's say, I'm just using a hypothetical. Let's say you go and you decide to spend a month at this one location. You can go there every single day at different times of day. Keep doing that throughout the week. You'll have a whole you'll have a whole lot of empirical data that you could show. I repeated this. Here's the conditions. Here's how high it was. Here's like the wave height, like all of that. And once you do this a couple times for yourself, see, I don't even have to do that. I can just go out and look at the harbor 3 miles out the harbor, which I can see with my bare eyes. I can see water lines on ships. Now, the water lines painted on ships are no more than about, at the very most, a foot wide, right? So if I can see the water, that painted water line on a ship 3 miles away, there's no curve there. I mean, 3 miles is a pretty short distance. But this just goes on and on and on because now, let's say I'm looking at the water line, this painted water line on a ship, but I can look past to another shoreline. That other shoreline is further out and higher up than the water line on that painted boat that was closer. You see what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
On a ball, there should never be a place where everything further out gets higher up and further out at the same time. This only occurs on a flat plane.
And it's crazy to even think about it, you know. But another thing that I was thinking today, it was like I was like imagining, like, I mean, I cannot imagine a single country in the world, right? If you take it apart, if you take it out of the map or out of the globe, for example, and you take it out like a piece. Say, imagine that you have a globe made of plastic, but you can take the pieces out, meaning each unit as each country, you could take it out from the globe, right? I cannot imagine a single country being Kirby. Like, do you know what I mean? Like Russia or any country, like
right?
They would all be like Bendy, Kirby, right?
Yeah,
Everything's so bendy that it just looks flat. Including the light that's bending over the bendy earth. It's all just so bendy it looks flat.
I cannot imagine a territory, you know, like being Kirby. It's just like,
or even just pieces of it. Like, let's say, just take one section, like the Gobi Desert. It's one of the largest deserts, right?
Where's that? Is that in America?
Gobi Desert? No, it's in China. Not that you could ever get there, but let's say, I mean, there should
it would be Kirby. It would be Kirby.
Yeah. See, I think when people ask for, now I'm going to switch to why would they lie. I think it's a cry for help, actually. When people ask why would they lie, it's actually they're having cognitive dissonance. They're trying to avoid it at any cost. So it's suppressed.
Some people ask it. Some people ask it genuinely, you know. There are people that ask that question in a genuine way, you know. But if you start up, maybe if you just start with that question, like the previous guy before earlier, like, I don't know, you know. I mean, you could ask a different type of question, but I suppose that you could ask it genuinely, you know. So.
That's true. That's true. But I think either way, it's just a way to avoid their dis-ease and the information we're providing. They're trying to avoid that at any cost because it's a big deal, actually. Like, we believed in this globe our whole life, you know? And so if we're invested in these ideas of space travel and all this sci-fi stuff, we're not going to want to let that go. So we're gonna try to ask questions that can never be answered to save ourselves.
I find very difficult letting Star Wars go, you know.
Well, here's something that came to me last night while I was drifting off. I know it's a little off topic. It's kind of going along with what we were talking about before, though. Now, as far as like a major reset or like we know something happened in America, it almost seems like there was destruction on a massive level. But this is we know about these things kind of in a lot of different places here. Now, here's what came to me. What if these people that are in charge, they know that something's coming because they've been watching. They have, and they are the mystery religions. They have been looking at the skies, and they know things maybe that we don't. That maybe they are the ones that actually destroy Earth. From time to time, things get too much. Now I know God, I mean the Creator, I believe did, the flood. I believe that was true. But I think also these people who've been in control for thousands of years have controlled the narrative for at least 500 years, that they either know something's coming up like cosmologically, like something in the there's a sequence of events that occurs that just happens over time. Every so often something happens, but I think they may actually make changes, and then actually they are the ones that are going to destroy huge sections of Earth. From however this is just something that came to me, so it's speculation. Yeah,
Like out of fear, no? Like because they're scared of losing control or something.
no, there's just too many people that are not going along with what they are trying to put, so they decide, well, we have so many of these people, we are definitely the majority. The only way to deal with it is to kill them all off and destroy Earth, like destroy the nature. So I don't know. Maybe I think we should all be prepared. Who knows? Like, I don't know.
They don't have to destroy it.
They don't have to. Yeah.
All they got to do is, like I've always said, I don't think they know what's going on. I think they're like all of us, in the same prison of information.
Right.
And they just have educated guesses, and so they have all these scenarios. But ultimately, what's going to happen is going to happen. Whether it's celestial or geophysical, who knows what it's going to be. Right. But it's going to be big enough where, like, civilization will destroy itself. It won't. They won't destroy anything, and they'll probably. A lot of them are going to be destroyed along with it. Well, caught up in it. I think it's just survival on their part. I don't think they know what's going on. I think they're pretending to know.
I appreciate that, and I was actually hoping that you were going to chime in on this question because I know you have some.
I always do.
I like that, man. But yeah,
I say it's like the automated cruise ship, and everyone's been born on it. Nobody knows where it's going, but there was one group who set up a make-believe bridge, and they just pretend that they know where it's going. They don't really know. But everyone thinks they know, and every time it goes somewhere, they say, "Hey, look where we made it go," right? That's all that's happening. But they don't have any control over, like, all they have are stories that they can tell to try and, like, cover their ass, and that's it.
Yeah. Well, it seems like they are kind of on a fast track to, like, use up all the resources now. Kill us all off slowly because, there's profit in slow death. They realize they can't kill us all really fast to get the resources and property. They'd rather, profit on both sides of every war, kind of destroy, like you said, they'll cause things to happen with the Hegelian dialectic to for us to destroy ourselves.
Well, let me put it to you like this. If one day, this is just hypothetical, if one day the sun and moon stopped moving,
right,
the entire world would melt down into absolute bedlam and chaos. It would just take one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Or if there was a perceived alien invasion, like suddenly all these lights start coming down from the sky, the world would, like, go into total bedlam. It doesn't even nothing actually has to happen. Just visually. I mean, you could, who knows? I mean, all it would take is one thing to happen, and the whole world would descend into absolute just madness.
Can anyone hear me?
What is this?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey guys, do you guys remember a few years ago this one content creator? He put some content out called about a funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Bart Sabrell.
and astronauts gone wild, and he had got some declassified information to basically show you the whole moon landing was a complete and utter hoax.
Oh yeah.
Then he went on a mission to find the astronauts who claimed to have been aboard the Apollo, and he confronted them with those apparent lies, and they all went a little fucking crazy. Like one guy actually punched him in the face.
Yeah,
Another guy pretty much.
Mark Cabral.
Another guy, astronaut, pretty much admitted he was like, "Look, man, we just paid. We just did. We just went on a like it was like a simulation. It was a training simulation, but they didn't go anywhere." And one astronaut pretty much admitted that. But those people have taken like some kind of Masonic oath. I'm sure they would probably be killed or something like that if they ever told the truth about that. I'm sure that they're holding something over these people's heads. I mean, these people are nuts. When I was a child, when I was in elementary school, our teacher wheeled a television into the classroom, and we watched the Challenger take off on what was supposed to be a mission to outer space. We watched it explode into like vapor mid-launch in Earth's atmosphere. All, I think, but one of those people who are aboard that are still alive. Under the same names, looking the same way they would if they had just aged. They're still alive because that rocket was unmanned. You know what I mean? Like, there was a content creator who had done a good job tracking these people down under the same names, under their current professions, and I can't find that video, but I still have all of that stuff on my hard drive. Most of this stuff that I found like several years ago before the Congress passed the conspiracy theory, algorithm suppression bill that YouTube now enforces. I can't find any of those videos anymore, but I have all of that stuff on my hard drive. If anybody wants copies of that content creator material, like let me know, because I'm just so glad that I saved the stuff. If you find any new content, you need to download it while you still can. I used to have this program called Keepit. I paid like $20 for it like 5-6 years ago, and you could put the link of a YouTube video in it and it would download it for you in any format, either audio, MP3 or 4, or you could do video. Eric Dubé's channel was over 1 million strong. They terminated it. He made it again, and he was going on over 500,000 subscribers. He's almost back up to 1 million. They terminated it. I think it's back up now for like the third or fourth time. He's only got now like 150,000 subscribers. I've resubbed his channel. They suppressed my subscription. I've had to redo it like 3 times because I somehow just end up unsubbed. I watch his videos, I like them, then I go back and look at them again. I have to re-like them because my like somehow disappears. I've noticed that YouTube does things with my account. I'll get a notification when I make a comment that someone liked it. And when I go look at the like when I click on the comment on the notification to look at my comment and see what the counter is, and it'll still be at 0. You know what I mean? Because they actually have things in place to suppress your likes, to suppress your ability to get the content creator metrics that would allow you to your channel to be more successful if you're talking about these things. Even as not a content creator, but as a commentator. Like, it's really scary, the suppression that's happening. I mean, because it wasn't not a few years ago. I mean, we had mad momentum with this whole debunking the heliocentric model thing, and now it's like we've been pushed into the closet or something like that, with all the censorship. And it's not right. It's a violation of your freedom of speech. It's a violation of the freedom of information,
Freedom of speech. What is that? Oh. That was something in the Bill of Rights that a bunch of white guys put down over a couple hundred years ago that never gave the black man the right to vote until 1870. And then when they gave him the right to vote, they put a poll tax on him and then got the red shirts, a paramilitary group in 1875, to keep the uppity black man down, which morphed into the KKK, which morphed into Planned Parenthood, which was Margaret Sanger's way of getting rid of black people. So, freedom of speech. Okay, I remember that. Freedom of speech. Anyway, I'm just being very sarcastic. Forgive me.
Yeah, it's a red flag, you know. But I mean, YouTube has the right to do whatever. I mean, to do such regulations. Because, yeah, but it's. I mean, if you really think about it as a business, like it's not a normal business wouldn't do that. YouTube wouldn't be interested actually in doing that unless there is like, that's what it's a red flag, you know, because it's not YouTube, you know, right? That's pretty obvious, no? I mean,
it's like it's government controlled now. It used to be an independent thing, but I think now like the government has taken over YouTube.
YouTube is amazing. It's amazing.
It's just,
they have to follow, you know. I mean, they just have to follow whatever they have to follow, you know. I mean, it's who knows, you know, what happened. I mean, they must be threatened or they must be forced to do it. They wouldn't do it as a business. They're not interested in like putting such a regulations. A lot of people are leaving YouTube.
YouTube was bought by Google, I believe, in 2006.
Remember that shooting that they had at YouTube? It had something to do with that. Somebody went onto YouTube where like their headquarters is and went in there and shot and killed a few people. And it had something to do with these changes that they've imposed. It had something to do with like information suppression, but you know, somebody had went in there and shot up YouTube headquarters in reference to it.
The YouTube CEO got on recently in the last year or two, and she proudly proclaimed that YouTube removed 1 million videos that they considered disinformation or misinformation about what's been going on for the last 27 months. She was on there and proudly said, we have removed 1 million videos of what we consider disinformation about something that we can't talk about on here. So they are woke, Marxist, totalitarian thugs who are owned by one of the preferred companies of the elite in the world, Google. And I will never, ever do anything with YouTube, ever, because I don't care what. I am not supporting those woke, Marxist, totalitarian thugs that are proud to get rid of videos that they disagree with, and the videos are actually the truth. So, you know, it's just that.
And no one cares about all the other. It's funny to me how they pick and choose what disinformation they'll selectively get rid of. Like, you don't see them getting rid of videos about Christmas and Santa Claus when Christmas is the most suicidal time of the year for most people around the world because they feel like shit because they can't afford things. You know what I mean? You don't see them suppressing the tradition of Christmas and Santa Claus because it's fucking disinformation, you know? And there's so much other bullshit on YouTube. Like, I just think it's so hypocritical. And I don't think it is. It is hypocritical that they will selectively attack this information and suppress us sharing it, talking about it. It should be protected under the same right. It should have the same right to be on their platform as someone posting videos about Santa Claus and Christmas trees and reindeer and you know, it should be treated with that same energy, you know.
Yeah, misinformation shouldn't exist. I mean, it only exists because you put emphasis on it, but it doesn't really exist. I mean, people believe what they choose to believe, you know.
Exactly.
Dictatorships censor speech. So you think we live in a constitutional republic? Dictatorships censor speech.
We don't live in a democracy. We live in a corporate matrix. You know, it's just not as, it may not be as stringent as, let's say, North Korea, you know, or Russia. But, you know, this is not a democracy. We all live under the, well, not all of us, but the masses live under the delusion of inclusion because they believe that there's actually a democratic process. There really isn't.
Well, I have just learned. I didn't know this. I'm learning this as I go, but I didn't even know why freedom of speech is so important. Like now I come to understand. Okay, it makes sense. So if you control speech, it's basically controlling speech equals to controlling the mind, right? If you can't talk about what you talking means thinking. If you shut my mouth, then you're basically, and if it's wrong, right? Then I can think whatever I want. It's just like it's a mind control, in essence. I mean, that's what it does, no? Or no? Or is that's too much? It's like a form of mind control, no? Or no? Speech, right? You're thinking. You speak what you think. If you control the speech.
In the movie 1984, which was Richard Burton's last movie before he died in 1984, John Hurt, who is famous for having the alien come out of his chest in the 1979 movie Alien with Sigourney Weaver, he played Winston Smith in 1984, and his job was to sit in front of a what do you want to call a little I don't know, a machine, and go find articles that had been written that the government wanted to have banned. So he would go find those articles. He would cut those articles out, and he had a fire right to his left. So he would take those articles that the government wanted banned. He would literally put them in the fire next to him, sitting to the left of him. He put them in the fire, and then he would put in what the government wanted to be the official narrative into the record. So people, when they research something, would see what the government wanted. We are living very similar, if not the same, or even worse today than Winston Smith, played by John Hurt in 1984, portrayed at his job.
It sounds like a good book, right? Do you recommend it as a reading?
I'd actually. Now, unfortunately, the TV, even though it's Richard Burton, he was married to Elizabeth Taylor twice. He's very famous. I think he played the main character in the movie The Robe, and he's actually one of the most famous, along with Charlton Heston and people like that. But he died in 1984, and you will never ever see that movie on TV. You will never be able to rent it on your TV from a cable station. Yeah, you can pay for it. You can go on Amazon Live. I don't know if Netflix has it. I would stay away from Netflix. But you can go on Amazon Live, and I believe you can rent it for $4 or $5. If you have a laptop, obviously it's easier on your eyes to watch it on a 17-inch laptop than it is on a 5-inch phone, like I have. And so I would rent it. 1984. It stars Richard Burton and John Hurt. The movie, it is awesome. And if everybody had watched it in high school or grade school instead of watching Al Gore's an inconvenient truth. That's unbelievable. Anyway, if you watch 1984, you will see exactly where we are 38 years later. And 38 years later might be even worse than it was back then. But you'll appreciate it, and hopefully you watch it. You'll ask other people to watch it too, and wake some people up. Thanks. For all of you that aren't that old, 1984 was 38 years ago, so a lot of you may not have been born yet. But, Richard Burton and Charleston Heston, Marlon Brando were all kind of like in the same classification as your Johnny Depps are today and your, what do you want to call, Tom Hankses. They were as famous back then as, your famous actors are today, like, I guess you can name a lot of them, but Will Smith, very famous. Pitt, Brad Pitt's very famous. So those three guys were as famous back then as what I just talked about here.
Oh shit, man! I was like talking right now. I swear. I was saying. I thought my microphone was on. Shit. I was saying some really cool stuff. Sorry about that. You know, I think that freedom of speech, it's a little bit like declaring. It might seem a little bit scary because it's like, I think it is like a little bit like declaring war in a sense, no? Right now, for instance, like in these days, if you talk about what you think openly, it is. I mean, I admire people, you know, that they expose themselves, and I don't know how they live normally, man. Like I would be so scared, you know. It's a little bit like declaring war. You're like a fighter.
Oh, what?
If it gets really noisy, let me know, okay? Because it's really windy here.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
We got a mail. BC verified. Hello, mail. I haven't seen you before. Wanna say hi?
Hello.
What's up? How's it going?
Good.
Good. What are you up to?
I'm just doing some homework.
And eavesdropping into our conversations, are you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just joking.
What type of homework, man? What type of homework are you doing?
Biology.
Nice.
Yeah.
You're learning about flagella and all that kind of good stuff inside those microorganisms, or maybe not doing microbiology.
Yeah. I mean, I've already done that, but
right on. I took a college course, microbiology, in college once, and it was I enjoyed it, actually. I learned quite a bit. I mean, I don't know how much that shit, after learning everything else I've learned along the way now, what makes me kind of wonder how much of the shit they say they knew they actually know.
Did they talk about the germ theory as well? You got rocking?
Excuse me?
Did they talk about the germ theory as well in the study?
No, they didn't talk about that much. A little bit.
I was wondering if they.
We did some. About all we did was did some. Put some bacteria in some petri dishes, and then treated it with different types of antibiotics, alcohol, various different things to see which actually was more effective to killing the bacteria. And you'd be surprised what the most effective killer was for just about all bacteria. Hand soap.
Oh.
Literally, hand soap wiped that shit out so fast in the petri dishes, faster than anything else we put on it. We put it, like I said, antibiotics, alcohol, just all kinds of shit. Aspirin, I mean, all kinds of weird shit that we put in those petri dishes to see what would kill the bacteria, and hand soap instantly wiped that shit out.
Makes you wonder what else is wipes off. The good stuff as well, maybe. I wonder. Using soap excessively under certain situations.
I mean, soap is basically lye and fat. I'm sure it's not lye anymore, and that's why it dissolves oil and grease, because that's what it's made from. Like palm olive, like dish soap, palm olive. It's made from palm oil and olive oil. That's why it's called palm olive. And then they treat it with lye, and it turns it to soap. But it still retains its attributes where it can dissolve oil. That's why I say, Dawn takes grease away, because it's made from grease. All soaps are, for the most part.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, because there was a time when I was younger, I kept wondering, well, how does this soap breaking this oil down? Because you use just plain water on it, and oil just separates from it. It doesn't do a fucking thing to it. As far as dissolving the oil out of your pans or off your hands, whatever. I remember thinking that, putting dish soap on, and then all of a sudden water becomes this extremely good solvent to get rid of oil, and it's because the soap is made from travelers, like the pioneers and stuff like that came. They whenever they cooked, they saved all their grease from their cooking in the pans, all the fat from their animals when they butchered them, all that kind of stuff, and that's where they got their soap. They made their soap from all the fat from slaughtering animals and cooking, meat and stuff in pans, and then pouring the grease off and running it probably through a cloth or something to get the chunks out or whatever, the burned up shit or whatever. But because I've never done it, but I know that's what they used to do. They used to collect all their fat from everything they had along the way, and then they would make soap out of it, with treating it with lye. Anyway, Mail, are you have you been in here, or you talked to flat earthers before, or are you interested in the subject, or what's going on? I'm just curious. What we usually ask.
This is my first time.
It's your first time, yeah?
Yeah.
So, what do you think about the subject?
I mean, I guess it's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's for sure. I mean, we all used to be Globers here. I mean, that's, I don't know anybody I've never met anybody that wasn't taught in school and indoctrinated in school that, we live on a globe and whatnot. So it's understandable if that's how you feel about it. We all used to, it's not it's no big deal. It's just if you're interested in seeing some evidence that supports that it might be different than a globe, then we can offer you that.
Okay.
So do you have any questions that you might have in your mind that you've been curious about?
I mean, not right now.
No? Okay.
I just kind of came to listen, but yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Maybe when you listen for a while, you'll be hearing some other people ask some questions and whatnot. Maybe you'll think something up, and then just when you do, just wait till someone else is done talking, and then try not to overtalk people. You know what I mean? If they're talking, wait till they're finished, just out of courtesy, and then ask your question. Sure.
Yeah, sure.
All right, cool. If anybody else has something they want to ask him or talk to him, then go ahead. I'm done.
No questions at the moment.
I know a lot of people in here like to do the 3 points, like to do, various different things, but I personally would just leave that up to someone else. So feel free if anybody wants to do that with him. I'm not interested. Does anyone know why Iron Horse is muted?
No.
Iron Horse, I just unmuted you. I'm curious what's going on. Why did you get muted? What's going on?
I have no idea.
Maybe you were hot micing or something. If you're making noise in the background and you leave your mic open and someone's trying to have a hot conversation, it cuts off the other mic sometimes and it's hard to have a conversation. Maybe it was something like that. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, I usually mute myself so I don't have any background noise so I can just listen. But it's
well, that's cool. I'll leave you unmuted.
Yeah, that'd be good. Do
you have any questions?
Well, yeah, they're a little simple. I just found this about 4 weeks ago, and I guess my story is, grown up with the globe Earth, but
like everyone else,
like everyone else, but it never did. It never in my gut. It never did. My observation was never. It never computed in my head. But I had a question, and maybe y'all can answer. This was just a question that bothered me: the firmament, and why do we see, for an example, in the wintertime? I'm in the northern hemisphere, northern part. I'm in Kentucky, but in the winter I can see Orion. Okay, see that constellation. In the summer, I cannot see the constellation Orion. Maybe I can see Sagittarius or something that's there's a winter set of constellations, and then there's a summer set of constellations. In the I call it a flat plane Earth. I don't call it a flat Earth or whatever.
Yeah, but I do the same.
Explain that.
I do the same. So yeah, I think I can answer your question. The stars, as far as we know, are also above us in sort of a flat plane manner, in my opinion, above us in a flat plane. Now the firmament, whether the stars are in it, above it, or under it, that's still questions that we all have and would love to know. But as far as not being able to see them, it's very simply, in my opinion, and now this is my opinion, of course I can't prove any of this, but this is what makes sense to me, is that as the constellations rotate around Polaris, you understand that concept, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. As they rotate around Polaris, because of your location, the constellation Orion rotates and it just gets too far away for you to see. Because they're local, the stars are local and they're smaller, you've got this that's why you can't see, for instance, let me give you a good example. Like the sun, for instance, we feel like the sun does the same thing. Rather than go over the horizon, it does not. It just goes so far away that it gets so small, and then it has the appearance, because of perspective and angular resolution, that it has the appearance that it drops down over the horizon. But in all reality, if you had a powerful enough scope or whatever, we've got videos where we can show that we can pull the sun back into view, and it actually doesn't actually ever set. There's some videos that we can post to show you that. So in essence, what I'm saying is sometimes these stars, as they rotate around Polaris, they just get too small and too far away for you to see.
Yeah. Well, that
would be my best explanation.
Yeah.
For that.
Yeah. That was, look, I'm a 58-year-old man.
How old are you?
58.
I'm 66.
Yeah. And, I've been, like I told someone before here, nothing ever clicked as being what we've been told. Only thing I can see is what I can observe and understand.
Right.
And
I agree. That's a good.
The only thing that really, and that was my question of the firmament. I don't know. I don't know if the stars or the lights are in the firmament, beyond the firmament. And I just don't know. Maybe it is where the sky or the firmament moves. We don't get to see certain constellations certain times of year. I don't know why the year would be times of year would be an issue, other than maybe it does move. I don't know. That's always been
because we know the stars move above head, right? They're
Correct.
moving. We are not. We are stationary. Are you with that?
Yes. As far as I know, what I've seen, we should be stationary.
Yes. And
it seems that way.
We can't feel any movement. We can't detect any movement. The Earth has been, experiments have been run. Even Einstein says he is not aware of any experiment that can prove Earth rotation or basically movement. So you don't feel it. I would personally rather go with my personal senses and experience. With it being flat, it makes no sense that it would be floating around in a vacuum of space. That's absurd. And so, yeah, I do believe that these stars, when they rotate around Polaris, they do get, depending on your location, they do get, closer and further away from you. So that would be my explanation as to why you can't see it. It's just has rotated around and has gotten farther away from you. Maybe you're closer to the south side of Polaris. And when the constellation Orion rotates around in the time of year where you're going to try and spot it or you're in the southeast, let's say, and you're going to look in the northwest. Maybe the Orion rotates around into the northwest location around Polaris, which would put you farther away, like if you were in center of, straight down south from Polaris, you could see this equal distance to each side of it as it rotated around.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, maybe that's what's going on. For me, that's what makes sense. I just, none of us really know. We just tried to do the best we can with what we have to work with. With the knowing that we live on a flat plane, and the concept of the firmament. I don't know what it looks like, how big it is. All I know is that in order to have gas pressure and have an atmosphere, the atmosphere that we live here, it must be contained. And so in order for us to survive, if it wasn't contained, it would just disperse out into wherever it would go. If you want to believe there's vacuum of space out there or just more area, regardless of what it is, the atmosphere would migrate out into that area. And then we would no longer have the specific environment or atmosphere that we need here to survive. So this container is a specific size. And I think that the Earth produces gases all at the ground level. They're all produced from the Earth, plants and, decaying of plant material and dead carcasses and whatever. They all produce gases. That's where all the gases come from, is ground level. And so as they move up into the atmosphere and start just, becoming the mixture that we breathe today,
yes,
the lighter ones go up higher, the more dense ones stay down a little lower. And I think that the firmament is a container that maintains our environment, the dynamic system that it is, so that we can survive and live here. Because I think without it, the gas would migrate away. It would be a much larger container maybe or whatever, but the Earth's only going to produce a certain amount of gas. And it's only going to maintain this dynamic system that kind of replenishes itself and more gases are produced. And as they rise up and move around and, and then however they end up decaying or I don't really know, or turning into plasma or whatever happens to the gases, we always have to have, or we're always getting a new source of oxygen from the plants. The plants are always absorbing all the source from the carbon dioxide that is produced by us, by exhaling it, for an example. So I just think that this system that we live in, the container is of the size that the system supplies. It was designed very, very perfectly. It was obviously designed. And so that's what I think. So the container, I think, was designed for the specific size, for the amount of gas that would be produced at the ground level to keep everyone here functioning and living in this perfect paradise that we live in. This beautiful flat Earth that we live in is maintained in part by the firmament.
I agree. I agree with that. It's just I don't really know how to explain it. It's the firmament has always been a question for me. I can.
Me too.
It's always been biblically, it's there. It's stated, and you'll have to believe what I believe. So
Right.
I actually appreciate those. We had a guy I was listening earlier. There was a young guy came in. He got off the pot, and everybody was kind of on him. He was a guy, obviously a Globe guy, and his first question is, well, why would this lie? Why would whoever they are perpetuate this lie? And it kind of got off track. Nobody would really give their opinion why. It was just, you don't have to have a motive to. A motive doesn't trump evidence. But
well, no, how do you ever know what someone else is thinking? Why they do things?
Right. And that's always been when I talk to people, when I get the chance to talk to them about, what do they sense, what do they see, what do you, and you explain it to them. The first thing out of their mouth is, well, why would they lie about that? And it's very difficult for someone that is so convinced that we live on a spinning globe going 1,000 miles an hour, traveling around the sun at 60,000 miles an hour, and traveling through space at 1,000,000 miles an hour. They've got that so dug in their psyche that they have to have something. We can give them all the evidence in the world, but the last thing they go to is, well, why would they lie about it? So what is your? I'd like to get some opinions. I've got my own opinion, but what is your opinion of the why?
Well, let's put it this way. I'll just give you one example. A couple examples. Do you think that the government ever lies?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, do you think we've been to space? Do you think we've made it through the firmament?
No.
Okay. So, NASA gets $60-something million a day. That's their budget. It goes up every year. Now it's at 60-some-odd million a day. Now, these rockets go up, they arch over, dump into the sea. They're probably hollow. There's no one in them. They're probably built very cheaply. They're nothing more than a cash cow. That's my opinion. It's just a way for certain people that are in control to charge us with taxes and take our tax money and put it somewhere where they're not even saying they're using it. They're just taking the money and they are ripping us off right, left, and everywhere when it comes right down to it. I could probably give you several other examples to where I don't think that the tax money is being used where they say it is. So we're obviously not going to space. We're not don't have satellites in the sky. So where's all the money that we spend on that stuff?
They're Hollywood actors.
I know
paid actors.
I know that. And we're not talking about that right now.
Well, I always do think that there is black programs, and I think NASA is a great front for diverting money to military,
black budget programs,
or wherever they want it.
Yeah, wherever they want it. I think it's a little bit deeper than that.
It probably is, but I'm just saying that I think that's part of it.
Yeah, I really think the globe Earth theory, or what they made it. They've ingrained it so hard into our psyche from the time we start school. And they went away from the plain Earth is, I think whoever the powers to be, and I don't know who they are, they have to establish that, they have to establish this lie so we can understand that we're not anything. We're just a roving globe in space. We have no. I really think it's for to, as I say it, to make us doubt the creation, make us doubt God. They make us
100%, my friend. I'm with you right there.
And the thing is, with the government, how it's gone so far, once you once you are convinced that the place you live on is not what it seems, they can inundate you with so many other lies. It's not a matter of the government. If it was just the flat earth, that was the only lie they told. But that is the basis for every other ruse they can pull on people. If they can pull this thing where you actually see, feel, touch your surroundings, and they make you not believe that, they can make you believe anything.
That's right.
And that's where it goes from the Federal Reserve. It goes from everything, the space program, the way we communicate. It's all based on a lie, but the first lie that has to be told.
Yeah, you're right.
It's the flat earth.
Let me just say one thing. When I said there's probably 1,000 other things I could go into about where the money goes, you've said everything I would have said already. You know what I mean? So I'm on board with everything you're saying. So, yeah.
Right.
And most of the people here feel the same way. I can tell you that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, you're on target as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. The first, when in 1969, I was 6 years old. Okay. Remember it. Remember the moon landing. I remember everything about it. Even, I had the Saturn V rocket. I'd put it together, a big model. It's like 4.5 feet tall. I mean, I was really into it. Had a poster on the wall of the astronaut and the Earth behind him. I had all that. And, as you get older, you really, once you start thinking and not, trying to understand what's actually around you and the way it could, this moon shot, or whatever they called it, was right after the Tet Offensive, a year or so after the Tet Offensive in Vietnam, which we wound up winning, but it was a very trying point in the point of that war. And it was just a perfect ruse to get people's mind off the dead bodies coming home. And that's when I really started thinking about, when I was a little older, started reading a little bit about history of the Vietnam era, because I was, a young child then. It all started coming together about the NASA program.
Yeah. I think your story is very similar to many other people here, and it's similar to mine as well. So, I didn't have the rocket and the posters and all that kind of stuff, but I definitely thought the moon landing was real. I watched it live, so
yeah.
We had the popcorn out and the blanket on the floor, and the whole family was there, and it was like this event. We all sat around and oohed and awed, and yeah,
well, I think the thing, they almost got to the point where they almost got to the point where when they had the lunar rover, remember the little
hang on, Iron Horse, we'll get to you in a second. Go ahead.
Well, when they had the little buggy, the little dirt buggy, driving around the moon, it was almost like they were saying, these son of a guns will believe anything. Let's put a dune buggy up there, and let's show them that we can drive a dune buggy up there. It just was so cartoonish. When you look at it now, it's so cartoonish. How did the American people?
No, look at how rickety and that thing looks like it's held together with tinfoil and shower curtain rods. And when you brought up the moon buggy, if you watch closely, you can see they're just out in the desert. That's just desert sand, and you can see the prop mark crosshairs and all other kind of bad beeline movie mistakes. And they claim there's no gravity there, but when you watch the tires kick up the sand, it falls right back to the ground. It's so disgusting how stupid that. And I'll tell you another thing that I distinctly remember about watching the moon landing footage. I was born in '75, and when I watched the moon landing footage for the first time, if you look at the panel when they're there with the press, they don't look like men who have done the greatest thing in human history. They all look ashamed. They all look ashamed because they know there's no truth to the things that the claims that they're making that they have done. They all looked the way someone look who's telling a lie that they're deeply ashamed of.
Yeah,
in my opinion, if you go back and watch that with that understanding.
Yeah, we've talked about that exact thing many times here, and you're absolutely right. Yep, it's been a big topic here at certain times. So, go ahead, Arnhorst.
Oh well, she's exactly right.
Sure.
You know, Neil Armstrong should have been bigger than Elvis, and he basically became a recluse. Never did speak publicly. None of them really spoke publicly. I think there's a few. You know, Buzz Aldrin's kind of I guess a wild horse on
knucklehead.
it.
Yeah, he's kind of a knucklehead.
Yeah, but you know,
he's fine with being a star.
Celebrity. There was never a serious one-on-one interview with any of these astronauts, and that's always been a red flag for me. But the lunar whatever that rover thing, you know, how could it's supposed to run on batteries? I mean, it looked like there was a dozen car batteries on it or 8 car batteries. How long? You can't even run a trolling motor on your boat on a car battery more than 4 or 5 hours. And to run that thing with all that equipment, everybody riding on it, for 3 days on battery power only, no way to charge it, just no way.
Yep, that's also
What's really funny is there's not a single star in the sky when they turn the camera back around as opposed to look at Earth. But if you look at the unedited footage of the moon landing, you can see that the Earth was just a photo. That they was a photo prop, and then if you save the picture and put it and enhance it in Photoshop, you can see they literally cut and pasted it.
Yeah, it's got a little
like the square around it. You can see the square around it.
Yeah, we've seen it. Yep, it's crazy.
Do you guys?
Go ahead.
Do you guys think? Thank you. Do you guys think that they tried their best back then? Like they tried their best back then.
To do what?
Yeah, considering what special effects were back then, sure.
Tried their best to do what? Clarify that. To fake it or to go to the moon?
No, to fake it. Do you think that they tried really hard to make it look like
they had the best
futuristic and everything?
I don't know,
they had the best special effects man there was. That was Stanley Kubrick.
I don't know, because there's so many anomalies. You would think if they tried their best, they would have cut out all of the things that this gal just mentioned. The X's on the ground and all the all kinds of different stuff that is just should not have been there. So I don't know that they tried their best. That's up for debate, in my opinion.
I would agree with you on that. But they did hire Stanley Kubrick to make that film. There are actually pictures of him consulting with NASA prior to the moon landing. Stanley Kubrick has alluded to it in his films, like The Shining and things of that nature.
Yep.
He definitely helped them produce that. But just like with any movie, like I'm a huge Internet Movie Database consultant. With any movie, you're always going to find errors that the editor missed. Because, people, when you put a movie together, you have the producer, then you have the editor, and you have all these people in all these other departments and functions, and they just miss stuff. They miss stuff. They make mistakes. They reshoot scenes over and over again, and they miss stuff. You have to remember, back then there was no internet. You know what I mean? There was a radio broadcast where people believed we were being invaded by aliens just from a radio broadcast that was really just for entertainment. When people first tuned in, they thought it was
real. Yeah.
You have to look at
people
the time. It didn't take much to
push them over the edge.
People believe this stuff because hell, it's coming from NASA and the government. We didn't have the internet, and we didn't have independent content creators that were giving us different information other than what the propaganda and agenda driven federal communication information that they want us to have, because there was no YouTube or anything like that to oppose or dissect or point any of this stuff out. You know what I mean?
We had very limited information back even when I was a young man, and even in the late 70s. Really, everything that you got was from your three network stations, your newspaper, and that could be easily manipulated. People in the 60s, we trusted the government. We trusted what they told us, and
Absolutely.
it wasn't until the mass information where people like ourselves can speak and talk and communicate. That's when everything started unraveling for them. So they have to keep telling more lies. It's just like we were talking about earlier. Now the federal government is kind of trying to they're trying to get us prepped for some type of UFO occurrence, which I think is a ruse also. And they're trying to prep us for something. Some more
another false flag psyop,
another false thing of some kind. And I've got opinions on why, but you wouldn't even speak of a UFO. The government was conveniently using it as a ruse. It was plausible deniability. And now there's so much information now of people. Now they're going to have to make another ruse of some type to either make us believe UFOs are real, so it can be so they can use it for plausible deniability of what they're actually doing.
Well, and it enforces the globe too. I mean, none of this stuff is possible without there being this supposed globe floating in space. So they're still doing everything they can do to prop up this globe. And so everywhere you see it on TV still. It's just one thing after another. Elon Musk going to Mars, you name it. There's just one thing after another still. They still are keeping everybody, mesmerized with this outer space and all this just completely bizarre and absurd things that but they think it's real. I mean, there's so many people are so well indoctrinated that they just can't seem to see what's going on. And that's part of the purpose why we're here. We're trying to wake people up, trying to get this information out so people can come to their own conclusion about what's going on, much like probably just about everybody here has done. And so you guys are right on target, every one of you.
Well, I love my globe. Do not take my globe away from me. You can't have it. It's mine. Sorry. Hey, I just want to know.
Don't take Jim's globe. Next up here on 24/7 Discord Live, next up is a question to the panel or anyone else willing to answer. Did NASA and the Apollo moon landings, that whole thing, did that hoax have a expiration date that they knew of? There you go.
Ooh, that's a good question, Sonny.
Did it have? Yeah. So my question is, did they have an expiration date on this hoax? Because with the advent of the semiconductors, personal computers, high zoom optical devices, and so forth, did they know that this was going to be found out, and what was their expiration date?
I think you got a good point, Sonny, because my feeling is the expiration date is pretty close.
Like right now, huh?
Yeah.
Why do you think they're having government? Why do you think the House of Representatives and the Senate are having hearings on UFOs?
Yeah.
You would never have thought that 10 years ago, and now they still have to make this ruse. And I think like one of the gentlemen said, the only way to keep this globe Earth going is to introduce some type of thing like a UFO. We don't know they're aliens or whatever it is. I think that is one of the things that they might be maybe a trial balloon of some type. It could very well be that. I don't know.
My question, will it be a big ship like an Independence Day, or will it be a bunch of little ships, that go around all over the country? That's what I want to know, because if it's a big ship, I might get scared.
I heard that they will try to fake God coming from the sky.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So personally, I think what they're doing is they're pushing up their alien agenda because of this mass awakening, and I do believe there is a mass awakening occurring. Whether it's completely organic or natural is up for speculation. We don't know. It might be. It might have been kind of pushed into the consciousness so they could move along their agenda. I don't know. That's it's a really good question. There may not be an answer, but it's something for speculation.
I don't think it will be a big event like an alien landing. I think it will be the government acknowledging that there are objects that we see that are unknown origin, and they assume they are alien. I think that will be the. I think that will be the ruse.
I think they've already done that, haven't they?
Yeah, but it's never actually been announced by the president or announced through a real government. They're having hearings. They're letting it out in the media. You see every news station now have a section about UFOs. The Navy pilots and I'm sure the Navy pilots are seeing things. It's just that they're not in the loop of what it is.
It's quite risky, huh? I mean, it could be. It's a risky move nowadays with so many movies we have. Like, you need to come up with something original to make people believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You need to come up with something crazy.
They're always prepping us for something.
Never an end of questions of what's going on, is there?
No.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of the deception as well. Keep everybody distracted. Keep them all thinking about this, that, the other. I mean, introduce this, introduce that. Tell them this is what's going on. It's just one, like I said a minute ago, it's one thing after another after another. And you don't give anybody time to even breathe and think. If you're still thinking you're on a ball, you're just rotating around that same concept. And, you don't really have time to stop and think about critical thinking because you're believing in these things they tell you, And so, it's time for everybody to stop listening to these people and use your own personal experience and your own abilities to figure out what's going on. Don't just believe what they say. Find out, do everything you can to verify, see if it's verifiable, see if it's, something you can believe in or whatever, which if it comes from the government, I'm going to wish you good luck.
Stop. What's that sound? Everybody look what's going down.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you read my mind. I was thinking the same song. Stop, everybody, look what's wrong. Look, Earth's not round. Everybody look, it's flat. It's flat on the ground.
That's your next song, Sonny.
Hey, stop. What's that sound? Doesn't the earth ain't round?
Yeah, there you go.
I'm not going to get it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
PMAC and
conspiracy time.
Hey, breaking news, everybody! New York just announced an alien sighting. It's on live stream voice text. They just They appeared over New York, Moscow, London, Tokyo, Paris, and L.A.
Wow.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Time to bone up and watch Independence Day again, I guess, huh, folks?
Yeah. They're here.
Hey, friend of mine at work the other day says, Paul, the world's gone crazy, man. It's gone crazy, right? I says, listen, bro, nothing would surprise me. See if I woke up tomorrow and aliens had landed on the White House lawn, I'd be like, yeah, hold on, I get my coffee, bro. I just gotta get my coffee.
Coffee first, alien second.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Right?
That's pretty funny.
I'm not. Definitely not going to
go for the coffee as well. So
I'm not going to do without my coffee in a fucking alien invasion. Believe me.
Hell no.
Just give me 5 minutes to get the coffee. I mean, then talk to me about fucking aliens.
I know. I'm just going to sit here in my comfy chair on the Discord until some shit happens. I'm sure I'll hear it.
In your comfy chair. I got one too, Sonny.
Yeah, I bought myself a gaming chair. It's like the best piece of furniture I've ever bought.
Nice.
Bling, bling.
It was less than $120.
Bling, bling, man. You splashing out.
Yeah, I have freaking starve when I buy something. If I buy one thing, never mind, I'm not going to talk about it.
Got beans on toast now for a week.
Pretty much. Yeah. But I found a distiller, a 3-gallon. I found a 3-gallon still online. It was half price, so I went ahead and took the plunge.
Anyway, I want to say welcome to Iron Horse. It sounds like he's going to fit in quite well.
Yeah, welcome, Iron Horse.
Hell yeah, man.
Yeehaw.
Excuse me, I had to shush my cat out. It was on my computer.
Even the cats cats know it's a flat Earth channel. They're like, oh yeah. Yeah. The humans are finally coming around to this flat Earth. The animals knew it the whole time.
I'm sure they did.
You know what I'm interested to find out? What new technology are these aliens going to bring?
Yeah, that's interesting to think about, right?
Yeah, would it be transporters and making food out of thin air? Or...
It's going to be an advanced dating site for single guys and gals because they're going to be able to transport. You'll be able to put whatever description of somebody you want into a computer, and they'll beam it right to your house.
I'll subscribe to that.
Me too.
Well, that would certainly be more convenient than the current method.
Yeah, you have to go to a stinky bar, fucking talk, and, spend energy and money.
I noticed in other servers they do like virtual reality meetings. Is that right?
I don't know.
I woke up this morning and some guy got married to his vacuum cleaner. Who fuck?
Oh boy.
What?
I get married to his pillow or something. Some virtual thingy he got married to. Some Japanese guy. Where else? Like,
wow, what a sucker.
There's people got married to trees and fucking Volkswagen and all kinds of shit. It's crazy.
Well, at least they don't talk back when you talk to them. I mean, that's a positive thing.
Yeah.
Get married to an inanimate object. It doesn't talk back.
Doesn't talk back. I mean, there is a positive in most relationships, even if the relationship is not alive.
There's a positive in everything if you look hard enough.
Yeah. You notice always the strange things that, people marrying blow up dolls and vacuum cleaners. It only happens in first world countries. You don't have someone in Nairobi marrying a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah.
It's a
they probably don't even own one.
Well, yeah, it's a thing that happens to people to a society that has way too much money and way too much time. and that's usually what happens when it only happens, and it's really amusing though.
Like if you say to somebody in deepest darkest Africa, I have a vacuum cleaner in my house. You go, vacuum cleaner? What the fuck's that?
Yeah. Let alone marry it.
You have electricity? How the fuck do you get that?
Oh boy, it would fill up quite quick. It's probably a dirt floor. If you're talking aerobic.
Yep.
Go ahead.
No, I'm done. I just wanted to say yep.
Yeah. The question was asked that, what kind of alien technology, what are they going to hide? But you start looking at what's been happening in AI, and that is something that's it's a perfect ruse to get our minds off what's really happening with artificial intelligence and how they're going to try to control everything you do, and they really don't have to be a person there to do that. It's all going to be set up on with AI, and it's really going to be a whole new world in another 20 years.
Oh yeah.
Maybe to get people thinking about UFOs, they're trying to hide us from what's really happening.
All right there, Bar.
Yeah, I just had to sing off key for you.
That was very off key. that wasn't even a key. Was that a key?
Yeah, it was in between F sharp and F.
Sounded like you were strangling your cat.
He's with me. My cat's with me, so it's funny you say that.
Yeah. Intuition.
Hey, God Rockin', I think you have the most unique ringtones than anybody I've ever known.
Hello. I can't right now, Judy. I can't.
You're hot micing.
All right. Okay.
You're hot micing, bro. There we go.
Oh, your laddie's talking about?
Yes, thanks for muting me. Sorry, my phone was in the other room. I had to go get it real quick, and I forgot to mute. I just jumped and ran and got my phone, so sorry, guys.
I always found it really strange when we're talking about AI there, where Elon Musk comes out and he says AI is the biggest threat to humanity, and then the next week he goes and buys fucking stakes in the biggest fucking AI company in the world. But fucking strange, right?
Well, they got to tell us every once in a while what they're doing, I think, or at least warn us, hey, if you're paying attention, this is going to be some shit later. I'm not going to talk too much about it, but I just did right now, so clip it out and show your friends. Hey, thanks, Elon.
Talk some more. Go ahead. We're listening.
Right.
I went to a supermarket today, and you could only go in with a QR code. The whole supermarket just had 2 members of staff, a security guard, and a guy showing you how to get the app and the QR code for your phone. And you scan your phone when you go in, and then you scan it when you go out, and it somehow knows all the items you've got in your bag.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, I've been to one today. That's the 3rd one I've been to, actually.
And where was this at?
That was Aldi in Greenwich, London.
Greenwich, London.
How big is the supermarket?
Wow, that's one of the next steps to the the marker and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that is some.
No people working on any checkout, anything. Literally 2 guys in a whole store. One big security guard and one guy who just showed you how to use the app. And that was it.
You must be under complete 100% surveillance during the whole time you're in there. They're watching your every move. When you pick up an item and put it in your basket, it rings it up. I've heard about all this, and when you walk to the checkout, you scan the app or whatever, you're charged for everything you put in your basket, and you go on your merry way. That is just, oh my gosh, it's just the next step to the digital surveillance that they want every one of us under, not just in the grocery store.
So do you think
I'm guessing soon it'll get to
I got to say real quick about that is I think, it's in my opinion, that people are going to be, literally it's going to be a fashion statement. Do I get it in the forehead or my hand, or where do I get this thing? I'm not kidding. People are going to be, debating like, well, I wanted to get it in my hand, but the forehead thing is a little bit easier because sometimes they just read your eyes. And if I have the chip up next to my eyes, I hear it works better, but it looks really good on my hand. And I heard I can get a bracelet that works with it. You know what I mean? Just, you're going to hear these conversations. It's going to be weird.
Well, here's the thing. What do you hold your cell phone with? Your hand.
Yeah.
What's it pointing at? Your forehead.
For the most part, yeah.
There you go.
Oh, right. So they can integrate the cell phone to the forehead. Yeah.
Yeah, just whatever. The thing is the biblical verse is, the stamp on the forehead, but where do you point? Most of the time you're looking down at your phone, and it has to be up there towards your head somewhere, unless you have a earpiece or something. But it's a scary thought. I just
another thing, I think maybe to to pass it off a little easier, make people swallow it a little easier, accept it, is like they won't put it in forehead or hand because that's what the Bible says. So they'll put it in other places, like you can get it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know where else, because forehead or hand is pretty convenient. But you know what I mean? Like, a lot of people are going to go, no, that's the mark of the beast. But then they'll go, yeah, but it's in my shoulder, so it's not actually where the Bible says it's going to go. You know what I mean? But I'm not even afraid of the mark of the beast thing. I'm just afraid of all that technology in your body messing with stuff. Because, like, if I've got a chip communicating with my phone in my forehead, that can't be good for business upstairs. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. The radio frequency, radiation damage and whatnot. Sure.
Yeah.
Maybe the phone's the mark.
Mm-hmm.
What would you guys do without your phone? What would anybody do without their phone?
Listen, if I found a plot of land and the love of my life to be with and a few other folks, I wouldn't need a phone. Wouldn't need any of this shit.
Yep, you're definitely on the right track, my friend.
Well, I think they're going to use this system to start deciding who can and who can't use things like supermarkets. So it's going to read your phone and go, oh, this person didn't lower their carbon footprint enough. We're going to punish him. His punishment is he can't use such and such. And it's not going to be a person that tells you this. It's just going to be the computer saying, no, can't go in. And you can't argue with it. And that's it.
Well,
that's what I think is going to happen.
It's not an actual mark. It's the tool that you're using, which is the phone, and you'd have to completely divest yourself of the phone to be able to be actually free. You're not free with this phone in your pocket 24/7. You're not free to it'll get to a point where you can't even get gasoline without your phone. You can't even go, like you said, go to the grocery store without your phone. You couldn't pay your bills unless you have your phone. You can't get into work without your phone. So maybe the phone is the beast, mark of the beast.
Hey, what happened to Xarn?
It's definitely too close to your wrist for it not to qualify. Wow.
Correct.
Well, I can imagine us having one universal wallet on all our phones, because at the moment it doesn't quite work, because if every store had this system, Like before I went into the supermarket today, I needed to get the app. I needed to give them my bank details, but just before I could go in the store. Now, if every store did that, I'd have to sign up with like hundreds of stores. I can imagine us getting one wallet on our phones that automatically connects to all the stores. And that wallet would probably have some sort of social and credit rating, maybe, for us. Otherwise, it's not really convenient. It doesn't quite work.
All right, guys, we have a particular person here named Xarn. He been telling us he'll be presenting his proof for well over a couple of weeks. We'll be waiting.
Okay, then. I'm anxious to see it.
And he's ready, he says. Yeah, go for it.
Oh my goodness, I'm so excited, you guys. I love it. Zarn, I love you, buddy. Let's do it. Let's hear this.
Wait, have I met you before? Like on
yeah, you have. I'm Glassblade, Blobe, Anti-Sophist, whatever you want to call me. You've seen me before, but anyway, I don't want to waste any more time. Please, for the love of everything nice and sweet, present us your information.
Yes. Is it possible by any chance if I can stream into this channel? Because it's going to involve that.
No, it's not possible. It has to be done
No one streams the live stream because it's on YouTube, and nobody has quite that security level. No.
No, but I have a Google a presentation, like a wait, what is it called? Like a slides, a Google
Could
Slides
hop down to
presentation.
live stream. Yeah, I don't know. Can you post it?
Post it?
Yeah, the presentation. Then you can talk about it. You can do it that way as well.
Sure. I mean,
Or
yeah. It is only that I have to go to my emails so I can confirm you guys can see it. But yeah, sure. I'll link it down here. There we go. It's down here. If you click on it, it would say, I think it would say you have no access to it, but I will give you access immediately.
That's the lobby, man. Posted in the live stream voice text.
Yeah,
I'll just do it. Whatever.
Also, live stream voice check. So, right here.
all right, cool.
So you could just unprivate the document so we don't all have to log into our Google accounts and have you let us access it.
I'll have to. I never. Wait, how do I do that? Because I'm using my school account on this presentation.
It should just be an option to set it off of private and make it public so that anyone can view it.
Viewers and commenters.
Just by link anyway. Just make it. You should be able to make it shareable by link so that you don't even need to be logged in as long as you have the link to it.
Wait, let's try this one. Oh yes. Open sharing settings. I'll be.
That one still has access.
I still need access.
I'm sorry, this might take a while to open.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time, man.
You're good, man. This
Yeah.
is exciting.
Everybody go on. When you open it, please stay on slide 1 until everybody has opened it.
Can you make it public because I need to get an access?
Yeah,
I
you
don't
gotta
know
make
how-
the Google Drive thing public. Just Google making a Google Drive public, open to everyone.
I'm sorry, everyone.
It's open. The second link is open. Unless you.
Yep, and you're good.
It's open.
It's all good.
Does someone else try to confirm the second link?
If I click the second, it still says I need access.
It still says I need access,
okay.
yeah.
Oh man.
You can do it. The fix is out there on the internet. You just got to search for it. How to open a Google Drive to the.
Okay. Wait. Give me a second.
Just Google it. It's very easy.
Oh my god. Oh.
Usually in the privacy settings somewhere, or sharing. Is it privacy and sharing kind of deal?
I don't know, guys. I don't. Wait.
Is it something you can
Are you
present
the
to one?
owner of the presentation? You should be able to have the full access to it to be doing those changes.
I don't. Oh wait. So this guy has it open. Some of you guys have it open. I see.
I sent you an email request thingy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some guy with an email called WeltLol. Look in your emails and give me access, please.
You gotta make it public. It's not gonna work. Everybody's not gonna be requesting access for it. It's not gonna be. I posted the Google Drive files publicly with no signing required. If you check those steps, see if you can replicate
okay.
that in the settings on that page.
Oh god.
Is there a new link to the document I should be seeing?
Oh, this is so messed.
Too private.
Wait. Some of you guys have it. Wait, let me just.
Can someone download? That's it.
Yeah, I'm in.
Yeah.
Okay, you're in. That's great.
Can you download the whole thing and then we can put it up in this?
Did you make that for your class?
Wait. Try this. This new link.
Did you make that for your class? Like for school?
How do you download?
No, I'm making this for you guys.
Oh, okay.
Oh. For us?
I mean,
how?
I already see a few errors, but it's okay. I'm still on the first page.
He's pointing out all the things that we missed that prove the globe.
Right. I hope you can show me curvature.
Yeah, I'll just have to give you guys access first.
I really like.
I
really
have the PDF
like
version
the.
of it. It's right here.
I really
of this
like the
presentation.
comical. The comical expression.
Yeah.
Is very cool.
Is this PDF it?
That's the PDF of his presentation. I posted in the live stream.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
You did, thanks.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I have
the
an
first
easy PDF viewer to use here.
This
Wait, you guys. Give me 1 second.
PDF should be the easiest one to view. It can be done in different formats as well, but
So
PDF should.
I think you should go through his presentation, and we're just gonna listen. Okay.
I'm just going to say that the very first picture is a straw man image of the flat Earth in space. But okay.
Yes, exactly. But that's okay. Let him explain why the disk in space is.
And I already see some pictures ripped off of Professor Dave's thumbnails, the thumbnails of his videos. But hopefully he gave credit.
So I guess we'll just follow along as you go through the slides then.
You mean not Professor Dave, don't you? Yes.
I did air quotes.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, he has a boat. I don't want to spoil the whole thing. But this seems highly scientific.
Well, we appreciate.
Wait, I have it all. Guys, wait. I have it all here. Okay, guys, I have a new link. It should all work now.
Oh my god. You have Neuralink?
Yeah, everybody should see now. Wait, I'm gonna spam it. Oh, wait.
No need to
Top 10
spam.
reasons why we know the Earth is round.
Anyone else want to try this link?
Is it the one you just sent?
Wait, the PDF works.
Oh my God.
I mean, just use the PDF I posted, whichever.
Yeah,
I don't know,
the
whichever.
PDF totally works, guys.
Treating this all as one link, man. You didn't space them. It's not going to work.
I mean, if I could stream
Thank you for posting that PDF. Thank you.
Yeah, just click on the PDF and follow along. I think that's the best.
Yeah,
Wait,
use
did
the
they
PDF I posted.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
great. So I would just suggest you take out all the presuppositions. That's
The
gonna
actual
need-
document
that's
works
gonna
now.
need some editing because you got to take out the presuppositions. The first point that says other planets are round. Well, round is not the same thing as sphere. And other, by you saying other, that's presupposing that you're standing on the same thing.
But Sonny,
Wait, can I?
So
wait,
you're
wait,
just
wait,
gonna
wait.
go. You're just gonna have to go ahead and remove everything from this document.
All right, but let's let
Remove
him present.
everything.
Yeah, let him present. Let's like we're just the students, okay? And he
Let me
he's
just.
going to present.
Yes, teacher.
Wait, let me just ask you guys something. Does everybody have access to the document? Like everyone here?
Yeah, PDF works for me. So I'm just going to follow along the PDF.
Okay, let's all go to slide 1. Wait, I'm just going to.
All right, so let's try to like refrain from questions like interrupting him. Just try to let him finish, and then at the end,
Let's let him go.
Okay, so basically, in a nutshell, we are going to start to. There's a video here that you can watch on your own, and then I'm going to. Then I've analyzed it, and I'm going to use one of the points of the video to debunk your concept of the Earth. That you see. As you scroll down, you can see classifications. Red, which is perceptional insecurity, which means that you guys it isn't trusted. Yellow is like experiments that you can do. Green is like somewhat evidence or something. I don't know how to explain it further. So enjoy the video. Tell me when you finish the video, and then we can continue.
Oh, we should watch the video now.
Yeah, like there's a small link. It's very short. It's only like 3 minutes or 2.
Okay, as long as it's not Professor Dave.
No, it's not.
All right.
2 minutes and 40
It's
seconds.
from Minute Physics. I posted the video in the live stream as well from their presentation.
The very first sentence is a presupposition that the Earth is a planet, i.e., a wandering star. The very first sentence.
What?
Let's like
just watch the video. Like you can put up your arguments against it later.
Okay.
Just watch
he
the
put-
video. That's all you do.
He put a lot of effort into this. So yeah, let's play along, and at the end we can raise our objection.
Guys, I'm not watching the video, but I'm so excited to hear y'all's responses. Okay? Yeah.
This made my day already. Great video.
I mean, oh my lord, this video is full of fallacious reasoning here.
Wait a minute, where's the
It's
video?
amazing. It's such an amazing thing, man. I love this video.
It's
like
6
literally.
minutes past the
Good
hour.
thing you
6
enjoy
minutes
it.
past the hour.
How
It's
could
good thing you enjoy it.
How could I have fallen for the flat earth lie? Man.
Wait, guys, should we? Is everybody finished watching it?
Yes, okay. Please present.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay. Go to slide 7. So we're going to use number 5. Starts change where you go. I think everybody knows this, right?
Yeah, so does a 6 on my ceiling. I go to the other side, it looks like a 9. Okay? Gotcha.
What slide are we on?
8 is just a small view. Wait, I think I misplaced this slide. Wait, never mind.
Page 8.
So basically, in an so basically, wait, let's go to 910 actually. So in the so let's use the North Star, aka Polaris, and which is in the northern hemisphere, and the Southern Cross in the southern hemisphere. So you can only see the North Star in the northern hemisphere, but you can only see the Southern Cross in the southern hemisphere. Is that does everybody get that?
Wait. Page
Yeah.
7, is it named reasons summarized, or which one are you on?
Oh, I'm on 10.
10.
Just a pro tip, the word is hemisphere, not hemisphere, and it also begs the question of a sphere, but go on.
Yeah.
I just have a
Hemin
quick
flat, Hemin
question,
triangle.
Hey, Zorn, real quick, when did you go to the South, quote-unquote, pole to validate what you just said? When did you go?
What?
When did you go to the South Pole to validate the information you just shared? When did you go to the
Have I
South?
been to? I've been to Singapore. That's quite far down.
No. I'm talking, and I've been there before. See, what you need to do is you need to go to the location of where you're saying stuff. So North Pole and South Pole. You have to go there first, get empirical information, then bring it back. You can't just assume that what people are saying about the North and South Pole is correct. Thanks.
What is
Another thing that you got to do is measure a sphere before you start assuming hemispheres, but go on.
Oh, wait. Wait, let's stick to this later, and you guys can judge it later.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sounds good. My bad.
Hey, I'm convinced that we live on a globe now. So where can I sign up and get my money back from Discord that I had to pay to join? So I'm definitely a globie from this 2-minute and 42-second presentation. Hey, did you get an A, B, or C when you turned this into your college professor?
I'm not in college yet.
Oh, I just kind of wonder because it looks like something a college kid would do to try to get an A or B in his class.
Not enough comics for that. Needs to be more comics.
It's just one example. I'm just using one example of the video. Wait, just saying, Miguel Sosa has a point. He shows the difference between round and spherical, so that's good.
Is it Xarn, on the one sheet where you have the globe view? It's the 8 one. The 8 one is that. Yeah. Is that that sphere? Is that egg shaped or ellipsoid, or is that pear shaped? What kind of ground is that depicting?
According to Google, officials say that the Earth is roughly a ellipsoid.
Ellipsoid, okay.
So it's roughly like spherical, but it's more distorted.
Right.
At point number 10, your photo from space shows kind of a nice round little thing out there. So how can it be not round, but it's something else? My good friend from the UK just sent me a message, said this is a presentation for 12-year-olds. So I don't know what to say, but number 10 looks like a perfect picture from space, perfectly round. So why can it be anything else except perfectly round?
Well, it's not even from space. The ring around those stars, it's showing where you can see the Southern Cross constellation.
Hold on. Which page number are we on now? God's sake.
10.
Still 10? Okay. Stars Paradox. That's the one?
Yeah.
Okay.
You did say in picture number 10 or slide number 10 that we have pictures from space of it. You did say that.
What? I said that.
You said that. You said we have pictures from space of it. You actually said that in number 10. By the way, number 10, we have pictures from space of it. Yeah, thank you very much.
I'm sorry. It was my bad. Sometimes that happens.
actually, all 2 minutes and 42 seconds was my bad.
Well, that's great
Let him
advice
ask.
to hear.
He can ask the questions, right? Let him ask the questions.
Okay, should we move on for this one? Does everyone get
That's fine. Let's move on.
Okay. Okay. Let's go to 11. Why would the sky be doing different things to different people? So if you would stand in the North Pole and in the northern hemisphere, you see the North Star, and the vice versa for the Southern Cross. If you look at the Green Man, he looks up at the constellation, for example, the Southern Cross as an example, and the purple one's seeing this one. Why can't they see the same stars? Because in reality, you can't.
Can I answer this? So, have you been ever in a huge Walmart or a huge building, and let's say one of your friend is in a very far corner of that huge storage building, and you're like in the front of that storage building, and you would both look on the ceiling. Would you both see the and there are like, let's say 200, 400 lamps on that ceiling? Would you both be able to see the same lamp, which is would your friend on the backside of that huge storage compound or a warehouse or whatever be able to see the same lamp which is right above you in front of the storage house?
Wait, let me get this straight. Wait, are you trying to ask? So your demonstration was that it will be difficult to spot the same constellation or stars and stuff. Is that basically what
I'm trying
you just said?
to make easier for you to understand that even that that it would be impossible to see the same star pattern for someone.
Yeah, the further away from something you get, the more it converges into the horizon, man. That goes to the sky too.
Okay, so you're saying that the further away you get, the more decayed the stars get, and the less you see it.
Yeah, you can't even see the same thing if you're in a huge Walmart, for example. You can't see the same thing above one guy who's in front of the Walmart as the guy who's in the back. The guy in the back will never see the same thing above him on the ceiling as the guy who's in front of the Walmart, because you have a limited perspective of seeing things, and it's the same principle that attaches to the firmament above. Or that dome, or however you want to call it, where the stars are within. Okay?
Wait. So you're basically saying that the further you get, the less you see stars more clearly?
Well, that applies to anything. The further you get from something, the less of it you can see.
Look at the pictures in the general chat. There's a certain point where everything... what's the English word? Converges? What is it? Converges?
Yeah, converges.
Converges into where the horizon and the sky meets, and it just then disappears out of your sight or out of your perspective. So you will never be able to see the same star pattern, because it doesn't work. Can't work.
It's that's because you're saying it is because of the atmosphere, right?
It's because of the vanishing point.
The vanishing point.
Yeah, of your. For example, you can't, if you are in a big hotel and you look down the corridor in a straight corridor in a hotel, it will there will be a vanishing point where the ground and the ceiling mixes together until you do not see anything anymore.
Can we not belabor this point too much more? Like, I think it's pretty clear.
No, but I just want to. Yeah. No. I think I understand what you guys said, but. I live in the northern hemisphere and I travel a lot, and I've been to Sweden and Switzerland quite a bit of times, and I never seen the northern star decay.
Too far away from it then.
Too far away. Sweden to Switzerland, it's quite a long way.
Or maybe you just didn't look for it. I don't know.
I didn't look
It's not
for it.
because there's Earth curve in the way, if that's what you're getting at.
Yeah. Okay, should we go to 12? Should I explain why you couldn't see other
Yeah,
stars?
but
on the global?
did you understand why you can't see the stars on a flat and stationary Earth? Why you can't see the same things when people are far from each other, especially Southern Cross and Northern Star Polaris? That's a very big distance. Did you understand that? The same way as you cannot look straight unlimited, the same way you can't look up and see everything unlimited. It both things play together, so to say. It's just a rule of perspective. So yeah, that's already debunked. There's no question.
Wait. Yeah, but wait.
But the thing is like, why are you saying you can't see the North Star from Sweden anyway? It's very far north.
What? What do you
Yeah,
mean?
you're saying you can't see Polaris?
What? When
That's
did I
just
say
you.
that?
He just shocked him. What?
I guess that's just a you thing. Because why would you say that?
I don't know what you heard, but I said that you can.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
I heard can't.
Yeah, I heard can't. Sorry.
No, I said can.
It's just
Okay.
linguistic. I think it's just a language thing.
It's a language barrier. My bad. I'm not so good at English. Sorry.
And from Switzerland, you saw it as well, or you couldn't see it from there?
In the whole entire northern hemisphere, you can see the North Star.
You can. Okay, cool. I mean, that's because you're closer to it, apparently. Yeah.
Closer to it.
Yeah, you're in the northern hemisphere.
Or what about from the
Where's
south?
Yeah, well, that's barely.
What? Where's
Can you see it
Polaris?
from the south?
No, you can't.
Nobody can.
Yeah. So
Is it because of what? The curve?
no, it is because.
too far?
Okay, wait. If I tell my opinion, I don't. You probably laugh, but I can just blare it out anyway.
Right.
Go ahead.
Like what happens? It doesn't decay the longer you go. The curve is like a barrier because there's no longer where. Wait, let's go to slide 12. If you're in the middle,
Wait a second.
What's your
Hold on.
claim?
Hold on. I'm going to stop
Yeah,
you for
but-
1 second. I'm going to stop you before you go on. If the northern star has been seen from as far south as 23.5 south latitude, this debunks your whole entire globe, just one sighting. However, it's been seen several times throughout the years.
You can see the southern. You can see the Southern Cross from the northern hemisphere.
you cannot. You
Yes.
cannot see it there.
Who cares? Who cares about the Southern
cares?
Cross? Polaris is seen at 23.5 south latitude.
South
How
latitude.
explain
where?
that?
Is that in the middle hemisphere? Like
South of the equator, you know, where the ball is
Have you
large.
ever heard of a central hemisphere?
It's 23 degrees below the equator.
South
That's
of
weird.
your bulge. How is it seen south of your bulge?
south of my bulge.
Yeah, the equator.
Like the southern hemisphere.
No. The Polaris is seen from 23.5 south latitude. Can you stay with the plot? Like, what's the problem here? The Polaris, the North Star, is seen at below the equator, south of the equator. How is this possible on your globe?
How?
How?
Wait. Give me a second. If you go to slide 12, you'll use the globe as a. No, wait. I have to. Wait.
How do you know if there's a...
5 through 11.
Okay, go on.
Okay, go ahead.
I think you guys understand better what I'm explaining if you go to slide 12, so we can use the globe Earth as an example, so I can point out where you'll see it and where not.
All right, page 12, fellas.
Okay. So, you're saying the equator is in the middle of, like, it's like the line straight through the Earth. Or I don't know, circle. What you guys like to call it. So you said it's a few. They can see it a few miles. Wait, how many miles under? Did you say?
Listen, bro, I didn't say miles. If you just like open your ears,
Degrees.
close your mouth, 23.5 degrees. Do you know that 10 degrees is 669 miles? So you explain to me how the North Star is seen at 2,000 miles south of your equator. Oh, okay. Crickets, yeah.
Where's CB with the crickets when you need them?
Wait, 200,000 miles.
No, 2,000.
Or 2,000.
You just don't listen. You don't listen very well. You've gotten
No,
everything
I
I've said
can hear you.
wrong, and I've only said it in about 5-word sentences, and you've gotten it wrong 3 times.
2,000.
Why aren't you listening? We're listening to you. It's only fair that
No,
you.
I'm sorry. I misheard you.
Let's be less
I guess
combative.
Yeah. Keep it cool. But,
Yeah, it needs to be fair. If we're going to listen to you, you want us to listen to you, you have to listen to us. Doesn't that sound fair?
Hey, can't we all just get along?
That's what I'm getting at. That's exactly my point.
It may be that it may not be that he's not listening. He may just not be able to keep up.
Maybe 23.5 degrees south latitude, the North Star. How is that on your globe? How's that working?
But can you I don't know exactly where that is. Like for
1,000 miles.
You know what latitudes are, right?
Wait, can you look at the globe for a second? Would that be in somewhat Botswana as an example?
Can I
Like in
say
the Indian
something? It
Ocean?
sounds like to me he doesn't even fully understand the heliocentric model that he believes in. He's relying on images. He doesn't understand the math and the latitude and longitude. That sounds clear to me. And most people who believe in the heliocentric model don't understand that.
Well,
That part's too complicated.
He does keep calling them hemispheres, so I don't know how much time he spent with this information either.
I can say Hemen flat if you want to.
I think
That'll
it's
probably cheer you up.
from German, probably.
No, I'm Swedish, but okay.
Okay.
Swedish, okay.
oh man, I'm sorry guys for disappointing you.
I mean,
It's confusing. You're Swedish, but you live through one.
no, I'm a bit confused
Okay,
how far that down is.
So what you're doing is you're presuming that there's a big bulge of Earth curve that keeps blocking your view to faraway things. Are you able to measure that Earth curve and show that it is there and it is the thing that's blocking your view?
The Earth curve. Yeah, we'll get that at the end, the curvature of the Earth stuff.
Yeah, I would think that would be the very first thing that you would want to do, and perhaps maybe like the only thing, but okay.
Yeah, but we'll get at the first thing I'm trying to do is get you away from. Okay. The first thing I'm trying to do is get you guys away from this idea of the Earth being flat, and then so you guys don't know what the shape of the Earth is.
Oh, you want to convert us to your heliocentric religion? Okay.
Religion.
Yeah, because you haven't provided any evidence that we would base our belief in a globe Earth on so far, so it seems like you just want to convert us to a religion, but carry on.
Oh boy, we're gonna be
Whatever
almost at the
you
end of the
say.
presentation.
I don't know.
Just continue so we can finish.
Okay, should we skip this part because
And you do what you want,
doesn't
just
seem
give
to
it
be going anywhere. What?
No, we want to see the whole thing. Let's just continue on.
Okay,
let's finish it. Yeah.
Okay, shall we go to slide 13 then?
Yeah.
Okay.
No model. Okay.
Oh wait. Yeah, I placed a meme in there. Do you guys know the? Yeah. So, so in my view, it doesn't seem that you guys have a good model of the Earth. Bro, this dude. Wait. Bro, this dude is keep messaging me. Wait.
Well, don't worry about that. You're in the middle of a presentation.
You
Get to help
seem
them.
perspective.
Seems all the it seems the globe Earth only has a model, and that's it.
Hey, our model is good enough for the United Nations, so leave the United Nations alone because they use the flat Earth model.
Yeah, NASA uses the flat Earth model for, flying planes or helicopters, launching rockets.
Since your model is the globe model is fake, at least the UN uses a working flat Earth model.
Whatever you say, dude. Okay.
Whatever you say, dude. Okay. Cool.
All right, let's proceed here. Come on.
14.
Hey, my dad was Swedish. His nickname was Swede. How's that? That's good.
Just let them
Swede the Swede.
Wait,
All right,
guys. Yes, wait. So go to slide 14.
All right.
Okay,
14.
you'll see a So this will be your fairly accurate model of your flat Earth. Would you say that?
Says you, I guess.
Well, would you say the Earth? Would you say the Earth would somewhat?
So what you're doing in your presentation is you're claiming a model for us, and then you're going to attack that.
Wait, no, I'm just using how it'll somehow look like.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say. Yeah, I'm just going to say, nah, I'm not claiming any models or maps.
Where's the slides?
Wait, you don't have the slides?
No.
No, he just arrived.
I got a little bit late. Sorry.
Yeah, he got here.
Can you just post the slides as you go through each one?
I post the PDF right now at the 30 minutes past the hour.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And go to slide 14.
14, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, slide 14.
Okay.
Okay, you have it.
No, that's a globe. That's called the AE projection. This is a globe model.
Yeah.
It's based on math. What they did is they take a globe, they run it through a math formula, and they produce this. So if you're about to debunk this, one of two things are wrong. Either the globe is wrong or all of math is wrong. Which one is it?
Neither, I think.
Well, if you're going to debunk it, then it's a problem. This is a globe that was modified using math. So if the globe is right, this should also be right because math is right.
Yeah, but do you guys actually have a model?
Here comes a spiral.
Yeah.
No, do you guys do? Because
okay, Sarn. Here's the point. Here's the point. Do you guys, with all your models and abstractions and reifications, have Earth curve to show us?
Why are you switching subjects?
That is the subject.
I'm asking you.
We do have a model. The United Nations uses it.
NASA uses it. Ask them for their model. They model the Earth as flat and stationary all the time. They probably got a better model than what we could come up with. Go and ask your priests.
Yeah, probably just skip to slide 24 where you talk about curvature.
Wait, we're gonna use religion with the curvature of the Earth?
No, well, you're the one using religion. You brought it in here with your heliocentric dogma. But okay, what's next?
What religion am I using?
I just told you.
What?
It's called heliocentrism, but let's carry on with the religious presentation.
I don't think it's religious, but okay.
I know you don't think that.
Yeah, well, it's not.
Who came up with the heliocentric model? The Catholic
Well, the reason they're referring to it as religion is based on faith. The definition of faith is belief in that which cannot be proven. And you cannot prove the heliocentric model. That's what they've been waiting for you to do. It's clear you don't even understand it.
Yeah, you keep telling us stories about your own model, your own concept that you yourself don't even seem to comprehend, and then you don't show us Earth curve, which is the only thing you really have to do to prove all of this.
Guys, I said it'll be shown at the end of the presentation. Okay?
I'm looking forward to it. Can't wait.
But guys, save up your popcorn and stuff.
Can we finish the presentation, then you can attack the separate arguments here?
No. You're not telling me how to present this, okay?
He's trying to help you right now get through the presentation.
I was trying to tell you
he's not.
He's suggesting that you just carry ahead with your presentation and we'll save our comments.
Yeah, rock on, dude.
Yeah, that's what I said. Jesus, you're not listening, man. Come on, relax, breathe.
Okay. Should we? So let's go to 15.
I'm gonna have to scold you really hard if you keep up this not listening stuff.
What?
If you're not listening to these people, I'm gonna have to scold you really hard. We're listening to you. You listen to us.
What did I do? You're just
Every
going
time we
to.
ask you something, you go, what, and it's something we just asked you. You're not paying attention to anything we say. You want the scolding now, or you want to start listening?
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh.
Proceed. Come on.
Yeah, you guys. Okay.
Proceed.
14 16. Sorry. So basically, what this shows is that this wait, I have to close my door of my room. Give me 2 seconds. Sorry about that. So what this map that it is showing, it says that if you sail out or go with a boat to China on this map, it says that you land into the abyss of water, and you'll eventually make yourself to Antarctica, which is not true. So
in your globe
real
map,
life,
Wait a minute. Hold on.
guys,
hold
I'm
on.
not finished.
Hold on.
In
What am I listening to?
I'll post the PDF so you can follow along. He's doing a presentation.
He's leading up to his earthquake measurement.
Why is he going after Strongman now?
Strongman.
I guess he thinks that's a solid approach to build up the earth curve.
He's debunking the globe so he can prove the globe or something like that.
I'm debunking the flat Earth.
No, why is it measure? Hold on. All you got to do is give us measurements of curve. That's it. That's it. That's the only thing.
You guys are very impatient. No, but
your presentation should just be a number, basically, and a location. That's it. Where did you measure curve? That's it. If you give me that, why are you giving me everything except? What do you have, like 16 points? You're giving me 16 points and no measurement.
What?
You have conveniently skipped the only positive proof for your side. You're conveniently skipping that. Why?
Skipping what?
You're skipping measurement.
Skipping measurement.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
It's at the end, guys.
Okay, well then skip to the end.
And
so we can save you some grief. Because the only reason to present anything except the actual measurement is so that you can pad your case narratively. It's what they do in court.
What?
Yes, I know what you're doing. You're trying to create these. You're trying to create a mountain. You're trying to create a mountain of inferences so that you can frame your very last thing, which is the measurement. Just skip to your measurement.
Yeah, let's get to the measurement.
Okay, but you better not say that you do not trust the source, because I hear this
we're
every day.
asking for a measurement.
No,
Just bring us the measurement.
I want you to go to the measurement. Who did it? And where it was done.
Okay, there's a bunch of miscellaneous curvature stuff and some, yeah. To 20. Wait,
Is that 25? 23?
Wait. I'm telling you, you guys can't just interrupt me when I'm just about to say it.
This is a clip right here.
What?
Page 25, guys. There's the
20,
links and everything.
So we have 25, 26, and then 27.
Yeah, skip right to that.
Yeah, but this is miscellaneous, just saying why and how.
Yeah, skip right to 25.
Where's the measurement? Measurement.
He's shown us the measurement. It's on 28. Aristosthenes, Sticks and Shadows. There you go, folks. You heard it here.
Yeah, that's not a measurement.
Really?
Yeah. Here, you stay right there for a second.
Wait. Okay. You said that was a measurement. Oh Lord.
Aristosthenes.
Hey, hold on. Look at the picture I posted.
What picture?
Live stream voice text.
Yeah. I see.
Yeah. See, those are marked at 1 inch apart. Those are 4 inches tall. Okay. They're 90 degrees, and they have the exact same shadow. The shadow is landing in the exact same spot on both of them. It's at 0 and at 1 inch, both of them.
Is this experiment conducted inside?
I am asking you, which one of those is flat and which one of them is curved?
Why should they be? What?
One of those is, hold on. One of those is on a curved surface. Which one?
That one.
But Quetzalcoatl, I'm banning you for that.
Bro, no, don't ban him. Don't ban him. Don't ban him.
You're getting.
He doesn't deserve it.
Well, can you get a scolding?
What's wrong with y'all? What's wrong with y'all?
We're trying to have a little bit of fun. Trying to have a little bit of fun here. Let's let it roll out. Let's just have some fun with this, guys.
Yeah, I'm having fun. I don't know about you guys, but I'm laughing inside.
Yeah, I'm not having fun because somebody broke in on me and decided to post my picture.
All right.
Calm down, my friend.
Before it was even part of the relevant answer. So they gave him the answer by doing that. Y'all know that, right?
Yes, of course. I don't know who did it. I'll apologize for them. Let's try to have some fun here. I didn't even know what's going on here. So
sorry about that.
You know.
All right. Now, how come the curved and the straight are getting the exact same measurements? How come? They're landing on the exact same one. One's 0, one's 1, one's 2.
I don't even know of what we're trying to look at.
One of them. Look, you have 4 upright sticks, right? They're at 90 degrees to the surface. Okay. They have the exact same shadow, but one is curved. How would you know the difference?
Nothing really, because one is curved and one is not, and the shadows are.
But if they're getting the same answer, that doesn't prove either one, does it?
I think you're misconcepting this, actually.
No, you're making a claim. You're saying shadows, except the problem is your shadows can show both. So your shadows aren't a proof, are they? How are your shadows a proof if they work the same on both?
Yeah,
How are your shadows a proof if they work the same on both?
What the hell?
How are the shadows proof if they work the same on both? No one help me.
Just answer the questions, Arn.
Just answer.
Just answer.
If it works on both, it has the same results on both. Is it proof of either one?
Yeah, they're both the same, the result.
Yeah, so it's an invalid proof, right? It's not going to tell you anything.
Right?
Yeah, but that picture is very
that picture, first of all, it's not, because I took the picture and I built that, and it's made out of one piece of polystyrene that you can actually bend. So one is just flat, the other is bent. Same measurement. Why?
What? Wait.
Same measurement. Why?
It's amazing.
The fact that you can't answer that, and the fact that it ends up the same on both, should concern you. There's something you're not taking into account, is there? The light source.
Right. The same thing.
Light source is, see, these are both that have the same light source in the same position. One is just 8 foot away, and the other is just close.
Yeah.
So you're back down to, this does not measure the surface, because it depends on a luminary in the sky that you can't quantify. Sorry, it's the way it is. It's not a proof.
I don't understand it.
If you don't understand it, you're never going to understand it. Why are we having this conversation?
No, it is because I have Asperger's syndrome. I'm autistic, so I have trouble understanding stuff It's not that I have low intelligence.
Okay.
Okay. If something works the same on both models, is it proof of either model?
If something works the same on either, wait, if something
functions exactly the same, like let's say doorknobs. On a flat Earth, the doorknob works. On a round Earth, the doorknob works.
Yeah.
Do doorknobs prove anything then?
No.
If shadows work the same on a flat and the shadows work the same on a globe, do they prove anything?
Like on your paper experiment, no, but
Paper, that's an actual experiment, by the way, because there's an independent variable showing the cause of the casting of the shadows. So that's a valid experiment, and I got it to be the same on both.
Oh, was that a question or a statement?
Well, that was a statement, but I'm asking you if the shadows end up the same on both models, and it doesn't have anything to do with the actual shape, what does it prove? The answer is nothing. It doesn't prove it's flat. It doesn't prove it's round. Doesn't prove anything.
Dad.
Yeah, but that one is irrelevant.
Yeah, but you want it to. Yeah, but you want it to. Yeah,
No,
but you
it's
want
not.
it
It's
to.
not. It's not.
It doesn't. No. Okay. It doesn't, and it never will.
No.
Christ, even Neil deGrasse Tyson's video said, "Now, if the sun was this many times closer, and flat, it would look like this." Even he said it.
Yeah, and listen, ironically enough, it's the same exact thing that Eratosthenes, if he even existed, what presupposed also. The same thing you're doing. Do you find that uncanny?
What I find uncanny is you guys.
Well, you have no measurement to your sun, do you? Or all we need is that curvature measurement. We'll just settle this right now.
So two things.
On the surface of Earth.
Yep, we need the curvature measurement, drop over distance. We do need that. Otherwise, it measures flat. So you got to measure curve. Give us the curve, direct physical, empirical evidence. You measuring it yourself, however you do it. And then another thing, I just wanted to ask you a question real quick, Tarn.
535, you can find it.
Hold on. No, you need to measure it yourself. So bring back that personal, physical, empirical data that you gathered yourself, and we can talk about that now. The next thing is, I wanted to ask you, because you work really hard at this, man. You're really digging down, okay? And I want to know why you want to believe this so badly. Why do you want to believe the Earth is a globe?
Why do I want to believe it? So, well, it's nothing I think of on a daily basis.
What?
Like, I don't know, if you're Christian,
Are you here on Earth on a daily basis?
But how is that relevant to the topic?
It's extremely relevant.
That's like no, but that's like saying, oh, you breathe every day. That means you have to think of it every day, or something like that.
No, I just listen. You put a lot of work into this. Yeah, you're very dedicated. So it is that you want to believe it's a globe. I'm just curious as to why, even though the Earth measures flat and presents itself as flat and stationary, why? So, given that, why do you want to go against reality and believe in a globe Earth?
Bro, I'm not going against reality.
Really? You said you acted as if you're not here on Earth every day.
What?
Yeah, like you're
Bro,
saying.
I'm star-spangled by you guys for some reason. Like, sometimes you just bring up random stuff up.
Yeah,
well, there's nothing random about the Earth curve like we've been asking you for the whole time.
Right.
Wait, you're asking me why I care so much about this, or why I want, or I want to need, or why I.
Yeah, like, what do you care?
I phrased the question.
Why I care so much, yeah.
No. It's more than that. It's that you want to believe. It's like when I'm growing up and I love He-Man, at some point I had to give up that He-Man might be a real thing, a real person, a real powerful thing. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing with Santa Claus and the globe Earth and the Tooth Fairy. They're all fantasies and therefore ignore that the globe is just a concept and not reality. You know what I mean? Is your father an astronaut? Are you some kind of astrophysicist? Why do you care enough to go against reality? And I'll stop there, you guys.
Yeah, what's the globe ever done for you, Zarn?
The thing is that I don't go against reality, in my opinion.
Oh, so you found Earth curve?
Maybe I could ask one question to follow up with what was just said, Zarn. I sent you some links that you could study up on, by the way, if you're interested in this topic.
No.
And you can study them. But if you've got your mind made up before you came in here, did you come in here to learn anything, or did you just come in here to try to teach us what you think you know? And if the Earth is not a spinning ball, would you want to know? Is the question.
I came here to teach you guys. It's not
right, but you understand that we've tried for about eight years, a lot of us, to prove that it is a spinning ball.
Teach us. Give him 1 minute. Let him teach us. Give him 1 minute to teach us. Come on, I'm listening.
Hold on. Who is Alberuni?
Let him teach us.
I am. Who is
He came to teach us. Let him teach us.
I am. You know what? Who is I'm asking him who Alberuni is.
Alberuni, I don't know.
Okay, so how are you going to teach us when you don't know anything?
Right?
What are you going to teach me? Tell me what you're going to teach me. And nobody interrupt. What are you going to teach me? I'm 41. I'm educated. My grandfather worked at NASA. He worked on Apollo 17. What are you going to teach me? What are you going to teach me?
Let him.
Well, the thing is that whatever I provided, you're just going to try to debunk it, so it wouldn't be.
So you want to be able to present things? You want to present things unchallenged? Well, you would make a great modern scientist, wouldn't you? You just want to be able to publish things, tell people what's true, and not have any challenge to it. Why is that?
No, you just no.
Why is that? Why do you want to remain unchallenged? Why? Why don't you tell me?
Unchallenged? What do you mean?
You just said you wanted to give the information and you didn't want it to be challenged. You just said that.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Really sounds like that's what you were implying.
No, I was.
You were asking, why are we challenging all the information you're giving you? Why you always try to debunk it? That's called challenging. Is there something wrong with challenging things?
No.
No. Are you obsessed with like structures and rules?
Not really.
Procedures, stuff like that?
No, not really. It's a strange question.
It's a strange question. Yeah. I'm just trying to
ask him.
What I want to know is what you're going to actually teach me. What is it?
Ask him how the Sticks and Shadows work.
I think it's pretty obvious to this point what I'm trying to teach you.
No, it isn't.
Ask me.
I haven't heard
Let him
anything.
teach us. Let him teach us.
Hey, Godric, you just came into this conversation. He went through a bunch of slides already, Godric. Just try not to interrupt right now, please.
Okay.
Bro, you guys interrupt me 24/7.
That's the 24/7.
I was talking to somebody else in here, not you.
I just want to know the thing that you're going to teach me, because everything you've said, I've known for years.
Okay. Do you know what geodesy is? When people
Geodesy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Geodesy?
Yeah. The measuring distances. Yeah, sure. Angles, elevations.
So what evidence do you have that you're using this fallacy about people you don't even know, assuming that we don't know something? Where are you getting that evidence from? Because we have professionals in all fields possibly imaginable here in this server. So what information were you using again?
Wait,
to be fair, Zarn, you're probably only familiar with the mainstream interpretation of what we think. It sounds like. So if you want to watch some of those links that I sent you, you'll be caught up a little bit more in where we're at. But I understand if you just got the mainstream interpretation, you must think we don't know what we're talking about. But you'll probably, if you stick around and you actually want to learn something, you'll find out the opposite's true.
Zon, I have a question. How do you set up, if you're going to do geodesy, what instruments are you going to use?
Now I have 2 questions at me.
Wow.
No,
you
here's
can't
mine.
answer that
Here's
one?
mine.
I've had enough
If you're
of
gonna do
this.
geodesy,
You just guys,
what are
wait.
the tools? Hey, there's a couple tools you'll need.
Wait. You guys are just throwing questions and statements at me. And like you have to run out of time because
Okay, I'll make it easy. I'll make it easy. You're just talking to me now. Okay?
Great.
Okay. So, what tools do you need and what instrument do you need for geodesy?
It's gonna sound outlandish, but I forgot.
Come on, man. How do you know what geodesy is?
But it's a branch of mathematics dealing with the shape of the area of the Earth or large portions of it.
Shape of an area, right?
Yeah.
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 How do you get those measurements?
I literally just said I forgot.
Are they measuring curve? Are they measuring curve when they do that? Because I already know this because I'm a surveyor.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
No.
People do. No, okay, they don't.
No. You measure straight lines and you create a big triangle grid and then you pinch it and it becomes a geodetic shape. It's all post hoc. None of it happens in measurement. It's all calculated after the measurements are all put together.
Are you sure about it? Because on Google it says
100% sure.
100% sure.
You don't even know what tools they use for it. You don't know what a transit is.
I said I forgot.
Yeah, you're going to sit there and tell me, get indignant that Google told you what geodesy is. You don't even know the tools for it. Google is telling you the end result of the calculations. When you're doing it, you're basically doing surveying. And surveying is all right angles. All of it. Absolutely all of it. Called plumb. Deals with only straight lines. You can only measure in straight lines. Don't you know this?
Sorry?
Zon, don't you know you can only measure in straight lines?
Wait, you have to say that again. I didn't hear you.
Don't you know that you can only measure in straight lines?
In what? Geodesy?
In anything.
You can measure. Yeah.
Can you measure a curve or do you derive a curve?
I derive a curve.
Derive a curve.
Where are we going
when you're
with this?
actually doing the surveying, before it gets to the whole geodesy part, you can only do straight lines. And you're not even going a distance where you could detect curvature because you're only going 500, maybe 1,000 feet at a time per straight line.
Okay.
Because outside about 600 feet, you have that's about a 1,200 foot diameter. Your measurements get off; they lose fidelity. That's why I'm saying you don't know how it's done. You're only reading the results. If you knew how it was done, you wouldn't be so keen on using it as a proof because it's all straight lines, absolutely straight lines everywhere. Just the way it is, man. Put down 1 million square foot warehouses. I know what I'm talking about.
Hey, look at this way. You learned something new, I guess.
No, I did not.
Well, then you pay attention.
Basically, this whole presentation was just a bunch of a ping pong battle.
I will say if Sarn is 16 years old, it took a lot of guts to come in here.
And ping pong is played on a flat table. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Great
Plus,
reference.
that's how life's going to be when you get out there. You're going to be challenged every single place you go, everywhere you go. And you're going to have to fight for every station you get in life.
Isn't it the same for you guys? Because when you go to random people in the street and say that you're a flat earther,
I've never
wait.
met in my life. Why would I ever do that?
Yeah. Then what? Then what, Zarn? What do you hope will happen?
I think it's pretty obvious. Most people will laugh at you because
Give us the best proof that the Earth is flat, please.
That's horrible. People will laugh at
I
me.
wasn't
Oh,
talking
God.
about that.
They're all gonna laugh at you.
Can you do you
Oh,
know?
shit. Imagine how many social media likes I'll lose.
Oh man,
They're mostly laughing because they're mostly laughing because they think that we think that water keeps level, that it's flat. You know.
Yeah.
They're laughing because of that.
Sam, do you know why they would laugh at you? Because they themselves have no argument or knowledge about anything regarding heredity. And on the other hand, I talk a lot about flat Earth to people, especially in my class, and there was never once someone who laughed about me. So it's not general. You cannot generalize this. There are actually people out there that do listen and that do show interest, and still no one calls me a conspiracy theorist or crazy or whatever, because they actually realize what I'm saying is not wrong, because they themselves accepted the fact that they had no knowledge about either how would I say it, either perception. So they didn't know anything about their own heliocentric model that they have been taught. So I talked a bit about the heliocentric model while comparing the inconsistencies in that model with the claims which we have, which are provable claims and simple claims regarding the flattened stationary Earth. And no one ever in my class, I mean there were sometimes some people outside of class, but no one in my class that I've talked so far, ridiculed me or next day said, "Oh, you're crazy," blah blah blah. Maybe it has to do with the age, but I don't think that everyone would generally start laughing at you. It's actually more of the fanboys of NASA and people who love Star Wars and so forth.
Yeah, wait. That start laughing. I know where you're going with this. Yeah, I get it.
If I could, can I say one more thing? Zarn, you got to keep in mind that people, for the most part, they laugh at what they don't understand. So instead of trying to understand where we're coming from, they're just going to laugh it off because it's a defense mechanism to defend their worldview against ours. And they're not going to look into it. They're just going to ridicule us. That's the deal. It doesn't matter if we have truth or not. They won't even look into it, and they'll just laugh.
And they are doing that. Don't think that they are not. That they are doing that every day. They don't want to look into. Do you want to look into that? Let's say I am not anything. I'm not flat earther. I'm not glober. You are not flat earther. You are not glober. Doesn't matter. Let's see does water curving in reality. Doesn't matter who you are and who am I. What I believe. Let's see, does water really curve in reality?
Well, it does.
Really?
You have yet to show that, Zarn. You've just been in here chanting that for weeks, and you haven't shown it once.
Have you seen a water droplet before? That curves.
Hey, hold on.
Was that the kind of curvature you were trying to prove?
Zarn, the other day.
Well, you said it's water.
I even mentioned the water droplet to you. That surface tension, what happens when you put more water on the droplet?
Bro, just ask. What? Hi, how are you?
What happens when you add more water to the droplet?
Be honest, please.
Gets bigger.
Oh, it gets bigger?
Yeah.
And what?
What gets bigger? That's water.
Yeah, the puddle is now what?
Water.
It's flat, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's laying on a flat surface, yeah.
Yes. Just like the oceans are laying on a flat surface.
Not really, exactly.
What do you mean not really exactly? When I say flat, I mean as in grade.
Grade.
What do you mean? do you mean dimensionally flat? Because in colloquial speaking, nobody means dimensionally flat when they say something's flat. Nobody. How come all of you turn into retards the moment that we talk about what flat is? Yes, the oceans are laying flat.
I mean, according to your frame of reference, you can say
What
so.
frame would there be?
According to mountains, it's that.
Yeah, what other frame would there be? The only frame of reference we have is ours.
Yeah.
Are you saying I could get like the frame of reference of like an angel or God or a chariot of Zeus, like above the earth? Oh, I can see the whole thing now.
But where are you getting this? You know what a frame of reference is. You don't have to compare with it in divinity and stuff.
Does we have topography in on Earth? Does we have topography on Earth?
Wait, what was his question?
Does we have topography on the Earth?
That we have topography?
Topography?
Yeah, what about it? What about it?
Does we measure that topography? Does we have measurement of any topography? Let's say
we use transit levels. We use transit those.
Yeah, what we use for reference frame to measure mountains.
Sea level.
Which sea level?
The mean.
Yeah, that means the sea level on all Earth, or sea level only near to UK or near to South America. Which sea level?
If you want to get technical, I believe it's the sea level on average between the UK and the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to ask.
So it's an average of sea level.
That means one sea level.
Yeah, and so that's what we just refer to as mean sea level.
Okay.
So think for a second, and just think for a second. When you hear the word sea level, what do you think that means?
How high up this?
It's not sea elevation. It's sea level. What do you think of when you hear the word level? What do you think of when you hear the word level?
Well, when I hear of level, I think of a video game, but level it can also mean high up or something.
No. What do you picture?
It's funny because in video games they were called levels a bit originally because they're flat, but yeah, that's fine.
So it's called sea level for a reason, and not sea curve. You see what I'm trying to say? Sea level, flat over the horizon.
Yeah, well, it's not called sea. Yeah. Well, it's not called sea flat either. It's called sea level.
These words has meanings.
What does level? What does horizon mean?
There's a big bug on my. Sorry, there was a big bug on my computer.
Level is flat.
Level is flat. Yeah.
In what practical instance can you not use level as flat?
Oh, that I do not know.
That's because level is flat. The only way you could use level is to create a flat.
Level baseline, flat baseline. You know, it's pretty much the same.
Not really, actually, because you can use. If we're going to talk about video games, it's a different story.
What you can use, which level you are using for measuring mountains in the middle of USA, from the Pacific east coast or from the Atlantic coast?
New York. It's New York.
Which sea level you are using for mountains in the middle of USA, Pacific coast or Atlantic coast?
I don't know.
You are not sure.
Man, you came here to
bro, you shouldn't expect me to know everything.
If you came here to educate us, you should have known all this like the back of your hand.
Yeah, I'm not a dictionary.
But this is stuff the basic people in here know.
All right, I mean,
bro,
we are here to teach him instead. And, you know, as long as you're willing to learn.
If you're going to go into a debate, don't misjudge your audience based on your own bias against them. Like they can't possibly know anything, so I'm just going to I'm just going to spend 5 days preparing and not 5 months. Because I'm telling you, you go watch a philosophy debate, and they debate each other on maybe morals versus ethics. And these people have been doing the subject for years. Years. They have PhDs and master's degrees. And that's when they're ready.
Wait, let me tell you something right here. Do you expect me on a flat Earth presentation to debunk? Do you expect me to debunk every single point as possible? Because I'm probably no. Okay, good.
We just need the curvature measurement. That would do it. Just one.
The only thing you would get me off this. You would happily get me off this. You would happily put me back on the round Earth if you gave me a measurement.
Yeah, it's right here, but you guys don't trust it.
We already established that works on both. How is that a measurement if it works on both?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Trust doesn't matter. We just want the measurement. It has nothing to do with trust.
The problem is that your spirit, whoever you are, is not strong enough to overcome the animal that's inside you that wants to believe.
The animal.
That's the problem. Yeah, that's why you keep going back to Aristotle.
Okay, let me quiz you on this. Riddle me this. Wait, no, that's not the right line.
Riddle me.
Sorry,
John's going to test what you guys have learned here today.
Okay, guys, everybody, wait. Wait, was that a... Wait, okay, Nemus, Aureolus. Wait, is that your name, right? Let me quiz you.
Nemus Aurelius.
Aurelius. Oh, well, that's that's ironic. Should I make a reference with that?
It's because I'm a huge fan of Marcus Aurelius, and I've read all of the Stoics.
Oh, yeah, okay. So, my opinion about flat earthers is that you misconcept stuff sometimes.
Where's the riddle?
Oh,
yeah.
no,
okay, just tell us what we Just tell
wait.
Just tell us. Go ahead. Tell us what part we
missed. You say the rotate that the Earth is rotating. Do you say that is a fallacy?
No, we don't say it's rotating.
No, but like, would you say like going 1,000?
No, the Earth is not moving. The Earth is completely stationary.
Okay, so yeah. Okay, so you're saying that the move is not moving. Okay.
Earth is
I didn't say the moon is not moving. What?
Earth is not moving.
Earth is not moving.
Everything,
what are you talking about?
We're the ones doing it.
But what are you saying? Wait.
Hold on a second. Hold on, everybody. We're gonna get a definition down here. We have to. I want Zahn to explain what he thinks we believe.
Yes.
I think you guys believe that the Earth is flat.
But what is the Earth? Do you think it's flat and what? Like going through the universe, going around the sun?
I don't know about you guys.
I'm asking you what you think we believe.
He's asking you about us. What do you think that we think? That's what I'm trying to get to.
When someone says flat Earth, what do you think of?
Wait. I'm literally talking. Wait. I've met different type of flat earthers, and some have different opinions, so I can't say for sure. Some say.
I'm going to tell you this right now. There is not a single flat earther who believes that the Earth is a disk or mountain thing in space going around the sun. There is not one single one that believes that. Not one.
Not one.
So,
not a single one, man.
Wait, no. I met someone on TikTok who believed
you
that.
didn't. No, you didn't.
I did.
No, you think you did.
No, I'm serious. He said that. He said it out loud.
Okay, relax.
Okay, hey. There's a reason he's not here. There's a reason he's not here, and it's because he's a fake. Now listen.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because that's actually the joke model. That's actually the flat Earth joke.
Yeah. Yep.
It is literally a joke, and people who use that are joking. They are ironic at flat earthers.
So that's very interesting that you spend all that time debunking something that isn't even what we know to be true.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah.
None of us believe that. No one in here believes in the model that you're talking about.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's
Yeah,
not a
big
problem. How is it a problem?
It's a big
How is that a
problem.
problem?
Well,
It's only a problem.
Yeah,
it's only a problem. Hold on. It's only a problem because that's what you're prepared for.
No, you have to get to the brass tacks. So, whose problem is it? It's actually your problem.
Yeah,
not ours.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's your problem, Zarn.
So, yeah,
Zarn. And let's. I want you to make believe for a minute here. Let's say you're a flat earther. Describe how far away the sun is and how big it is. Is it the same sun that's in your model, in the heliocentric model? 93 million miles away, 800,000 miles across? Does that sound right? Zon.
Yeah, wait. I'm trying to tell you. Wait, I'm just. Sometimes it takes. Seriously.
Zon.
Yeah, wait. Give me time.
Zon, what is there time for? I'm asking you to think of this. I'm not asking you to message with somebody. Okay?
Okay, now I forgot the question.
Okay. When I say flat Earth, tell me what image is in your mind. Tell me what's going on.
Oh, what the flat? Oh, how the sun? How you guys concept it.
Yes, I want you to describe what you think that we believe. Shh, Freya, it's okay.
Okay.
Zon?
Yeah.
I just want you to tell us.
I'm literally going to tell you, and now you're just throwing stuff.
This long silence. Just tell me.
I was listening to Freya, your baby.
My youngest daughter, and by the way, she has autism.
Oh, she has autism.
Yeah.
Oh.
And she's nonverbal.
Nonverbal.
So, Zon.
Okay, so what I have heard from one flat earthers is that you guys say the sun is closer than the heliocentric model claims. It's smaller, you guys say. I don't know how you guys describe it, if you think it is a light or a big heat source, or I don't know, if you want to use religion, you might say it's God or something. What else can I say?
Yeah,
wait a minute.
All wrong.
Very disappointing and very disappointing.
What?
Very.
Was that wrong as well?
Yes, all that's
You're
wrong.
on all counts.
We don't make
Do your
assumptions
homework, man.
we don't make assumptions on where the sun is, how far away the sun is, or anything like that. We do not have a model for that.
Yeah, and if they do it in here, they're going to get their ass handed to them by us.
Yes.
We'll set them right away. Believe me, we will.
Yeah, and new people to this get set straight very fast. That's an impossible claim. That no one can actually make that claim.
Oh, so you don't know what the sun is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, neither do you. So why would
Neither do you.
make claims about things we cannot verify or validate at all?
Well, I do know
The nature of the sun. The nature of the sun has changed about 8 times since 1950.
Oh, he said he knows what sun is. Okay, so
you're talking about climate change now?
No, I'm not.
Oh. The change of the sun. What do you mean, solar flares?
No. What is the sun? Tell us what it is.
It's plasma.
It's plasma. Wait a minute. I thought it was nuclear.
Yeah.
Nuclear.
Yeah.
Helium to hydrogen transfer.
Yeah.
I thought it was like it was just a constantly exploding object.
It is. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's
not a ball of plasma. So it's not a ball of plasma.
Oh yeah, sorry. It's like a nuclear bomb because it has hydrogen and hydrogen fission and fusion into
So
helium and stuff.
Burning?
Oh,
is it burning?
Yes.
Oh, it's burning. Really? Do plants grow next to burning fire of any kind?
Okay, that was a good one.
How do you know what the sun is? How do you know?
How do I know?
Yes.
Without any evidence, nobody knows what the sun is.
No. Has anyone ever been there? Maybe they had to go at night.
What?
It's a joke.
He's trying to he's trying to debunk us. You know, is the presentation over? Is the presentation over yet?
Yeah, I think it was long ago because you guys rushed through it.
Wait, did you just have an aha moment? Did you say that was a good one when he said, do plants grow next to fire? Was that you, Zarn? That's a good one?
It was Zarn.
Did you just have an aha moment?
Zarn, I have a question. I have a serious question.
What was that question? Wait, can you repeat that again? Wait, don't skip to another question. Can you say that again so I get the thing correctly?
What I said?
Wait, you said why do plants grow to burning things?
Okay, that's not what I said. Don't put words in my mouth. I said, do plants grow next to a fiery object of any kind? Like a
what type of comparison is that?
A lighter? Can you grow plants with a butane torch? Can you grow plants with any kind of fire at all, known to man?
Wait. I know exactly what you're misconcepting here.
Just as yes or no.
Wait. Set up.
Yes or no question. Don't tell me to shut up. It's a yes or no question.
Wait, let him.
Not what I know. Not what I know.
Why do you think that he's misconceiving it? Go ahead.
Okay. Should I tell why? Okay. You're trying to utilize this thing as nothing in real life grows next to fire, so therefore the model of the Earth flaming.
That's not what I said, and that's not what I implied either. We're only talking about the sun.
Say that.
We're only talking
but you were about to explain what he misconceived. What do you think he misconceived?
Don't add in these other things that you're trying to throw in the baby with the bathwater. I didn't say any of that shit. I will get pissed off. So
I want to interject and say, can we please?
That's a yes or fucking no question. If I could stop being interrupted for 1 moment. Do plants grow from any kind of fire?
I said I don't know.
Okay, that's an honest answer, man. I appreciate that.
Can we all start using the word misconstrue? Can we all agree to say misconstrue, since that's the right word? Instead of misconceive, because that has to do with pregnancy?
I said misconception.
I know, you're not using the right word. It's misconstrue in English.
Misconstrue.
Misconstrue, because construe is construct or build, and if you misbuild something, build it poorly. It's not the same thing as a conception. That has to do with sex.
Right. So if you had misbuilt like what you thought we think, then your entire premise was off. There's nothing wrong with that. It's okay. But I suggest if that is the case, and you might start finding out things that you can learn from us, if you just maybe we should just step back and start over, because
no, I don't think we should actually. I think that we're gonna to analyze this part about why do plants. No, wait. You guys, wait. Can I, Sunny? Sunny. Wait.
Go ahead about the plants. Go ahead.
Shouldn't we talk more about this, because I feel like we never really get a point to finish. Thus, and thus whatever.
Yeah. So actually, my point was this. Listen, I brought it. I asked the question. Stop interrupting me. I beat you to it. Stop interrupting me. I started first. Fucking shut up if you're not speaking. I started first. So listen. The reason I brought it up was because you can grow plants with electric light and other kinds of light, halide, sodium, like mercury, like all kinds of different kinds of lighting, fluorescent. You can grow plants with any kind of light, but you can't grow with anything that's burning, whether it be hydrogen, a nuclear fusion. Plants don't grow next to something like that. So that's my point, and that's the end of my statement. Thank you very much.
Wait, I have
that's
to
a
go.
really simple experiment to do, you know?
Wait, I have to go, actually. I'm sorry. I'll message you tomorrow.
Bedtime.
My father says that I have to Go to bedtime. I'm sorry.
Sleep well, man. Have fun. Sleep well.
When you're laying horizontal, you know you are, and you're still. So yeah, rest peacefully.
Okay.
Prove me wrong.
I'll give you a big old wave and say goodbye then. Well,
Don't let the spinning lies bite.
Thank you for coming and sharing.
Yeah, thanks, Arm. We'll see you again. We'll see you next time.
I don't think it was a thanks because you guys tried to humiliate me in any way.
No,
Zarn, we're just asking you to find that curve that you're arguing for. So just go out and find that for us before you get back here, okay?
After you sleep this one off, so right.
Hey, by the time you wake up, you'll be upside down relative to where you are right now. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, and really, so
upside
you
down.
put your foot down on the ground. It's not like it's the same place it was.
You have a lot of homework.
No, I don't have.
Yeah, you have a lot of homework, man.
Okay. You guys.
Bye. Sleep well.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
It's interesting that
horizontally still.
a kid in his 15 years old is thinking he can teach us how the world is.
Yeah, why doesn't he move out while he still knows everything?
I think he got close to it, seemed sincere. I mean, he said he came here to teach, but then he was considering some of the things you were saying. So,
Yeah, maybe we are making progress with him.
No,
Let's just hope that he learns from this and investigates some things himself without any bias. That's just his age.
you know what? For his sake, he probably is better
They don't
just
want
believing in
people
the
to have
globe.
critical minds.
Mhm.
Everything is their target here.
In some
They
ways,
want
the
you to believe
problem-
whatever they say.
I
The
agree
problem is that
I agree with
there's not enough. There's not enough good YouTube videos. It's very difficult to find good information on
That's
YouTube
why I
about
sent him.
flat Earth.
That's not the fucking problem.
That's why I sent him 30 videos.
That's not the
I DM'd him all the good ones.
The moment you see the picture of the floating disc in space, it's like,
am I not being heard at all? Should I turn this fucking thing up? So, anyway, that's not the fucking problem. The problem is people don't have the ability to think for cognition. There's something fucking drastically wrong here, man. If you think more YouTube videos are the problem, you're out of your mind as well. Like, there's something really seriously fucking wrong with these people.
Well, he did have an aha moment when you said plants don't grow from fire. He said, "Ooh," and he did have a little bit of a wait a minute. You're right about that.
Yeah.
So there's
See,
hope.
for some people, it just takes one of those because that's never going to go away.
no, but he's very young. He's very young.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
but listen, like what I did there is this jab into cognition, and it's jamming up his wires right now. It's going to, and it's never going to go away till he resolves it in himself, or he just go back to trading.
What's the pseudoscience answer for that anyway, Sonny? What would what would Zanuck or somebody, like, what do they say about that with the fire not growing plants? They say it's some kind of electromagnetic wave given off by the plasma or something.
Yeah, and then we could go into that. Show electromagnetism growing plants. I'm about show me.
Anyways.
Didn't even get to the sextant with Zarn, but I don't think it would have been fruitful at all to speak to him on that kind of level. Like, he couldn't even get past stage 1.
So, anyone else here to learn?
What was that?
Any other Glober here to learn apart from the one who I guess will not learn anymore? Doesn't look like it.
How do you think that all worked out in the beginning with that person? Like, oh, there's flat earthers out there. I'll just do my own presentation without looking into what the flat earthers think.
I mean, at least I gotta give him the props that at least he did something. You know, it's not like
that's true.
Yeah, he didn't come in with at least he didn't come in with no citations, no references whatsoever, just saying you guys are stupid. And he actually listened to some of the things we were saying as far as like the logic of things. So he did say he's just here to teach, and he was honest about that at least. But from the mainstream narrative, the way that they present flat Earth still, anybody that hasn't looked, one layer deep is just going to assume that there's just a few people on the internet that have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. And that's where he's at, mentally. I think he's gotten a step further than that already.
He has. So Zarn has produced more globe Earth proof than anyone in history, but it still doesn't have a measurement of curvature. Evidential curvature results using geology.
It was just a straw manning of flat Earth, basically saying that they don't have that flat Earth thinks this, but it wasn't what we thought at all. Yep. So he has to just accept that to begin with.
So here's the very end of his whole statement at slide 35. A value of R can be calculated. For each observation point, table 1, the average value is 6,600 divided by 600 kilometers. Well, whatever they say after they just calculated it, there's no measurement. They did the measurement in the first part of planar, when you're doing planar surveying. That's what they do.
I'm trying to come up with a list of things that the globe side doesn't even have a feasible answer for, or even a very good answer for because this kid will go and look at some of the things like the fire with the plants and stuff, and he'll just go figure out what they're saying as an excuse. No matter how lame it is, he might just go with it. So what do they not have answers for? That's what I want to come up with a list of if anyone has suggestions.
Yeah, because they have part of the religion is they have to be right all the time, every time, right?
Right. There can't be an I don't know, though, or unexplained, or we don't have an answer for. They have to somehow devise an answer for most every pick apart we have,
We should get an encyclopedia of all the things that they cannot, like the Selenian eclipses.
That's one.
Cannot be explained. Like all kinds of things, like simple things like full moons shouldn't ever happen.
Full moons?
That's in the middle of the night. The sun's supposed to be opposite the sun, where there's only a shadow.
Oh, right. Right. Exactly. That is.
You're looking up at a full moon.
That's a really simple one.
At midnight. Fuck that. You're not. That's
right.
So there's a bunch of those. There's hundreds of them, right?
So wait, the logic of that is you should be able to see the sun making the moon full, but what's their excuse for that one? What's their answer? Like the angle is somehow making it look full, and we just can't see the sun. What is it? Explain the difference.
Say that one again.
You said the full moons wouldn't be possible if it's in the middle of the night. We don't see the sun. Is that the idea?
Yeah, full moon. Yeah, full moon at midnight. Yeah, exactly. Is impossible.
So what does the globe side say to that?
So I guess they have to say it's refraction or something. They have no excuses. They can't.
I've never heard that one. That's interesting.
How about 6 months away from the year? 6 months away from the year of midnight would actually be noon, but yet it's still midnight.
Interesting. That's a good one.
Yeah. There's another one.
Send me your short list, Sonny. DM me.
That's all just from my memory. Listen, I have failing memory.
Oh, yeah, I know. But I'm saying those are two good ones. I'll keep note of those. I think the sun across the water coming to your feet, if there was any curvature to that water, that there would be a noticeable break at some point. Yes. We would see that.
So on the, I'm dry. I got to get something to drink. Dry mouth.
All right.
The reflection, specular reflections on water is impossible if it was curved. You get a diffuse.
Yeah. You know what their answer is for that? Well, if it's large enough to seem like it's flat, then why wouldn't that happen with the sun and the water? I mean, they can't answer the fact that they're thinking boats are hidden by curvature 4 miles out when they're looking at a 25-mile, obviously straight line for the horizon. I mean, they got their little paper towel roll explanation where you would be like, I mean, it's pretty clever the way that they answer this one. Have you heard it with their, it's like you're standing inside a ring, like if you're like take a gold ring and put it on a surface, so you're looking around at this circular thing, but it seems like it's horizontally straight to you because of the size of it. It's so brilliantly reverse engineered that they almost have an answer for everything. I'm not sure that there's any that they just say, we don't know. Is there any that they just have no answer for? That's what I'm looking for. I mean, an answer is not as good as no answer, but sometimes it's just as bad as all I'm saying. And they've got a lot of them. But this kid will probably go and look up whatever their excuse is and decide that that's, if he really wants to keep believing in the globe, he'll decide that that's acceptable at his age, probably, for sure.
The result is none of my business.
What's that?
I said the result of any of these people listening to anything I'm saying, the result of what happens to them after is none of my business. I could care less.
True. It's just interesting, the psychology of it, to analyze not just one person necessarily, but he kind of represents a whole demographic,
I like that as well. I do, yeah. It's very interesting.
I think there's a lot of kids that, I mean, the hip kids, eventually the little bit more mainstream kids end up becoming hip in their own little blue pill way relative to where the hip kids were, 5 or 10 years ago, right? They're always just catching up to what the hip kids know or don't know. And the hip kids that are looking into shit, they really know, how to analyze things and have critical thinking. Those are the hip kids. And they're going to win out eventually. I mean, the other kids are going to realize that they were the ones that were right.
Mm-hmm.
It's only a matter of time.
Just wanted to give a shout out to. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There's debate tactics. I mean, there's debate respect that people are going to analyze at some point and be like, look, okay, here's as a group, we're going to say this doesn't make any common sense, and this does. And if you laid it all out like his slide presentation with the fair answer of what the globe thinks and a fair answer of what the flat Earth is saying, I think that anybody that were to go through that slideshow would realize, if they are using their critical thinking. Anyway, sorry, go ahead. I'm monologuing.
Oh, you're all good. Thanks. Hey, I just want to give a shout out, a happy Flat Earth Saturday to my main man, Matthew. How you doing, Matthew?
Hey, Jim. How's it going?
Good. Hey, can I ask Matthew a question? Do we have time?
I have time. Go ahead.
You have a PhD in math, right?
No, I have a master's degree in computer science.
So you have a master's. So you would actually be a professor. Is that right?
I work part-time as a teacher, teaching 1 or 2 classes most semesters.
And I'm not degrading you. I'm just asking, if somebody calls you Professor Matthew, it's okay?
Sometimes people call me that, but yeah, you can just call me Matthew if you like.
Within the professor, obviously you had to do the work to become a professor. You had to do the master's work, and I commend you whether you did the study plus the thesis or whether you just did the classes. I think that's how it works. How do you feel about somebody who professes to be a professor when he's obviously not? He's a 2-time dropout. How does people like yourself who've actually done the work to become a professor, because you can be called that, but then have somebody come along for gigs and whistles and to make himself feel better, who happens to go by Dave, but because he likes the giggles and all that stuff of being Professor Dave when he's a 2-time dropout and you aren't, because you actually worked to get what you got. How do you feel about Professor Dave calling himself a professor when he's actually not Professor Dave? Do you have an opinion on that?
Whether somebody's a professor or not depends on their job and if they are teaching classes, I would think. Now, that's different than a doctor's degree. If you go by Dr. Dave, that would imply that you've actually done a specific degree. But people are teachers with all kinds of different levels of education. I don't know if Professor Dave has done a master's or not. I think he did a master's degree in something, but I don't know.
No, he's a 2-time dropout of doing a master's work. So he went after his master's, whether it was 26 hours in a thesis or 39 hours or whatever it is, coursework to become a master's, to get a master's degree. He dropped out twice. So would you call him a fraud by using the name professor in front of his name Dave when he's not a professor? He just has a BS, which is fine, BS, BA, that's fine. But don't you consider, because you've done the work and a lot of people have done the work, Danny Faulkner is a doctor, I believe, they've all done the work to get their name, professor or doctor in front of their name. How do you feel about Dave putting Professor Dave in front of it, professor in front of his name when he's clearly not a professor? Does that bother you at all?
Hey, it's okay, man. If he identifies as a professor, that's all that matters.
Yes. So, like I said, professor doesn't imply any specific education. It more implies if you've taught classes before. I think he's taught classes before, but I don't know.
I believe professor means exactly what it means. It means to profess or to evangelize. So, yeah. I mean, he could very well be a professor, but that doesn't really mean a lot because there are gender studies professors. So, I mean, what's it mean?
Yeah, right. It's not a specific meaning for that word generally, which is different than doctor. If you call yourself doctor, it means you have a MD or a PhD or an ED or something.
Yeah, like my sister, she's married to an MD, but he can actually, he could never teach anybody, but he can take somebody's heart out and put another one in. So,
see, I have a hard time calling somebody a doctor, in medical, in the medical industry. If he's a dropout from medical school, he wouldn't necessarily be a doctor. He might profess to be a doctor, but he's actually a dropout from medical school. And Professor Dave, or not Professor Dave, is a 2-time dropout from getting his master's. So I kind of go, I always thought you had to have a master's before you became professor, and you had to have your doctorate, dissertation and all that stuff before you became a doctor. But I guess the Globe community gives Professor Dave or not Professor Dave a break on this one. Is that kind of where I'm hearing from you?
I think any university can bestow professorship on anyone they want to. I mean, professorship is almost an honorarium.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just approval. You can come teach here. I mean,
so many people that I've come in contact, repeat the talking points of not Professor Dave. And it seems like when I tell them that, they could care less. It's like, well, I got it from Dave or Professor Dave. And they could care less than you tell them that he's not actually a professor, he's a 2-time dropout. And if that's the best that some of these people go to, it's just a joke on the other side.
Yeah, but usually those people are also they're also fighter pilots and astronauts themselves. At least that's what they say. It's all right. I don't care what lies people try and tell me. Or I don't care how anyone presents themselves. Their arguments are either going to stand or they're going to fall.
So from now on, Sonny is Professor Sonny to me. That's who he is, Professor Sonny from San Diego.
Yeah, but Professor Dave is extremely gifted in explaining things like chemistry and biology and some of those concepts, and so that's why people watch his channel.
Yeah. Well, thanks for your answer. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Do you think it's a bad thing that he calls himself a professor even though he is not?
Hey, y'all, we can either talk about people, events, or ideas. Let's talk about ideas.
How about a quick musical interlude before that, though? Okay, sorry. Had to do that.
That was awesome. We are applauding with our hearts. That was awesome.
Matthew, are you a mathematician?
I do math. I'm not a professional mathematician, no.
Oh, okay.
I do go to math conferences, though.
Okay. Do you think, since you're very into math in that way, do you think math is reality?
You know, that was actually some of the talks that they were talking about. There's several different views. Basically, they say, are mathematical objects real? Are abstract objects real? Or are they ideas in the mind of God? Or are they nothing? So even professional mathematicians disagree about the answer to that question. Most philosophers say that mathematical objects are not real. They're not Platonists. Whereas just sort of people who don't think about it say things like, oh yeah, the number 2 is real, so the numbers are real.
Okay. But we do agree that they're concepts that began in philosophy.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Like
what most philosophers would say.
Right, because math was invented by the human mind.
That's probably true, yes. But if there were no humans, the question would be, does the number 7 exist? And some people would say, no, if there are no humans to think about it, then the 7 doesn't exist. Other people would say, no, it's a fundamental object in the realm of existence, and 7 does exist. So people disagree.
It's not an object, though.
I would say it doesn't exist.
It's a mental object.
It's a concept. It's a concept.
Yeah, right.
It will always be a concept.
Right.
And let's say all of humanity went extinct and never thought about the number 7, and then someone else comes along who aren't humans, aliens, whatever you want to pretend, and they come up with the number 7.
Yeah, that's right. So it turns out that philosophers disagree, but
well, I mean, good.
Themselves.
That's good, right? That's why I like philosophy.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting, important question.
Yeah,
I think math
more like philosophy.
Say that again, Nunez?
Discovered by man. It wasn't invented by man.
I mean, if I'm right, 7 doesn't exist, but 7 apples exist.
Yeah, but you're counting the apples, aren't you? The number 7 does not exist, but 7 apples can exist because the apple is the thing. The 7 is not the thing. It's a description of the things.
Yeah, you're assigning a quantity.
Yeah. So like if all language went away, then there would be no ideas.
No, there should be ideas about language.
Well, I mean, if everyone went extinct and language was no longer spoken, there would be no more ideas.
Historically, some philosophers would locate those things in the mind of God, that even if humanity went extinct, 7 would still exist because it would be somewhere, God would be thinking about 7.
My only contention with that would be that's a supernatural, not interference, but that's not naturalistic. That's supernatural.
Right. Those arguments are more from centuries past, not these days.
Right. So I always try and make my arguments based on how they define science as being part of the physical and natural world. But I mean, yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Everything's in the mind of God anyway. So, but on the other hand, I like to approach everything from the naturalistic position because it's just a little easier for some reason. because a lot of the people I talk to are unbelievers and atheists. So
yeah, it makes sense because start there.
Never met an atheist, to be honest.
Oh no, nobody has. There are none.
There are none.
You can say without humans, does knowledge exist? No, right?
Yes, in the natural world, no.
Well, if you let the dictionary with all the definitions in there, it technically exists, but you can't make any sense out of it without a conscious mind.
But all that information required an informer. And so even though the informer might be extinct, he used a thing to record the information. So it's still a thing.
Is there. The knowledge is there.
Well, if another species came along and found the book, what would they make of it? Could they even read it?
They probably think it's stupid.
They might. Yeah.
But they might. Yeah, so once you write a book, the knowledge is there in the book, but you have to just interpret it.
Well, the information is in the book. The knowledge is what's in the mind.
Yeah, I agree with that first statement. Debate, then read the material. Debate before you understand it.
Do you guys hear about that book that was like supposedly like an alien dialect that cannot be deciphered, but it means something? People are playing with it for years and years trying to decipher it. It's like, it has like green plants on it and shit like that.
Yeah, I know which book you mean. I can't remember what.
It's supposed to be a complete language, but they can't decipher it.
I think it begins to crack at it.
They're going to be an Ark of the Covenant event, like in Indiana Jones when they decipher it. No!
No!
Beautiful!
It may just be a hoax. It's a possibility. Someone just hoaxed it.
Or we're not getting smarter, we're getting dumber.
That's a definite possibility.
And we walk around all these ancient civilizations, and they're like sunken and destroyed and ruined, and like, everything's fine. Not going to happen again.
Are you sure?
Oh, I'm obviously joking.
In 5,000 years, no structure we made is going to be around except maybe a sheet of titanium.
Now, maybe some pieces of infrastructure, like parts of power plants.
In 5,000 years?
Yeah, in 5,000 years, that kind of stuff.
I said that because I'm dating the pyramids.
Yeah, I don't think the pyramids are that old, but I have a hard time seeing 5,000 years anything.
How old are the pyramids? Hang on, how old are the pyramids?
So they say they're about 5,000 years old, I guess. 4, 5, or 6, somewhere around there.
I think they say 4,500 years.
45, okay.
Yeah.
But I just don't see that. I don't see that in them, but I could be wrong.
Matthew, you know about math. So there's this movie called Proof, and it was with Jake Gyllenhaal and Gwyneth Paltrow.
Is it a recent movie?
No, it's about maybe 12 or 15 years old. They found a new prime number, and they were making a big deal about it in the movie. It was called Proof. That's the movie. And something like they're finding more and more, prime numbers, and they get farther apart as you go north, up the number scale. And it's somewhat important for mathematics. Is that a thing, or is that just...
In general, prime numbers are important in cryptography, so you could break RSA encryption if you could factor numbers into their prime number components easily. But it's related to cryptography.
That's called Proof. That was a great movie. I thought it was a great movie, but I didn't get the math concept that much.
Well, here's an example. If I gave you a calculator, and then I said, okay, what is 19 times 31? You could do it pretty quickly. But if I do the reverse and I say, okay, here's the number 391. What are the two prime factors? It would take you a while. I mean, if you just a calculator, no cheating by searching online. And that's the
Okay,
basis
well, it would
for
take you longer to break it down, but what is the point of that?
because if I have the number 391, but I also have one of the factors, then I can easily get the other factor. I just do 391 divided by whatever it is, and then it gives me the other answer. But if I give you 391 and you don't have the prime factor, then you can't get the second one easily. Now, imagine doing that with numbers that are 2,000 digits long rather than 3 digits long. And then a computer can multiply two numbers that are 2,000 digits long. It can do that in less than half a second, but it cannot do the reverse, in less than 5 trillion years or whatever.
And that's cryptography?
That's an analogy for how cryptography works. There's a lot of little details, but basically the thing behind it is that one-way function, that it's much easier to multiply two prime numbers than to take the answer and find the prime factors. There's details that make it more complicated, but that's the basic idea.
Is this related to credit card numbers?
No, credit card numbers have a way, like a checksum in them, so not every possible credit card number is valid, but that's slightly different. But when you do type in your credit card number into a website, it does use the cryptography I was talking about. Like whenever you see HTTPS, the S on a website means it's secure. So yeah, it's tangentially related.
The movie was Jake Gyllenhaal, Gwyneth Paltrow, and Anthony Hopkins. I remember enjoying it a lot. And
yeah, thanks for the recommendation.
The daughter, Gwyneth Paltrow, was kind of like on the spectrum, but they didn't call it that back then. And supposedly she developed this math proof, and they didn't think that she did it because they thought she was what's the word, imbecile, but she was saying that she did it, and her father, who was a mathematician, he was starting to get senile, so that he couldn't prove it either. So they had this proof in their family, and Jake Gyllenhaal submitted to the board at the local college. They were all interested in it, and nobody knew where it came from. And Gwyneth said, "I did it," but he couldn't prove it. So it was interesting.
Yeah, well, it turns out that probably all the people who are really good mathematicians are somewhere on that spectrum somewhere. I have a recommendation for you. There's a series on PBS called Nova, and one of the episodes is called The Proof, and it's about a 300-year-old math problem that nobody could prove, but somebody did in 1999. It took him 7 years. It's an interesting story. Fermat's
Is that a real thing, though?
Yeah, it's related to the a squared plus b squared equals c squared. That's Pythagorean theorem. There are answers to a squared plus b squared equals c squared. For example, 2, 3, 4, or 2, 3, 5. But there aren't any answers if you change that squared into cubed. So a cubed plus b cubed equals c cubed. There aren't any whole number answers for a, b, and c. And everybody's thought that for 350 years, but they couldn't prove it until just 2 decades ago.
Now that sounds like a massive, to me, it sounds like a massive mind game. But like in reality, is there any application to that 7-year work?
Probably not. But then they said the same thing about prime numbers and factoring, the stuff I told you about. They've studied that for a long time. And there was no reason, no practical application until the 70s and 80s when cryptography came along. And they're like, oh, wait a minute, this is actually a useful thing. So right now there's no practical use, and nobody knows if there will be in the future. His proof was like 200 pages, by the way. I couldn't understand it.
Sounds to me like Glober stuff.
No, it's just pure math. It has nothing to do with science or with with actual observations of the real world. It's all like theoretical, numbers.
Exactly his point, Matthew.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying.
Thank you, Hank. I like mental challenges, so I played chess for a while just because there's like a battle of the minds, and I do enjoy some math equations, but it's all kind of like concepts,
I put a link in the chat to the thing I was mentioning.
The proof. Thank you. Let me see if I can find the movie. I'll put it in there for you too.
I saw it. It's from 2005, right?
I recommend it. I think you'll like that movie a lot.
Yeah, it looks like the type of movie I'd like.
I got a question. My mic working? No.
Yes, your mic is working.
Here, come and do it. Ask your question.
Has anyone tried to talk to Jan Nadbornik? New person on here.
Oh, not yet.
Hello.
Is it Yan or Jan or Juan?
Oh well, I guess they don't wish to talk right now, so I'll at least try.
Hey, Janet, unmute. Talk to us.
Hey guys, I have a question.
Go for it.
Does so on a flat surface, for example, on a body of water, does the sun as the sun disappears right over the horizon, does it get smaller and smaller and smaller, like on a flat surface?
You mean does its angular size change as it moves away?
Meaning
angular size. So the appearance of its size, does it change as it moves away? Is that what you're asking?
Exactly. Does it get smaller and smaller
if you go to places that have very low moisture in the air, yeah, you can see it get smaller.
So there's like the moisture element thing. So
yeah, that's why you can't triangulate the sun, because it's different everywhere. 100 miles away, it's going to look a little bit different because you're going to be in different, like different weather.
On a flat surface, though, like in this.
That doesn't matter. That would be flat, or no matter what you're on. You could be on a chicken, and it's going to look. It's going to change from whatever position you're in because you're looking through different atmospheric conditions. So if like where I am, it's 98% humidity, like 3/4 of the year, just 98% humidity in very hot weather. But then you go out into Arizona, Colorado, California, southern, desert states, and it's like 40% humidity. It's really low. And you can just see much more clearly. That's why they have all the like telescopes and stuff out there.
On a flat surface.
Yeah, on a flat surface. On a flat surface, in some places, the sun will not appear to change sizes, and in some places, it'll change sizes. And on a curved surface, in some places, it'll appear to stay the same size, and in other places, it'll appear to get smaller.
Really?
The same thing. Yeah, the same thing will happen. That's
I
why
thought it was
can't
like a
use it.
rule.
No, it's just why you can't use it. Well, that's why I don't use it as an argument, because there's plenty of footage of the sun changing size, but then there's plenty of footage of the sun not changing size. And it would work. The rules would apply on either. So for me, it's kind of sticks and shadows. It's something that would work on either model. So it can't. I never use it as an argument because it's not going to prove one or the other.
In theory, like for example, if there is no humidity and you're looking at for example, the sunset in a body of water, right, like in the ocean, and if it's clear, would it disappear? In theory, would it get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until it disappears on the horizon?
Well, I mean, does anyone know the footage of it just disappearing into a pinpoint of light and going away? It's in the.
I've seen some.
Yeah, it's in like maybe Utah or Arizona. Someone took some footage of it. So, like, I mean, if it would be an exceedingly hypothetical world to where you get to the point where you're like, maybe in a pure vacuum we could see it, And oddly enough, that was one of the original arguments they would make, like years and years and years ago.
So back on the sun, getting smaller in size, we do see it the same size and also smaller. So the Globers say that if you take a screen, you can screen out the light. You can see the actual area of which is the sun and which is excess light. So that's how they argue that point. They say it should get smaller, but it doesn't because we're using the Stellar filter. That's what it is.
I was going to say, back in the day, the Globers would come in with this argument, and they even made like a whole model, and they were going to use it like to come at us. I remember this. This was probably around 2016. They created a model with no air that was in a vacuum, Earth in a vacuum. And that was going to be their straw man. Like, we should see, on a flat Earth, we should see the sun at all times from any position. But their entire model was based on, you're on a disk in a vacuum.
Back on the globe model, I heard they tried to make the globe model in real life, like in somebody's garage, and they couldn't make it work. Have you heard about this story?
Oh, well, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. That's like never meet your heroes, right? like an actor you admire, never meet him. Only believe in the image and like myth of somebody. Because the moment you go and test them out, you're going to be disappointed.
Are you trying to say that the actor I like is not, as he's portrayed on the Hollywood studio film, is not like that in real life?
Probably not.
My whole day is shot now.
My day is ruined. So, a lot of these people coming in here recently they've actually been degenerates from TikTok. And when I say degenerates, I mean mental degenerates, because that's obviously where all the morons are. Because that's where, like, Dave and all those other mongrels have congregated now. They're all on TikTok with, like, the perfect ADHD explanations for their audience. Like, just soundbite explanations. And that's why we're suddenly getting an influx of arguments from, like, 2015, 2016.
So are you telling me somebody just said somewhere in some whatever, bring in the retards?
Well, it's that those retards went out and evangelized on the Retard Network, which is TikTok.
It's the true zombie nation. Yeah, that's right, folks. Okay.
What's shameful is that some of them who are doing it have already conceded in the past that we were right about those points.
Mm-hmm.
That they were either unfalsifiable or untrue or completely just mythical. Like the myth of actually like going to the equator and like doing these tourist trap experiments, right? Come see the toilet that goes in two directions, man.
Wow,
No.
really, right? Have a cerveza.
Yeah. Then you come see my brother's gift shop.
Yeah. Might as well be more things out that scam Glovers like, for money. I'm only kidding.
Well,
Maybe.
everything is ritual and religion. But I mean, for humans, I would say everything is religious. Every single thing.
Hey, I wanted to apologize for interrupting earlier. Did I didn't mean to just pop.
No, you were fine.
Okay.
You were fine. Yeah, you didn't catch me then. You interrupted right when I was done. Or right when I was going to pause for a point.
I was
so
listening.
I don't care.
I was listening to that last part. I was listening for that moment. So
I don't care when somebody interrupts me and like does a banger. I'm like, okay, that was good.
It was
just so long as no one interrupts me and ruins my point, Quetzalcoatl.
That's right. Yeah, I get it now.
Oh shit, I'm out.
I'm catching up.
Hey, sorry, man. Wasn't,
all right.
I didn't mean to. I was trying to help out there with a proper picture, I guess.
No, I know what you were trying to do. You just had the lousiest timing.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
They're not allowed to. They're not allowed
sad
to.
Thing.
They're not allowed to see that image until the end.
Yeah,
the sad thing is that went right over that guy's head. Anyways, he didn't even get it to begin with.
Yeah, he didn't get it.
Zorn.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zorn. He didn't get it.
Zorn. He didn't even understand what he was asking.
Yeah. How I use that image is first I get them to concede that the measurements of the two of the first picture that I show, I get them to concede that those are the same measurements. And then I ask them which one is curved, which one is flat. And then when they answer, you say, how do you know? They have to be able to tell you how they know. And then after everything is said and done, you can show them the big picture and it drives the point home because even the last two are on the same measurement.
Yeah,
because they can't manipulate the independent variable, right?
Mm-hmm. No, I saw that. It was just my timing was bad there. I wasn't sure what you were trying to play with him there first.
It's all right. It's all right.
Yeah, but you did good though.
I know I snapped at you. Sorry about that.
Hey, it's all right. No worries, man. We all learn our lessons in a way. So
that poor kid put so much work into that presentation. And
hey, but you know what?
Oh, what? He just worked
so hard. He misunderstood the assignment.
What?
He misunderstood the assignment.
Oh, of course.
He was like, "Wait a minute, we're debating 12th century poetry."
I know.
Wait, did he put a 28-page thing on the live stream?
Yes, he did. But it's clear that he thinks that we believe in a disk floating in a heliocentric model.
Yeah, that was totally astonishing. I'm like,
somebody tell me what time. What time did he put it? I want to learn.
I can send it. 50 minutes past the hour.
There it is. Thank you, Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah, no worries. I downloaded it from his Google Docs page, whatever he had it on.
Now that you're on the probation,
he took the time to gather 28 pages so he can teach us. You guys didn't let him teach us.
No, it's 35 slides, so it's bigger than that.
And boy, so convinced he was going to come here and teach us.
Gave him the floor at least for a couple minutes, man.
Perceptional insecurity?
Is that what he said?
It was really bizarre.
It says in the classifications.
Well, I couldn't understand how he kept saying the opposite of what any of us were saying. Like somebody would say, "This can't," and he goes, "Oh, it can." And then,
oh my God!
Then he would be like, "Someone assumed," and he'd be like, "Oh, not assumed." Like he was just like that, like over and over again.
Okay, look. Let's look at validated evidence in green. Look at what he has. The two things in green: the Coriolis effect and the horizon. Neither of which can be measured.
Oh.
I like how the first page has the flat Earth and globe Earth with a sword. I mean, that's artistic.
Yeah, see, he's using a model. Yeah, look, the first image he has, it's flat with an upside down mountain on it and the stars.
Wait a minute, what slide Yeah, exactly. What slide are you on though? Just so I can I'm on it. So which side?
Did he borrow this or did he make it himself?
He made it.
Slide 18 and 19.
Oh my God.
Yeah, 20.
But guys,
you should have let him go through the whole slide.
It's a disk in space, man. It's what it is. He's presenting a disk in space.
This is what he thinks flat earthers believe.
Look at the model he used for the disk in space.
Why can't I make a copy of this? That's stupid. Hold on. It's on my,
Look, he has the azimuthal up there, which is the same as the globe map, right? But look what he used. He used as a Mercator.
Oh, he borrowed some of this because he has here no model.
That's hilarious.
He borrowed some of this.
Here, I'm gonna post this and let everyone see its glory.
Yeah, I'll post one too.
What does it mean on 14 when on 15?
Oh, that's so believable.
What does it mean on 16 when he has the question mark? On 16? What does that mean?
How does people even think
you guys
this would even be believable?
Guys, look, he doesn't look. He used the azimuthal compared, and then look at the map he used to do the same thing at the bottom.
I like it's like
they're
a
not
big
even
chunk.
the same They're not even the same orientation.
Yeah. It's like a big chunk of a large landmass floating somewhere.
Yeah, this is like some Terry
puzzle,
Pratchett
missing
stuff.
piece.
Mm-hmm.
It's hilarious.
That's offensive, man. That's offensive.
That's very wild that somebody be here presenting this. Like, this is what they're... You, Flanders?
No, I'm here to teach you guys. No.
And check out the sun. Check out the sun. Where the sun is coming from.
No, I'm telling you, I'm here to teach you guys.
The sun's coming from beneath the edge. That's pretty interesting. Wow. No wonder
I would.
Did you hear him get
also
really
make fun of
concerned?
people for believing that.
Did you hear him get really concerned when I told him he was going to get a scolding?
Yeah, he kind of did.
He was
Oh. You know, it confuses me because he's been here for a few weeks, right?
Yeah, we told him to do the line of sight test himself. I talked to him a long time ago. Yeah.
How did he get the model wrong?
I don't know.
Because there's no way.
Same thing he did all day today. Didn't listen to a damn thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's this thing where he will not let go. It has to be the straw man. And he's mad. He's angry that we're not accepting his straw man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it just causes him to someone else speaks.
Yeah, like
he's too busy thinking of the next thing he's going to say because he just
wants to respond.
I like the cartoon level. We have slides and everything. It's great.
He worked his ass off on that. I'm just totally amazed that he would go so far and know so little. It was just amazing.
No model? No model. Yeah, that's not our model. That's the azimuthal. That's an official azimuthal map. That has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Think how well
that is just an azimuthal projection.
Think how well he would do with reality on his side. Right?
And how is it? How is this traveling issue falling off edge? Falling off edge. I found it. Falling off edge.
Oh boy. I did like how everybody was so patient there in quite a while and letting him present, because I could tell as soon as he started, I mean, we all knew what was going on, that he was just totally so ingrained in this belief of his and everybody was so patient to let him try and go ahead. I'm sitting back here just cracking up, dude.
We got to get Zarn back in here immediately.
Okay.
I got to show you this, and some of you are gonna laugh. Some of you are gonna laugh when you see this image, because you're gonna know it's literally one of the images I use to bust them. It's literally one of the images I use to bust them. I have a whole routine for busting them using this image.
It's Aristophanes.
Isn't that crazy?
Aristophanes.
No, it's the bent rope part.
Yeah.
It's the high altitude balloon. Hold on a second, because I use this
with the fisheye lens, bending everything, even up close. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe you should fast forward to earlier in the video, because there it is.
Yeah.
Nice. Curved at the same rate. Isn't that amazing?
The same curvature at 200 feet as it does 20,000.
Yeah, there's more actually.
Gravity.
There's more at ground level than there. That's crazy. Not less. That whole thing is really screwed up.
How do you get it this wrong?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, that's a great question.
Because that's from an article. Let me think. Let me see if I remember. The article is students take breathtaking photo of Earth's curvature at over 100,000 feet or something like that.
And they get the rope in there just to make sure they get busted.
And there's more curve. There's more curve at 200 or 300 feet, apparently.
More curve closer to the ground. Does not make sense at all on their ball. Oh, that.
You know how to get it so wrong, meme? It's very simple. I think we all know this. Like inherently,
what's that?
The populace of the Earth, as we speak of right now, like 80% of them, maybe even 90, maybe even 95, are just NPCs.
I think
That's
so.
literally what it is.
I am to that point too.
Empty vessels.
Yes.
And we're literally walking, riding, driving by these empty vessels, thinking that they're like just like us.
Yeah, but
That's been the biggest
95% is
biggest fallacy.
quite high.
I'll tell you why, because it's been like 2 weeks straight that I've tried to have a debate with someone about flat Earth, and I think we've gotten enough. How do I want to say this? Like, we've beaten enough debates to the point where like people know maybe flat Earth isn't you should debate unless you know what you're talking about. I think enough people, the common people, the NPCs know that. Because I'm telling you, like before, if I brought up flat Earth, everybody would jump on me and I would fucking write them all like within like 10 minutes of the debate, like on Facebook or any social media. Now it's to the point where it's just like, I don't even want to debate you. It's so stupid. I don't even want to take my time to talk about flat Earth. I'm like, but you took the time to talk shit about flat Earth. I'm like, why don't you debate the subject if it's so stupid? You know,
it's it's like virtue signaling.
Yeah,
it's like virtue signaling for like your science bros. Guys, I totally went into a flat Earth server and told them, y'all are dumb. Look at the ISS. And that's a virtue signal to the rest of their community. It's like someone who has a mask on in their profile picture. Are you in danger in your profile picture? Is that who you are? No, it's a virtue signal. It's like somebody who puts on a rainbow flag on their avatar. They're virtue signaling. Nothing's real. None of these people, the people who are coming in here just going, it's this, it's that. All they are is they're looking for approval in a social dynamic. And that's it.
Yeah. Well, just a couple of months ago, it was the Ukraine flag. A couple of months prior to that, it was like the I
not as of yesterday.
Well, a couple of months ago, it was the I've been vaccinated. You know, it is all virtual signaling.
Mask up. More like mask off.
Yep.
That's what all these people are. I'm doing my part. It's like, you watch Starship Troopers, and it's like, which people don't know, Starship Troopers is a comedy that's about war propaganda, and doing my part, and it's just pure propaganda, and it's like people are like, when they're saying I'm doing my part, they are, the parody of propaganda has you saying that, the parody of it. It's how it's like they're propagandizing and they believe in it like it's a religion.
It's confusing to me, actually, to think that people are that just that shallow, really. I mean, I just can't understand how people are so locked up into these fallacies. They're just, I don't know, they're just locked into all this stuff so adamantly that they just can't see the light. Even if they're standing right next to it, you just can't do it.
Fear. Equal portions fear and pride. So.
I don't know, man. I'm to the point, bro, where I'm like, maybe the Illuminati isn't so bad. Maybe they're onto something.
Me too.
Everyone's like fucking stupid as fuck. Like, to the point where I'm just like, I can see why a group would treat us like fucking cattle. Like, I'm starting to kind of, I don't know, maybe you might think I'm an asshole, but I'm starting to kind of see their viewpoint, and I don't hate them anymore.
Here's where I'm at right now. If I found the secret Illuminati meeting and they were talking about releasing a bug and they had the cure, I'd be like, hey, I won't tell anybody. Just give me the cure. Do it. Release it.
Yeah, I'm at the point where I'm like Sodom and Gomorrah 3.0, 2.0, bring it, like, I'm serious.
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of got a point when you say, just go ahead and release it, because you're getting rid of all of the most non-needed people there is.
Hey, look, if anything, the past 2 years have proved that there is a very large portion of the population that will voluntarily execute themselves.
Right. Yeah. That's what I mean.
When the time comes. Yeah. When the time comes, they'll go to the disintegration booths, the greater good. I'm doing they'll put in their Twitter profile, doing my part hashtag disintegration.
Yeah.
And they will happily walk to the disintegration tube.
You know,
Doing my part.
I think you might be right. You could very well be right, and that is very.
And I'll be waving, going, God bless you, sir.
I'm going to do my part and watch that myself. I'd love to see that.
All we are is another brick in the wall.
That's that Star Trek episode where they went to the world that had virtual war so that they could keep their cultures and their cities wouldn't be destroyed, but the people would die. And they had disintegration stations everywhere. It's just fast. It's just painless. And people are just like, oh, they're just walking. Oh, their number's up. It's their turn to go.
Off the disintegration tubes with
It's fast and it's painless. I like that. Oh my gosh.
Painless. Sign me up.
And I thought when Kirk started going around destroying the disintegration chambers, and I thought, God, I'd leave them open. Oh, these people are so stupid. Let them.
Give it to them free like they do right now.
Yeah.
All the pharmacy, whatever.
Maybe if they made them pay for it, they might think more. It's worth more even still. But you got to pay for it.
That's what they'll do next time. And that's what they'll do next time. $1,000 a shot.
Half off, yeah.
I think
half off.
I think I'm going to start a fund for some disintegration tubes in my area. Actually,
well, I love the suicide booths in Futurama, and people are in line, waiting.
I know, that was crazy.
Just like real life, huh?
Have you seen the movie Idiocracy?
Even worse.
I created a PDF that took me 2 weeks to compile on the wrong subject. And what's happened? Because Zoomer humor is really bad. It's like boomer humor at this point.
You're talking about boomer humor.
Boomer humor is that, like, really, let's just say, let me think of a good example. I have a child crawling on me, so I can't think of an example. Boomer humor. You ever see, like, really, like, basic, like, political takes where somebody's like, you know what? It's hard to think right now. I have child brain right now because I'm being attacked. Okay.
Oh, I know how to describe it. Like those sick cartoons, like in Playboy and stuff like that. The really dumb stuff.
I would just say it's really dated humor. It's really dated, and like their insults are very dated and not very insulting. It's like stuff your 61-year-old grandma would say, talking about a political person she doesn't like.
Hey, don't talk about 60-year-old something or other said that way.
All right, Sonny. And don't try and tell anyone you're that young.
Yeah, there's two of us. God, Rock.
Hey, Mame, are you the one that said you had a child that had autism?
Yes, she has nonverbal autism and Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, which is a form of epilepsy.
Oh, that's so sad. I'm so sorry.
Oh, she's fine. She's super happy. And she's kind of normal. Just doesn't talk.
That counts. You know, how happy you are really counts. Like, that's important. People diminish that point, you know? We're supposed to be
have you looked into chlorine dioxide at all? There's a guy named Andreas Kalker, a biochemist. You looked into it?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. He claims to have cured a bunch of autism with it.
My brother was nonverbal until he was 5.5 or 6.
Yeah.
And he is a data architect who makes a ton of money now.
Wow. Amazing.
So, not too worried about it, honestly.
It shouldn't be.
No, I'm not. Plus, she has good eye contact, good social skills. So,
yeah,
That's amazing. How old is she?
4.
Wow. Is she social?
Yeah. Yeah, she's actually social. She just doesn't talk.
She's the clown world. She don't have to talk.
The what?
The clown world.
The clown world?
Yeah. She don't need to talk right now.
Oh, no, there's nothing to say, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing to say in clown world right now. Honk, honk. Meep, meep. Eat the bugs. Sleep in the pod.
Oh, don't do that.
Well, because so we won, I think I'm gonna, have a cool beverage and smoke.
We are the champions.
Celebrate. Yeah, it's time to celebrate. It's over. Globe's done with. There's nothing left.
Yes, but there's a whole new generation of morons coming in.
I know. Yeah, I know. It's upsetting.
What happens if you fall off the edge?
You guys in the beginning were so excited, like, yeah, like finally someone's gonna challenge us.
Yeah, I'm just, preparing for my passing. I mean, it might be 60 more years, but it's good. It's good to be ready. I always like that motto. What is it? Be prepared.
No, man. Shoot me before I turn 90, please.
What?
I wonder if this moron, this new breed of moron thing you just mentioned, and it's true, that's coming around. I wonder if it's because of the so much less interaction and actually out in the world practicing real world skills instead of sitting at a computer or a tablet or a phone or whatever.
Everybody's been at home for 2 years.
Yeah, well, not only that, they just don't, they're not out and about using their hands and their mind, just doing simple things that give you common sense and basically give you the clue to the next step and, just real life skills. They just don't have them.
See, you sound like a boomer.
Sound like a what?
See, that's a joke. That's a joke.
I know.
I'm glad I don't fit
actually,
in.
I got whole organic milk in there if you want it. Use that instead.
I'm glad I don't fit in that mold. I'm a boomer. Thank God for that.
I'm not. I'm Gen X. I'm the very last year.
Boomer all the way and proud of it. To be honest with you.
But at least you're a flat Earth.
I started working at 12 years old in the summers.
Yeah, I did too. Shit, I did too.
Going uphill to school, both directions.
That's right. I did actually have to walk to school. It was exactly 1 mile. It was 1 mile.
I walked to school in 10 below zero before.
I did too. And when the snow was up to your waist at times. Yeah. It's not like that.
Somebody get out the old 20s music. The speakeasy music.
I would just grab onto the bumper of the next car going by and just skate all the way there on the snow. Yeah. We used to hitch cars all day long. Sometimes I'd get my dad's church shoes out and put some wax on the bottom of them, and you'd grab onto the bumper of any car that would basically let me stay on there without stopping. Get off of that car! Get off my car!
We used to ride down hills on our bicycles with actual real steel cans, and it would make sparks going down the street.
I had a mini bike, just a little tiny mini bike, a real nice one. But I used to ride it everywhere, and did baseball practice after school, all the way right through town, and the cops would just see me and they'd say, "You know you're not supposed to be riding that. You take that home." And I say, "Yes, sir." And off I'd go, same direction I was going. You could get away with a lot back then with that sort of thing, you know. You're just a little kid just out having fun, you know. Leave him alone. Yeah, I just can't imagine that shit just doesn't happen no more. Kids aren't out doing these kinds of things, and they develop skills that you really do when you're out and you're actually interacting with the world and other people, and I think that's the problem. I do. I really think it's the problem. Nobody's outside doing these things anymore, and they just are sitting at their tablet at home. They get home and they just go straight to the games, and because I got nieces and nephews that when they show up to grandma's house, the first thing they want is, "Can I borrow your tablet? Can I use your computer?" I mean, it's the very first thing they ask for every time. Not, "Can I go out and play with some friends in the neighborhood?" or "Not, can I go do this or that?" But no, just give me the tablet and I'll sit at the chair quietly. I think it's kind of destroyed our...
Because that's what they're used to, bro. That's what their parents are doing to them.
I know. I realize that. I'm just saying, I think that's it's a problem. It's caused a big problem with a lot of people with no real skills or anything. That's why people are so stupid. I mean, they're literally becoming dumbed down because they haven't developed any real world skills. Just even out interacting with people and playing and just doing whatever, just messing around like I did when I was a kid, building forts and building huts down at the pond, and building a raft down at the pond, you know, with me and my buddies. And, you know, I mean, it's not like that no more for kids. And I feel really bad for them because I had a lot of fun. And I learned a lot of shit on my own, just out having fun, doing shit like that. Built a tree house one time 50 feet off the ground in this tree, and we'd crawl up to that thing carrying a piece of board till we got way up there and then put it in and it was dangerous going up there. When my mom found out we were up at the high ground, she freaked the fuck out. And I just told her, "Mom, we got it down. We got a little trailway. We got fucking limbs with it. We cleared off so they're like steps and we can just go right up there. It's no problem."
Hey, God Rockin'?
But, yeah, kids don't do that shit no more.
Hey, man, how's your day?
It's a problem for their skills.
Yo.
Follow, please don't longingly sigh into the microphone.
Is he humping his mic?
I don't know, but that last one sounded sus.
Hey, everyone, how's your days going?
Oh, hello there. Follow.
Hi.
Doing fine. How about you?
Good.
You know, it's sad that we've got a whole generation, going back to your point, there's a whole generation of people, not just kids, but there's young adults and adults that really don't have any skills, have been outside. They don't know how food is made. They don't know how electricity is generated. They don't know how to. You could take 10 guys out of high school and they couldn't change a flat tire without Google. And I think we've really, that's why you've got so many people that are so lost and so easily fooled. They've not had any experience other than their own world. So I completely agree with the gentleman.
I agree.
Oh shit! Sorry about that.
See, we have someone else representing the Southeastern Conference.
I do.
Oh, I know. I can tell.
Yeah.
I'm born and raised in Georgia. Just for some reason, I didn't get an accent. I'm not sure why.
That's weird. Oh, you missed my accent because I've daggone sure got you. You guys got the accent, not me.
Are you guys all from America?
Bro.
Yeah.
I'm from and in America, the United States of.
Oh, nice.
Bro, are you like hiding from Nazis? Are you hiding from Nazis in the attic or something? You're like, hey guys, the SS has knocked on the door again.
It's actually really fucking rude because I'm Jewish. It's really racist.
What'd you say? Did you say you're a racist?
No, I think you're a racist. You said I'm
Oh,
hiding
sweet.
from Nazis.
Now, I actually prefer IndyCar over F1 though. Because in IndyCar, it's the individual drivers who are racing each other. And in F1, it's all about politics and who can come up with the best piece of technology, which I'm sure has its place. But I prefer IndyCar because it's the individuals who fight each other and not companies.
That's racist against.
Yes, that's me
car
being
racing.
racist. I prefer one race over another, and that is the IndyCar over F1.
Haley, can you tell the little boy to shut up?
I like Toyotas over Nissan.
What do you think about the Hilux? Was that not Toyota's greatest truck?
No, I think Toyota's greatest truck is like the F-150.
Follow.
Hola, how's everybody doing?
Drugs are you on, man?
All the drugs.
Are you ordering from Northern California or where? Or Mexico?
Me?
Yeah.
Mexico.
I live in Mexico, El Salvador.
You live in Mexico? So you got the good bud down there. So, like...
No, I'm only 14, so I don't do
Oh, okay, never mind. So what's your deal, man?
Still take a poll?
I'm just here because I'm mature for my age, and I think I should hang around everyone that's older than me.
Oh, that's a red flag, man. Don't ever say that. Don't ever say that.
Why?
Fed alert.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how it is down in Mexico, but if you say something like that up here, people are gonna think you're into like pedophilia and stuff.
Oh. No.
Okay.
Not necessarily. You can be mature for his age.
Pedophilia is not good.
Yeah, but mostly.
I think if 25-year-old has a steady job, they're mature for their age.
I had a study about 19.
Who wants
How's
to
everybody
help
doing
with,
today?
Math homework?
Good.
Nice. Good to hear.
I don't know.
So, what did everyone have for lunch?
What a question.
Spent the day on the beach, had some beers, had some pizza, had some wings.
Some wings.
I spent the day cracking down.
Hot wings and garlic wings, actually, yeah.
Nice.
Damn, sounds fancy.
Perfect day. Pizza and wings is fancy. Come on.
Wait,
Guys can't afford food.
What's pizza?
I had 6 beers for lunch.
Well, you're 14. Don't you have parents?
Yeah, but we don't have pizza.
So they don't. Okay, but I'm sure they feed you, right?
Like twice a week.
Twice a week. Okay, well, so you're emaciated. Okay.
That's a lot,
All right.
dude.
Maybe.
Yeah, you should be lucky.
Twice a week, your parents are rich, huh?
Stop complaining. Try to come in here and cry.
I get
So you eat twice a week, and you have internet connection.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're living the life over there. Come on.
Yeah, but he's doing keto fast.
I'm in boarding school. That's why I've been here.
Boarding school.
Wait. Why is your English so good?
The story's not adding up.
Why do you speak English so well?
Because deported from America back to Mexico.
Is that true?
Bullshit.
No.
You just made that up.
Nah, you're lying.
No, I'm being serious.
Follow. Are you a liar, Follow?
Dude. Okay.
Are you a deceiver?
Hey, Follow, what are the lyrics to the Battle Hymn of the Republic?
Oh, can
What's the
That's
Pledge of
close.
Allegiance?
That was close.
I don't know, but me and Pablo Escobar.
Okay, so you didn't live here because you know the Pledge of Allegiance.
No.
Oh, Canada.
Me and Pablo Escobar go far back. You can ask him.
Yeah. Hey, how many pets are in the book?
Hey, what'd you say?
You're not in Mexico.
Did you even know Pablo Escobar at 14? Let's do the math.
Yes.
Wait, I got
prison for 6 years.
I got the perfect question for him. Say avocado in Spanish. In Mexican. Avocado in Mexican. Go ahead.
Mexican
Nice
is a
test.
language.
Come
What
on,
is the
you say
capital?
avocado.
You want avocado in Spanish? Mexican.
Yeah, go ahead.
Palta.
Oh, that's true. That's right.
He's right on.
He's right on.
No.
Yeah. He's right on, dude.
Spot on.
No, it's
Nice Google search there.
It's Spanish.
Now the pronunciation was on point. You're good.
What's the capital of Mexico?
El Salvador.
No, that's wrong, dude.
Country.
Big time.
So the capital of El
bro.
Salvador is another country.
Get out of here. Mute this guy. Mute Follow. Get him out of here.
Dude, what do you mean?
The capital of Mexico is another
The
country.
capital of the United States.
Dude.
Nice knowing you, Follow.
El Salvador.
Who do you think was
You're
there when
insane.
El Chapo got stuck in the wall? Who do you think saved him? You.
Of course, obviously. I mean,
Of United States is Moscow, Russia.
Man, this guy has lived a whole life.
oh yeah,
What's
listen.
us, man? What's going on?
We can learn from Follow. Obviously, I think we should all just like let him take the floor, like so we can all expand.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, anyways. Let's move
Follow,
on
you got a
to-
girlfriend at 14?
No, not yet.
You're not.
Okay, so no luck with the ladies. No tongue action, no finger action, nothing. You're not even getting anything.
I'm focusing on
Oh, that's a terrible answer. Terrible answer. 14, you should be focused on like figuring out how to fucking get girls, and then you get smart as you go. Like if you don't figure out how to get girls when you're younger, you're gonna be socially awkward for the rest of your life. I've watched it happen a million times. I promise you.
I learned the Pythagorean theorem yesterday, so I'm doing my math.
Okay, so you're fucked, is what you're saying.
No. A squared plus B squared equals C
Got it. So yeah, okay. So no women in your future. Got it.
No. You don't need a woman when you have money.
Whoa.
Well,
money
doesn't matter.
It's actually different. Because yeah, you can get women with money, but they're always just going to be with you for the money. So then when you don't have the money, you don't have the women.
and they don't really like you. They're just with you for the money. But if you're fucking them, then they're addicted to you biochemically in their brain. So you want to figure that part out early.
I'm only 14. I feel like
I know, but you should listen. You should talk about the birds and bees with somebody, because someone needs to catch you up quick.
I wouldn't talk with this fella though. Little slimy for my taste. What do you think, lady?
I don't think he's 14, but you should be 18 to be on here, right?
He's not 14.
It's
nah.
13 to be on this website.
He's not even fucking.
Discord Taz is 13 years old and older.
How old do you guys think I am?
35.
Who cares? What does it matter?
Please enter your social security number.
Mental age?
You sound like an insecure girl trying to ask somebody what age you think I am. Like, come on, bro. Who cares? Who gives a fuck?
About
I'm just asking out of curiosity.
2 years, 6 months.
It's 2022.
Let's ask him how old the Earth is.
The Earth is couple years old.
3.5 billion years old.
Yeah.
Couple and you're 14, so you saw the creation of the world. Got it. Okay.
No, couple million.
Couple million.
Just a couple million. Okay. So who do you know that's alive right now that could validate that? Real quick.
Beethoven.
Alrighty, he's all yours, guys.
Oh, I want nothing to do with him. I'm sitting in the corner just observing right now.
Wasting my time.
Okay, I'll shut up now. You guys can talk.
Good.
All right. Very good. Very good.
I'm just kidding.
So what's going on with you guys? What's been going on in the server? I haven't been kind of like regularly tuning in for a while. So, like, any new things going on? They still got the ladies' night?
Yeah, that's tomorrow.
Oh, I thought it was on Fridays.
Oh, yeah, that's tomorrow.
Is it on Sundays now, or?
You always there for ladies' night?
Don't listen to Follow. Don't listen to him.
I'm not listening to Follow. Don't trust me. I'm not listening to Follow.
Yesterday there wasn't any. What that
Follow's a perpetual liar. You think I'm listening to Follow?
He likes ladies' night because he feels familiar.
Liar. People call sometimes a pathological liar. Frequently, dishonesty isn't a good habit, but it's.
Okay, so are you taking that criticism to heart, or are you just gonna keep barreling down the path you're going?
Talking shit.
That's not me. Please take it back.
That's not you. Okay, got it. Okay, yeah. Whatever floats your boat, Follow.
So, how was your day, Sir Valga?
Phenomenal.
NYC.
Phenomenal.
How was the chicken wings?
I smashed them shits.
Nice.
How spicy
and
were
pizza
they?
too. You don't care about the pizza. It's just the chicken wings you care about. They're actually pretty good. I got hot wings and I got some garlic wings. The hot wings were decent. I had some blue cheese on my pepperoni pizza too. Yeah, fucked it all up.
Not Cajun.
Cajun? No, I said hot wings. What does that have to do with Cajun?
Cajun spice.
Hot?
Yeah, some hot
It's
wings.
like
Real hot.
It's like Mike's Red Hot. Like, it's not Cajun. It's okay. You're from Mexico. You don't understand.
He's not from Mexico.
You put Cholula on everything.
Okay, I've been called Mexican several times for no reason.
Shut up, you Mexican.
I don't know why.
Because you told everybody you were from Mexico, or you were in Mexico.
Shut up, you
No,
fucking Chicano. Fucking Chicanos are everywhere, bro. You Mexicans are like roaches, bro, everywhere.
I do like that.
That's a sword. That's a sword touch there, man. That's a sword touch, man. Wow. True story, though.
Oh yeah, true story. I love them though. I got Mexican friends. I don't give a shit. Asians are everywhere.
Oh man, I don't take offense.
Yeah, you shouldn't. There's no reason to.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm being called a schizo Mexican for no reason.
okay, let's talk about it. You want to get something off your chest?
I mean, I don't know why I've been called it. Just how?
You don't know why I've been called schizo? Maybe it's your speech pattern. Maybe your speech patterns seem a bit schizophrenic to somebody's ear. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite drunk right now.
It's fine though.
Hold on. What happened to me? Because yesterday I went into a gas station and the Spanish lady behind the counter started speaking to me in Spanish.
Do you look Spanish, meme?
I look like a Spanish conquistador.
Okay, well.
Oh, you got the helmet now?
She thought I was Spanish.
Yeah, that's crazy. I was picturing the helmet too. You know, with the flares. Like,
big sword.
I have the mustache and the beard and all that. But
so
I'm
that
actually,
makes sense.
Yeah, I'm actually 100% British and French though, like European.
Nice, you speak
I guess
French?
Spain is European too, but like my
speak
entire
French?
heritage. Parlez-vous français? No, I don't.
Ouais, je parle français. Ouais.
Je suis américain.
Je m'appelle Ball bag.
Voulez-vous chez au revoir? C'est quoi?
I surrender.
Garlic bread.
So anyway. Yeah. There's something else we can talk about. It's not boring.
That's meme there. Look, that boy
Subject
there.
pivot.
That's meme.
How about the weather, guys?
What's going on in the world that's interesting?
So many things.
Oh my god, where do we start?
Exactly.
Yeah, we got
can start
I don't watch the news
everyone-
anymore, so.
Everyone is starting to hate the cops like me.
Oh, I've been hate the cops.
Same.
I've hated the cops since I was like 13.
Yeah, but when I say everyone, I mean everyone outside the realm of those who understand.
Oh yeah.
Normies,
exactly.
Normies
Well
are
said.
starting to hate the cops, and so I'm.
Yeah, well said. Well said.
Last year I was like back to blue, and now fuck them.
No, I was never back to blue, but now.
No, but I was for some reason.
Yeah, back to blue is retarded.
Yeah, it is.
They're not elected, and they have no accountability. The only people who are elected who have accountability are sheriffs and deputies.
Exactly.
Constitutional, but police, they shouldn't even exist.
Yeah,
They're just revenue
Big
officers.
mafia organization in Soviet Russia. We recognize it in the United States of stupid land. You don't recognize it's just mafia.
You are dissident.
We recognize it. A lot of us do.
You are dissident. I'm going to put atomic materials in your tea.
You know what? I will sleep in negative 50-degree water over you. Come on.
It's a decent Russian accent. Decent. I give it like a 4 out of 10.
It's like an 80s one.
Yeah,
I do better with microphone in front of me.
It's a bad mic that does it.
Yeah, you need to.
I've got to blame it on something, bro. Got to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Top notch. Glad is top notch on the Russian accent, actually. Shut up.
Thank you.
I
Thank
know
you,
the ones
Boris.
who have yelling
tell
at
you.
people.
Give that man his money.
Fuck. Wait a minute. Do not fuck with my comrade.
Sonny, you sound Italian.
Give that man his money.
Do svidania.
Das Vidania.
That's Madonna.
Blayet.
Sukablat.
That's like Polish.
Sikablat?
That's also Polish.
Is it? What does it mean?
Also,
No.
Kurva.
Kurva
They're all the same.
Who in here is behind in knowledge and comprehension skills and thinks that we live on a spinning ball in an infinite
Like me.
At least one guy here.
even though nobody got that. All righty, buddy. Well, what kind of evidence do you have that that's the case?
Kemsey, what was that? The Wookiee?
Anytime now, you can give us that clove evidence.
The Wookiee, what?
The fuck was that?
Oh, wait a minute. Who are we talking to? Am I lost in that?
That's funny.
I think I'm lost. How did I get here? Oh, where am I?
Lost in
What the
space.
fuck? I better have that drink. Shit, I think it's time.
Well, I suppose nobody wants to answer that question. That's fine.
I'm spinning, twisting, twirling through infinity of
I
space.
mean, if I drink some more, I will be spinning.
I can't hear this guy too well in the car, so I'm going to bow out. But let's explore why these gentlemen think we live on an impossible thing.
The impossible.
The impossible.
If something is
It makes sense
impossible,
though. It's like I think it's like, you know, it's a slow build. Like, you know, they shove it down your brain like when you're 7, 8, you know what I mean? And then like they just make you, you know, more, you know, busier and busier, and like they put more weight financially on your shoulders as you get older. Then you have kids and you have a mortgage and you got a car payment and you got life happening and shit. So it's like you're gonna go back to your 3rd grade studies. Yeah, you don't got time to think about it.
Think
about it anymore.
But you know, all of that is voluntary.
I agree.
Voluntary, yes, it is like that.
That's the trick.
There's been something missing as far as like you see family-oriented cultures that do quite fine. It's been this disconnect of the culture, like particularly in America, where they perpetrated this hoax.
Yeah, I agree.
while all the while you're contributing to society, which also makes you feel good.
All the bullshit, the whole narrative, like you look at it now, to me, it's just like a joke. I'm like, oh my God, think about that. All of that crap that they invented and pushed it on us as children about history, about industry, about everything, about culture, about like everything. Think about it.
Yeah, it's really.
Dude, you should see the stuff they're trying to teach kids right now in school. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
Like what?
That's just
probably stuff I can't say.
It's just the next step, and they're like, they think that's what the eugenicists have always. They have that. Well, it's a Kabbalistic kind of like belief, actually, mostly. It's insidious. Got in everything.
If 2022 is any measure or yardstick of human evolution, I fucking dread 2030, bro. It's going to be an entirely different world.
What world, dude? We won't own anything, and we better be happy.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
You will own
Or
nothing.
else.
You will own nothing. Eat insects and be happy.
Yeah, I think about that statement a lot, and like, so I'm putting a couple more businesses online now. I'm like, I'm just gonna stockpile cash, ammunitions, food, try to get, you know, like a decent amount of acreage of land, like on a waterfront with a boat. So it's like I can't get fucked. You know what I mean? I literally, I'm racking my brain, bro. My brain is moving at light speed just to avoid the bullshit. Because I see it, you know, my family doesn't see it, but I'm just like, you know, when they're on my compound with fucking, and we all have our AKs, they're like, oh my God, thank God. I'm like, yeah, thank God one of our brains works when this whole world goes to shit.
What if I told you you're not who they're going to go after?
Oh no, for sure. But I already know they're not going to go after me, because I'm never going to be one trying to convince the muggles of all of this, because I realize their brains don't work. You know, like I used to feel so passionate trying to like convince other people. I was like, Jerry, you're wasting your breath. I was like, just sort out you and your family and your friends. I was like, don't worry about the muggles. They're going to be doing exactly what they're doing. Because, like, you know, there's a guy, Jim Rohn, he's like, some people will and some people won't. It's typically around 5%. And I think for this topic, maybe it's closer to 0.5% or maybe 1%. I don't even think it's 1%, but maybe 0.5% or 1/4% will get it and then actually act on the information and actually prepare. But, you know, me trying to convince the other 95 or 99.5, I was like, that job is not my job, and I'm not even going to try to do it anymore.
Who is it that tried to convince us that it's our job to convince everyone else? Like, where does that even come from?
No, it's that narrative of like, you know, kumbaya, you know, I'm my brother's keeper, and like, you know, Because everybody's in they're living a Disney narrative. They're like, hey, I want to do the right thing. I want to tell the truth. I'm going to speak truth. But it's like, remember, the language was handed to you in first place. Like, if we were living organically, we would form tribes around developing our own language and our own way of communicating. But we were handed the language. So it's like they only gave you the capacity to speak in a way that they want you to speak. You know what I mean? So that they understand exactly what you're talking about. So there's no way to corrupt the system unless you develop your own language.
Well, there is a slight problem with that. Is that
what is it?
You and I have managed to wake up using that language. So even with the language that we inherit, there's still no excuse. It's
but we would have to develop our own language from there. From that understanding, we would still have to have the patience and the time and the ability to develop our own language, and that language not be infiltrated. Because remember, I don't doubt that the people that know this shit. Because remember, if you were the one that told this lie, wouldn't you be in this server? Like, oh my god, these are the smart kids in the room. See what I mean? Because this is a complex topic to get and actually speak about, eloquently and like articulate the points. So if I were a smart person, you think I'm going to be listening to the news? No, that's for the morons. I'd be in this server too. So I already assume they're in this server.
They're probably the ones who memed out the flat Earth in the first place.
Yeah, probably. But I genuinely think it's bigger than the flat Earth. I think it really just comes down to biochemistry and neurochemistry. I think the flat Earth and all of the conspiracies are just like, an awakening process, but a funnel to keep you in the mind state of just constantly mired in anger and misery. Because remember, miserable people don't really create shit, because it's like you still have to work with the rest of the world. You got to plug back in the matrix anyways and still do some shit. But if you're constantly pissed off, screaming.
That's why I try and remind people that you need to not take this too seriously.
Yeah, don't take it too serious. I agree.
In fact, don't take anything too seriously, and don't be afraid of everything you're ever going to eat and everything you're going to breathe.
Exactly.
Because you're actually going to die earlier from stress if you do that.
Yeah. Well,
stress will kill you. Stress about the poison in the food and the poison in the air. Stress about it is
will
worse.
Kill you faster than the poison in the food.
It'll kill you. And it'll make people not like you. It'll damage your relationships. No one will want to be around you. And you've alienated yourself. How effective are you going to be?
Yeah, you're too busy worrying about shit to fucking enjoy yourself.
A lot of the truth community is really for them, it's just their addiction to fear porn. That's what they like. They want it. They want the fear porn. They don't want solutions. And the real solution is don't be afraid of the fear porn. That's the real solution, is just don't live in fear.
Yeah.
Who was it that said
I think you should learn the answer.
Exactly. I believe that was Winston Churchill.
Winston Churchill? Yeah. I think that's the best quote in Western civilization ever, to me. Don't fear a fucking thing. There's nothing to fear. Not really. You're going to be fine if you just know that and go about your day as if you're going to be fine. It's way better that way.
Yeah, true. Because most of the thoughts you find, if you listen to yourself and you wonder why you're starting to worry, and you realize that your brain just told you to fear about something, scared about fucking paying this bill, or scared about what's going to happen here, or scared about COVID, or scared about this, it's all about fear.
Well, here's the thing is look, one day I'm going to shuffle off this mortal coil. So what's to be afraid of? I mean, I'm going to die one day. I've already accepted that I'll die one day. What's the problem? Why should I be afraid of the journey to that? Why should I make it miserable?
It's the worst that can happen. So
what's the worst that can happen? You could die.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You're going to die anyway. You might as well enjoy what you got and try and make the people around you happy.
Exactly.
That's well said.
So everyone who lives worrying about the air and worrying about the food and worrying about the water, relax. You're not going to change anything. Chill.
Yo, PMAC.
Yo.
Sorry, not you. The guy who was talking about the English language being handed down to us.
Oh.
Yeah, that was me.
So I got a question for you.
Shoot.
What do you think of the whole idea of our centralized government?
What do I think about it?
Yeah.
What I observe is clearly it's just as the pyramid structure would look. It's like there are a certain percentage of people or conglomerate of people that don't want to fucking work. They want to, because remember, the only value in any currency is based on human labor. Now they already know this, so the bankers have been pulling this fraud for so long. They're like, all right, me and my children won't work, you will work, and we will just eat the best food, we will live in luxury, we will live the most comfortable existence we can, and we're going to live the longest because we know what to eat, we know what not to eat, and that knowledge will not be shared with the peasants. Like, the peasants will be peasants, and the people that are aware of these things will just make sure they keep their circle tight knit, and it'll stay that way until people start to deduce what's happening here. But I don't think that's going to happen on a mass scale, because it's like, remember that the message that's being pounded, remember, it's being pounded from so many different directions. It's like, it seems like you're paranoid to say this, but it's actually, you're just logically following all of it and putting it all together, instead of just taking the compartmentalized stories that are coming from the radio, the movies, the TV, the schooling, the college, your corporate environment. Because remember, like in any corporate environment, they're like, oh, you can't talk about politics and religion. I was like, that never made sense to me. I was like, you trying to tell me we're so uncivilized and uncouth we can't have a complex conversation and everybody not get offended? But like, what does that say about who you are? You know what I mean? That means we're also mentally fragile. So, but most people are led by their emotions anyway, so that's why they're there. People tell you what to be mad at, and you follow along. But remember, the person that's telling you what to be mad at is the same person that's kicking their feet up on the fucking beach, probably with their fucking mega yacht. They taught you what to be mad about.
What do you actually think of centralized government then?
I think it's always going to be that way.
That's what I was thinking. It's like it's an infinite circular satanic system that they have.
Yeah. It's going to be that way until I die, I think, at least.
It's a cycle.
I know it's going to be that way, guaranteed.
It's a cycle that
it's so fucked up. Our governments are saying that the people are trying to overthrow them over little things that are not even anywhere resemblant of overthrowing a government.
Yeah, there's no... Remember... Just think about like the masses of society now. Like, most people are fucking fat, lazy. They have no aggression, no testosterone, no muscle. You know what I mean? Because they're shoving their face full of fucking garbage 24/7, 365. So it's like that fight or flight instinct is always going to tilt towards flight. So, to think someone's going to raise an army nowadays, it's like, it's just not going to fucking happen. It doesn't matter how many, handful of people that get it, like, you'll be squashed like a fucking grape. Because remember, it's like, just by your act of speaking English and saying what you think, you've actually just put you put the target on your own back. Because all you have to do is just pay attention to who's talking the loudest, be like, boop, 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 boop. But remember, you don't know who they are. You don't even know who you're mad at. You see what I mean? The politicians that are put on TV,
dude, the politicians are the theater guys. The real guys who run the show, they're not the fucking politicians.
Exactly. So it's like, they can operate in the shadows. They can listen to your phone calls. They can watch your internet history. They can see everything you search for, see everything you've researched. They can assume I just assume every conversation I have is recorded, and can be searched and can be categorized. Like, you think the technology that we know exists is the extent of technology? No way. If anything, I think we might have like a mental grasp of 15% of like the limit that's available to people that actually run shit, because they would never give the muggles the insight or the view that they have. It's all about perspective, and they have a better perspective than us on what's actually going on. So yeah, I actually
think that is the limit. I think the technology we see is the limit.
You think it is the limit? No, I don't think so.
And I think that they lie and say, oh, we're 20, 30 years ahead of whatever the public has. It's just a lie. That's what I think.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
I think they're just lying about it. Because wouldn't it just be easier to lie about it and everyone think you did?
Well, think about it this way. Let's say this this internet thing, right? Like, literally they rolled it out and they knew they could connect people from all around the world, and then someone were to like find some type of way to like hack it and like deliver a message on a global scale to every email, to every smartphone, to every instantly at the same time, that would cause quite a problem. You know what I mean? So it's like there must be stopgaps against, that's like a stop loss. Where it's like they can literally just like they can hit the stop button and be like, no, that message is not going to be spread.
Well,
see what I
that's
mean?
why there's stop
on a global scale.
Yeah. Well, there's
their
no
stop
globe,
button. Their stop button is reset. Is just
What do you mean
let
by
it
reset?
collapse. It's just let it collapse.
Yeah, I come from like the finance space. I think I just see like the slow squeeze happening now. Like literally credit and, the currencies are just, the markets are just going to be slowly crumbled and people are just going to start to like, they're going to start to destroy each other from
Do you think stocks are going to drop even more?
Oh, for sure. I think there's.
I'm waiting for that.
I think it's going to go to worse than like depression times in the next maybe 10, 15.
It's actually.
I think it's
worse
going to be
than
worse than depression times.
It's actually worse right now. The economy was better during the depression than it is right now.
It doesn't seem that way. That's the thing.
It doesn't seem that way, right?
That way because it's how people perceive it.
I think at the most they had 9% of people going into soup lines, right? During the Great Depression.
Mm-hmm.
How much do we have right now?
It's something like 40%.
What?
40% are on food assistance
Of our population?
of the population
No way.
are on some form of assistance. Yes.
That's fucked up.
If you find that to be surprising, you should understand that the real unemployment rate for the United States is around 40%.
Is he breaking up? Is he breaking up for me too?
That's the number of people that don't have a job that are looking for a job. So when they say 8%, that's just the people that are looking for a job that don't have a job. The number of people that don't have a job is about 50%.
Yeah, it's alleged because
About 50% of people. I believe the word is underemployed. That's the word they like, underemployed. 18% are literally not working at all. They are not working. Some of them can't because the jobs are gone. But something like 50% are underemployed, which means they don't have a job that satisfies needs at all, or they can't get past part-time.
Is that in America?
Where?
That's really weird because everybody around here is advertising for help. Nobody wants a job either.
We can't get people to work, sir, over here. I swear to God.
Same here. They don't want to fucking work.
Yeah,
let me ask you something. Let me ask you something.
All right.
Let's say you have a tyrannical government who's making life miserable, and you're expected to go to a 9 to 5 to barely make it by, working something miserable, or you're getting paid to sit at home. I would pick sitting at home. I would pick it. I would not work just to work, just for the virtue of working.
That's just going to bleed the whole system out even more, though.
Good.
No, it's just gonna cause a system of dependency. Like people don't understand. It's like, I just see it like, like I used to have a dog. So like when I used to feed my fucking dog, of course my dog loves me.
You can take that money that you're making just sitting at home, and you can start your own business or something on the side and use it to do that. But that's what I would do. And that is, I think that's legitimate anyway. So
perpetuate those habits of like, get up early, actually do the work, build the websites, actually go out.
I'm not gonna go work for somebody in miserable conditions for less pay than the unemployment would be. I'm not going to.
Then you can get
I'm with you there. I'm with you there.
I would rather stay at home and play video games. I would actually rather do that. And I'm not a loser, by the way. I own my own business. I own a concrete company.
Dude,
and I'm
what
telling
you should
right
do
now,
is stay home, collect unemployment, and then work for cash after while you're collecting unemployment.
I'm a professional loser.
Yeah. That's actually what I would do. I would collect unemployment and then work for cash everywhere. That's what I would do.
I'm not gonna lie, I've done that before.
I have no problem with that because the system is corrupt. You don't owe the system anything. It's not capitalist.
You're right. They owe me. They owe me, bro. That's right. Give me my money.
you're not violating the free market principle because these idiots abandoned the free market 40 years ago completely.
Exactly.
So I don't care about the system. I don't care who it's damaging. It's already done. It's finished. It's dying. Loot it.
Yeah, I agree.
Have any of you heard? Have any of you
Rest
seen
in
the
peace.
documentary "Every War Is a Banker's War"?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I love that.
Did you post a link?
Have you ever heard the fact every war
can
is
find
a banker's war?
Okay, thanks.
It's the truth.
I know it's blocked. It's not on YouTube anymore. It probably got removed.
So we couldn't find people to work at the job I'm working on now for 6 months, half a year, and I turned around to the boss and said, "Listen, boss, the world is apparently overpopulated. We can't get one fucking guy to work in here."
Yeah.
What the fuck? Nobody wants to work.
It's a total lie. Every person that comes to my place to work, it's awful.
Well,
nobody wants to work.
The working conditions aren't the best, but
Hey, Mac, there's another problem too. You and I work in a trade system, don't we? We work in the trades.
Yeah.
We're tradesmen, right? I do carpentry. I do concrete. I do architectural concrete.
I do
everything. And you're another tradesman. Who's not going into trades? A lot of the people who have been brought up in the system and brainwashed in the system have been brainwashed to think that the trades are icky and gross and low class. You shouldn't be in them. Don't even apply for them. You might as well go apply at McDonald's or Starbucks.
Let mommy and daddy,
but
government take care of you.
I think it's about skill acquisition. So like even me, like I worked in, like finance and publishing and all that shit, and I launched a couple of databases, but it's like I still learned the trades.
It's socialism. It's communism. It's spreading worldwide.
No, but I think it's about kids don't understand, like the more skills you acquire, the more adaptable you are to the changing world and the fucked up shit that's going on. So like I know how to lay tile, I know how to do drywall, I know how to like build, I could do kitchens, I could do bathrooms, like I can do irrigation, like I can do shit. My hands aren't broken. My brain's not broken. I can use a fucking tape measure and a fucking power tools. So, but I realize kids aren't valuing that anymore because they don't realize, like, when it comes down to surviving, the people that actually have acquired the skills for trades, they're always going to be in some type of demand. If anything, I think construction and all of those trades it's going to skyrocket how much they're going to start charging because they're going to be so few and far between.
There actually are joiners here, carpenters and that here. There's a 2 or 3 month waiting list for carpenters, bro. You can't get shit.
Do you know what?
I'm not surprised.
Do y'all know what just happened this morning in the U.S.?
Ohio voted for teachers to arm teachers.
No, lumber crashed to 50%.
Wow.
Lumber crashed 50%.
Why? What caused the crash?
This crash.
Hold on. Metal crashed also. Do you know what happened? The 2 other times this happened, housing market crash immediately after.
God,
it's a sign. It's a sign
of a depression.
What crashed? I missed what you said. Crashed. Repeat. Metals? Did you say metals?
Lumber and metals this morning.
Lumber and metals.
So what does that mean? Crashed. Prices went up or down?
Down.
Or
their stock crashed.
Okay.
Here in Sweden, the wood prices increased 100%.
That means there's not enough demand from builders to actually purchase that. That's what the competition for the scarce resources what drives the price up. So when you see the crash, that means they're not buying. That means they're not going to be building, which means there's no buyers.
Well, of course,
financiers are not going to finance that. You know what I mean? So it's like it's going to be a ripple effect.
The price of wood went up in Sweden, of course, right? This is
100% this week.
Yeah, because you know why? They're going to build houses for all them fucking immigrants, bro.
Yeah, probably.
And African Swedish.
All kinds of Sweden. Hi, Sweden. It's just strange. Like I was on earlier tonight, there a couple of hours ago, and there was like 3 Swedish. It was just a Swedish night.
How was it?
Awesome, bro. Used to be the safest place to live in Europe. Now it's actually the dangerous.
Yeah, now it's like the US.
Yeah, well, is it that bad?
See, here's the problem. Sweden is one country,
more like
right?
Britain.
hold on. Sweden is one country, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. The U.S. is not one country. It's 50 states. Each state is a sovereign state.
Yeah,
Right.
I get it.
So we have states that are extremely peaceful, and then we have states that are not. And they're as different, they're as culturally and legally different as European countries.
I get that.
Don't forget Washington, D.C.
It's mostly the big cities in the US that is awful.
Yeah, if you take, so there's these 11 cities in the U.S. that are all,
Chicago, LA,
yeah,
DC.
Chicago, LA. They have super strict gun regulation. If you take them off the USA's list, we're 139th.
Yeah, I get that.
We go down to 139th. That's why we want to get rid.
People killed in America by guns is down to, but like if you take all the first world countries, it's down to about 8. It's not top of the list, but they make you believe it's top of the list. It's not.
Yeah. Even right now, it's not the top of the list.
It's pure propaganda.
Yeah. Yeah. People think the U.S. is like super violent. Oh, there were 221 whatever shootings with more than 2 people involved. That's what they call a mass shooting. If there are more than 2 people involved, and it's like we got
shot people.
320 million people here.
I don't know about you, but if I'm driving around the country, I'm not going to act like a ball bag when I know that every second citizen could be fucking armed.
Out in the country here, everyone's armed. I don't know anyone who's not armed.
That's good.
I only know one people that's armed here.
What I love is that there's more guns than people in the United States.
Yeah, that's great. To be honest, I think guns are like the solution because at the end of the day, it's like, even though people think like guns don't actually cause problems. Like I've been shooting guns since I was 24, and like I just understand like if I've got a gun, I'm not gonna be bullied ever. You know what I mean? Because like even though I'm super peaceful, I'm 41 now, bro. Like I'm up there.
Did you not? Jesus, 18, man. You wasted some time.
See, you know what's funny? What's funny is they've actually started relaxing gun laws here. Despite the propaganda on TV, and despite people saying, we're going to ban them, it's a false fight. They've never planned on banning them. They've never planned on really, truly controlling them.
Oh, let me give you the New York City perspective. In New York City, like I know so many people that have gone to like Rikers for gun charges. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like, it blows my mind because remember, it's a constitutional like right. You have the right to bear arms. Yeah. It's a right. You don't have to. A right is not a privilege. A privilege is you got to ask someone's permission. And it's like the fact that they can't differentiate that, and they're literally they're going to jail. And I'm just like, in New York City, it's like a whole different fucking world. So it's like, I'm glad I'm in Florida now, man. Like, I'm gonna apply for my gun license down here, and I'm gonna build a fucking arsenal because I'm like, I don't trust none of these fuckers. I think they're all fucking losing their minds. They're only gonna get dumber and blinder by the fucking year. So I'm like, my compound is going to be secure. I don't give a fuck what everybody else is doing, but
when that Nazi Justin Theroux came out and says that we're going to start banning the sale of handguns and we're going to stop importing them all that shit there was a guy on Twitter. He thanked him because the gun sales went through the roof. They actually had to close the shop because there had too many online orders. That's fucking brilliant. So people
and they just banned guns here.
Watch Canada not even go through with it. Watch.
Dude, we're banning the guns here, bro. Handguns.
In Canada?
Yeah, we're banning them, bro. It's because of that Texas school shooting.
He declared it, right? He declared it.
Yes,
declared it in America.
Has it been done yet?
No, but I really do think he will do it.
Okay, did he cave to the truckers?
Dude, no. Why would he? He's a fucking prime minister.
He's a fucking Nazi. That's what he is.
When you're the prime minister of Canada, dude, you can do whatever you want, and nothing will happen.
That may be true. That may be true, but I have been successfully confusing a lot of the more conspiracy-minded here.
I went to that trucker protest, just so you know.
Yeah, but anyway,
good man.
If you look at what they say here, like even the Democrats, they're all like, we're going to ban guns, we're going to ban guns. They never do. Ever.
Yeah,
not
because
want.
I think even they know if they try to take people's guns, there are
trigger,
military veterans who will take those guns and start shooting before they have a chance to start taking them, dude.
I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. The people who push for the most gun regulation in the United States are big gun manufacturers, and it is to put competition out of business. The Democrats never would have adopted the gun issue, but they were lobbied to by gun manufacturers. That's the reason it's an issue. It has nothing to do with safety. That's why they'll never ban it. The rhetoric will always be strong, but they'll never ban it.
This is
I want to hear you guys' perspective on something. So, the way I look at it is someone that's clearly awake. I'm not a fucking moron. Obviously they have most minorities becoming Democrats just because they want free shit. They don't want to work, whatever the fuck. When I see the gun policies, what I see about the gun policies, and then I tie it into my financial background, I say to myself is so all right, so you've got Republicans and conservatives that they're armed to the fucking teeth. You've got Democrats that are ban the guns, and I know people in New York City that they abhor guns, and I'm looking at them like they're fucking stupid, but I'm not going to say anything because I'm not in the mood to argue. But I say to myself, it's if I were a financier and I was fucking king, I would start bleeding the economy and start crashing the economy to the point where there were no food on the fucking shelves, and then people are just going to turn on each other. I feel like it's just going to be a mass genocide of all minorities after a while, because after a while, people don't know how to hunt, they don't know how to provide for themselves, they don't know how to farm. Remember, if you live in a major city, there are no lands. Everything's been fucking paved in concrete and asphalt. There's nowhere to farm. There are no livestock here. So it's just gonna be the major cities are just gonna literally devour themselves. And remember, the smart people are going to be all right, we need to get out the city, we need to go to the country. But remember, the people in the country already have fucking guns, dick. You don't have a gun, dick. How the fuck are you going to fucking survive? How are you going to feed yourself? If you go steal somebody's chicken, you're going to get popped. You see what I mean? So it's I see it going in that direction.
What was the opinion?
I don't know.
What was the opinion you want us to have? Our opinion?
No, I was saying, do you believe it's that's why the divide was created and the narrative has been cast to literally have an internal war within the USA where the major cities they're going to be forced to branch out into the countries where people are armed to the teeth, but they will not be able to defend themselves, but their families and themselves are going to be starving for food because remember, there's no more trucks delivering your food into the major city anymore.
Someone in the middle, I'll put it like this. Someone in the very middle of New York City, if there's a collapse where there's no food or electricity, they're not making it out of the city. They're stuck.
Not making it out. They're fucked.
They're not making it out. They are. Because the riots, after 10 hours, there would be riots. After 24 hours, there would be buildings burning. And
Exactly.
3 days without a delivery, 3 days without electricity, 3 days without water.
Think about a month. Think about 1 month. I'm thinking about a month, 3 months, 6 months.
Let me tell you, 3 months. 3 months. That's the aftermath already. At 3 months, New York City's already in the aftermath. I give New York City a week at most before total, complete collapse.
Well, you think people would be killing each other in a week?
Yes. Oh, I think people would be killing each other in a day.
Dude, people need to just learn how to fucking get together, grow your food, and start a new economy, and fuck off with these government cocksuckers.
I agree, but remember, they never learned. They'd always been dependent their whole life.
Think about this too. Let's say it happens in the dead of summer. All the power and water.
Just so you know, you literally don't need your government. You can grow your own food with your society.
And you start a new language.
But you need fertile land.
No, most people can't. Most people are just going to die.
Yeah, you start a new language, and the first thing you have to do is everybody takes a vow of silence.
Why would I start a new language, though?
If you start a new language...
I think that's the basis of it.
A vow of silence? That's not going to work.
Yeah, but it won't work because the same people that have fucking taught you this language, they're going to just infiltrate the language.
They're not allowed to talk, bro. They took a vow of silence.
I don't know. It sounds like a good, it sounds like a nice dream, but I think it's way more complex than people understand, especially on the vast scale of the U.S. and the tensions that have already been kind of like cultivated within you from generations and generations. Like, my grandfather was super racist. My father was super racist. I'm not as racist, but like I'm still fucking a little bit racist. Like I don't trust nobody.
Everybody's got a little bit of racism in them. That's there somewhere.
No, of course.
Yeah, it's there
But
somewhere.
like, but I see how that causes such a strict divide.
We need to differentiate. We need to differentiate what would almost be called natural tribalism as opposed to actual racism.
That's it.
Because in my life, I don't think I've met a real bona fide, actual, would hang somebody racist. I don't think I have.
Me too. I agree. I have not.
And I'm in the southeast. I'm in the southern United States.
Yeah, and like I live in Fort Myers. Fort Myers is super fucking racist, but it's like I got along well with everybody there because I'm not a dickhead. And like when I show up, they're like, "Wow, this guy's fucking cool as fuck." I'm like, yeah, I'm cool as fuck. And I made friends with everybody of all nationalities because it's like as I show up is how I'm going to be treated, and as they show up to me is how I'm going to treat them. So
that's really how it is here. Like, for good old boys and Mexicans get along great.
Yeah,
but they play with their cultural divide and insult each other. But it's not even a big deal because they still get along. Like, and that's a big issue.
That's a story.
People aren't willing to recognize that there's nothing wrong with being a little bit tribal, but at the same time, you shouldn't be hateful to anybody.
Yeah, that's the story of my life, bro. Tribalism, well said, Mimas. Yeah, it's tribalism. Everybody has a little bit of tribalism. You can't deny that.
In-group preference, no hate.
Yeah, to a point, I guess we could say it's an in-group
to a point, of course.
Just like I'm like, are you a Warhammer fan? Like, oh, I want a preference for you. You come over here and sit next to me.
Don't be like that. I mean,
I don't know, but what you said, Mimas, what you said was, you treat people. That's the story of my life, sir. You treat people the way you want to be treated. Doesn't matter the color of the skin or whatever. You treat people the way you want to be treated.
That's like a gold that should be compared to a precious metal. Man.
Yeah. That's axiom that I live by. I actually live by that. I treat people right. I don't care what color, creed, or fucking wherever you're from, bro. I'm going to talk to you like the way I want you to talk to me. I'm going to treat you. I'm going to be happy. I'm going to make a little joke. I don't care what the fuck you are, what your history is, where you come from.
I agree.
I'm gonna talk to you like a human being.
Except communist. They get the helicopter.
Fuck the communists, yeah. Guillotine them motherfuckers.
Yeah.
The gas price is too much now, so they stab them.
Hey, you know what? I had my first car was a 1978 Camaro with a 350 in it.
Shut up.
And I was paying 78 cents a gallon.
Whoa. 78 cents. That's the good old days.
78 cents a gallon.
The good old
days.
days.
And boy, I can't tell you the riots that... I'm 41.
Oh, I'm 41 too.
I've paid 24 cents a gallon when I got my driver's license.
Oh,
I remember like 92 cents and something like that. I remember it was in the 90s.
I remember when we used to get our gas for free.
Vagabond, you're up in New York. It's more expensive up there. You were up in New York. I'm down here, and in South Carolina and Georgia, gas is super cheap. Really cheap.
Now it's $11 a gallon.
It is now in North Georgia. It is $5.25.
I'm in Toronto and it's like $8.50 a gallon.
That's a Putin price tag. Putin price.
Bonkers, man.
Dude, it's not just Putin. It's so many things, dude. You hear everybody saying, "Oh, Russia, Russia, Russia." It's not all Russia, dude. It's so many things combined together.
Yeah, but think about the multifaceted financial pull and like strain on people it's putting. So it's like I said, remember, will be happening. You will own nothing. Literally, they can just do it through gas. They can do it through taxes. They can do it through property. They can pull the resource.
China.
What do you mean by China?
China.
China's
got a lot of problems.
I don't believe there are actual countries. I just believe like tell the masses and the peasants that they're countries so they can believe that narrative. But I don't believe there are countries. They're just they've convinced people that there are countries. There are no countries.
Here's what I think. Here's what I think. I think they don't know what that the reset, as they call it, when they say you will own nothing. I don't think they know what's going to happen. That's why they.
What do you mean by that?
Stories. They have a story. They're winging it. They have a story for alien invasion. They have a story for a plague. They have a story for a worldwide, catastrophe. They have all these stories prepared because they don't know exactly what's going to cause the reset. And here's the thing: when they say you will own nothing, if there are no governments left, if there's no infrastructure or governments left to enforce any kind of contract or to enforce deeds, you literally don't own anything. In a state of anarchy.
Exactly.
That is very true.
Yeah, that's true.
They always tell the truth somewhere.
Yeah, they always they always tell the truth, even when they're lying.
Half truths.
Yeah.
As far as those countries go, they're all in cahoots together. You can't overlook that part.
Yeah. So what the elite are is they want to preserve their lives. Maybe they want to preserve their first generation children's lives, and they have enough stuff stocked up for them for whenever this happens. Some of them will survive, some of them won't. They know it's coming, though.
Yeah.
But they don't know what it's going to be. Don't know. They don't know either.
If it's something that'll wipe out government, what would that be? Us?
Let me ask you this. Let's say everyone looks up and the sun stops. The sun stops in the sky. What do you think the immediate reaction across the entire world would be instantly?
Apocalypse.
Bedlam. Absolute.
People will say, "Oh God."
Yeah, there will be absolute bedlam. There will be absolute revolt. There will be absolute destruction because you're tearing people away from reality and throwing them into chaos.
Crazy to think about, isn't it? That's something crazy to think about. Like the sun just stops at 12 noon, doesn't move for fucking 2 weeks.
Or what if everyone on the night side, all the stars just disappear all of a sudden, everywhere, all at once?
Oh,
wow.
That's
interesting. Have you heard the perspective of like the guy that speaks about crater Earth and how like the moon is just a reflection of a much larger Earth, and the fact that the sun is basically going to make its way through a procession where like where we are now will go into the dark ages, and that's the people that have bought their yachts. They will just literally follow the sun to the next piece of land.
I don't think we've actually moved out of the dark ages. I think we've been here for a long, long time. We haven't actually seen the light yet. We're still in the dark ages, bro.
Well, there's another thing too, and you have all these ruins here. You have the Romans, the Greeks, the Egyptians, the Babylonians, the older Akkadians, everything around the Mesopotamian area.
The Mayans.
The Mayans, not just the
all
Mayans,
the ancient
Aztec,
people.
Then you have
people who spoke Sanskrit.
The fucking
in
Irish.
South America, Tenochtitlan.
The fucking Americans.
I mean, there are cultures that were extinct when there were cultures that were already extinct. Like everyone has been walking in ruins of everyone else.
Yeah, I think we're still walking in darkness, man. We just.
I think there's been I'll say cataclysms, and maybe the Romans walked around in the cataclysm and looked at those ruins, and we walk around in the ruins of Rome, the ruins of the Aztec.
Don't forget,
it's going to happen again. It's going to happen again.
Yeah, but what do you think causes the ruin? Remember, there must be an event that causes the ruin.
It repeats itself over and over again, bro.
Yeah, but
something fundamentally.
Survival is a number one human instinct. So something must happen that's beyond human control that they cannot run away from. You know what I mean?
It's like this: if the whole world witnessed something supernatural all at once, then you're gonna have it'll happen. Like everything will collapse overnight, and no one will remember why. They'll just know it did.
Yeah, but if that happens, you can literally eliminate the whole money system.
Yeah.
You can start a nice society.
You can actually start again.
Yeah, but remember, we're assuming that some people don't know the timing of the cataclysm, and they don't.
I don't think they do.
They don't have the. I believe there are people that do. I do believe there are people that do. Have you seen? Have you seen?
We'll find out, but.
Yeah, I understand, but have you seen some of the videos where they talk about the underground tunnels and how there are like military bases that are they're like vaults?
Yeah,
let me tell you, that's the last place I want to be. That is the last place I would want to be. I think if you're underground, I think if there was another cataclysm and you're underground, you are one of the dead.
I don't know, man. Because remember, if you're one of the people that know, then when let's say there's a time frame and you can predict it, you can just come back above ground after the cataclysm passes. Like, you would survive, and then you would just create the money system to suit you now. Because remember, you know how it works before, so you know how to tell this lie.
You wouldn't need a money system for like 200 years.
No, but remember that money system puts you at the top of the pyramid again. It doesn't anybody
I know,
at the top.
But you have the stage of creation, of colonial creation, in which there is no money system, and the fastest growth and the fastest attainment of power is to have no money system at first. So they would have a long time. They would have a long time. They would have a long time to create a culture that they could then make dependent on money through use of the culture. That would be
elaborate on that. So they would develop the culture first, and then they would feed the culture that they created the money system.
Right. So what you do is you create a culture, because a culture will collectively put faith in a money system. So you can't just start off and say, "Here's a new money system," because no one will believe in it.
Materialistic.
You have to create a culture of trust first, generational.
Agreed. I understand.
You basically have to create strong, patriarchal, virtuous societies in the beginning. And that is what happens every single time there's a reset. You start off with a strong, virtuous society.
I'm going to put my neck on the line here, and I'm going to say there's a big reset coming soon, bro.
Yeah, I think a lot of people know that one, dude.
I don't think you put your neck on too far, bro. I think all of our necks to fucking chop it.
It's obvious.
We're all there with you, bro. It's obvious.
I thought I was the only one who could see it, man.
No, you're good. You're good. We're all here with you, bro. Well, not all of us, but
here we go.
Yeah, I definitely see it coming. But listen, I'm gonna fucking ride. I'm gonna ride the wheels until the wheels fall off this bitch, bro. Like I'm gonna let it rip before I go. I don't know how to slow down anymore. Like I'm moving at light speed and I'm not gonna stop. I'm just gonna get everything I've ever wanted. Pop out I'm literally just gonna start impregnating every fucking girl I see.
What?
And start having oh yeah, I'm not gonna fuck around. Because why wouldn't I? You know what I mean? Why wouldn't I? If I know what I know.
There was a Frenchman who took a long vacation to Africa, and he impregnated 1,200 African girls.
I like it.
1,200? That's a lot of women, dude.
I'm in Florida, and I'm pretty good looking, so it's I'm gonna do some damage down here. I'm literally gonna Florida over,
Silverman, that was you in a previous life, sir. You went to Africa and
exactly.
That was you, bro.
Exactly. It was me. I apologize. I got a little ahead of myself.
I'm sorry for having fun.
So listen, you could be my son for all I know.
Well, we're probably all related through Genghis Khan.
Be a descendant of mine. Who knows?
I mean, how many people did Genghis Khan kill?
Thousands, bro. Thousands. I mean, there was whole cities that sometimes he would show them mercy, and sometimes he just fucking kill them all.
Yeah.
Crazy, man. It's funny you should say that, because I was thinking about the other day how crazy the world is and how stupid, how not to take it seriously, because it's so fucking ridiculous. You could not take this life seriously because it's so fucking stupid.
I don't take it seriously. I literally, I act out of pure impulse now. I'm purely impulsive.
Think about all the ridiculous things in history, like a plague that kills 3/4 of the world's population.
The Black Death.
The Black Death. And by the way, we got pizza out of that, so that's good.
Hey, that's a plus.
Did we? I didn't.
Yes, we got pizza out of the Black Death.
How so?
Because the people who knew how to cook, the like servants and stuff, had suddenly had access to all these different fields and harvests and fruits and vegetables, and out of that developed what would become American pizza, the Italian American pizza.
You gotta put
the bread with tomatoes and stuff.
You gotta have pineapple.
Yeah, but have you guys ever heard of like the Weston A. Price Foundation and Sally Fallon Morell? She talks about how like this dentist went to indigenous cultures and he noticed that basically like the strong face, like people with good gums, good bone structure, good good teeth. He basically looked in the mouth of all of these indigenous cultures and he realized like there was no cavities, no dental caries, no like imperfections in their dental structure and like the strength of their teeth. Yeah, there was no sugar, there was no bread, there was no flour, there were no grains in those cultures.
Yeah, that was diet. Yeah.
Yeah, that was diet. So he observed that it's like basically getting cutting to the end. What Sally Fallon Morell was saying is like, should you just go back to the farm, eat raw meat, fish, eggs, and dairy only? You will not get cavities. You will be of prime, supreme health and muscle and like I think it's like
that's totally possible.
Yeah, but that's what she preaches, So it's like I actually get, like I said, I did a test, and I remember when I first joined the server, I was telling you guys about the raw eggs and the raw milk thing, and I did a bit of a test myself. And I put on 32 pounds of lean mass in 6 weeks. I got the Withings scale, I got the heart rate monitor, and like what I would do is like I would have like 12 to 18 raw eggs a day, half a gallon of raw milk, and then I still did my protein powder. I did steak and eggs and oysters, all that shit. Like I didn't do it perfectly. Like I still had like cheesesteaks here and there, whatever. But what I realized is like I was putting on maybe like 2 pounds a day, 3 pounds a day on like a day where I really packed it in. I put on 3.5 pounds in a day, and I was like, this can't be right. But I had the digital scale that I was tracking, like I could see the app and like it graphs it all out on your phone, and I was like, this is insane. I was like, how am I putting on so much weight and muscle? And like I wasn't getting fat. I was just putting on like lean muscle. So I was like, oh Jerry, she's fucking right. I was like, she's not lying. So I've been telling people, everyone I meet that like is like trying to go to the gym and bodybuild, I'm like, I was like Sally Fallon Morell. I was like, just watch her fucking video, you get jacked. And like most people can't even hear me. They can't hear me.
I love the meme where the guys like, I do the paleo diet, which is what they ate back in the caveman days when they lived to only 32.
What's the difference between paleo and carnivore again?
Oh no, I'm saying the paleo is a fake diet. There's no such thing. Nobody knows what anybody ate, thousands and thousands of years ago on the steppes of Asia or whatever.
If there even was thousands and thousands of years.
Yeah. So, like, it's just people speculating on, this is what ancient man might have eaten. Based on what? Based on our understanding of the evolution of Earth. It's like, okay,
no. Today they say, no, this is actually what they ate. And 30 was a good age. It was a great age to live to.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to eat berries and pebbles.
Couple of rabbits.
Nah, man, I cut out all fruits, but not nowadays, but like when I get back to my disciplines, like I'm just gonna try to take that little test that I did. I'm gonna try to like expand that out from like a 5-year period and see like where the fuck I end up. Like I said, I'm gonna start pounding pussy all over the place here soon. Because if I'm like 245, nope, it's a wrap. Like I'm not gonna.
You are what you eat. You are what you eat. Pussy.
Exactly.
Hey man, you shouldn't do that to cats. I wouldn't pound on cats like that, man. Cats are valuable. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You shouldn't do that to animals.
You're right. I'm gonna love my pussy. You're right. I apologize.
You are what you eat.
Man, I'm a fucking cat, bro.
Yeah, but any kind of major collapse, like where your infrastructure breaks down, where your delivery infrastructure breaks down, within a week, New York City is in flames.
Dude, I'm not sure if you've seen this, but there is a few, because of the thing and what's going on in China, certain cities are locked down and they're heavily reliant on government deliveries. And I've seen videos of some cities like where citizens are fucking revolting because some citizens aren't getting like their food deliveries and shit.
Yeah, I thought they were finished with that now.
But I don't doubt any of that's true. But do we really trust any video coming out of China?
Nah.
Any narrative, any story?
Yeah, I don't. If anything, I trust Chinese people the least. No offense to Chinese people, but like, I realize like Chinese people rule with like such an iron fist. They just don't. The people are just fucking terrified to open their mouths, and like that says something. You know what I mean? Like they are just ruthless about shit. I think here they try to be a little more cunning. They like they try to like fuck with your brain so you fuck yourself. But it's like you can kind of deduce and work your way out of that. But if like someone's like, if you're like constantly watching the person next to you just so you can tattle on them so you can receive some type of benefit, it's like that's just crabs in a barrel on like a whole nother level.
1 billion people. There's people. Like,
yeah, I don't know if I believe anything out of China.
I never believe the numbers that they say. Because we can't count each other. You know what I mean? So the numbers that they say, it's like the population may be way less than that, but there's no way to know. So like when someone's preaching an overpopulation narrative, I was like, we're probably super underpopulated. Because remember, how many people do you know that have more than 2 children? I don't know that many, and I'm I have 16 friends, and like I know maybe 3 of them out of 16 that have more than 2 children. Some of them have like 2 or 1, but.
I want to know why Gen X is aging so well.
Wait, what? Sorry? Say that again.
I've seen a lot of images of Gen Xers.
Gen Xers.
At age like 54, and then you look at a 41-year-old from a generation before that, and you're like, why does that 41-year-old look older than the 54-year-old?
Right.
I think it's the mental strain. I think the previous generations, like they were still striving. They were stressing their minds out, so that like we were saying about the cortisol, how it's going to kill you, because we were trying to compete. I think these kids are just living in a Disney narrative. They're literally like Peter Pan. They're never going to grow up and they're never going to age because they don't feel any stress, because they don't understand the world is literally trying to kill you. You know what I mean? Like I think the older generations knew to fucking get out there and fucking get it going.
Oh, that stress will hit them soon. Don't worry.
Oh, they're gonna fucking fold. I already know. Fucking
no, seriously. The generation of people who literally have no life skills, those are the ones that are gonna suffer the most. It's gonna be fucked up.
You know what I picture? I picture that scene in I Am Legend. Remember when like Will Smith goes in the room and they're just like huddled in the dark room? Like it's just gonna be the Gen Xers just huddled in the dark room, just like shaking with each other. Like they're not gonna be able to function, bro.
Which one's that?
You mean millennials? You mean millennials?
Oh, millennials.
Gen X.
Millennials, not GX.
Gen X, or I was about to say, Gen X is like 1980 and lower.
Oh no! I mean, the new generation, like the people that are like 15, 13 now, they're
Zoomers.
fucked.
Those are Gen Z. Those are Zoomers.
Oh yeah, they're fucked.
Yeah,
I can see it already. They're beyond.
I will
fucked.
guarantee you.
They can't see it.
I will guarantee you. Here's what would happen in a total survival situation, is that the people who were born thoughtful, who even if they were brainwashed or anything, but if they had like the thoughtful spirit that like I guess was infused when they were conceived, whatever, they're gonna survive. It doesn't matter what skills they don't have. Some people are going to survive based solely on their will to survive. Because that's all survival is. It's when it comes down to like skill and can you make a rock oven or can you make a solar still? It really just comes down to your will to survive.
I'll soon figure it out. If it means surviving, I'll figure that shit out, bro.
Yeah, if you have the will to survive, you will figure it out. Because what's funny is I have my Army Field Survival Manual, and that is the very first page. Is all of these skills are useless.
Yeah, you know what I'm focusing on? I was like, I think they feed us this narrative of perpetual energy as like an impossibility, but I actually don't think it's that fucking hard. It's like when I think about the alternator in my fucking car. I'm driving across like states with no fucking problem. I'm like, this bitch is powering my car with no fucking problem on And the gas obviously is the ignition, but it's like, you know, you have solar power, have that run the fucking magnets, let the fuck, you know, I'll start buying like neodymium magnets like a bitch. I'll create a huge fucking alternator, have that shit power my compound. I already know the government's gonna come hunt me the fuck
Does
down.
anyone else notice that they have stopped, that suddenly a lot of hydrogen power videos are now readily available?
Yeah, why?
Without even searching for them, they're popping up on my feed.
Oh, they're everywhere,
Like
bro.
how to do it, how to build.
Why is that happening now? Because that technology's been out there for a long time.
They're giving you what you need for what's coming.
Push.
Yeah, I almost kind of think it's like, you know, it's like the you know what I think, you know how I see it, because I think about my sister. She was extremely ambitious, like valedictorian, studied at the Sorbonne, speaks 5 languages, and like I see her disdain for stupidity. You know what I mean? She like literally hates stupid people. And like what I say to myself is like, Jerry, and like, you know, she's politically minded as well. Like she wants to go into politics and all that shit. And she's trying to get me to go into politics. Like, you're fucking mind. I'm gonna live a happy life. I'm not going to fucking politics. So what I say to myself is like, Jerry, what about the politicians that are more ambitious than her? And I was like, they probably can't stand these lazy motherfuckers. They probably just want to kill off all the fucking lazy, fucking useless eaters. And they're trying to tell the people that are actually intelligent and ambitious and want to fucking build some shit, hey, fucking do this, you morons. And the people that are actually seekers and they actually want to figure out the answers, they'll find it. And they'll survive. And the people that want to just fucking mooch off the system, you're going to be poisoned, you're going to be fucking drugged, you're going to be fucking deaf, dumb, blind, and stupid. You're
Mooch
going to
off
die.
the system. Mooch. That's a good word, bro.
Yeah, they're moochers, and they're going to get fucked because like they don't realize in the process.
T-Mac, you don't have that word over there? Mooch?
Yeah, no, that's why I'm impressed. That's mooch.
Oh.
I've never heard an American say that before, or Canadian or whatever.
Oh, that's a normal term over here. That's a regular term over here. It means a bum, somebody who like
mooch, yeah.
lives like a parasite, an economic parasite. Is a mooch.
You mean like the governments? Yeah.
Yeah. They mooch off the people through taxes. Anyway, yeah, I think like what Dre said, they're giving the worthy enough knowledge to get through it, because there's not going to be any law. And I agree. Strong communities and strong families and strong individuals are what they're going to need.
Yeah.
You're not
And I think to myself to some extent, if I were to recreate the world, like I'm you know, it sounds a little fucking evil, but it's like
no fucking moochers.
Shit. But I think about how much work I did, how much I studied, how much I'm trying my hardest, and I'm trying my best to keep this thing going and keep myself healthy and sane and powerful, and you know, produce happy and healthy kids that are productive. Like I would never fucking put my kids in New York City public school with the rest of these fucking losers, fucking kids. I don't want my kids around your kids.
You don't want your kids to be taught by Chinese?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Think about it this way. Let's say you want to rebuild society, but you got to start from scratch. Are you going to find a bunch of godless anti-family people, or are you going to find very virtuous, godly family people?
The first one.
Who will preserve their family. They will preserve meaning of life. They will preserve structure. Those are the people you want through. Like this whole idea that they're going to kill off everybody who believes in God. That's a stupid one. No, they're not.
That's stupid.
They are going to kill off. Or the people who are going to end up killing themselves are the people who believe in the system. They don't want the people who believe in the system.
They're going to let them kill themselves. Like, think about it this way. If you're gay or lesbian, literally, you're not procreating. You're not producing any life. That means you're
useless, bro.
After you're done having your fun, just, you know, busting your nuts all day, you're going to die. And then there will be no more of you. Like, they're going to give you your generation, but they're going to feed you shit food. Because remember, you're not studying biochemistry. You're not studying neurochemistry. You're relying on someone else to come bring your food to you in the supermarket.
Here's the thing: if we live to see it, it may be that the reset is a couple generations long, and we just never encounter the controllers ever.
It's not going to be a world you want to live in. That's definitely not.
No.
Like the world is currently losing its fucking mind.
Yeah.
And 10 years from now, it's going to be completely insane. And I mean, if we will, you know, like, what?
PMAC, a man just made a documentary here solely based on going around asking people what a woman is. What is a woman?
Dude, that's the most ridiculous question I've heard in such a long time.
That was crazy, man. Hey, Ricky Gervais.
And they can't answer him. And they get
XX and XY.
Hey, didn't they, one of Justice Supremes there, seems like, can you define a woman? I can't, I'm not a biologist.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
here's the
but
thing.
It's not a hard question, like.
It's funny, the YouTube, the advertisement for it just popped up. But it's like, it heard me. No, I'm not paranoid.
I think the vaccine. I think the vaccine is just like a. Well, sorry, we're not supposed to say that over here. But I think it's just a speeding up of the process. Because if you were too dumb to do your own homework, you're gonna get fucked. See what I mean? But the kids that were smart enough to be like, "Oh, I'm not putting that on my body," they're like, they'll be fine.
See,
but
when it comes to that,
imagine it sterilizes you one generation. Like you can't fucking procreate after that.
Yeah, when it comes to
you
that,
give it 80 years, you're fucked. You're gone.
When it comes to that, I don't know what's going to happen in the next 5 years, but I do see that could possibly be a field test.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's all
to see who all, or how, on average, how many people will believe them.
What do you mean believe them?
Who will voluntarily, who will participate in their own demise,
destruction?
I think it was just a test run.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think so. And it's like,
or maybe it wasn't, and we just got to wait 5 years. Who knows?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So, God, thank God, like, my family actually listened to me on that point. Like, they were like, yeah, I feel healthy. I was like, if you feel healthy, why would you fucking change that? I was like, don't fucking do it. And at least they heard that point. The flat earth, they still can't hear me on, but whatever. Like I said, when I have the compound and the fucking military arsenal, they're like, oh, you fucking prepared? I was like, yeah, Dick, I fucking prepared. I was like, welcome to the party. Now you want to live with me, don't you? I was like, oh yeah, that's why I fucking built enough fucking room for you fuckers, because I know you're gonna fucking have to live with me. You're gonna have to leave New York City, Dick. I already planned for your exodus.
The most important preparation is mental and spiritual.
Agreed. Yeah, and I don't feel stressed about any of this. I feel just fine, because it's like, I know at least I'm in that 1% that is actually trying his best and actually thinking about shit, and like, I'll be all right. Like, I can build companies in my sleep. You know what I mean? If anything, I'm going to start being prolific with my company launching now. Like, I'm going to start crushing industries, because I realize I need resources now. You know what I mean? I don't have any time to waste anymore.
I have never agreed with somebody so much as Mimas tonight. I swear, bro.
What?
No, just agree. Yeah, I agree. It's not in my head, bro. I'm like, yep. He's right. It's just,
well, I provide points I agree with, because I try and that's what I try and do. I try and find points of agreement.
Yeah, super logical. That's why it's like, talking to me is always super logical. Super logical.
It's just you're only usually in here with me when I'm in an argument.
When you're in a bad mood.
No, that's usually when I'm in a really good mood. I'm looking for an argument.
I agree with you, bro. I see most things you said tonight from the start there, like half an hour ago, 100%, bro.
Yeah.
I'm on board. So
I'm a lot more chill than people think I am. But not really.
There you go. You fucking ruined it there, though. You're on point, bro. You're on point.
Yeah.
You guys had a very good talk. I appreciated that.
Patient. Thank you. Well, all I want to do is make sure that people are not.
The thing is in Canada we have lots of land here that's unused, so growing out and actually growing food probably wouldn't be so much of a problem here.
Well, the thing about this, if there's no government, if all law and government breaks down, all land, you can just go anywhere, can't you? Is there a national park if there's no government?
There's tons of land, bro.
Are there? Are there any?
Unless your fellow neighbor wants to shoot you in the head.
Well, this is the thing I was going.
But make sure you prepare. I would always be conscious, like preparing for like no internet, no power. So like you have to be like I already have tons of power tools already, but I would always say like prepare for like being able to chop fucking trees down on you like. Do you have a fucking chainsaw? Do you have extra chains? Do you have saws? Can you actually build your structure in the middle of nowhere?
I can just imagine someone going, chainsaw? How the fuck do you start this thing? What the hell, man?
Well, see, the good thing about Florida and Georgia is that you are in a subtropical climate. And so you always have the option of no air conditioning. Well, you can just walk around naked.
Exactly.
So,
I'm straight.
I like a follow out.
So
down here.
Dick swinging?
Yeah, why not, bro? Fuck it. Like I said, I have 12 minutes.
Swing, bro.
I'm trying to break 1,000 at least, you know? I got to get to work. 365 days in a year, you know, probably need some breaks in there, maybe 200 kids a year.
Dude, you machine.
200 kids a year.
200.
Oh my god.
Yo, listen, I didn't develop this fucking personality for no reason, bro. Like, I'm gonna start letting it rip.
You're gonna be celebrating birthdays every fucking day, dude.
Celebrating birthdays. Birthdays don't exist. I was like, fucking be happy you're born. You're welcome.
You're fucking ridiculous, bro. You are fucking ridiculous.
But am I though? Be honest.
Fucking ridiculous.
Let's say the world's going to shit in a fucking handbag. You're gonna start popping out.
You're going right along with it.
I guarantee you have at least 20 or 30 of your own. You'd be like, you know what, that Sir Vagabond guy, he had a little bit of a point there. Because remember, your kids will always follow your rule. You are the king of your own castle. If I have let's say I have tons of guns but no kids to shoot them, how can I defend my fucking compound? But if I've got 60 fucking grass-fed beef fucking raw milk drinking, egg eating fucking gods, I'm not worried about police. I'm not worried about anybody trying to come on my land. These fuckers got my land already. I taught them how to shoot dick. So I'm fine. I'm straight. I'm sitting upstairs chilling. My kids are crazy. They're crazier than me because it always goes worse by generation. My grandfather was crazy. He was like, you know, this thing called Tonto Makut in Haiti that used to be like the secret police of like Haiti. He was like a voodoo priest and secret police. And then my father was a fucking maniac in New York City, like maniac. Like
hey, Vagabond, are you from Brooklyn? Are you from
Brooklyn? Yeah, Brooklyn and Queens. But Brooklyn, Flatbush is a quick story.
Was your father dancing like he never danced before?
Say it again.
He was a maniac on the floor.
Is that boomer humor we were talking about?
I'm the professional dancer.
Some people get it, some people don't.
I got it. Yeah, it's like Laura Branigan, isn't it?
It's from Flashdance.
Yeah, Flashdance. Yeah. And what's another song she has? Irene Cara.
So you're from Haiti originally?
Yeah, from Haiti.
Possibly, because Brooklyn has a huge Haitian.
Huge Haitian population.
So it's like a lot of them are born there, and they're basically Haitians born in Brooklyn.
Yeah, I was born in Haiti, but I moved to Brooklyn when I was 2 years old. So like I got like the whole old school. My parents didn't speak any English when they came to the country, so it's like I see how like the democratic establishment like manipulates immigrants. You know what I mean? Because remember, if you don't speak the language and you're struggling, like remember, you know how many times I open my fridge and I see fucking condiments and fucking just white. There's no fucking food in there. I'm just like, oh fuck. I was like, this is gonna be rough. But it's like through like the struggle. My parents did it through the whole.
I hate Democrats. Hate is a strong word, but
me too.
But I don't like it. Now I can see how they fuck people. Because remember, if your fridge is empty and they're like, hey, just come to this office and they'll give you free food, and your fridge is fucking empty, are you not gonna go get some free food when your kids are fucking crying and starving? Of course you're gonna go.
So that's why y'all got to come over to my side. Y'all got to come over to my side for the constitutional monarchy.
No, listen. No, we must talk about constitutional monarchy in a wee second there because I'm interested in that. That's crazy. But so they're bringing immigrants into UK here for like fucking tons, right? And now they're going to deport them to Rwanda, right? So, well, talking about that, depopulation. I think it's about 100,000, maybe a couple of thousand Russians have died in Ukraine. They just sent them in. And they said we were on a training exercise. So they say.
They say.
Right? Yeah. It's all about depopulation, you know. That's
Here's the thing, PMAC, about depopulation. The Western nations have gone into a population drop-off because they stopped having kids. So, isn't that depopulation already?
Yeah.
Like it's actually at the mathematical cliff where no one is going to be able to breed fast enough to recover from it now.
Yeah.
Agreed.
So here.
Ben, bring that up, man, because you know how many people my age in their early 30s that I talk to that are still like they're either married or have a girlfriend for like 5 years, and they're like they all say the same shit. They're like blue pill. They're like, yeah, it's not a good time to have kids, etc. Blah 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 blah. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, what happened to you guys?
Babies,
you know. What's funny is the reality is any time is a good time to have a kid because no one's ever prepared for it ever. You're never prepared for a kid at any point.
But you have to have some courage. Remember that whole fight or flight instinct? I was like, through the biochemistry, people are they're like, you know, they're seeking abortions. They're running away from like, you know, marriage because they don't have the courage anymore to just like face the fear of like, what the fuck am I gonna do? They're like, they'd rather just run and hide from it. You know what I mean? But, like that's happening more often now. Baba Yaga, good to see you, bro. Like, where do you do? You left already? Yeah, I haven't seen that guy in a while.
Here's the thing that fucking kicked it for me, bro. I was watching Louder but Crater, Stephen Crater, and he was like, my body, my choice. My body, my choice. Well, what about the little fucking 3-year-old or the 3-month-year-old, the 6-year-old that's in your body? Does that not have a choice? And that just did it for me, bro.
See,
yeah, but like I said, it's all fear-based.
Gestation period. So you have a 3-month-old baby in your womb, right? And they're allowing you to abort it. So you're actually killing something. You're murdering it. You're putting a sacrifice to Baal. You know
But that's why it comes back to the fear mindset. Like when you have someone so terrified of how I'm going to feed this kid. Remember, it's not just the fear mindset. Social media is also playing into this as well. So now people are going to watch your life unfold in real time. It's like the Truman Show. So it's like people don't know. They don't want to be embarrassed online by like not being able to live a glamorous life.
There's new legislation in California where you can people can actually abort the baby after it's born.
Yeah, 9 months, bro.
Yep. Now, here's a question.
It's crazy.
Here's a question. People mostly support this for virtue points, virtue signaling, right?
Yeah.
What is the purpose of virtue signaling? Is it's to bring attention to the ego, to the self, right?
Of course.
Narcissist.
So it's pride.
Narcissistic.
And what month is it? It's Pride Month.
Pride always comes before the fall.
Every single horrible thing can be traced back to the worst sin. Pride.
Yeah, well,
don't worry.
That's
I mean, I'm gonna put a dent in this depopulation agenda for sure, bro. My dick works. I'm putting a dent in this depopulation agenda shit. Don't worry.
Yeah, but the problem is you're at the bottom of the civilizational sink with the rats and the thing.
What do you mean the bottom? What do you mean the bottom of it? What do you mean the bottom of it?
That means we're
I'm not at the bottom of shit, Veem. I'm at the top of every fucking room I go in.
We're at the bottom.
I walk in and it's like fucking...
You only think you are.
We're at the bottom of the civilizational sink. And you're going to be one of the beautiful male rats. You'll just be one of the beautiful male rats and there's just no women available.
He just wants to shag everything. I think
No, listen. I'll start fucking fat chicks if I have to. I don't give a fuck. Like I'll take it wherever I gotta take it.
He'd marry his Volkswagen Beetle if it has to get lost. Off of my dick in that fucking man.
Yeah. I'll start with the pretty girls, but like if the pretty girls start becoming infertile, fuck it. Fat girls it is.
Well, I married a very pretty girl. I've been married for 13 years, and I would shoot myself if I ever had to deal with another woman in my life.
I
Like
straightforward.
I've dated literally the fucking range, United Nations, like every fucking personality type, every socioeconomic class. I've dated all of these morons, and like I'm tired of all of them. Actually. But I realize it's like I need to at least, stop my fucking, my pouting and be like, Jerry, you need to start populating, bro. Like, stop fucking around.
Well, just remember, every child needs a father in their life.
Yeah, like I said, compound. Like they're all gonna live with me unless the mother's a fucking moron and she tries to leave. She tries to leave the compound. That's why I kind of hope that the world burns, so she's too terrified to leave.
Claim you're a Mormon. Claim you're a Mormon. You polygamy.
Boom, I'm a Mormon. Boom, I'm there.
Well, so here we go.
I'm starting my own religion. That shit. Chrisponteism.
Listen, they ban alcohol. That's a bad thing. But you can marry three women. That's a good thing.
Yo, listen. Let's make it official. Who wants to join vagabondism? Let's start it today. Let's make it official.
We're starting an official language.
We're starting a language, but we have to start with religion. Remember, the king always needs a priest. Who's going to be my priest?
The first thing you have to do when you start the official language is take a vow of silence.
Okay.
Time to take your vow.
My priest. This world is fucked up.
I'll join you, bro. I'll join you. I'm there. Can I be?
That was a little. It was a little reluctant. It was a little reluctant there. I don't know. Like it didn't really feel the right.
Well, everyone in here is trying to start their own cults.
I see that.
Yeah.
Imagine everybody in the Flat Earth tour turns into cult leaders.
Yeah, every single Flat Earther will be a cult leader in the new world, and we will all go to war over our different models.
As L. Ron Hubbard says,
happening.
If you want to make a fortune, start your own fucking religion.
Oh yeah, I'm on it. Vagabondism. It's a wrap.
Hey, you're gonna be fucking rich, bro.
Every get a signet ring.
Hey, if there's no government, there's no money. You will own nothing, and you will have no money.
Be happy.
And you will be happy because there will be no taxes, and no one will own anything against you, and there will be no debt.
You know what I've been thinking about lately, guys? Because like I want to tell people this type of shit, like, but I realize I can only have these conversations in the server because most people are deaf, dumb, blind, and stupid. Now I understand the concept of a secret society, because it's like you make people go through such an arduous process to like literally Socratically teach them what they need to know. But if you gave it to them all at once, they wouldn't get it. But if you made it so painful and arduous, and it took 20 years for you to just get it, you'd value it and you'd shut the fuck up about it because you understood how long it took you to get it. So the next person that comes along, you're like, I'm not fucking giving it away to this fucker. No way. And like, I get that now.
Well,
I almost don't want to tell people shit.
It's like how the MLM works. You have most people who are involved in MLM. They're like, they think it's about sales and making sales when it's not. It's about recruiting people under you. Has nothing to do with sales.
What's the
all about
MLM?
What's
the
but that's
MLM?
like the revelation. But that's like the revelation of like how it's supposed to happen. It's like you suddenly wake up one day and go, "Oh my God, people are my profit. Profit is not profit." And then you just start recruiting people under you. How many people you recruit is how an MLM works. You do not make money in an MLM by sales.
It's funny how half of them, they get offended, half of them do, half of them don't when you say the words pyramid scheme from them. Or refer to what they're doing as a pyramid scheme.
Multi-level marketing. It's a reverse funnel.
You're attacking their intellect. You're basically saying, "Hey, moron, you're just basically a peasant at the bottom of the totem pole." Yeah, nobody wants to think they're the dumb guy, So it's like you can never call people dumb. And like I've observed something. It's like I've observed only dumb people call other people dumb, because it's like I've seen so many dumb people like, "Oh, they're so fucking dumb." Okay, actually, you're the fucking dumb one. Yeah, and like it blows my mind how many dumb people call other people dumb. And I'm like, because if you call someone dumb, instantly they're back on their heels and they're digging in now. So you're never gonna get your point across. If you just ask people questions and like let them figure shit out on their own, they're like, "Oh yeah, that makes sense." And like they essentially know where they got it from, but you can't let them know they got it from you. You have to kind of like I don't know, you have to tease it out of them. You can't fucking just give answers.
They're smart enough. They'll figure it out.
They're smart enough to figure shit out, but like you have to like literally tease it out of them. Like if you give people answers, they'll never fucking get it. They won't respect the answer you gave them. because they didn't do the mental straining process of figuring it out. And the mental process is like you value it. It's like anything you work hard for, you value the money that came from that hard work. But if someone just gave you the money, you'd be blowing it because you didn't fucking sweat for it.
Yeah. This was my whole problem with trying to educate people about the thing that shall not be mentioned and why you shouldn't get it.
Of course.
And it was I never tried to talk a single person out of it. I didn't care if they were family or friend. And I'll tell you why. Because I was going to let nature take its course. Because the people who were going to select it were going to select it.
I'm not gonna lie, my immediate family I was heavy-handed. My extended family I wasn't. Like my sisters and my mother, I was like them. I was heavy-handed, but extended family, extended friends, I didn't help a single push.
Didn't matter how close the family they were. Nope, because for me, this is nature.
Yeah,
if you choose to worship the state to the extent that you will allow them into your body, take it.
That's your bag. You lie with that.
Yeah. Well, anyone who told me I'm getting it, I would encourage them to. I would say, okay, yeah, you need to if it's going to make you feel safe. I actively encouraged people to get it who wanted to get it.
I didn't encourage. I just stayed quiet. I was like,
I'm like, okay, well, you're going to deserve it.
I would just be like, I just felt this sense of like sorrow and like sadness. I'm like, wow, look what happens when you don't use your own fucking brain. Like, I can see my father, like, my father used to scream at me, like, you know, like, my brain doesn't work. How many times he called me a fucking cretin in my life, like, to make sure my brain is still functioning. I'm like, and the fact that it functions now, I'm just like, I was like, now I'm looking at the cretins, like my father used to look at me. And I'm just like, fuck. I was like, Jay, how do you tell them? I was like, these aren't your kids. I was like, you can't just call people, bro. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, it's just strange you say that. I've never in my life tried to convince anybody of what I think. I think that well, look, it's fair enough if you tell them what you think, but to try to brainwash somebody or get them around to your way of thinking, cold speak or whatever.
Yeah,
I haven't got a baldies about that, sir. I don't care. It's up to them to sort their own fucking shit out. It's not up to me to try and impose my beliefs or whatever I think on another person. Not one person. Not my daughter, not my son, nobody.
I hear you. I think the only reason I was heavy-handed with my family is because, like, you know, because my father, like, made it very strict for me to learn math, and the flat earth was mathematical, so it's like I didn't think I was right about flat earth. I know I'm right about flat earth. Like, I don't think I'm right. So because that was my impetus for action, like, that's why I was like, hey, you guys didn't get fucking beat to learn math like me. So I was like, I almost want to scream, like, at my internal family, like my father screamed at me, because I was like, hey, you're fucking next to me. We grew up in the same house together. You can get this fucking work. You can get this fucking work.
The thing is, very early on, I realized I'd be spending most of my life trying to convince people about it, and I would only be fucking hurting myself. The things that I know.
But I think you're only hurting yourself if you're trying to prevent the exploitation.
Yeah, it's not my place to do that. It's not my place to convince another human being of the shape of the earth they're on or where we are. It's up to them.
I understand, but the emotional reaction always had to come from the expectation that you had cast.
Yeah, so I realized early on, if I went into this full balls deep, and I try to convince people, and I'm a acolyte, I'm fucking convinced, I'm almost a bishop in the flat earth, and I would try to convince people about this shit, that would probably fuck me up more than anything else. You know what I mean? It's not my place to tell people what I think. You can drop little hints in there, but if you spent the rest of your life talking to people and trying to convince them about your view of the world, you're just going to fuck yourself up, bro. Because most of them, 80-90% of them, they're not going to listen. They're going to laugh at you.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to emulation. Like, I always take it back to just nature and basic shit. So it's like the way a baby learns to walk is it observes other people around it walking, so it knows these fucking little bad boys I got under me, like, I'm supposed to eventually be walking on these bitches. So for me, I said to myself, I was like, well, Jerry, you better fucking start walking this walk and talking this talk. And like, I should be able to produce a physical body and a spiritual soul and like an intellect and ability to articulate myself in a form and fashion that it's like, bitch, I'm walking. You need to start fucking walking. So like, I don't have to say anything at that point. So it's like, I'm still going through that internal wrangling and sorting out like, you know, what is the way I'm going to do this. So like, it's self-apparent that I'm doing something different, you know, so I don't have to sell you. You could just observe me and you could either choose to walk like I'm walking or you could choose to keep crawling around. Like, I don't give a shit. Do as you wish.
It's up to you, bro.
It's up to you. Yeah, it's up to you.
Yeah.
But that extended family and friend, like my little family, I'm gonna keep screaming at them.
If I stand up and I fucking move these bastards, well, left, right, and I say walk, fucking hell, bro. That's amazing.
Listen, tough love is the only love that exists. I truly believe that.
Hey, good point. Good point. Tough love. I'll tell you straight up, if you say something stupid or if you're acting a certain way, I'll tell you straight up, whether you're my friend or not, I'll tell you straight up to your face, I think you're acting like a ball bag. I think you're being stupid. I think you're being this, that, they are. I'll tell you straight up, bro.
That's fair.
You know,
that's fair, but at least you said it, right? It's like maybe you know they may hear you, they may not, but it's like you said it. You know what I mean? So it's like what I respect the most is like I'm telling you, me and my father, we had a feud for the majority of my life, and like now that I look back and reflect, I'm like, wow, he fucking told you that. Wow, what if he didn't tell you? Wow, what if he didn't scream at you? Wow, what if you didn't get those beatings? Wow, what if you didn't? And like now, the tough love now that I hated, I'm almost mad at myself that I didn't get it faster.
It sounds I don't want to. All right, I don't want to delve into your past or anything like that, but it sounds like your dad was a bit of a bastard.
Oh, for sure. He's a piece of fucking work. But it's like, intellectually, he was actually on point. You know what I mean? Like, if I would have brought this topic to him, he would have caught it.
What was the one thing that, if it's one thing your dad taught you, what was it?
One thing that I had learned?
From your dad, yeah.
If I had to summarize, I would say, like, he expects me to use my fucking brain. Period. Full stop. I'm not allowed to rely on people for answers.
That's a good one.
Fucking brain. Use your fucking brain. Figure it the fuck out. That's it. Use your fucking brain. Figure it the fuck out. So like, I solve all of my friends' problems. Like literally, I'm like, they call me. Either they Google shit or they just ask Jerry, and I'm just like I never.
Solver.
Yeah, because it's like I never minded solving their problems because like I was forced to solve my own problems at home. So it was like, you know, I found joy in like alleviating their.
I think what you're saying is your dad taught you independence.
Mental independence for sure.
Good man.
You know, and he still watched CNN until he passed, but it's like, you know, the fact that he couldn't see past that. Remember, like I said, he was an immigrant, so like he was fed that whole democratic narrative.
Where was that from again? South America?
No, from Dominican. I was born in Haiti. No, Haiti.
Yeah.
Yeah, my whole family's from Haiti. I was born in Haiti. My sister was born in Haiti. My parents were born in Haiti.
Right. Well, he taught you. That's a good thing.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. And like he had a grasp of languages as well. So that's why like I work for a lot of British companies. I spent time in London. Like I was like, oh, perfect. If you're in New York, I was like, English is the language they speak here. Go to fucking London, perfect your fucking English.
English motherfucker, do you speak it?
Say it again.
English motherfucker, do you speak it?
Yeah, I was like, because if I have a vision of myself that I want to do well, I was like, well, if I'm in these boardrooms, I need to have a command of English. If I want to differentiate myself, I better acquire more skills than other people. I better be stronger. I better be able to fight better than other people. I better be able to like, you know, think better than other people. Able to solve problems faster than other people. If I can't, then I'm fucked.
Did the parents bring you up? Did they bring you up with Haitian and English, or can you speak Haitian?
I speak. Well, it's called Creole. So I speak Creole, French, English, and Spanish.
Ah, nice. Well, that's a talent.
But I'm telling you, I see how it serves me now, man. Like I'm down here in Florida now. Every time I connect with Haitians, and they hear me speak my Creole, and they're like, "Wow, you speak Creole too?" I'm like, "Yeah, I speak Creole." But like they notice English is my primary language, so like I'm still gonna pronounce shit a little off. But like the fact that I can still like have a full on conversation, they're like, "Wow, okay, you're not one of these fucking bootleg Haitians that just disregarded their language for English." I was like, no, I didn't disregard it, but obviously I have to go make money, I have to fucking survive, so I have to compete. So it's like I need to make sure like my baseline foundation has to be like in the language that where the resources are being competed for.
Well, there we go. Your dad would be pretty. Sorry, I'll say that slowly. Your dad would be pretty. At least now you're independent.
Can't be told what to do.
We all have our stories, eh? My dad was a bit of a cock. He just spent his nights in bars.
That's all right. Listen, I spent too much time in bars as well. My parents didn't drink or smoke like at all. Like one glass of wine and my mom's fucking loopy. But my dad would be like half a Budweiser. My dad's tipsy. So like they didn't drink, but like I grew up in New York and like corporate environment. So like I definitely I let it rip. So like I'm reeling myself back, just going back to my disciplines. But like, what would you say is the one thing your dad taught you that was your major takeaway?
Yeah, that's a good question. I asked you that one. That was my turn. Let me see. Not to drink too much. Well, back.
It's a solid one.
He didn't even tell me it. He just showed me it. He just fucking drank it. Drank his life away. Every night in the bar after work, and the bar. Playing snooker, pool.
I understand. Yeah, my father gambled his life away.
Yeah, he wasn't a family man at all. Like, I wish I had a dad that came home and he go, "Hey, let's take the kids to the park. Let's do it." Nah, not my dad. My dad just wanted to, when he was finished work, he just wanted to go out and fucking enjoy himself, have beers, play snooker. Fuck the kids, fuck the family. My ma used to fight me at night. I used to fucking put the pillow over my head, bro. No,
well, I wouldn't say that was his mindset. Because remember, it's like you never know what type of mental stress he was wrangling with. Because that's the leeway I gave my pops. Like because any addiction, it's a dopamine release that it causes them to do it. And once you you basically perfect that neurological pathway. Like that's how you get your dopamine hit. It becomes like any drug. Like it's the easiest way for the dopamine release.
Okay. So all right. That's drugs, bro. Let's talk about reality here. Hang on a minute. My dad was 26 years of age and took his entire family, 4 kids, to a foreign country and made something of himself. Like we were sitting fucking nice big house, double garages, swimming pool.
Nice.
He made something of himself, but it was all about him. You know what I mean? He wasn't an actual. He was a good provider, but he wasn't a dad.
But remember, it's like we've been handed a construct as what a dad is supposed to be as well. So it's like, remember, to produce that result, he must have been a bit narcissistic. And I'm not gonna lie, the only reason I'm able to do pretty well is I can cut everybody the fuck off. Like my friends, I've literally just cut off all my family and my friends to come to Florida. But it's because I know what the fuck is going on in the world. Like they don't know what I'm building, but I need to be by myself to do this. And they don't understand that. But I understand why I'm doing it this way. So it's like, I almost say hey, cut your pops some slack. Even though maybe the drinking thing, financially might have just gotten too much.
I do, bro. I'm looking after him. I'm looking after him now. I'm giving him his meds. I'm sorting out his electricity. I'm looking after him, right? Like, I love him because he's my dad.
Hey, brother, I will send you the links, but I'm telling you, go back to the farm, meat, fish, eggs, and dairy.
He will
do the best that he can do.
All right,
I'm telling you, meat, fish, eggs, and dairy. I preach this to my family.
Wasn't the greatest dad ever, but I still love him. He's my dad, right?
Exactly. He's your dad. You don't get to choose your pops.
You know. So, like, God forgive me, and I've told this to people, if he wasn't here, if he wasn't alive, I'd be away, bro. I'd be living in fucking England or fucking France or somewhere else, bro. I got people, I have friends in England that offer me jobs. But
the beauty of this is you're not dead yet, so you can still go.
Right. It's one of my best buddy, right, when I was growing up, his name was Ronnie McGuire, a Scottish man. And his brother was called Billy. And he showed up in my house one day. I was living in the middle of fucking city with a flat. Paul, I have nowhere to go. I said, Billy, get on now. Don't even worry about fucking rent. Don't even worry about it. And now he's doing very well for himself. Now, actually, he's fucking loaded. He's doing 3 gangs on a fucking English railway. Anyway, he says, Paul, you're my hero. You didn't ask me for rent for 3 months, bro. And he found a job, and it's the last I've seen him. But he's still talking to me.
I'm telling you, that is your friend to go to for counsel. Because he'll remember what you did, and he's going to tell you the truth. He's not going to lie to you. He's not going to lie to you.
You were my hero when I was growing up. You're my hero.
I'm telling you, keep the conversation going. And like I would just say, for me, I know when I get like bullheaded, I almost can't hear anymore. But I've had my friends reach out to me, and like they have written me letters that put me to tears. So it's like, and I know they're not lying to me. These are my friends that they give a fuck. So they have literally they've shredded me in these emails, and for good reason. But it's like, I'm telling you, your friend Paul, listen to what the fuck he's got to say, and I promise you, everything will pivot. Because like I've literally changed so many behaviors off of those emails. Because I was like, Jerry, they're counting on you. They're relying on you to just sort it the fuck out. So I would say go back to Paul and just have honest conversations, and then like look yourself in the mirror and sort out whatever that needs to be sorted out. Just like Meme was saying earlier, one's willpower is all you have. If you can't cultivate your own willpower to control your own actions and your body and your mind and what you do and how you spend your hours and your days and the habits that you perpetuate, you'll never get there. But remember, it's your will. You can will anything you want.
Oh, you can, man. You actually can.
Of course you can. Who's gonna stop you? Even if you need to disconnect yourself from people, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. But only you know what it takes. But you gotta start being honest to yourself. Can't lie to yourself. Because you know you're lying.
When's the time for you? When are you going to stop looking after other people and have some of your fucking life for yourself? I'm 55 years old now, and I've been for the last 20 years looking after everybody.
I'll say this much. Remember, we live in a capitalist world, so it's like at the end of the day, resources is the name of the game. You need to be able to acquire more resources. If you need to, have someone come look after your father for, 3 days in the week, 4 days in the week, so you can start to create what you need to create, then find the resources to have that person step in, and then you can create on the side. But it comes down to resources. Like the question you need to perpetuate in your mind is, what solution? What value? What problem am I going to solve for other people that provides enough value so the resources come to me? If you just meditate on that question, the answer will come. It has to come. It is law. Just meditate, relax your mind, don't get stressed.
That's a good answer, bro.
I'm telling you, the answer will come. And when it comes, you will have the resources. Your father will be taken care of. You'll be where you need to be. You'll whatever country you feel like you need to be in, you'll be able to go there because you have the resources now. But if you neglect serving other people and solving their problems and providing their value, the answers will never come. You'll always be stressed, and there's going to be all these other things that creep its way in. Like you know that saying, like life abhors a vacuum, or like the world abhors a vacuum, that's a true statement. If I don't put shit in my day willfully and consciously, I'll be drinking and smoking and fucking random fucking bubblehead bitches all day. Nothing will get accomplished. So I warn you, do not let your mind just be filled with the vacuous thoughts or the vacuous actions, the vacuous habits, because it will fill it and you will get fucked.
I think you actually gave me a solution there, Nebo. I'm actually going to find somebody to look after me there so I can fuck off.
Yeah.
Make £1,000 a fucking week working on the railway.
Don't feel bad about it. Like, don't feel bad about it. Your father will understand, especially if you produce the results. Because remember, you're in a race against time. Time is not the thing you don't get back. But should you produce a great result, your father will see it and he'll understand why you did it. My mother, I left my mother work, and my mother's not doing the best, but she sees me down here and she's beyond proud. Like when I've told her that the upcoming plans, and she's like, you'll be fine, you'll be able to do it. I'm like, I know, I got this. And like the encouragement I get now. But remember, don't think she wasn't angry when I left. She was angry. She was sad, but I was sad and angry as well. But it's like now that I'm producing the result, she's gonna get the benefit of my work, my discipline. Because now I'm perfecting my own habits so that I can produce the right results. Because if I don't take the time for myself, then I'm just going to get fucked and the vacuum will be filled. I'll say it that way.
That's what my brother said to me. He says, Paul, when's the time for you? When are you going to stop looking after other people and fucking live your life?
And your friend that stayed with you said that to you?
Yeah.
How did I guess?
Fucking magic, bro.
Telling you, just keep that conversation with him going. Just like you pulled him out of shit, he will pull you out of shit. But if you neglect him and you think what he's saying to you is bullshit, and you don't listen to it, or you think it's rubbish, it's gonna keep going the way it's going. You already know this. If you do the same thing you did yesterday, you're gonna get the same result you got yesterday. You do something different, you're gonna get a different result.
Yeah. No, he's magic. He is good. He built himself up from nothing.
As he deserved to. But remember, he had to do the same process we're talking about. He found a little avenue to provide value that other people needed, and he ran in that direction, and now look, he's fine. But you have to run in that direction too, and you only know which direction that is. You have to take a proper mental account of what skills you've acquired and how you can put those skills into action towards serving others, and the value will remunerate you in kind. It's the law.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a civil engineer now. He's like, Paul, get over here. I'll get you a job. You can run a gang.
Exactly.
Because he knows how to have the mentality to run a gang. Like, I talk to people like a fucking human, like,
He already told you how to do. Just watch how he communicates with people, watch how he runs his business, watch how he observes his finances, and just emulate the whole baby walking shit. You have someone to emulate, So I'm the person that my friends are looking to emulate, so that's the pressures on my shoulders. I can't emulate them. They've already given up. All of them have already given up.
That's funny you should say that. I said the thing over there, how to make people respect you. What was it? Be the thing that they want you to be. Be a good example.
No, wait. You made a misstatement there. You said be the thing that they want you to be. See,
be who you are.
That you want to be.
Yeah.
Yes. Don't say they want you to be, because that's a survey.
Fuck me.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to point it out because I heard you say it, and I didn't want to just let it slide like I didn't hear it. I heard it. So not what they want you to be, what you want to be. Because remember, that's when you're going to find your energy to actually do it. Because remember, the energy to do it, if you're excited about doing it, it's not work. You actually want to go do that. The excitement about doing it is going to fuel you daily.
Hey, everybody.
It's not waking up is not going to be a chore. Doing the work is not going to be a chore because you want to do it. If you do what others want you to do, then it's a burden. If you want to do it, it's light. The levity will come.
Hey, Servaga.
Hey, what's up, bro? What's going on?
Hey, good man. Hey, Servaga, pleasure talking to you, bro.
Oh, bro, P-Mac, always a pleasure, brother. I'm here for you, bro.
I'm here for you, too.
P-Mac, you're my boy, right?
What's up, bro?
You're my boy?
Fuck. Let's follow.
Yeah, what's up, man?
What's up, bro?
How's your day?
Good. How's yours?
Great.
Nice. I like it.
What's going on, Follow? How are you?
Good.
Done with Elijah? You still on the light train?
I'm done.
Good. Good man.
I've thought about my actions and decided to mature up.
I thought you said you're already mature for your age.
That was 2 hours ago.
Oh well, obviously you've matured,
He's cool since
exponentially since. Obviously.
2 hours. 2 hours is 10 years.
Makes sense. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Good conversation, P-Mac. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, good man.
And I'm not trying to talk. I'm trying to talk to you. I hope you don't perceive it any other way.
Oh, I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate it. Trust me. I listen to everything you have to say, and I take it on board.
I'm just sharing my own internal struggles that I had to mentally wrangle myself through. It took me 5 years to find these answers, bro. So if I can save someone 5 years.
5 years?
5 painful years, P-Mac. Don't think this is the fucking, rainbows and sunshine. Skip through the park. These 5 painful years, P-Mac. Yeah,
Jesus
5
Christ,
painful years.
Hey, Garbage Man? 420.
It took me 20.
Garbage
That's
Man,
okay.
420.
Luckily, there's no time. There's no rush.
Yo,
Time is an illusion.
Me, fish, eggs, and dairy.
What's up, follow?
I'm talking to Garbage Man 420. He's not responding.
Did you speak into the mic there? I can't hear you right, bro.
Garbage Man 420.
That's better.
He's not responding.
What the fuck?
Oh, what?
Maybe he's getting but that's why he left his, mic live.
I've been asking him where he's from in Canada.
Oh, Canada.
Yeah.
Alberta.
I'm from Ontario.
Ontario.
Mm-hmm.
You speak French?
Yeah.
Je m'appelle Paul.
Je m'appelle Follow.
Hello, follow.
Comment ça va?
Da, don't know.
Follow, tu parles français?
Parlez-vous français?
Si, si.
Yeah. Ben oui.
Bibliothèque. Bombe.
Follow, quel âge es-tu?
It's bedtime. Good night, everybody.
Follow, did you hear what
I follow?
Yeah, what?
Follow.
Good night.
Good night. Thank God for that.
About to start testing this French.
That's about all I can say. My name is Paul and fucking garlic bread. Cheese. I like cheese.
Yeah,
oh,
I'm
he's
just
back. Oh, fuck. I don't know. He's back.
I'm back.
He's back.
He's back. Oh, he's back.
I brought my friend Zia to
Hello?
introduce this. This is my friend Zia.
Hi.
Hi, friends.
Hey, what's up, bud?
Hey.
How's it going?
Pretty good.
Nice, good to hear. You sound kind of low energy today. What's going on? If you had to rate
That's very low energy. That's very
if you had to
low.
rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you put yourself at today, sir?
Like
1.
1, honestly.
Yeah, 1 there.
I have a follow-up question. I have a follow-up question. Where did you lose the 9 points?
His dog died today.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear. That makes sense. Okay, sorry to hear.
At least it made out to be.
Did his dog really die, or are you lying again?
No,
I got to check.
It did. It did.
Okay, because that's what happens to liars. They just say shit.
Follow you know we don't believe you, right?
I've honestly been diagnosed with depression for like 5 years, and I have anxiety.
Go see a fucking psychiatrist.
Okay, well, I would, I'm not a doctor, but I would say if you just thought about anxiety is basically you leaning towards the flight side of your fight or flight instincts. Hormones, matter of fact, every hormone in the human body its precursor to its proper development is cholesterol. So I would say eat more eggs, and you'll feel better.
I love
but you just have to give it.
I love a nice fried egg.
Okay.
A lovely fried egg on a bun of toast.
Eat a lot of eggs. As many eggs as you can shove in your
I eat 6 of them in one fucking sitting.
And
I did 12 to 18 a day in a shake. I would put nothing with having it. My dick would be rock hard. Like, trust me.
Here you go, bite your dick again.
I
had so many eggs. I started looking like an egg.
I just be wary, guys. If you're going to be eating raw eggs, the whites when they're raw, they inhibit a lot of the folic acid absorption. So you do want to be considerate of that.
COVID.
Yeah, but you want to get them from a farmer that you know that are on pasture in the sun, and obviously healthy chickens. So you don't want to get them from like the supermarket or Costco. You want to try to find a farm that actually breeds chickens.
Here in Mexico, we have a whole chicken farm, so it's like fresh.
You're not actually
Exactly. So go there, shove tons of eggs in your face, and like I'd say 30 to 60 days, you'll feel like a new man.
Sometimes the chickens turn me on.
Sometimes chickens turn you on.
What the fuck? Fucking chickens now. Is that the game plan?
I have to say, along with what you're saying, in my clinic with my patients, the best results I see is when they go on a whole food plant-based diet, and I see them get off their diabetes medication. I see them get off of their hypertension medications. I see them reverse their cholesterol levels. They feel better in every single way. It's a whole food plant-based diet. As soon as they start to even eat a little bit of fish, a little bit, and I'm talking about people who are already well into diabetes, it's progressed extensively.
No, I do agree with that statement, but let me explain why I agree with that statement. What happens is when one goes on a whole food plant-based diet, what happens is you start to consume yourself essentially, basically because your body and your brain, if you were to go into a state of ketosis, what happens is you're burning fats for energy as opposed to carbs. So when you're no longer eating junk, you're going to get that euphoric state, and your brain is actually going to become extremely like functional. You're going to be very clear-minded on
the fact that you're going in ketosis because you're running out of your glycogen stores and glucose stores, but also when you're introducing animal meat, even fish and eggs, I see these people who are diligently and honestly on 100% vegetable diet. As soon as they start to have even fish or eggs, I see all their numbers get whacked again.
I understand, but what I would point your attention to is basically if you look at the cellular structure of plants, what happens is plants are actually not digestible by the human body because you have gastric acid and bile within your digestive system, so it's actually formulated to consume only animal products. If you were to cut out all
I'm gonna have to stop you right there. It's the fiber specifically. It's the fiber specifically that we can't digest, but because we do have the bile, the stomach acid, the mastication and chewing, we're able to access the nutrients out of those the plant products. So yes, the fibers, certain fibers, they're not digestible. They're called insoluble fibers. But again, when you're introducing animal protein, you're creating inflammation, and I'm seeing this firsthand.
So think about what I'm saying. Yeah, but think about, okay, there's a doctor in Russia, Natasha Campbell McBride. She disagrees vehemently with this, with your statements. But what I would point your attention to is like the cellular structure of your body. So basically, your body, the cellular structure is made out of primarily saturated fat and cholesterol. So if I were to build a house,
to stop you again. It's not the cellular structure; it's the cell membrane that is primarily made of fat. Yes,
exactly. But so basically what I'm trying to tell you is because the cell membrane is made of saturated fat and it's basically housing all of those vitamins and nutrients and micronutrients, the cell membrane is dictating what it's going to let in and not let in. So if you don't have the saturated fat and the cholesterol to actually create those new cell membranes, you would not be creating new cells, and thus you're limiting the autophagy process. So those dead,
you don't need animal proteins for that. It's called the iconosoid pathway. You create your own omega-3s, omega-6s. Omega-3s are essentially what you're going to be getting and you can create your own cholesterol as well. So that's what the HMG-CoA enzyme is going to be doing. Is it's going to be creating your own cholesterol. So you don't need any animal source.
I disagree vehemently, but I'm not trying to push back aggressively. I'm just trying to say what happens is that this is what the medical establishment has told us. But if you just take it back to nature, right? If like you put a baby, how babies they start on breast milk, that is the highest cholesterol and highest saturated fat content within the mother's breast milk. If you were to give a baby only plant foods, the baby would die.
Well, that's why the mother is only lactating for a certain amount of time, because it's not meant to be eaten like that the whole time.
But just take that little period of time into account, into what I'm saying. The baby would die if you only.
But we're not babies.
I know that, but if you fed the baby only animal products, it would live and thrive.
Are you listening to what I'm saying?
I believe the only reason that I have the brain I have is my father knew this. He was feeding us cod liver oil, steak, milk, eggs, like at such high level.
It's a very nice anecdotal example you're giving me. I appreciate that. But I'm giving you a little bit more than anecdotal. I'm giving you case studies with over 50
I'm trying to tell you the case studies are misleading you. If you study the Western
case, these are my case studies. These are my experiences in the clinic. So as an adult, it's a different physiology than an infant.
So the human becomes a non-human, is what you're saying?
So no, an infant becomes a child becomes an adolescent becomes an adult. You have different physiological responses.
The biochemistry does not change.
Of course it does. You were talking about hormones just now. The complete hormone spectrum changes as you get older. Your body adjusts to the different changes.
Frequency changes, not the pathway by which.
The ratios that change, not the frequencies. The ratio.
So that's why I try to bring your mind towards a house. If I were to be building a house and I needed bricks and wood and nails and glue and roofing and whatever, there's certain things that are going to build that house. I'm telling you, the animal products or animal foods have all of those building blocks for the human body. The plants do not.
Yes, I agree. And the only thing that you're not getting from plants is the B12 vitamins. That's pretty much the only thing. And I agree that you should have some meat. I'm not promoting 100% plant-based diet as a regular diet, but for people who have coronary atherosclerosis, people who have diabetes, people who have hypertension, I do recommend them to go 100% whole food based. And then as they've been normalized, then they can slowly introduce to the amount that they can tolerate. So it's not. I'm not saying you should always be 100%.
So you think?
I think it's opposite. I think it's.
But it's inflammatory. No, animal protein is inflammatory.
Yeah, but if that's what I'm trying to say. Structure, if you look at what are actually plants, there are a number of things. So, for example, there are lectins, there are phytoestrogens, there's a myriad of things in plants that your body does not want. And if you consume them, like plants want to live as well, but they don't have teeth and claws to fight off the attacker. So basically, for their seed to make it to the dirt and germinate into a new plant, it has to have a defense mechanism. Now, there are herbivorous animals that actually can consume these plants, and we can consume the herbivorous animals. If you try to break from nature and try to eat the food herbivorous animals trying to eat, you will die.
If you're eating only animal protein, you're creating an inflammatory environment for your body. You need to moderate your animal protein. You need to eat more vegetables. That's how we develop. We live off of plants and occasional protein.
It's the plant sugar and the grains that create the inflammatory response. Period.
No, not plant protein. Yes, carbohydrates and grains. I agree, but not vegetables.
The vegetables, other things in them as well that are toxic
is not inflammatory.
Broccoli is one of the worst things you can eat.
Oh my god!
Hang on. I love health talk, but
I'll let it go.
Yeah.
Can we move on?
Can we move on back to?
All right. Who was I speaking to?
I love it. Don't get me wrong.
Traveler.
I'm always learning. I love learning. I love
Traveler.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yeah, let it go.
Just
let's go.
You guys want to take it to another room? I'm cool.
No. I'm gonna tap out. I'm gonna tap out soon, anyways.
Don't tap.
But yeah, traveler, good talk. Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah, I appreciate it. That's what I'm here for. These good talks.
Yeah, me as
thank
well.
you.
Both you guys have great points, man. I mean, they were both. There's a balance in this whole system out here, man, that we gotta try to figure out. And
there's equilibrium and everything, and that's how we have gas pressure once it equilibrates, and in the container with which it's in.
Boom! Check that out. I love that. Way to drop it right there, man.
I know. Full circle.
Full circle, motherfucker.
I feel like everything is kind of fractal in that sense. Like you can see the image of the whole in every part, and
right?
Yeah, I feel like it's there. You look up and it's what you look into something and you see the whole, whatever you're looking into.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds a little woo-woo for me.
Hey, is beer a vegetable or a protein?
Well, it comes from grain. Obviously grain.
Beer has protein.
Beer is one of the worst things you can consume. As I drink my beer, the worst thing you can consume.
But you know what? If you're gonna be drinking it, you got to drink an unfiltered one, so at least you get those phytonutrients.
Think of it like this, Don. It might potentially.
There's anti-nutrients.